I looked around, and nothing made sense. The moonlight filtering through the window lit up an unfamiliar room, and I felt like I was stuck in someone else's life. I struggled to piece together how I had gotten here. Then, the memories hit me all at once, like a wave of ice-cold water. Wayland Corporation. The dark corridors, the mission to kill those damn aliens, and the facehugger that ambushed me just as I let my guard down. I remember the cold dread as it latched onto my face, my futile struggle before everything went black. I should be dead, but here I was, breathing, alive. Was it all a dream? I forced myself to focus on the present, trying to make sense of this strange place. The room I stood in was old-fashioned, with outdated computers and books scattered around, nothing like the sterile, futuristic environment of Wayland's research base. Glancing at the calendar on the wall, I froze. 20XX, I wasn't in the alien world anymore. I wasn't in Wayland's nightmare. I was back, or at least, I thought I was. But as I reached the mirror in the room, my breath caught. The face staring back at me wasn't mine. It was someone else's, someone I recognized only from movies and comic books. Blonde hair, pale skin, hazel eyes. Peter Parker. What the hell? I wasn't just back in my world, I had been thrown into another one. And not just any world, this was the world of Spider-Man. I wasn't me anymore, I was him. A voice broke through my thoughts. Peter, are you coming down? If you don't eat your banana bread, Uncle Ben's going to finish it off. Uncle Ben? My heart sank. This wasn't just any Peter Parker timeline. This was before the spider bite, before Uncle Ben's death. And here I was, stuck in the body of a kid destined to be a superhero, while I was just trying to survive whatever horrors might still be inside me. And then the worst thought hit me. The facehugger, did it leave something behind? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my chest, confirming my fear. The alien embryo, it was still inside me. Despite waking up in Peter Parker's body, I wasn't free. It was only a matter of time before it broke through my chest, just like in the nightmares I'd seen before. But this time, I wasn't going to sit and wait for death. If I was really Peter Parker now, I had to act fast. I needed to get bitten by that radioactive spider before the alien could hatch. The spider's mutation might be my only chance to survive if Gwen Stacy didn't get to it first. How the hell was I supposed to save myself when everything was already going wrong? C1 How could I be Spider-Man when my face was hugged? Pain. Lennon suddenly woke up from the nightmare and felt a stabbing pain in his head. His vision was blurred, and his consciousness was disrupted into bizarre fragments. Drowsily, he struggled to get up from the bed, but his numb limbs froze him in place. Opening his eyes, Lennon struggled to raise his arms and pressed hard on his temples on both sides, trying to bring the separated consciousness back to his body. Am I not dead yet? Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his chest. The chest was covered with a thin layer of clothing. Unlike what he imagined, there were no bloody wounds, no shattered sternum, and no bleeding blood. All he touched was skin exuding residual heat. After confirming that he was still alive, Lennon breathed a long sigh of relief, moved his stiff body and got off the bed. The surroundings were quiet, and the moonlight scattered on the ground through the windows, casting a clear silver moonlight. Lennon looked around the unfamiliar room, his eyes full of doubts. Why are you here? Trying to recall the past memories, he tried to figure out what happened. Unbearable memories flooded into my mind again, and scenes flashed through my mind quickly. In the narrow enclosed space, there was air conditioning and the coldness of the night. He was fully armed, holding an automatic weapon and carefully guarding the dark places. There are things more terrifying than beasts out there. Suddenly out of the shadows emerged an alien creature covered in cuticle armor and transverse vertebrae. Corrosive acid spurted out from the alien's mouth, instantly corroding the weapon in his hand. Lennon, who was attacked by surprise, became more and more calm, threw away his rifle, and pulled out the tactical dagger from his waist with his backhand. The sharp blade, with the explosion of his powerful muscles, instantly cut off the neck of the sneak attack alien. Bending down, Lennon stared at the dying alien with an expressionless expression. When he was about to finish the last shot, a silent facehugger, alien larvae, appeared in the blind corner of his sight. Taking advantage of the moment he relaxed, it suddenly bounced up and pounced towards his face. The above was the last image that remained in Lin An's mind before he lost consciousness. At that time, was your face hugged by a facehugger? Lennon reached out and touched his chest again, and whispered to himself. Although he fights aliens, he is not from the alien world. Lennon, who was born in the Celestial Dynasty and had the attribute of orphan, originally lived a dull and boring life. He was originally selfish and indifferent, but on a whim, he did the only good thing in his life, helping an old lady to cross the road through a red light. As a result, he was hit by a dump truck that came straight towards him. After waking up, he found that his soul had traveled to the alien world and became a mercenary of the same name for the most notorious company in the world, Whelan Corporation. Once he took it easy and quickly adapted to his identity as a mercenary. Accustomed to killing, he thought his life would eventually end with a bullet. Unexpectedly, the Whelan Company, which was seeking death, captured the alien from the spacecraft, established a base, and began to study this natural killing machine. As a result, the aliens escaped and then went on a killing spree, turning the entire research base into a purgatory. And he, who was employed by Whelan Company, was ordered to destroy the aliens. His last remaining memory was of being attacked by facehuggers popping up from the shadows. Taking a breath, Lennon forced himself to turn his thoughts back to the present. Looking at the furnishings in the house, there are old computers, scattered books, and desk lamps that are still connected with wires. Are these outdated yet familiar objects that seem to belong to the 21st century? The alien world that I am in is in the colonial era of the 22nd century, and there are no such old things there. Lennon looked at something familiar yet unfamiliar, and felt dazed for a moment. Self, are you back? From the alien world back to our own world? Hesitating, Lennon looked at the calendar on the wall. The huge words 20XX on the calendar caught his eye. I am really back. You know, in the alien world, lunar colonization has not even started at the beginning of the 21st century. Lennon, who was in an extremely complicated mood, stared at the calendar and was speechless for a long time. If he still stayed in the alien world and was parasitized by facehuggers, the end would not be very pleasant. After the parasitic alien matures, it will forcefully penetrate the skin near the sternum. At the moment of chest rupture, the host's arteries and blood vessels were severed, the chest muscles were turned into a pot of porridge, and the fragile sternum was shattered and fractured in an instant. Having witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he knew how painful it was for the host. Now that the soul has returned, it means that he will not encounter this kind of pain. Maybe he is already dead in that world. Just think of it as a dream. Lennon shook his head and exhaled. Peter? Just when he was in a complicated mood, a female voice suddenly came from downstairs. Peter, haven't you finished your exam paper yet? If you don't eat your banana bread, Uncle, you will finish it off. Lennon froze on the spot listening to the unfamiliar voice. This doesn't seem to be a celestial kingdom. With a bad feeling in his heart, he quickly walked to the mirror in the room. White skin, green face, hazelnut-colored eyes, yellow-brown hair. Looking at the face that was not his own in the mirror, Lennon was stunned. At the same time, a wave of memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. After a while, Lennon slowly stretched out his hand and touched his face after absorbing the memory. It turned out that I didn't go back. From the alien world, he traveled through time again and came to the American comic world, becoming a high school student named Peter Parker. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Although he is not a fan of American comics, he is not ignorant either. He still knows the name of Spider-Man. Superhero? Looking away from the mirror, the expression on Lennon's face kept changing. How could a selfish and cold bastard like me become a superhero? Being with death, constantly killing others, and finally ending your life with a bullet from the enemy is your destiny. Peter? Don't let me go up and grab you. Another rushing sound came from downstairs. Come down right now, Aunt May. According to the memory of his predecessor, Lennon shouted downstairs. Now that he's here, he'll make peace with it. He quickly adjusts his mood and goes downstairs. Downstairs. Aunt May was carrying the dinner plate. When she saw Lennon coming downstairs, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said to her husband at the dining table, "Our smart boy has forgotten all his sleep and food." Uncle Ben pushed up his eye-frames and said, "Sometimes he is like his father and easily immersed in his own world. This may not be a bad thing. By the way, can I have another piece of this banana bread?" Since Peter hasn't been bitten by a spider yet, poor Uncle Ben hasn't been sacrificed yet. After a second of silence for Uncle Ben, Lin Yan walked to the dining table as if nothing had happened. Crack! Aunt May patted Uncle Ben's outstretched hand and said dissatisfiedly, "This is specially prepared for Peter. It is rich in potassium. I have read in a book about homeopathy that taking potassium is a good way to fight against the disease. The best solution for allergies, bananas contain the most potassium." Allergy? Uncle Ben blinked and asked in confusion, "What is Peter allergic to? Why don't I remember? I'm allergic to the environment." Doesn't Peter have social difficulties? He can't integrate well into the school environment. Forehead Uncle Ben fell silent. What kind of metaphysical therapy are you talking about? Lennon reached for a piece of banana bread and tried Aunt May's dark cuisine. Suddenly, A sharp pain shot through his chest, his throat felt stinging, and nausea attacked his nerves. Ugh! The swelling feeling spread from the chest to the whole body, as if some species was constantly squirming inside. Lennon was so horrified that a wave of panic arose in his heart. How could it be? He clearly had his soul transported into Peter Parker, so why was the alien larvae bred by the facehugger still in his body? Is the time travel system causing trouble? Or what happened in it? Peter, are you okay? Seeing Peter's expression was wrong, Aunt May asked with concern. I'm fine. Sorry, I suddenly remembered something happened. Lennon shook his head and walked quickly upstairs. Aunt May and Uncle Ben at the dining table watched Lennon leave and looked at each other. Aunt May put down her plate, a look of sadness appeared on her face. Newbie, new book, please collect it. Mina-san. See too I don't eat beef at breakfast. Aunt May stood at the dining table and looked at her nephew worriedly. Peter, are you really not going to eat something? You can have a taste of the beef patties you just made for breakfast. Peter, also known as Lennon, was packing his school bag and responded to Aunt May with his head lowered. I had something to eat, Aunt May. When? While we were upstairs, I ate some cheese bread. Peter raised his head, with a faint smile on his lips, and said to Aunt May. At this time, Uncle Ben had already gone to work, and there were only 2 people left in the living room. Aunt May wanted to say something more, so Peter picked up his school bag. I'm going to school, Aunt May. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Aunt May's reaction, Peter put on his school bag and walked out. Okay, be careful on the road, and remember to call me if anything happens. Aunt May could see that her nephew was in a bad mental state, so she didn't ask any more questions and just gave him a few words of advice. After dealing with Aunt May, Peter was walking on the road in a really bad mood. Last night, he tested his body in every possible way. Finally, it was concluded that the alien larvae were still in his body. No matter how he did not accept the absurdity of the facts, what he needed to face was that it was only a matter of time before the alien larvae took root in his body and broke out. Once the abnormal embryo is implanted into the human body and develops, its placenta will form objects similar to cancer cells and be closely connected to the host. Even if it is surgically removed by force, the host will still die. No surgery in the 22nd century, let alone current technology, can accurately remove it. No. This is the world of American comics, where magic and many magical powers exist. In New York right now, maybe Tony Stark can help him perform surgery. Soon Peter shook his head. Now Tony Stark has not yet become Iron Man, he is just a playboy who personally hates dogs. Why would he help him? Lifting his head and staring into the dazzling sunlight, Peter's eyes narrowed. The only feasible method is to follow the development trend of history and become Spider-Man yourself. Only after becoming Spider-Man can his mutated body strangle the embryos in his body and prevent their development and growth. In addition, Spider-Man's powerful self-healing ability can ensure that even if the embryo breaks out of the body, he will not bleed to death. He must buy time to become Spider-Man before the embryo is completely conceived. Peter thought of the internal information he had seen at Wheel & Company. In the first alien incident, the victim Kane fell off the facehugger and died after his chest was broken during a dinner party. It took 4 to 5 hours. In the second alien incident, the dying female host discovered by Sergeant Iping in the alien lair had survived for more than 17 days. This shows that in addition to the health of the host, nutrient intake is also important in influencing the completion time of embryonic development. The more the host eats, the better it is for embryonic development. That's why Peter didn't eat at breakfast. The purpose is to prevent the development of the embryo in the body. Although he will be surrounded by hunger, this level of harm is only trivial to him. Become Spider-Man whispering, Peter raised his head and looked at New York City surrounded by steel buildings. The rising sun completely covered the city. Midtown High School. Following his memory, Peter entered the teaching building and walked to his classroom. Although he faced constant death threats, he still maintained his composure. If he cannot change the current situation, then he will accept a bleak life for the time being. This has always been his life creed. Hey! Catch it! Peter! In the corridor, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Accompanying the malicious voice was the sound of howling wind. Peter turned around and the huge football bounced towards his face. The football, which kept getting closer and whistling in the wind, seemed to him to have turned into a facehugger rushing towards him. The mouth opened in horror, with a chilling harshness. Bang! The next second, Peter caught the football with one hand and made a dull sound. After catching the football steadily, he slowly moved the football away from his face, revealing an indifferent face. With cold eyes, he looked at the person who made him think of bad memories. The opponent is a tall member of the football team and one of the culprits who often bullied Peter Parker before Josh Robber. Josh looked at Peter catching the football with one hand, his mouth wide open in surprise. Since when did this nerd become so agile? Good catch, Peter, now give the ball back to me. Let's try again. Maybe you still have the talent to be a quarterback. Josh, who thought Peter was just a blind cat that hit a dead mouse, coughed and motioned for the other party to throw the ball to him. This time he vowed that he would hit Peter's face with the ball and break his damn glasses. You can come over and get it yourself. Peter shook his head and motioned for the other party to come and get it. Josh hesitated, then walked over and extended his hand to the football. Peter flicked his hand and the football was thrown into his other hand. How come you are so tall and clumsy compared to a bear? Peter sneered at him and killed him. Josh, who had a bad temper, instantly filled his head with anger and wanted to launch his own football collision to knock the nerd who dared to tease him to the ground. But the next second, his throat was grabbed. The pain of suffocation instantly hit him, and then he felt himself flying. Bang! Josh groaned in pain as his back hit the locker hard. Feeling that his spine was about to break, he slid down the deformed locker limply. Physical pain was secondary. What shocked him most was that the guy he had always regarded as an object of casual bullying actually burst out with such terrible power. The loud sound of the locker being hit startled a group of people in the corridor, and they cried out in surprise. Oh my God! What happened? God! That's Josh! And Peter Parker, he beat Josh hard. What did I see? Peter, who was stared at by everyone with unbelievable eyes, looked at Josh with fear on his face, and then turned away expressionlessly amid the discussion of everyone. How could it be possible? Peter, who walked through the corridor, was also full of doubts and shock. Even though he had mastered countless guns and fighting skills in the alien world, after becoming Peter Parker, the opponent's weak body that had not yet mutated could not allow him to exert his former strength. Just now, he actually threw Josh several meters away with one hand. This kind of explosive power. He looked down at his chest and his expression became solemn. Is it the alien embryo in his body that is playing tricks? But from his known experience, the alien embryo will only absorb the host's nutrition and genetic genes to nurture itself and make itself stronger. It has always been the alien that absorbs the host's genes, and I have never heard of the host absorbing the alien genes. Stopping, Peter suddenly thought of the famous Ripley in that alien world, the strong woman who runs through the Alien series. After her death, she was cloned by a mad scientist. Because she carried the alien gene in her body, she had amazing combat power and could even tear the alien apart with her hands. At present, has my body also integrated some alien genes? Just when he was teaching Josh a lesson, a violent and murderous aura and the primitive desire of facing prey grew from his body. It seems that I need more sophisticated instruments to do a full body check for myself, Peter thought to himself as he walked into the classroom. C3 this time, I got you. Gwen, roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, but Josh Robb is a jerk. In the classroom of Midtown High School, the English teacher was writing furiously. Peter suddenly received a text message like this. The sender of the text message was written as Gwen Stacy. According to his previous memory, Peter turned his head and looked at the left rear of the classroom. The girl with blonde hair and delicate features smiled at him when she saw him turn around. Buzz. Then Peter's phone vibrated again. Gwen Stacy sent another text message. I heard that Josh had trouble with you again this morning. Are you okay? Gwen is one of Peter's good friends, and it seems that the two will become lovers in the future. But the ending is a bit tragic. Recalling the information about Gwen Stacy that he had learned in his previous life, Peter texted back to the other party, it's okay, but he should be in trouble. A moment later, Gwen, who received the text message, replied with a question mark and attached a black question mark emoticon of Nick Young. Peter put down his phone and did not continue to reply to Gwen's text message. He focused his attention on the notes in front of him, recalling the information he had read in the alien world, extracting it from his memory as much as possible, recording it on paper, trying to find the reason why he was affected by the alien embryo. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Peter just walked out of the campus when his shoulder was patted. Peter, I heard it. Gwen's voice sounded behind him, you pushed Josh against the locker, great job. Gwen, with a smile on her lips, was obviously in a good mood, you should have done that a long time ago. Thank you. Peter nodded casually. He was not in the mood to talk to the blonde girl at the moment, nodded and turned to leave. By chance, he saw someone hiding in a corner. Seeing that the other person's eyes were focused on Gwen, Peter judged that the other person was coming for her. I'll go back first, remember to be careful on the road. For the sake of the other person's kind text message, Peter didn't mind reminding her. Okay, I'll pay attention, see you tomorrow. Although she was a little surprised why Peter said strange things, Gwen nodded. After watching Peter leave, Gwen exhaled and said to herself, okay, maybe Peter is in a bad mood, I can't always ask others to meet my own standards. After self-examination, Gwen was about to take the subway home when her cell phone rang. Dad? I'm fine, I'm about to go home. Do you need me to bring you some quinoa? The stock in the refrigerator may not be enough, maybe I can. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by her father. Gwen, have you received any strange letters? Strange letters? No. Gwen thought about it and shook her head to indicate that she had not. There is an invitation letter for the Christian youth camp. Are you talking about this? I heard someone comment on the news that the Christian youth camp is the work of the Methodist, Baptist, and Congregational Church, and it is a sin and spiritual regression. Do you mean this strange letter? No, of course not. Forget it. Come back early and I'll tell you. Gwen's father, George Stacy, still couldn't hold back his wild imagination. His job is the chief of the New York City Police, and he can't avoid dealing with criminals. During the day, he received a warning letter from a criminal group, asking him to be careful about the safety of his family. He made this call out of concern for his daughter's safety. Gwen, who knew nothing about her father's thoughts, hung up the phone and continued to walk to the subway station. Night gradually fell. What George Stacy was most worried about happened. In a remote section of the road, Gwen was suddenly stopped by three strong men. The three men with strong muscles confirmed Gwen's name and attacked her without saying anything. Gwen, who was alert, realized that something was wrong and ran away before the other party made a move. The strong men would not let her go and chased her immediately. 10 minutes later. Well, maybe we can talk, maybe I can give you the money in my wallet. Standing on the rooftop of a building under construction, Gwen said with a heavy breath. Standing opposite were strong men who were also breathing heavily. Although Gwen had tried her best to escape, she was finally blocked on the rooftop. If I were a superhero, I would not be so sad to bargain with these criminals. Gwen, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, tried to stabilize the other party, but couldn't help thinking wildly. We don't care about money, but you. Because there is a little dispute with your father, we have to invite you to visit us. Can I refuse? No, the leading strong man was a little impatient, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and walked towards Gwen standing on the edge of the rooftop. Gwen took a step back in fear and almost fell. Taking a deep breath and forcing herself to calm down, Gwen cast her eyes on the roof on the other side of the rooftop. Can she jump from the rooftop to the rooftop 3 meters away on the other side? Looking at the strong man walking over from the opposite side, and then looking at her feet, she would definitely get hurt if she fell from a height of more than 10 meters. There is no way to escape. Gritting her teeth, Gwen, who had no choice, took a few steps back. In the panicked eyes of the strong man, she accelerated forward and jumped with all her strength. This is not surprising, I am a little crazy girl, Gwen said to herself while jumping in the air. There was a whistling sound in her ears, and her body was falling, and she was about to fall on the opposite roof. Bang! Her feet stepped on the edge of the roof. However, just when she thought she had succeeded, her feet slipped, her body lost balance, and fell downstairs. Her eyes were wide open, and her heart was filled with despair in an instant. Her helpless hands stretched forward, trying to grab something. Snap! At the critical moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the darkness and grabbed her wrist. Got you! A warm and familiar voice came into her ears. The face behind the arm gradually emerged from the darkness. Peter stood on the roof, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Gwen, who was about to fall. Gwen leaned back, staring at Peter in shock. Peter? She could never have imagined that Peter would appear here when she was in the most desperate moment. Why are you here? Without waiting for Peter to answer, Gwen, who was pulled over, threw herself into Peter's arms and said in a crying voice, "Thank you, Peter." Peter's indifferent expression was slightly thawed. He didn't come to save Gwen on purpose. He was wrapped in the killing intent that seemed to be released from the depths of his soul, which made him a little irritated. The dark night was a natural hunting ground for the aliens. And for him, who was affected by the alien genes, he couldn't help but come out to walk in the night. The wild violence and killing instinct always lingered in him. After accidentally seeing the scene of Gwen being chased, he followed the two groups to this place. Feeling the warmth brought to him by Gwen on his chest, Peter raised his head and looked at the criminals who were ready to leave on the opposite side. C4 human, or monster? Damn, is she crazy? Del Ami was going crazy. He was about to catch Gwen Stacy, but he didn't expect her to be so bold and jump directly to the roof next door. If the guide who suddenly broke in hadn't grabbed her hand, she would have fallen to death. Damn it! This crazy girl will be killed one day. Hearing the faint sound of sirens in the distance, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only retreat with his men. Thinking that the task assigned by the boss had not been completed, it made him feel even worse. Bang! With his feet on the wet street ground, Dell and his men tried to leave along the remote road. Under the dim streetlights, only the footsteps of several people walking quickly were heard. Da! 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 At the end of the street, dull footsteps suddenly came. In Dell's sight, a black figure gradually approached him. Like a hunter hiding in the dark, full of wild and dangerous taste. Peter stopped and stood under the street lamp that was constantly flickering due to disrepair, facing Dell and several other strong men. The flickering street lamp shone on his face, creating a light and dark effect. Dell, sensing the danger, looked at Peter cautiously. "It's you! You're the guy who saved the girl just now." He quickly recognized Peter as the guy on the roof. He signaled his men to get ready, and looked at Peter with an unfriendly look. "Are you here to avenge that girl?" No, Peter shook his head expressionlessly. He was not the kind of person who was so enthusiastic that he would solve problems for others everywhere. The reason he appeared here was that he wanted to release the killing desire that almost devoured him. By the way, check your body to see to what extent it was affected by the alien gene. Who are you? Gangsters? Or are you seeking revenge? Peter shook his head before he finished speaking. "Forget it, I don't want to know." "Fuck, who do you think you are? Stop pretending." Dell immediately took out the dagger from his waist while swearing. He wanted to make this bragging bastard bleed. With a loud bang, the first strong man who approached Peter was hit in the chest by him, and fell to the ground after a painful groan. Without waiting for others to react, Peter quickly turned around and twisted his waist, kicking a guy in the waist with his right leg. The lightning-fast movement, coupled with the ruthless attack, allowed him to quickly suppress the group of strong men. The dull sound of flesh hitting and painful groans kept echoing in the alley. A strong man who went around behind Peter tried to launch a sneak attack with a dagger. Unexpectedly, Peter seemed to have eyes on his back, and turned around suddenly and grabbed the dagger. Blood flowed down the dagger and flowed to the arm of the strong man in the suit. The feeling of being burned by fire immediately passed from his arm along the nerves to the brain. Screaming, he immediately let go of the hand holding the knife and stepped back. Suppressing the pain, he looked at his arm while taking a breath. The arm with burning blood seemed to be burned by sulfuric acid or chemical compounds, with a trace of hot steam, and the skin was eroded and shocking. The sudden scene made Dell and the others stunned. Peter frowned and looked at the bleeding wound in his palm. As expected, his blood also had some kind of corrosiveness like the alien? Hiss! Dell took a breath and looked at Peter with shock and uneasiness. What kind of monster is this guy? Why is the blood so weird? Peter didn't know what Dell and the others were thinking at this time. He clenched his palms and cast his eyes on the people who were in doubt. The next second, he swiftly flashed forward, like a beast hunting prey. Bang! The suited man with the burned arm was hit in the chest and groaned in pain. The whole person was like a baseball that was bounced and hit the wall heavily. The dust on the wall fell down. Before anyone else could react, Peter's body moved in front of another strong man in an instant like a flash of lightning. He twisted his waist and kicked out with his right leg like a whip. The strong man with wide eyes felt a piercing pain in his shoulder blade, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. Peter got rid of the minions with incredible strength and speed, and stood in front of Delaware. Without waiting for the other party to react, Peter grabbed the other party's neck and lifted him up. Dell's throat made a crackling sound, his hands and feet kicked randomly, and his eyes bulged out like a cork about to pop out of a champagne bottle. Peter, who grabbed Dell's throat, had an endless desire to kill from the bottom of his heart, and the most primitive impulse occupied his mind. At the same time, the hunger that he had been suppressing gradually rose up. It seemed that there was incomparably delicious flesh and blood in front of him. Just take a bite to taste the taste of blood and satisfy his hunger. Dell, feeling the trembling pressure, slapped Peter's arm desperately. In his blurred vision, he saw a terrifying scene. Peter suddenly opened his bloody mouth, revealing his hideous and densely packed teeth, and saliva dripped down, looking extremely hideous. But this change only happened in an instant, and soon Peter returned to normal. It was so fast that Dell thought he was seeing things. You monster! Dell squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Crack! The next second, his throat was crushed by Peter. Dell, who had lost his breath, fell heavily to the ground. Peter, who had dealt with all the strong men, stood there, looked at the corpses, and reached out to touch his cheek. Just now, did his body change? The influence of the alien gene seems to be more serious than he thought. Ripley, the heroine of the Alien series, is a clone mixed with alien genes. although she also merged with alien genes like herself to become a superwoman. But the other party's spirit is not abnormal, while his own spirit is being affected by the most primitive desires of the alien. If the alien embryo in the body is not removed as soon as possible, I don't know if I will become a monster like the alien in the end. The killing machine that is not influenced by conscience, regret and morality may be the most perfect organism, but such a monster has never been what he pursues. No matter how cold and selfish he is, he has always regarded himself as a human being. Looking up at the night sky of the city in the distance, Peter shook his head and turned to leave. Walking out of the alley, the New York City Police Department car whizzed past, and the neon police lights emitted a dazzling light. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Peter took out his phone and saw the text message sent by Gwen. Peter, I have arrived at the New York Police Department. Everything is safe. Thank you for your divine help tonight. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be in the hospital, suffering with disinfectant or formalin. You're welcome. Who are those guys? Peter asked Gwen in a text message. Dad said they might be members of the Hand. Closing the phone cover, Peter frowned slightly and glanced at the alley. The Hand new author and new book. If there are readers, please collect and recommend it. Thank you everyone. C5 Uncle Ben's Universal Formula Parker's House, Night. Peter? Don't you really want to taste it? Aunt May stood in the kitchen, holding a dinner plate and said to Peter. On the dinner plate were freshly baked pancakes. It's banana coconut flavored, with cinnamon and honey. It tastes good. Maybe you should try it to see if it suits your taste. Uncle Ben said next to him. May thought you had a bad appetite, so she spent 2 hours making it. Peter, who was standing next to the locker at the door and was flipping through today's newspaper, raised his head after hearing this and said to Aunt May and Uncle Ben, I've already eaten, Aunt May and Uncle Ben. We didn't see you eating. Uncle Ben shook his head. Peter, don't tell me what you ate outside. If you buy something to eat outside every day, your pocket money won't be enough. Maybe I can make some money myself. Peter put down the newspaper and said to Uncle Ben, I've been fine, Uncle Ben, so don't worry about me. Aunt May didn't agree with Peter's words. She put the dinner plate on the table, wiped her hands with her apron, and walked over to Peter. You have been in a very low mood recently. I can feel it. Peter, you are a child who can't hide his worries. As she spoke, she held Peter's hand. Maybe we can help you. After a moment of silence, Peter raised his head and looked into Aunt May's worried eyes. I am fine. In the end, he said something that slightly disappointed Aunt May. Even though he only spent a short time with Aunt May and Uncle Ben, Peter could still feel the sincere care from the two of them. But he couldn't tell the two of them the problems he faced. This is not something that two people can solve. Uncle Ben at the dining table broke the silence in the room. He stood up and said to Peter, Peter, if you don't adapt to school, you can try to take 2 days off. Maybe I can take you to visit the Metropolitan Museum. Didn't you say you wanted to experience it before? No, thank you, Uncle Ben. Peter shook his head to express his refusal. I'm not interested at the moment. Well, maybe you think I'm verbose, but I still want to tell you, Peter, you don't have to worry about this. Everyone has their strengths and abilities. You may not be a strong guy, but your mind awesome, you are good at science. And my talent is to talk about long-winded truths. Uncle Ben said seriously. And he coughed and took a notebook from the chair next to the sofa. I know a formula that works for me no matter what the situation, and I believe it will work for you, Peter. As he spoke, he wrote a formula on it with a pen, W/G⁻P=G⁻R. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Peter. Peter fell silent when he heard the most famous line coming from Uncle Ben's mouth. Why do I see the air of death surrounding you, Uncle Ben? There is no such formula, Uncle Ben. Did you make it up yourself? After a while, Peter raised his head and asked Uncle Ben. Of course, I can explain the meaning of the symbols to you, like P stands for. Before Uncle Ben finished speaking, he was interrupted by Aunt May. Okay, Ben, don't go into this long argument. I don't know what the P stands for, but I know the G stands for probably funny. Aunt May came over, glared at her husband, and patted Peter on the shoulder. Our little Peter may need a rest, my ears are ringing. Being blamed by his wife, Ben shrugged helplessly. Okay, I may have said a bit too much today. Upstairs. Peter, who had already dealt with Aunt May and Uncle Ben, sat at his desk and browsed the web on his computer. There was a soft buzzing vibration coming from downstairs. It was Aunt May using a vacuum cleaner to clean the floor. Chemotherapy, hospital, radioactivity. Peter operated the keyboard and entered keywords into Google, and all the information about relevant hospitals in New York popped up. After a battle with the Hand, he was convinced that the alien genes were affecting him all the time. Abnormal placenta will be closely connected to various organs in the body just like cancer cells. Radiotherapy and chemotherapy can remove cancer cells, but they should have no effect on abnormal embryos. Although it does not work on abnormal embryos, such hospitals have the best detection equipment, as well as drugs and methods to inhibit cancer cells. Even if drugs cannot help you inhibit embryonic development, you must at least find out what mutations have occurred in the embryos in your body. New York Presbyterian Hospital. After some searching, Peter identified a hospital. This hospital is one of the top medical systems in the United States. Its neurosurgery and oncology departments have always been among the best in the United States. Many presidents and senior officials have received treatment here. The next thing to do is to make some money. As we all know, the American medical system has always been the most deceptive. He had previously heard about a runner who escaped from the United States and went to the hospital for treatment of back pain. The dedicated and kind doctor just chatted with him attentively for 15 minutes and then sent him out politely. The next day, the run man received a bill of $5,670. So much so that this run person was puzzled. Is it worth $5,670 just by touching it? You know, many experienced skilled workers in the United States only earn about $1,000 a week. The doctor saw that everyone was puzzled, so he wrote a sentence on the bill: touch it, $10, nowhere to touch it, $5,660. Run. Let's talk about making money. For a good person, it may take some time to make a sum of money in accordance with the law. But for someone like him who tramples on the rules at will, making money should be the easiest thing. Standing up, Peter looked at the ticking clock on the wall. The hour hand pointed to 11 o'clock, and there was still some time before the second half of the night. He needed to go out after Aunt May and Uncle Ben rested. There were waves of hunger in his body, which was a dangerous signal sent to him by his body, accompanied by the feeling of vomiting from his throat. Although the fusion of the alien gene gave him a physical fitness beyond ordinary humans, the discomfort of his body reminded him. He had a sword of Damocles on his head, and he didn't know when it would fall. And once it fell, he would die of broken chest. While waiting for time to pass, Peter casually ate some chocolate to take in a little energy. Peter waited until after 12 o'clock, when Aunt May and Uncle Ben had gone to bed, before he started to act. Peter put on a baseball cap he took out of the cabinet and quickly entered the community where he thought the gangs were the most rampant. In the dark night, his body almost blended into the black. Thank you for your collection and voting, thank you. C6 about the little thing of making money, Brooklyn. Peter stood under the streetlight, his hands in his pockets, his eyes casually patrolling the vehicles and pedestrians around him. The security of the Benison community should be one of the worst communities in Brooklyn. Not only are thefts frequent, but drug trafficking and smuggling are also frequent. The area, with many immigrants, mixed with all kinds of races, has caused chaos and difficulty in management. Whoosh! A Lexus sped past him, with no sign of slowing down. Tightening his baseball cap, Peter continued to wait for the fish to take the bait with an unchanged expression. He probably wouldn't get much money by robbing a few gangsters casually. He didn't know the location of the gang headquarters, so he could only wait and see. However, the simple folk customs in this area, it is estimated that gang members will come over soon. As he expected, a pickup truck drove over a few minutes later. The driver saw Peter standing on the side of the road with his hat lowered, probably wanting to observe him, so he slowed down. But soon the other party stepped on the gas again and honked the horn in a mocking manner. The pickup truck whizzed past Peter, and a fast food cup with the words Chick-fil-A printed on it flew out of the window. The cup flew past him and landed in the ditch behind him. The driver's wild laughter gradually disappeared into the night as the car gradually disappeared. Peter watched the pickup truck disappear expressionlessly. But soon the pickup truck's taillights lit up. With a sudden brake, the pickup truck stopped and then fell into the shoulder of the road. Two young men got off the pickup truck and walked towards Peter with a grin on their faces. One of the guys had mop-like blonde hair, and the other was a short, fat man with freckles all over his face. The car is good, but it leaks a little. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Peter frowned and looked at the two and said, "This is my dad's car," Blonde said as he walked towards him. The short and fat guy walked behind him. The two sandwiched him in the middle, one in front and one behind. "I want to buy some lubricant, but I need a lot. Do you have any?" Lubricant, dope, a common slang for leaves. Peter saw that the two were gangsters and asked directly, "Wow, brother, I like the tone of your voice." The blonde coughed, made eye contact with the short man behind Peter, and asked Peter, "Did you bring money?" "Of course." Peter took out 2 stacks of US dollars from his pocket and shook them in front of the other party. Is this enough? As a high school student, Peter naturally didn't have so much money. Except for the top and bottom 2 stacks of US dollars, the rest of the 2 stacks of US dollars were paper. Because it was dark at night, it was possible to get away with it. If it was daytime, it would probably be easily exposed. The two gangsters at the moment didn't expect Peter to cheat them with fake money at all, and just thought they had met a big fat sheep. The blonde man originally wanted to rob directly, but when he saw that Peter's eyes were a bit unpleasant and exuded a dangerous aura, he quickly gave up his idea. Who knows if this guy has a gun in his pocket? He suddenly regretted that he should have brought a pistol with him when he went out. This way he could just rob him. You better not be playing tricks on us, otherwise you will definitely end up in a miserable situation. After his expression changed, he finally decided to take Peter to see his boss. As for whether this guy is a policeman? To be honest, he has never seen a policeman fishing for law enforcement in this way. Buzz! The pickup truck started and sped along the road in the night. Peter sat in the back seat, the blonde drove, and the short man sat in the back seat. Peter still felt a little sorry that the two gangsters didn't rob him. His original plan was to beat the gangster half to death and then ask about his lair, but he didn't expect that the other party could hold back. So, where are we going? In the pickup truck, Peter looked at the scenery flashing outside the car window and asked the two casually. Hell's Kitchen, where we have more goods, enough for you to buy as much as you want. The blonde replied to him. Which gang are you from? Triad or Viper? Neither, we belong to the Hand. Don't confuse us with the Yankees in the Triad. We beat the shit out of those old guys. The Hand again? Peter frowned when he heard the name. The gang that tried to kidnap Gwen last time was from the Hand. The two thugs in front of him were also from the Hand. He and the Hand really have a deep connection. After dealing with the group of strong men last night, Peter searched for information related to the Hand on the internet. There is not much information about the Hand on the internet. The other party is a gang active in Midtown and Hell's Kitchen. It was once involved in the prosecution of conch for illegal transactions. It seems that the information is ordinary and there is nothing special. Peter wanted to ask a few more questions, but the pickup truck had already turned into the famous Hell's Kitchen. Squeak! Soon, the car stopped in front of a 2-story building in a residential area. The night wind was howling, and the two people who got off the car couldn't help but wrap themselves tightly in clothes. What a horrible weather! While cursing, the two took Peter upstairs. Since the blonde man had already greeted his boss in advance, he didn't say anything and took Peter directly into the room. Pushing open the door and entering the wide hall, there was a dead silence. The lights in the room were turned off, and darkness covered the entire space. In the space, only the blonde man shouting and the roar of the night wind outside the window could be heard. Boss? While shouting, the blonde man scratched his head in confusion. Where is the strange man? When I called just now, the boss said he would wait for me here. Peter, who was standing behind the two, frowned. A strong smell of blood entered his nose. Having experienced the alien slaughter research base incident, he naturally understood what this meant. The instinct of the prey hidden in his body began to awaken the blood in his body. In a way, the alien can be regarded as the Spider-Man among aliens. When fighting, it will quietly approach the enemy and attack unexpectedly. Irresistible force, even relying on the flow and fluctuation of air to judge danger. Peter, who was now affected by the alien embryo in his body, activated his instinct as a killer hunter and disappeared instantly. The blonde man on the other side swallowed his saliva and looked at the short man. Both of them saw uneasiness in each other's eyes. He turned around and found that Peter, who was standing behind him, had disappeared. He was already uneasy in his heart, and he became even more flustered. Damn! Where did that guy go? Not only did his boss disappear, but the guy behind him was also gone. Everything looked extremely weird. The next second, with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. It seemed that something tripped him. He was in a hurry and didn't care about the pain in his body. He immediately took out his mobile phone and used the screen of the mobile phone to illuminate the thing that tripped him under his feet. C7 killing in action in the dark under the dim light from the mobile phone. A corpse lying on the ground suddenly appeared in front of the blonde man. The corpse was slightly fat, wearing a gray suit, lying face up on the ground. The neck was covered with blood, and the shocking wound extended from the neck to the chest. The blood flowed along the wound to the ground and clothes, coagulating into a black and sticky form. The wound looked like it was bitten by a beast. The muscles turned out, revealing slightly yellow fat, emitting an unpleasant bloody smell. Fuck! Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, the blonde screamed and stepped back. He could never have imagined that his boss would die so miserably. The short winter melon standing next to him hurriedly helped him up. "What's wrong? Damn it, get out of here. The boss is dead." Extremely panicked, he didn't bother to explain to his good friend, and immediately ran out with weak legs. Although the shorty didn't understand what happened, he was also in a panic after hearing that the boss was dead, and followed the blonde to run out. Bang! A dull sound rang out in the darkness, accompanied by the whistling wind and a disgusting fishy smell. The blonde panted heavily and raised his phone the moment he heard the sound. A faint light flashed in the phone, and a black shadow suddenly pounced on him. He subconsciously raised his arm to block it. As a result, his arm immediately felt a sharp pain. It seemed that sharp claws penetrated into his muscles. Fuck! Shit! Screaming, he raised the phone in his hand and smashed it at the existence that attacked him. As a result, before he could hit the opponent, his throat was pierced the next second. Suffocation and severe pain immediately attacked him. The empty black consciousness in his mind hit his eyes in waves, and fatigue attacked his whole body. Bang! The blonde quickly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The shorty next to him didn't understand what happened yet. Soon he followed the blonde's footsteps, his throat was torn open, and he fell to the ground with blood dripping. On the other side, Peter, who had already hidden in the darkness, calmly watched the two people being killed. Witnessing the tragic death of the two people with his own eyes, his expression did not fluctuate at all, and he just stared at the murderer. The murderer who tore the throats of the blonde and the short and thick melon was not a human. The gray wolf with brown fur and terrifying eyes, with sharp teeth, easily tore the throats of the two gangsters. An ordinary gray wolf is only 50 to 60 kilograms, and the shoulder height is no more than 1 meter. But this gray wolf is sturdy and looks like a grizzly bear. The whole body exudes a fierce murderous aura, and the murderous aura in his eyes almost overflows. Peter stared at this obviously abnormal beast and fell into deep thought. Why is there such a thing in the city? Werewolf, or a mutant animal? After tearing the throats of the two gangsters, the gray wolf stood in place, his eyes emitting red light, looking around. It had already sensed the uneasiness in the air. It seemed that there was another hunter here. And the hunter seemed to be of a higher level than itself. Being intelligent, it realized that danger lurked in the darkness and slowly retreated. It needed to hide and act under hunting conditions that were favorable to itself. However, before it could retreat far, air fluctuations came from the shadow. Bang! The black afterimage passed through the air, and then the gray wolf's chest was hit hard and was directly knocked out. The gray wolf that fell to the ground also had amazing physical strength. The moment it landed, it immediately stood up and rushed towards the black shadow that attacked it. The gray wolf, which was as fast as lightning, moved in just a moment, and its speed completely exceeded that of ordinary gray wolves. Ordinary humans would probably have no chance of survival if they encountered such a creature. Bang! The floor was trampled and shook slightly. Facing the attack of the gray wolf, Peter raised his arms to resist. The next moment, a huge force poured into his body. This gray wolf is stronger than he thought. Peter frowned and stepped back. A layer of black keratin formed on the attacked part of his arm. The keratin, similar to the alien exoskeleton, blocked the attack of the gray wolf's claws. The formation of the keratin, or exoskeleton, was naturally formed at the moment of attack, and Peter had no thoughts related to it. This exoskeleton was more like the evolution of him, who was half human and half alien, in the battle. After the dark and shiny arm resisted the attack of the gray wolf, Peter didn't bother to think about the reason, and grabbed the gray wolf's throat with a more agile hand. At the moment when the gray wolf dodged, he bent his elbow slightly, changed the angle and hit the gray wolf's heart. The hard and sharp black keratin wrapped his arm and instantly pierced the gray wolf's heart. Like a sharp alien claw, it directly pierced the opponent's skin and pierced the heart. Blood immediately spurted out. Puff! As Peter pulled his hand out of the wolf's heart expressionlessly, the lifeless wolf's eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, it fell heavily to the ground. Looking down at the lifeless wolf, Peter shook off the blood on his hands. Just as he was about to check what kind of species this wolf was, an unexpected change occurred. The gray wolf fell to the ground, its fur faded, its claws disappeared, and it gradually transformed into a human form. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a boy. Peter was stunned as he looked at the boy with his heart pierced in his chest. The gray wolf was transformed from the boy in front of him? What is this? Werewolf. Although he knew that there were strange species such as vampires in this world, he was still shocked to see a werewolf with his own eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and his expression returned to his previous calmness. Forget it, it has nothing to do with him anyway. He walked towards the safe in the room without any guilt for what he had done. Even though such a big change had happened, he still did not forget his original goal. Raising his arm and looking at the black stratum corneum formed on his appearance, Peter shook his head and punched open the metal door of the safe. The genetic mutation not only gave him the agility of an alien and the killing instinct of a hunter, but also gave him incomparable strength. There was a pile of US dollars in the safe, roughly about 500,000. The top layer was full of white powder bags. You don't need to look to know what's inside. There was a document bag at the bottom of the safe. Peter took out the document bag and flipped through it. Soon his brows furrowed. Beast? Putting down the document, Peter cast his eyes on the gray wolf lying on the ground. He roughly understood what species the other party was, and what happened here. This book has been signed, and you can invest if you need it. In addition, please collect and recommend it, thank you. Bow. C8 How am I not a beast? The Hand of Hell's Kitchen is the American branch of the Hand. The Hand is headquartered in Japan and should be considered a multinational organization. Although it is mainly engaged in illegal activities such as drug trafficking and smuggling, it is also conducting human experiments behind the scenes. Peter left the file on the table, sat on the manager's chair in the room, and fell into deep thought. The document introduces the Hand's belief in the ancient demon beast. This so-called beast can resurrect the dead and has incredible power. Therefore, the Hand tried to summon the beast. They used some special means to place part of the beast on the children, making these children the containers of the beast. These children will be harvested after the seeds in their bodies germinate and become powerful warriors. Of course, this also comes with huge risks. Not everyone can go through this pain, and most children will die in endless pain. Either they die directly, or they can't bear the power of the beast and go berserk and finally die of exhaustion. The gray wolf boy lying on the ground is the test subject where the beast was placed. Unable to withstand this kind of power, he went on a rampage, so much so that the guys from the Hand were unable to control it, and in the end they were all killed by the rampaging gray wolf. The snake farmer was eventually killed by the snake he raised. It's really the best script. After a second of silence for the tragically deceased wolf boy, Peter stood up. The wind howling outside the window became even colder. Looking away from the window, Peter walked to the safe, took out all the money inside, and put it into a bag he found casually. After loading, he used a lighter to light the document. When the flames started, he threw the documents at the curtains and other easily flammable parts. The fire continued to grow, blown by the night wind, and soon ignited the entire room. Call the fire trucks and ask them to speed up. Also, evacuate the surrounding citizens immediately. The New York police chief, George Stacy, got off the police car and ordered his men. Fortunately, there are no residential buildings around the house, so even if the fire breaks out, it will not spread to other places. After receiving the alarm call, George Stacy rushed over quickly, but unexpectedly he was still a step late. Frowning, feeling the heat coming from the flames in front of him, he took a step back and pressed his aching temples with his hands. In recent days, a group of members suspected of drug trafficking were arrested in an operation against the Hand. Unexpectedly, the other party would immediately retaliate against his daughter. Although nothing happened to Gwen in the end, the incident still made him a little annoyed and scared. But before his anger could be unleashed, something happened to the Hand Club one after another. First, the gangsters who tried to kidnap Gwen were finally found dead in an alley. Then tonight, someone called police claiming the Hell's Kitchen Hand headquarters was on fire. The current fire would not be extinguished for a while. George Stacy exhaled and paused to think about these headaches. Who made the call to the police? He asked, turning to his men. We don't know yet. The caller seems to have made the call from a public phone. His subordinates replied to him. Nodding, George fell into thought. He always felt like there was someone behind all of this. There seemed to be a pair of eyes watching all this happen. Raising his head, George Stacy looked towards the tall buildings in the sky in the distance. His vision kept getting farther and farther, until he couldn't see anything clearly. And at the end of George Stacy's sight, there was the rooftop of an office building. Peter stood on the edge of the rooftop, staring at the burning Hand in the distance. He made the call to the police. But even if the police put out the fire, most of the contents inside were burned. Feeling the cool night breeze, Peter stretched out his hand. With a slight movement of thought, the arm was immediately covered with a layer of black exoskeleton. The arm wrapped in the exoskeleton carrying the crazy killing thoughts made him vaguely feel that his arm could withstand any damage. The alien exoskeleton is copied to his own body. So am I becoming more and more half human and half alien? After a while, he put down his arm and took out his mobile phone. The phone screen reflected his face. Staring at his face on the screen, he fell into complicated thoughts. Children parasitized by beasts will sprout and grow like seeds. Either become a powerful warrior, or be eaten back by the beast in the body and die. And with the embryo gestating in my body, how can I not be the container that gestates the beast? Either he or she would be chest broken by the alien embryo and die, or he could survive by chance. The difference between the two is that once the beast in one's body is released, it will probably be more deadly and dangerous than any other beast. Putting his cell phone in his pocket, Peter ended his complicated thoughts, glanced at the burning hand in the distance, and then turned and left the rooftop. The next day, early morning. Parker's house. Uncle Ben was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. After seeing a piece of news, he said to Peter and Aunt May in surprise, "There was a fire in Hell's Kitchen last night." Aunt May was mixing the fruit salad. She frowned after hearing what Uncle Ben said. "I hope it's okay. I worked as a volunteer there before. Although the security there is a bit bad, there are also many good people. Homeless rescue organization, right?" Uncle Ben put down the newspaper. "I remember you once joined this charity organization." "Yes, feast organization, being able to help those homeless vagrants. Nothing makes me feel more meaningful than this." Aunt May felt that her volunteer work was very meaningful. The two of them were talking unconsciously, not knowing that the initiator of the fire last night was her nephew. "Peter? Do you need some salad?" Aunt May talked to her husband for a while, raised the fruit salad and asked Peter, who had been silent. "No, thank you, Aunt May." Peter raised his head and said to Aunt May, "I have eaten. You just ate a little cheese. You are in the stage of growing up now, so you can't be picky about food." Aunt May felt that Peter's appetite was terrible recently. If this continues, she is worried that Peter will be malnourished. Or, Peter doesn't like the food he cooks? She felt a little uncomfortable when she thought that her nephew didn't like the food she cooked. Maybe. I can taste it. After a moment of silence, Peter walked to Aunt May and took the salad from her with a smile. Then he chewed a piece of chicory slowly. Thinking back to the information he had just read about New York Presbyterian Hospital, his brows slightly frowned. Stephen Strange? The doctor's name seemed familiar. C9, is this Dr. Strange? New York Presbyterian Hospital. Good job, Dr. Strange. The doctor in surgical clothes breathed a sigh of relief and thanked his colleague next to him, Dr. Stephen Strange. According to the usual schedule, this kind of surgery would take at least 30 hours. But with Strange as the surgeon, the operation was successfully completed in 3 hours. Although he hated Strange's arrogance, he had to admit that the other party did have a pair of miracle hands. "Sorry, I have something else to do and I have to leave first." Strange didn't know what his colleague was thinking, so he took off his gloves and pressed his sore shoulder. Pushing open the operating room door, before he could take a breath, he saw a couple walking toward him with anxious faces. "Doctor, my daughter. The operation was successful and she was able to talk and walk soon." Strange didn't wait for the other party to ask, and spoke directly to the patient's family. After hearing that their daughter was safe, the couple immediately cried with joy. "Great, really great, thank you doctor, thank you." The husband held Strange's hand and expressed his gratitude excitedly. Strange calmly pulled out his hand and said to the two of them, "Due to the anesthesia, she won't wake up until later. You can go back and rest first." The wife shook her head and said excitedly, "No, I want to stay with our daughter until she wakes up." Strange nodded, said no more, turned and left. As soon as he walked out of the hospital corridor, he heard a voice from behind, "Please wait a moment, Dr. Strange." Strange turned around and saw Christine, a female colleague in the emergency room, walking towards him. He stopped and waited for the other party to come up. "You look good today, Christine." Christine shrugged her shoulders. "I've always looked good. I just heard you comforting the patient's family. This is quite different from the Dr. Strange in my impression." "Who?" Strange smiled and said, "I asked them to go home and rest for a while because I was worried that they would be unable to pay for the surgery if they collapsed." Kristen choked on the other party's words. After a long while, he said quietly, "This is the Dr. Strange I know. Arrogant and extremely smart, but definitely not a likable person. After all, they need a doctor who can heal their daughter, not a psychiatrist who can comfort them, right?" Christine. Strange, who didn't take it seriously, quickly changed the topic. "By the way, there is a medical lecture at New York University tonight. Can I invite you?" Christine smiled and said hello to the passing colleagues, turned her head and replied, "Although I am very interested in medical lectures, I have to be on duty tonight, so I'm sorry." Although she could ask her co-workers to help with her shift, she said she would have to think carefully about dating such an egotistical guy. The invitation was declined, and Strange didn't care. For a successful man who lives in a big house and drives a Lamborghini, he has no shortage of female companions. The two of them walked to the elevator while talking. Bite. The elevator door is opened. Peter in the elevator looked up. What caught his eye was Strange and Christine standing at the elevator entrance. Dr. Strange? His eyes were immediately drawn to Strange's very iconic horse face. Originally, on the introduction to New York Presbyterian Hospital, I saw Stephen Strange's name, which seemed a bit familiar. Only now did he remember that the other person was the genius doctor who had not yet become Dr. Strange. Countless thoughts ran through his mind, but Peter's expression remained unchanged. He quickly withdrew his gaze and stepped out of the elevator. Now the other party doesn't know magic yet, and he's not the magician with the time stone. He is not interested in Dr. Strange like this. After the two of them passed each other, Strange frowned and looked at Peter's back. What's wrong? Seeing Strange's eyes fixed on a stranger, Kristen couldn't help but asked curiously. Nothing. Strange shook his head, pressed the button for the negative floor of the elevator, and asked Christine, "Which floor are you going to?" "Second floor." Kristen reached out and pressed the elevator button on the second floor. "In the anesthesiology department on the second floor, I need to hold a small meeting. I hope it won't waste too much time." The two of them were in the elevator, and the air suddenly became quiet. Strange's brows almost furrowed as he recalled the strange feeling just now. When he passed by the other party just now, his heartbeat accelerated a bit, and his breathing became heavy for a moment, as if an invisible and terrifying pressure suddenly hit him. Taking a deep breath and putting this strange feeling behind him, he forced his attention to the evening's medical lecture. Hospital. Lane Brown, you can call me Dr. Lane. In the clinic, a white doctor introduced himself to Peter with a smile. We talked about it on the phone, Dr. Lane. Peter looked at the surrounding environment and sat opposite Dr. Lane. Ryan Brown wears a pair of glasses, is about 30 years old, and has a gentle smile on his lips. He was not angry at all because of Peter's slightly offensive words, but stood up, walked to the door and locked it. "Yes, just as we agreed, I will keep your condition confidential, and it is absolutely confidential, and I will get the corresponding remuneration." Peter nodded. "That's the best." It can be seen that Dr. Ryan is a smart and flexible doctor. The Dr. Ryan in front of him was the consulting doctor that Peter had contacted in advance. Before entering the hospital, he had investigated the other party's background. Because of the unauthorized collection of gratitude money from the patient's family and non-standard operations, he was warned by the hospital and had a poor reputation in the hospital. It was for this reason that Peter chose the other party as his doctor. After all, such a doctor who is easily bribed by money is most suitable to trade with himself. As you requested, I will not record this diagnosis and treatment, and will destroy and erase any of your case materials in the hospital. In other words, only the two of us know the results of this diagnosis and treatment. Dr. Ryan pushed the frame of his glasses and assured Peter. Although he didn't know why the patient in front of him had so much trouble to see a doctor, he forced himself to suppress his curiosity in the professional spirit of never asking too many questions. In addition, although Peter looked unusually young, the cold and dangerous aura he exuded made Ryan subconsciously regard him as someone who was not easy to mess with, so he was very cooperative. "Very good. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Peter was very satisfied with his professionalism. C10 symbiosis or destruction, that is the question. What? How is it possible? Looking at the CT image in his hand, Dr. Lane's face was full of disbelief. In the CT image in his hand, an embryo in the shape of a mudskipper suddenly appeared on Peter's chest. "This is a tumor?" "No, it's impossible. It's too close to the aorta of your heart. If it's a heart artery tumor, it will seriously affect your heart health." As he spoke, Dr. Lane asked Peter, "Have you ever felt difficulty breathing, accelerated heart rate, or similar heart discomfort?" "No, not yet." Peter shook his head. Since the other party regarded the abnormal embryo as a tumor, he was spared the need to explain. Turning his attention to the CT image in front of him, Peter frowned. This was the first time he saw an alien embryo inside his body. It doesn't look much different from the host parasitized by the facehugger in the alien world. If any major organ near the heart is damaged, it will kill you in just a few seconds. It is really a miracle that you are still safe from this kind of tumor. Dr. Lane let out a sound of admiration. Peter pondered for a moment and asked the other party, "How successful is it to remove this tumor surgically?" Although he knew it was impossible, he still asked the other party with a glimmer of hope. "It's impossible. It's connected to almost all the major organs in your body, not just the heart." Ryan shook his head, looked at a few more CT images, and said with confusion, "Also, this is not like a tumor. There seems to be a layer of amniotic membrane-like material on its surface." This is more like protecting you. Metabolic protective film. He was a little confused now, and his previous judgment that it was a tumor was now shaken. It seems that it has its own physiological activities, but how is this possible? How can such a species be parasitic in the human body? Ryan felt that the worldview he had cultivated over more than 10 years of studying medicine was about to be subverted again. If it's a parasite, how does it survive? Ryan's head felt like he was going crazy. The more he thought about it, the more incredible it became. Peter on the side ignored the other party's murmur. He directly picked up the CT image and looked at it. Dr. Lane, whether it's a tumor or a parasite, what I want to know is how to inhibit its growth. Peter asked his question straight to the point. If it is a tumor cell, ordinary inhibitory targeted drugs can be effective, but in this form, I don't think the drugs can be effective. Ryan thought for a while and asked Peter, "Are you worried that it will damage your body organs?" "Yes, this tumor absorbs nutrients from my body, keeps growing, and may one day replace me." Peter expressed his concerns. "I don't think you need to worry about that for now." Ryan thought for a while and said, "If it wants to replace you and absorb the nutrients in your body, it should grow quickly." After a pause, he continued, "Although I don't understand what it is, according to how closely it is connected to your organs, it should be able to quickly complete its growth and evolution by absorbing nutrients. But in the current situation, it does not destroy your organs, but is more like protecting your body organs. In other words, it seems to be your second heart." Listening to the doctor's explanation, Peter's expression changed. Heart? He thought about the alien features of his body. Is alienation the result of the alien embryo being linked to various organs of the body and the genes being transferred to its own genetic sequence? Have you felt that your sleep quality has been good recently, or have you seen any other positive changes in your body? Ryan asked him. Have. Ryan nodded, put down his pen, and continued to express his conjecture. Well, it's just as I guessed. The existence in your body not only absorbs nutrients, but is also responsible for providing you with protection. Having two hearts will naturally improve your sleep quality. I think this relationship is more like a symbiotic relationship. Peter pondered for a moment after hearing this. Then he picked up the CT image, pointed at the top of the embryo and said, "I would like to guess a symbiotic relationship, but look at this tulip-like lobe. This is like a sensory organ, indicating what may be pregnant inside it. This sensory organ is responsible for protection. Even though he knows that he will not be broken chest to death for the time being, it does not mean that he can sit back and relax. The temporarily symbiotic alien embryo provides strong support and protection for itself. However, its shape still shows no signs of breaking away from the alien embryo. Maybe at some point, the hibernating embryo in the body will wake up." After hearing this, Dr. Lane nodded. "It is indeed possible, but I prefer to believe that it is not a malignant tumor or a malignant parasite." Seeing that Peter was silent, he continued, "Since you are worried about what it will give birth to, why don't you come here for checkups every few days and observe its changes in time? I will keep it secret for you and no one will know." Naturally, Peter would not completely believe him. But as long as he doesn't leave any evidence, no one will believe him even if he wants to tell it. Once the other party makes any small moves, he can immediately eliminate him. It's a good proposal. I hope we can have a happy cooperation. With a calm expression on his face, Peter stretched out his hand to shake hands and say goodbye. The CT images were also taken away by him. On the other side, Christine was about to find Dr. Ryan to inform him of the meeting. Peter was walking out of his office. Watching Peter walk past her, Christine recognized him as the person she had just met in the elevator. The person that Strange was particularly concerned about. After staring at Peter's back and disappearing into the corridor, Christine walked to the door of Ryan's office and knocked. "Dr. Ryan, is the consultation over?" "Of course, I'll go right away." Ryan stood up and smiled at Christine as if nothing had happened. 9 o'clock in the evening. After a busy day, Christine was ready to go back and rest. Sitting in front of the computer to sort out documents, she suddenly had a whim and wanted to know the name of the stranger who concerned Strange during the day. Enter the hospital's internal management system, enter your account password, and search for Ryan Brown's diagnosis and treatment form. According to the hospital's internal regulations, all patient information will be entered into the database. However, due to the requirement of confidentiality for patients, non-doctors can only see basic information such as the patient's name, and only the doctor in question can see the specific symptoms. To her surprise, the form under Ryan Brown was empty. This means that he has 0 patients today. But how is that possible? She clearly saw that person walk out of Ryan Brown's office. Did that bastard doctor delete the medical records privately? See 11 Parker on the roof, some likes Parker's house. He sat at the desk, looking through the CT images in his hand, with a solemn expression. After a while, he put down the CT in his hand and looked at the desk in front of him. There is a transparent glass bottle placed on the desk, with a creature squirming inside. Peter reached out and brought the glass bottle to his eyes, carefully examining the creature inside. The insect covered in a malachite green carapace crawled slowly inside. The insect in front of him is called jewel wasp, which he found in his backyard. The harmless-looking gem wasp with a metallic luster is said to be the prototype of the alien. Although the name is nice, the insect in front of me is not a harmless insect, but a vicious alien-like creature. Peter opened the glass bottle and threw a cockroach in. Whoosh! The gem wasp spotted its prey, raised its stinger, and pierced the cockroach's body. The paralyzed cockroach immediately became motionless. The gem wasp then moved its sting again and stabbed straight into the cockroach's brain. This blow was like an alien piercing its terrifying mouthparts straight into the person's mouth. It is said that once a female wasp is able to control a cockroach, it will use its antennae to guide the prey forward. The cockroach will follow the female wasp back to the nest and sit down obediently. The female wasp will then lay an egg in the cockroach's abdomen, which will remain in the nest and wait patiently for the larvae to hatch out. Putting down the glass bottle, Peter looked out the window at the dark night. Are you a cockroach in a glass bottle, or a wasp? Buzz. Just as he was deep in thought, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the caller was Gwen Stacy. After hesitating, he picked up the phone. Hey Peter, good evening. Good evening, Gwen. Gwen's voice revealed worry. You didn't come to school today, are you okay? Well, fortunately, I felt a little uncomfortable today, so I took a day off. Peter came up with a random excuse for not going to school today. Okay, I originally wanted to see you today, but I was delayed by things at school. Maybe you can tell me in advance, and I can ask Miss Fish to write a leave note for you, so that you won't have to leave tomorrow. She will be criticized. Gwen said a series of words in one breath, and she seemed to be very enthusiastic about Peter's affairs. Thanks, Gwen, I might ask you to help me next time. Peter thanked the kind-hearted girl. No, I should thank you. Without you, maybe I would have fallen off the roof. Maybe in some parallel world, this is how I fell. Gwen said to Peter with great imagination, after all, I often do crazy things. This is not a good habit. Anyway, it's good to know that you're okay. Go to bed early and have a good night. Good night. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Gwen put the phone on the bed. Then he leaned back and fell onto the bed. Ever since the rooftop incident, she had had mixed feelings about Peter. In her impression, Peter was the one who was often teased with a left-hand wrench. Left-hand wrench, wrenches don't distinguish between left and right. Pranksters often trick others by asking them to get the left-hand wrench. But ever since they met on the rooftop that night, she felt that Peter was different from before. She couldn't say it was good or bad, but she admitted that she seemed to like Peter on the roof better than the Peter who lacked confidence before. Well, I always have random thoughts. Maybe my father is right. In my heart, I yearn to be rebellious. After muttering something under her breath, Gwen took out her phone and turned on the music player. As a member of the school's Mary Jane's band, she is extremely obsessed with rock music. Your life is like a phantom, like a forgotten soul. You and I are here, but you have been away for many years. How I wish you could stay The Walking Dead, like The Walking Dead. Listening to her favorite rock band singing, Gwen's thoughts became disturbed. The Walking Dead. I've been in a similar state lately. I've been thinking wildly, like a phantom. She whispered as she listened to the lyrics. The next day, early morning. As soon as Peter entered the school, he met Gwen. Hi Peter, good morning. Gwen was in a good mood and greeted Peter. Gwen, who has blonde hair and delicate features, is wearing an open-chested baseball shirt, looking very youthful and beautiful. Miss Gwen, next time you wear school uniform, pay attention to your clothes. Before Peter could speak, a bald white man standing not far from the two of them pointed at Gwen's clothes and gave her a clothing warning. I will, thank you Mr. Morton for reminding me. Gwen turned her head and smiled back. Mr. Morton is the assistant principal of Midtown High School, and his main job is to maintain school discipline. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Peter and complained, when Mr. Morton is disciplining students, he always wants to create a lovely image of John Wayne, but it doesn't seem to be successful. John Wayne? Peter found that he couldn't keep up with the other person's brain circuit. Don't you know John Wayne, Peter? Hollywood's first cowboy and one of the most classic icons of American culture. At this time, Gwen finally felt that the Peter in front of her looked a bit like the dumb Peter before. I know a toilet paper called John Wayne, and the slogan is "It's rough, it's tough, but it won't give anyone any trouble. Peter thought for a while and said this to Gwen. Hearing Peter say that there is a kind of toilet paper called John Wayne, Gwen was stunned for a moment. Then he fell into a state of overwhelming joy and laughed in a very unladylike manner. "Ha, you are so funny and cute, Peter." Gwen held her waist and said breathlessly. Commented by Gwen as humorous and cute, Peter was speechless. This is the first time someone has commented on me like this. Is this kind of vocabulary related to me? Thank you for your comment, but I don't think anyone would think so. Peter ignored the curious looks of the students passing by and said to the gloomy Gwen, "Maybe you should do some expression management. Feel sorry." Gwen quickly adjusted her mood and apologized to Peter. It was too funny just now, so Peter was puzzled by the charming smile of the girl in front of him. He shook his head and walked towards the teaching building. "Were there any consequences for the gangsters who tried to kidnap you?" Peter asked casually to Gwen, who was following him. "I don't know. Dad said they are members of the Hand, but it seems they have encountered some trouble recently." Gwen became more serious. "Because of my father's previous actions against them, they want to retaliate against me. If I became a superhero, these guys would be the first ones I fight." Gwen gritted her teeth fiercely and said, "C-12 death, Peter Parker is the murderer?" In 1930, the House of Representatives, under the control of the Republicans, further caused the Great Depression and later passed. "Who can tell me what bill the government passed?" On the podium, the middle-aged history teacher turned his eyes to the students below. But the students below were sleeping or whispering to each other, and no one seemed willing to answer this question. The Tariff Act, that is, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. The top student Gwen Stacy stood up considerately to help the teacher out. "Very correct, Miss Stacy." The history teacher nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Does anyone know how effective it is? The fact is that this set of bills did not work, and the U.S. government fell deeper and deeper into the subsequent Great Depression." Peter sat at the back of the classroom, his eyes not focused on the teacher on the podium or the textbook in front of him. Recalling the information he had read in the alien world in his previous life, he casually wrote down the relevant words in his notebook. Maybe these words can help him discover something. Suddenly, there was a scream outside the classroom. The sharp sound immediately attracted the sleepy students in the classroom. The history teacher on the podium was also confused for a moment, but soon he reacted, walked quickly to the door of the classroom, opened the door and looked outside. The storage room for cleaning tools not far from the door was surrounded by many students. There were also students lying limply on the side, as if they were frightened. The history teacher wanted to stop the students in the class from approaching, but the students, driven by curiosity, rushed out like a swarm of bees. Peter also followed the flow of people to the vicinity of the storage room. The scene inside the door came into his eyes. In the center of the room was an adult-sized cocoon. It seemed to be a cocoon made of spider silk, in human shape and exuding a strange stench. Peter was very familiar with this stench, and he frowned and took a few steps forward. One end of the cocoon was destroyed, revealing the object wrapped inside. It was a gray and somewhat corrupt face. Probably because of the shock before death, the mouth was open, the eyes were staring straight ahead, and the whole face was in a horrible and distorted shape. The students who were closer to the cocoon also saw this horrible scene and vomited. "Chicken coop death. What is this? I can't stand it, vomit." The students with poor tolerance covered their mouths and left the place quickly. The girl screamed in horror, and the whole scene was in chaos. This is Josh Robb, the quarterback of the football team." Some sharp-eyed students recognized the identity of the corpse, the star player of the football team. Josh hadn't come to school for several days. Everyone thought he had asked for leave, but they didn't expect that he would become a corpse lying in the cocoon in such a horrible form. It's you, Peter." Peter's classmate, Kenny McFarland, who often bullied him, pointed at him and shouted in horror. Kenny McFarland, who has a strong body and a striking head, is nicknamed King Kong. He and the big guy Lightning Thompson standing next to him are the school bully duo. Because Peter taught Josh a lesson before, these two guys behaved well for 2 days, but now they are directly accusing Peter. "It was after you beat up Josh that day that he disappeared and didn't come to class, and even didn't attend football training. It was you, Peter." King Kong pointed at Peter and shouted in panic. Lightning Thompson next to him also looked like he agreed completely. The students around him all looked at Peter in an instant. Panic, fear, tension, hatred, gloating, all kinds of complex eyes were focused on him. Peter, who was accused of the murderer, looked at the students around him expressionlessly. Then he pointed his cold eyes at King Kong and the others. The frightened King Kong took a step back, then realized that he was a little embarrassed to be frightened, and took another step forward with courage. "Shut up!" Without waiting for Peter to speak, Gwen roared at King Kong. "You are talking nonsense here without evidence. Do you want to slander and spread rumors? Do you know what you are doing?" Gwen's expression was extremely angry. Although she knew that Peter and Josh had a conflict before, it did not mean that Peter would be the murderer. And she believed in Peter, believing that the kind Peter would not be the kind of person who would arbitrarily deprive others of their lives. Peter, who was feared by everyone, did not have much anger. Not to mention that he did not do it. Even if he did it, what basis did these people have to convict him? Bystanders judged themselves with contempt, fear, and resentment? "Sorry, I don't have any psychological pressure, and I won't be affected by any strange eyes." Looking at the corpse with a calm gaze, Peter fell into deep thought. The corpse was wrapped in spider silk, and the murderer used spider silk as a tool. Is it Spider-Man? How is it possible? The authentic Spider-Man himself has not been born yet. Where did Spider-Man come from? Seeing the chaotic noises getting louder and the scene getting more chaotic, the history teacher finally woke up and began to organize the scene. Most of the students were dispersed, leaving only 2 or 3 students to guard the scene, not letting anyone approach, and then let someone notify the principal. After forcibly driving away the students, the history teacher looked at Peter with a complicated expression. "Classmate Parker, come to the office. I'm with you." Gwen immediately took a step forward and stood next to Peter. "Need not." Peter shook his head and said he was fine. Watching Peter leave with the history teacher, Gwen stamped her feet angrily. She quickly thought of a way and took out her cell phone to dial her father's number. "Dad, it's me, Gwen, of course it's me. Even though it's during class, you didn't say I'm not allowed to make phone calls." Gwen forced herself to calm down and said to her father, "Something happened at school, but it has nothing to do with Peter. You have to help him." "Yes, I'm calm." In the afternoon, there was a quick knock on the vice principal's door, and Morton, the assistant principal, opened the door. What appeared before him was an anxious woman. Aunt May's eyes immediately caught sight of Peter sitting on the chair. Before Morton could speak, she quickly walked up to Peter and hugged him. Being held tightly by Aunt May, Peter could feel the slight trembling on her body. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out his hand and slowly hugged Aunt May. "Are you okay, Peter?" Loosening her arms around Peter, Aunt May held his hands excitedly and said with red eyes, "Your uncle and I rushed over immediately after hearing the news." "Oh my God, luckily you're okay." Uncle Ben's footsteps also sounded outside. Then Peter saw Uncle Ben's face at the door. "Thank you everyone for voting. If you pass by, I hope you can add it to your favorites and take a bow." C13 Raging Gwen. "Mr. Morton, Peter is never the type to hurt others, I assure you." Uncle Ben took off his hat and said to Vice Principal Morton with a serious expression, "We'll figure it out, don't worry, Mr. Parker." Morton smiled at Uncle Ben. "I remembered who Peter was. He is Richard's son. It must be him." He didn't know Peter before, but now he knew Peter's identity when he saw Uncle Ben. Smiling apologetically at Uncle Ben, Vice Principal Morton said, "There are too many students in the school. After 4 or 5 years, they all become different. You will call a boy his brother's name, and so on." "No way." Then he glanced at Peter again and said with emotion, "You see a child who looks familiar, and then you find out that his father was one of your first students. This feeling is indeed strange. Richard used to be my student, I was so impressed with him, he once built a rocket chair in class to send his classmates to the moon." Ahem, things are getting a bit far. Let's get back to the topic. The police have already arrived in advance. They want Peter to go for questioning and go to the police station alone. "I think a child like him may need the company of his family." Morton explained to Uncle Ben why he called the two to school. "Thank you, Mr. Morton." Uncle Ben held Vice Principal Morton's hand tightly and expressed his gratitude. Aunt May thought that the vice principal would be difficult to talk to, so when she heard what the other party said, she came up to thank him. "Peter, what happened?" After Aunt May finished talking to Vice Principal Morton, she came up and asked him worriedly. "Josh Robb was found dead in the storage room. I have had conflicts with him before." Peter explained briefly to Aunt May. "Oh my God, what a misfortune." Aunt May said sadly, "None of us want to see something like this happen." Knock, knock, knock. Aunt May wanted to say something else, but there was a knock on the door. Vice Principal Morton opened the door and there was a policeman standing outside. Gwen was also standing nearby, looking anxiously into the door. "Vice Principal Morton, I am George Stacy, Commissioner of the New York Police Department." George introduces himself to Morton. When Gwen saw Peter, she didn't care about her father and walked towards him quickly. "Peter, are you okay?" I'm fine. I called my father and asked him to come over. You're going to be fine. Gwen seemed to be more anxious than Peter and said with a slightly breathy tone. Peter stared at the beads of sweat on the tip of Gwen's nose, and the calm expression he had maintained changed slightly. Don't worry, Gwen, this has nothing to do with me. The police will ask and it will be fine. He explained two things to Gwendo. I trust you, Gwen said to Peter firmly. Other side. Vice Principal Morton is talking to George. He explains to the police chief the conflict that occurred the day before Peter and Josh disappeared. Not a conflict. When Gwen heard Morton's words, she suddenly couldn't bear it anymore and walked up angrily and stood in front of him. It's them who keep bullying Peter. Gwen said angrily, hide Peter's coat, hide the snake in his shoe, push him into the water, and push him again. That time when Peter fell asleep in class, Billy put peanut butter on his head, stuck his legs out in the hallway and tripped him, knocked books off his desk, and stuffed pornographic postcards into his bag. King Kong even once had the word nerd carved into his desk. All of it was their bullying, teasing, and malicious treatment of Peter, just because Peter was a socially awkward good man, and just because Peter didn't care about them. The anger that Gwen had always felt finally reached the critical point and exploded out. And you teachers, you all pretend to turn a blind eye, or like Miss Dell, you think all students are good children. Gwen became more and more excited as she spoke. Now that Josh is dead, you are suspicious of the person who was bullied by him countless times just because he resisted one last time. All of this is unreasonable and unfair. Gwen's sudden outburst shocked everyone in the room. George Stacy looked at his daughter in astonishment, then glanced at Peter aside, vaguely understanding something. Uncle Ben and Aunt May looked at Vice Principal Morton in disbelief. They never imagined that their nephew had been bullied like this in school. Peter was stunned for a moment at first, and then became slightly disturbed. Although these experiences were all experienced by the original owner, there was still a warm current flowing through his heart. The girl suddenly caused a slight change in his heart. After hearing what Gwen said, Vice Principal Morton's cute John Wayne expression suddenly disappeared, and he stood there with his whole face flushed. There was silence in the whole room, not a sound could be heard. Mr. Parker, Mrs. Parker, you can take Peter back. After a while, George Stacy's voice broke the silence in the room. The police officers have briefly interviewed Peter before, and I think that is enough. He took the initiative to come to his daughter's rescue. Although according to the procedure, Peter was to be taken to the police station for questioning, he could exercise the power of the police chief to skip the matter first. Is it okay, Mr. Morton? No, no problem. Vice Principal Morton nodded subconsciously. On the way back, George, who was driving the car, glanced at Gwen who was sitting in the passenger seat. Gwen supported her chin with one hand and looked at the scenery flashing outside the window with her face tilted. You shouldn't have said that today, Gwen. George said to his daughter, you are not usually so impulsive. I know. Gwen's tone was depressed. I just think that such a thing will not happen. She turned her face and looked at her father. Dad, why did you become a policeman? Because you want to help everyone, you want every community in this city to be safe, stable, and not harmed by criminals. That's what you usually tell me. Gwen turned her head and looked at the sky in front through the windshield. Dad, you fight for justice, and your actions of upholding justice are to ensure that everyone is treated equally, but why don't I see justice in school? Gwen, we can't change everything, no, it's because your justice can't really take care of those in need. Gwen's words were filled with a firmness that George could feel. Even if I can't do anything, at least I will be angry about these phenomena. I can't pretend that I didn't see anything. See 14, a woman who sees the future? You didn't see the way those classmates looked at Peter. They were afraid, disgusted, and hateful. It was as if Peter had done something heinous and bad, as if he was a monster, but Peter was clearly the victim. I hate this feeling. Gwen covered her aching forehead dejectedly. I don't want Peter to be treated like this, but I am powerless to change everything. You and Peter. Gwen, who knew what her father wanted to ask, explained before the other person finished speaking. He is my friend. Good friend. She quickly added. Well, don't worry, we will find the real murderer and clear your friend's suspicion. We just need to give your father some time, George assured his daughter. Other side. Uncle Ben drives Aunt May and Peter home in his crumbling Toyota. Sorry, Peter, I didn't know you were going through this at school, Aunt May said with some choking. Peter next to him took the initiative to comfort Aunt May. It's over, Aunt May, I don't care about this. I love you, Peter, I really do. Aunt May held Peter's hands, her eyes were red, and she blamed herself. I have always been worried that I did not do well enough and made you feel wronged. If I knew that you suffered this at school, I would rather bear it for you. May, Parker is a strong boy. Uncle Ben, who was driving, said, I think he chose not to tell us just because he was worried about us. Everyone will encounter messy times when they grow up, but I believe that Peter will one day grow into a man. Although Uncle Ben also feels sorry for his nephew, he is very sensible. There was very little he could do to help his nephew with these problems, and in the end it was up to Peter to face them on his own. Peter, who was comforted by the two, was relatively calm. These memories of bullying were just left over from his predecessor, and he didn't have much feelings about them. The law of the jungle holds true no matter where it is. Fairness and justice will always exist only in those illusory lies. Turning his attention to the fast-moving scenery outside the car window, Peter thought of other things. Putting the victim into a spider silk nest was the first time he had seen such a killing method. Is the murderer a student of the school? An existence similar to Spider-Man? Or is it a genetically mutated species like my own? His brows quickly furrowed. The next day, New York Presbyterian Hospital. Peter walked down the corridor toward oncology clinic's office. He needs the other party to help him at any time and use detection equipment to closely monitor the changes in the alien embryos in his body. As for the school, due to Josh's unexpected death, the school temporarily had a day off. Probably because he wanted to suppress the increasingly outrageous rumors about Josh's death. Because Josh died in an extremely strange manner, all kinds of bizarre rumors were flying around the school. Even Peter is rumored to be a murderer with mysterious methods. After all, many people saw it with their own eyes that day, and he threw Josh onto the locker at once. With this level of power, it doesn't seem difficult to kill Josh. Even though the school and the police explained that Peter had nothing to do with it, he was still given various spider-related titles. Peter, who has never been interested in school gossip, didn't know it yet, but the students had given him the name Spider-Man in advance. After entering Dr. Lane's office, he quickly examined him. The alien embryo in the body is still the same as before and has not changed much. You can try to eat some low-calorie foods. Maybe this will not accelerate the growth of tumors in your body. If you are unable to absorb energy for a long time, it will also cause damage to your body. Dr. Lane gave him his advice. Peter nodded, non-committal to the suggestion. He feels more and more now that his physical strength is evolving in a stronger direction. The running speed is faster, and the agility and strength have reached a new level. If he had been allowed to deal with the previous werewolf boy, he would have had an easier time now. It seems that the alien gene in his body has an increasing influence on him. He still doesn't know what stage this change will eventually develop to, whether it will be good or bad for him. In the end, he became an alien? Or is an alien born inside the body? So, are you really sure you don't need to draw blood for testing? Maybe. This can help you recognize the nature of the tumor in your body faster. Dr. Lane suggested that he do a blood test. No need. My own blood is as corrosive as the aliens, how can I extract it? I'm afraid the needle tube will be corroded in no time. Walking out of Dr. Lane's office, Peter prepared to leave the hospital. As soon as he reached the public rest area, he met an old woman and called to him. Son, can you take me to the ward? The old woman sat in a wheelchair and asked him with a smile. Peter looked around, and after confirming that the other party was calling him, he shook his head without hesitation. Sorry, I still have something to do, you can find someone else. He is not a helpful person. Really? But I can see that you are confused. Maybe, I can give you some immature advice. The woman still said with a smile. Peter ignored her, but the woman's next words stopped him from leaving. For example, I know that you want to buy a newspaper now, but you don't have any change in your wallet. Peter stopped, stared at the woman, and was silent for a few seconds. He was indeed going to go downstairs to buy something. Then he took out his wallet from his pocket, which contained a few franklins. There was indeed no change in it. Peter shook his head, put the wallet in his pocket, and said, I did want to buy something, but it might not be a newspaper. At the moment before the decision, I didn't even know what I wanted. But fate has already made a choice for you, hasn't it? Peter didn't speak, pondered for a moment, and came to push the old woman's wheelchair. He wanted to see what the old woman wanted to do. Thank you. The woman smiled and thanked him. My ward is 965. On the other side, Dr. Christine found that his patient was missing. As soon as she saw the wheelchair next to her was gone, she knew that the patient must have gone out for a walk in the wheelchair. She wanted to go crazy now. She had clearly been told not to go out, but she didn't expect that the patient disappeared in the ward without her noticing. Just when she was about to ask the nurse for accountability, she looked up and saw the patient being pushed into the ward. And the person pushing the wheelchair was someone who surprised her greatly. C-15 There's a monster living inside you. Peter time goes back a few minutes. Peter pushed the woman in the wheelchair along the corridor toward the ward. "Can I know your name?" "Peter Parker." Peter looked down at the old man in the wheelchair and said, "I thought you were really a fortune teller and could figure out my name." "Of course, but are you sure this is your name?" The old woman raised her head and smiled at him. Peter was stunned for a moment, and then replied without changing his expression, "That's my name." The name doesn't mean anything. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it." The woman quickly stopped talking about Peter's name and put her hands on the armrests of her wheelchair. "Mr. Peter, do you think I am a fortune teller?" "Isn't it?" Peter said to the woman in a calm tone, "Tarot cards, or palm reading. I even know people who use tea leaves to divine fortune. For example, if there are tea leaves standing up in the teacup today, they can predict whether guests will come." "You're funny, Mr. Peter," the woman said with a smile. She took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on as she passed by a brightly sunny area in the corridor. "I'm sorry, my eyes are not comfortable, and they are becoming more and more uncomfortable with strong light." She took it upon herself to explain to Peter why she was wearing sunglasses. "You can call me Mrs. Weber, or you can call me Cassandra, that will make me sound younger." Wearing sunglasses, she talked more. "Mr. Peter, I understand the divination methods you mentioned, the beautiful playing cards, the secrets contained in palm prints, and so on. I think those are all gimmicks, actually." After a pause, she continued, "The ways of spying on destiny are all different. Some people think they have specific ways of operating and specific rules, so in their hearts, they have special rules for those who have the ability to spy on the mysteries of destiny. Requirements, thinking that everyone will follow the same constraints as them." Peter listened to Mrs. Weber's words, nodded, and asked the other party, "It sounds reasonable, so what method does Mrs. Weber use to spy on fate?" Mrs. Weber signaled Peter to stop pushing the wheelchair, asked him to come to her, and asked him, "Do you want to try it?" "Mr. Peter." "Certainly." Peter nodded. Although he was an atheist in his previous life, he has always been skeptical about strange powers and chaos. But after experiencing time travel, his concepts changed. Moreover, the Marvel world he traveled through was full of magic and incredible power. Right now, he wanted to see how the mysterious-looking Mrs. Weber would predict his fate. "What do I need to do, Mrs. Weber?" "Just give me your hand." Mrs. Weber motioned to Peter to give him her hand. Peter hesitated and put his left hand into her hands. He couldn't clearly see Mrs. Weber's expression under her sunglasses. He only saw that the other party's expression became a little more serious the moment she touched his left hand. "Strangeness," she said in a slightly vicissitudes of life, "strange, I can't see the end of life, nor can I see death. It's like you are outside the flow of fate and time, without any restraint." Then her expression became confused, and she held Peter's hand with increasing strength. Her expression became a little ferocious, and the veins on her hand sprouted. Peter maintained a half-crouched posture and stood in front of Mrs. Weber, whose face was reflected in her sunglasses. The dark sunglass lenses were like a whirlpool, trying to pull his consciousness into it. Staring at himself in the sunglasses, Peter felt dizzy. His consciousness fell into a trance for a moment, and the space in front of him changed. The hustle and bustle of the hospital corridors with people coming and going disappeared, replaced by an endless space. What appeared before him was a dark sky and burning ruins. The city was reduced to rubble and smoke covered the entire space. The Statue of Liberty, New York City's most famous building, has collapsed, leaving only its base burning in flames. Everything as far as the eye can see is dilapidated and dead. Boom! The ground crackled like it was being attacked by a rocket launcher, and the sonic boom produced by the sound waves in the air irritated his eardrums. Countless dust was splashed down on a higher ground, causing slight vibrations. After the smoke cleared, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. What landed on the ground seemed to be a more mature version of myself. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe him as a more mature Peter Parker. The whole body is covered in a black uniform, with some white stripes on the chest, full of a chilling atmosphere. Without a helmet, he bent down and picked up a familiar glove from the ruins. Judging from the shape, it is undoubtedly the Infinity Gauntlet. The Infinity Gauntlet, covered in dust and mud, was picked up from a ruined wall. Looking at the Infinity Gauntlet, he slowly put it on his right hand. The moment he put on the Infinity Gauntlet, countless roars echoed around him. Countless aliens emerged from the ruins of the city. Aliens of different shapes and shapes, exuding strange auras, gathered towards him from all directions. Looking from a distance, creatures all over the mountains and plains were rushing towards him, forming countless black tributaries of the ocean. A shuddering and terrifying atmosphere covered the entire city like a dark cloud. The next moment, the picture quickly disappeared from Peter's eyes, fading like a tide. The city and the alien army that had become the end of the world disappeared, and what reappeared in his sight was the corridor of the hospital. The clamor of human voices re-entered his ears. Peter pulled out of the illusion of the ruins of the city. Ms. Weber, who was holding his hand, suddenly let go of his hand, and with a bang, she leaned back on the backrest of the wheelchair, breathing heavily. She seemed to know Peter again, and looked at Peter in shock. That's. Mrs. Weber wanted to speak, but soon she started coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. How is it possible, you? She took off her sunglasses, and her turbid eyes were full of disbelief and shock. It looks like my future is not very good. What did Mrs. Weber see? Peter, who was standing in front of her, was also a little surprised by what he saw, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and pretended that he saw nothing. There is a monster living in your heart, Peter. Mrs. Weber's expression was no longer calm as before. She stroked her chest and said to Peter, I saw the ruins of the end of the world and heard the footsteps of the approaching god of death. You are the hand of death. Please collect and recommend, thank you, 90-degree bow. C16 Mrs. Weber's horror. Although I am surprised by your comments, I think I am not a person who likes death. Peter shook his head, walked behind Mrs. Weber, and pushed the wheelchair for her. Taking a few deep breaths, Mrs. Weber forced herself to calm down. I know you saw it, Mr. Peter. What did I see? You see yourself destroying the city you are in, no one can stop you, the boundless black ocean, you plunged the whole world into death. Peter slowly pushed Mrs. Weber's wheelchair forward and said calmly, so what? That doesn't mean it will happen in the future. That's part of the future. Peter lowered his eyes and glanced at Mrs. Weber. He was silent for a moment and said, I'm not a villain in a comic book. Why do I want to destroy the world? Besides, Peter paused and said, human beings' cruelty will eventually lead to their own destruction. This should have nothing to do with me. Although he thinks he is not a good person, he has no intention of becoming a great superhero in the future. But he's not crazy enough to destroy the world. There are many extraordinary powers in this universe. Will he cut off all superheroes, magicians, and other extraordinary beings? Be an enemy of the world? I'm afraid I don't have such power. Maybe the fantasy scene he just saw was just Peter Parker in a parallel world? Or is it simply a picture born in the sea of one's own consciousness? He wasn't impressed. Mrs. Weber took a deep look at Peter and said, nothing remains unchanged. Our current thoughts will not be carried into the future. We may become another group of people in the future. I will remember your advice, Mrs. Webb. Peter didn't want to talk about this topic anymore and said, if this is the life guidance Mrs. Weber gave me, I should be able to use it. Mrs. Weber shook her head. More than that, I saw death around you. This is not just a metaphor, but your relatives may be approached by the shadow of death. Relatives? Hearing what the other party said, Peter slowed down. Yes, the one who loves you or the one you love is approaching the shadow of death. Mrs. Weber said quietly, if you could see it, it might change your fate, but maybe nothing can be changed. The fate I know has always been cruel. Listening to the other party's prophecy about death, Peter frowned. Is it Uncle Ben? But Uncle Ben will not be sacrificed until he becomes Spider-Man. According to the information I learned in my previous life, Aunt May will live with me safely. Besides Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who else? I have arrived. Mrs. Weber's words interrupted his thinking. Looking up, Peter found that he had arrived in front of Ward 965. Christine was in the ward anxiously, and when she saw Peter pushing Mrs. Weber in, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was even more surprised when she saw that the person pushing the wheelchair was Peter. Isn't this Dr. Lane, that extremely mysterious patient? Ms. Weber, you shouldn't have gone out. Turning her attention away from Peter, Christine said to her patient with a straight face, just going out for some exercise, the air here makes me feel a little stuffy. Ms. Weber smiled and turned her gaze to Peter. Thanks to this child, he sent me back. We talked a lot on the way and I got a lot of inspiration. After hearing this, Christine walked up to Peter and thanked him. Thank you. I am Christine Palmer, Ms. Weber's attending doctor. Thank you for sending her back. Peter Parker, you're welcome. Peter reached out and shook her briefly. Can we go out and talk? Because of Dr. Lane's relationship with Strange, she became curious about Peter and suggested to Peter that they go out and talk for a few words. After glancing at the beautiful female doctor, Peter, who didn't know what she was thinking, didn't take it seriously and nodded slightly. In the corridor, Christine thanked Peter again. Ms. Weber has myasthenia gravis. She needs surgery recently, so we recommend that she stay in the ward to rest. After Peter responded, he asked Christine, what is Ms. Weber's occupation? A fortune teller? Christine explained to Peter. Ms. Weber has retired. Maybe she had a similar career before. She seems very keen, always more aware of our emotions, a psychologist or a fortune teller. I think Ms. Weber probably all involved. Dr. Christine, Ms. Weber has a nosebleed. She wanted to say a few more words to Peter, but the nurse hurried out and told her that Ms. Weber was not doing well. After Christine gave Peter an apologetic look, she walked quickly to the ward. Pushing open the ward door, she quickly began to examine Ms. Weber. After confirming that there was nothing serious, she put down the stethoscope, exhaled, and couldn't help but look up outside the ward. Peter was no longer around outside. Oddly enough, even though Peter was young, she didn't treat him like a teenager. Instead, I felt like I was communicating with a man of the same age, or even more mature than myself. Moreover, the other party exuded an aura that made her feel a little strange. It's not the sick air of a sick person, but rather a frightening and strange temperament. Shaking her head, she put this strange feeling out of her mind and focused on her work. Other side. Gwen was drinking coffee alone in a coffee shop. She said she was drinking coffee, but she didn't really understand. Her favorite is the milkshake. The reason why she went to the coffee shop was because a friend gave her a coupon that allowed her to taste coffee for free. The reason why she chose to come alone instead of with friends was because she was very irritable and wanted to be alone. She had another nightmare last night. She dreamed that the terrifying face of the dead Josh appeared in front of her, his empty eyes in her ears, and he kept repeating one sentence: "Peter is the murderer." No matter how she explained, she couldn't get rid of this face. Well, I have to catch the real murderer quickly, otherwise Peter's situation will get worse and worse, and I will get more and more nervous. After stirring the coffee for a long time, she put the spoon on the table dejectedly and let it turn. But what should I do? I am not a fan of detective novels. I only learned some fighting skills from my father, a policeman, to deal with petty thieves. Just when she was troubled, she suddenly saw a familiar figure coming out of the hospital opposite. Then that seems to be Peter? Gwen blinked, a little unsure. C-17. We will all be buried in the tomb called the Universa Root Beer. Peter stood in front of a fruit shop named Kelly and said to the boss, "The place is a cross between a grocery store, a soda fountain, and a gas station. In addition to selling cold drinks, it also sells beer, cheap wine, Uncle Juan, and various off-brand cigarettes." "Okay, no need to keep following me. Gwen, I've seen you." While the boss was preparing the soda, Peter turned around and said behind him. At a corner, Gwen stood up with some trepidation. "Good afternoon, Peter." Gwen was dressed very casually today, with her golden hair held up by a clover-green headband and a tight-fitting basque shirt that made her breasts stand out. She tried her best to keep her expression as natural as possible, coughed and said to Peter, "I was in the coffee shop just now and saw a figure that looked like you, so I followed him. I didn't expect it was really you." "Well, what a coincidence." Peter pretended not to see through Gwen's little thoughts and took the large frosted cup from the 1990s from the boss's hand. "I remember you liked root beer, Gwen," he said as he handed the cup to Gwen. "For me?" Gwen blinked. She was a little surprised that Peter remembered that he liked root beer. "Well, just think of it as yesterday, in Vice Principal Morton's office, I thanked you for your generous words." As Peter spoke, he placed the $5 bill on the marble counter and pushed it towards the boss. Gwen took the soda, exhaled, took a slight taste, raised her head and said, "I thought you would blame me. Maybe I did something stupid yesterday." Peter shook his head and said, "No, some people don't even have the courage to do stupid things." When Gwen heard Peter comment on her courage, her mood instantly became much brighter. She wanted to ask why Peter came out of the Presbyterian hospital, but she felt it would be presumptuous and impolite. So under her hesitation, the atmosphere became silent and quiet. "I believe Josh's death had nothing to do with you, Peter." After a long while, Gwen, holding the root beer, looked at Peter firmly and said, "Peter, you are the victim." Actually, when Peter took the change from his boss with a calm expression and said to her, "Whether it was the previous bullying or the fact that I was suspected after Josh's death, these are not important to me." "Isn't it important? Some people are incapable of empathy," Peter said slowly. "They won't realize that their actions will really hurt others. Human beings never get better, they just get smarter. When you become smarter, you will still pry off the wings of butterflies, and you will find better reasons for this behavior. Principal Morton said that he would feel sorry for my previous experience, but he would not, and I believe that no one can understand how an unrelated person feels every day, every hour, and every moment, and they don't care." Listening to Peter's words, Gwen was speechless. She felt a little sorry for Peter. "I'm like that too, Gwen." Finally, Peter added something to Gwen. "So, I can't empathize with it, and naturally I don't care about other people's opinions. Gwen originally wanted to say that you are not this kind of person, but in the end she swallowed her words. Thank you for the root beer. She handed Peter the frosted cup and murmured, I can feel you. Would you like another drink? Peter asked her. No, I don't think my stomach can hold it anymore, even though I love root beer. Gwen waved her hand, indicating that she had drunk enough. Tell me, Josh, will this happen again? Peter. She still wanted to discuss the Josh incident with Peter. I always feel like it's not that simple. Gwen frowned and expressed her thoughts. Maybe the murderer will continue to commit crimes. He hid the body in the storage room, maybe as a provocation. Peter nodded. Maybe that guy is pretentious and likes to show death to others. Death is such a disgusting word. Gwen frowned and said, somewhat annoyed. Next to Peter, listening to Gwen saying that she hates death, he suddenly thought of Ms. Weber's comment that he was the hand of death. After a while, he cast his eyes on the passing vehicles on the road. I don't know if he was talking to himself or to Gwen. Death may not be terrible, entropy is irreversible, and heat death will most likely be our end. From ancient times to the future, everyone we can imagine, everyone we cannot imagine, all species, whether living or not, will eventually die. In a sense, we are all buried in a tomb called the universe. Listening to Peter's words, Gwen looked at his side face blankly. Under the sunlight of the rising sun, the lines outlined on Peter's side face suddenly made Gwen feel a little mysterious and handsome. Her heart beat faster. After separating from Peter, Gwen took the subway and rushed home. Although she was still a little depressed, her conversation with Peter at the fruit shop made her feel a lot better. The only pity is that she still doesn't know why Peter appeared in the Presbyterian hospital. In the room, she turned on the computer. In the mailbox, the school postponed the football regional championship. The email appeared on the front page. Opening the email, Gwen took a quick look and deleted it. This is the first time that Central City High School has entered the regional championship in 10 years. The school was supposed to hold a grand event on the day of the game. Unfortunately, because of Josh's matter, the game time was temporarily postponed. But it has nothing to do with me. I am neither a member of the football team nor a member of the cheerleading team. Gwen shook her head and continued to browse the mailbox. Soon she found another boring email. It was a somewhat strange confession letter. Although as a member of the famous band in the school, it shouldn't be a strange thing to have a fan confessed. But confessing through an email looks very strange. You have to know that your email address is not public. Since the sender of the email was not signed, she couldn't know the name of the confessor. Is it a prank? Gwen muttered and deleted the email casually. She looked up at the Black Forest cuckoo on the wall, and the clock had already pointed to 7 o'clock in the afternoon. She closed the computer and prepared to go to the kitchen to make something to eat. Her father had just called her and told her that he would not be home tonight, so she had to prepare dinner by herself. Somehow, an idea suddenly popped up in her mind. It would be nice if this email was written by Peter to her. C-18 Death is approaching. George Stacy stood in front of a house. The house in front of him was dilapidated and dilapidated. The shutters were in pieces and the walls were covered with 20 or 30-year-old vines. The leaves and veins were so dense that they almost tore the walls apart. Even in the backward borough of Brooklyn, such dilapidated houses are rare. A gust of cold wind blew by, rolling up the fallen leaves on the door curtain, and the entangled wind chimes made a messy sound. Is this where Frank Gleason lives? George asked the police officer next to him. Yes, this is it. 3 days have passed since the murder of Josh Robber. The New York Police Department began to investigate information from people related to the victim, including his parents, friends, and people who had conflicts with him. Frank Gleason was a student who had been bullied by him. The other party had not come to school for 2 days, so George brought the police to his home to investigate. The police rang the doorbell and waited for a long time, but no one came to open the door. George waited outside the door for a long time, but there was no sound from the house. Standing in front of the door, he glanced inside. The furniture inside is neatly arranged and covered with a light layer of gray. It seems that no one has lived there for a long time. He tried pushing the door, but it didn't move. You can only contact the owner of this house and bring the key to open the door. The Gleasons live here on rent and are not the real owners of the house. With the help of the landlord, George Stacy, and the police officers entered the room. As soon as I entered the room, I smelled a special smell. It smelled like mold, or like a corpse that had been left to rot for a long time due to bacterial growth. This smell cannot be described accurately, but to George Stacy, it is a weird smell of complete stagnation. A bad premonition immediately arose in his heart. the muscles all over his body tensed, and his expression instantly became solemn. After a brief walk around the living room, I didn't find anything. He had read the family's information before coming here. The man's name is John and the woman's name is Maggie. They have been divorced for 6 months. Frank Gleason is the son of 2 people. He is a high school student in Midtown. He lives with his father John and lives here. Moreover, John is not a serious person. He hangs out in Hell's Kitchen all year round and is a member of the Gangster Hand. It seems that no matter what I do recently, I always come across something related to the hand. George, who was observing the surroundings, muttered helplessly to himself. Finding nothing on the first floor, he decided to check out the second floor. After walking along the carpeted stairs for a while, he soon noticed a stronger smell. The police from downstairs were asked to come over, and several people followed the smell to search for the source. The last few people entered an airtight room sealed by curtains. There was a weird rancid smell in the room, so strong that it almost made you vomit. There are countless glass cabinets placed inside, and inside the transparent glass cabinets are motionless spiders. South American tarantula, Mexican red paint head, Chilean red rose. George Stacy quickly identified the species of these pet spiders. He never thought that someone would keep so many spiders in his room. However, these spiders were all dead at this time. Looking away from the spiders, George's eyes roamed elsewhere. Soon he discovered that in the corner of the room, behind the curtains hanging on the floor, there was a faint figure. He took out his pistol and put his men on alert. George Stacy walked over cautiously, raised his pistol and aimed at the shadowy black figure behind the curtain. After getting ready, he asked his men to go over and lift the curtains. Ahoo! The curtains were suddenly opened, and the black figure behind fell down towards the police officer. The startled police officer quickly stepped aside. Bang! The black shadow fell heavily to the ground. After seeing the object that fell to the ground clearly, George and the police officers next to him all took a deep breath. This is the exact same silk cocoon as the corpse in the storage room at Midtown High School. It looked like there was something wrapped inside. Shat! After cursing, George put down his pistol and signaled the police officer to cut open the silk cocoon with a knife. Inside the silk cocoon, a terrifying blue face appeared in front of everyone. This face looks like that of John, the male protagonist. The death state of the corpse and the way it was wrapped in a silk cocoon were exactly the same as those at Midtown High School. George Stacy, who had already vaguely guessed something, ordered to his men, "Send the forensic doctor and more people over immediately, and search the whole city for Frank Gleason." The biggest suspect right now is Frank Gleason. Although the way he killed and wrapped up his father was extremely cruel and bizarre, during his career as a police officer, he had already seen the evil and cruelty of human nature. No matter how unreasonable it is, he will always consider the worst. Covering his mouth and nose, he exhaled a little and walked out of the room. On the desk at the door of the room, a photo caught his attention. Picking up the photo, he immediately stayed where he was. The person in the photo is actually his daughter Gwen Stacy. This Frank Gleason is Gwen's classmate, and Gwen's photos are collected by him. It was obvious that this guy was plotting against his daughter. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Take out your phone and quickly call Gwen. Midtown High School. The postponed football game was held today. The school playground was full of people. The students seemed to have put Josh's death behind them and enjoyed the feast. The game had not started yet, and the playground was full of noisy laughter and screams at night. The bonfire was lit, and the colorful flags were waved and made a swish sound. The boys who shouted "Go White Sharks" ran around the playground waving flags. The cheerleaders performed happily, showing their white thighs that made the students scream. The air was filled with carnival hormones, and the girls in corsets made a swish sound when they walked. Gwen sat in the audience seats of the playground. She scanned the audience seats next to her, but she didn't see Peter. She was a little disappointed. The screen of the mobile phone in her pocket lit up, and George Stacy called. Because her mobile phone had been turned to silent mode, and the surrounding environment was noisy, she didn't know that her mobile phone was calling. Boom! A bunch of fireworks exploded in the sky. Under the brilliant light, Frank Gleason, who was being sought by the police, stood at the entrance of the playground. Frank, with messy brown hair and cold eyes, took a step and walked towards the competition venue. C19 Red Festival, that's a beautiful dress, Glory. Gwen said to her band friend Glory, who was sitting next to her. I designed it myself, you know I love DIY. Glory rubbed his feet and stood up, looking at the reveling students below in the audience, and said to Gwen, come down and take a walk, my feet are almost numb. Gwen nodded and followed her down from the audience. The two walked around a table stacked with crepe paper in the school's signature color, which also contained wine bottles with candles, flyers for the competition, and gardener's nuts for students to eat. But I have to say, Gwen, you are also very beautiful and radiant today. Do you have any secrets? Glory stood at the table, picked up the nuts casually, and asked Gwen. At this time, Gwen was wearing a high-waisted dress. Suitable clothes perfectly highlighted her figure. The secret is that I am Don McLean's secret lover. Don McLean, American New York folk singer. Gwen made a joke, picked up the game leaflet from the table, turned his attention to the football players who were warming up, and said to Glory, I don't know if we can win today's game. Hi, Gwen. While Gwen was chatting with Glory, a voice appeared behind her. The two turned around and saw Frank appearing behind them. Frank? Gwen knew this taciturn classmate, but in her impression, he never seemed to take the initiative to talk to her. Frank squeezed out a smile and asked Gwen, Can I talk to you? Forehead Gwen hesitated and nodded, of course. She remembered that this classmate, like Peter, was often bullied by the school's thugs. She always had a sympathetic attitude toward the victims of such school bullying. Glory shrugged his shoulders at Gwen in an interesting manner. You guys chat, I'll wait for you over there. After Glory left, Gwen asked Frank, What do we want to talk about, Frank? About studying. Maybe I can give you some advice, although I don't know if it will work. No, not about studying. Frank had a smile on his lips and looked directly at Gwen. I just want to say, you are beautiful today. Gwen's high-waist dress complements her blonde hair, and she wears a simple necklace around her neck, looking full of mysterious charm. It seems that Glory was not complimenting me. Maybe I really dressed a little maturely today. Gwen thought to herself. She quickly shook the messy thoughts out of her mind and thanked Frank. Thank you. I haven't seen you coming to class recently. Is there something wrong? Gwen wanted to leave. She felt that the atmosphere was too awkward, but she felt that it would be rude to leave directly, so she randomly found a topic. Frank was silent for a while, looking at the students celebrating by the bonfire. I've been through some bad things. Gwen thought he was talking about being bullied, and after thinking about it, she said, I'm sorry, but maybe everything is in the past and we can leave the bad memories behind. I can't forget it. Frank raised his head and stared at Gwen with burning eyes. I want to say that I will not blame anyone, but that is a lie. I will blame everyone and will continue to blame. I don't want to lie in front of you now. Listening to the other party's somewhat crazy words, Gwen frowned, and an ominous premonition filled her heart. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It's all over now. Frank's eyes became even more crazy as he spoke. I still remember the last such school event, the school spring dance. I also participated in that dance. I originally wanted to invite you to be my dance partner. That day I saw you wearing high heels, 2 inches taller than me. I originally wanted to invite you, but, he paused and took a step closer to Gwen. Josh's guys from the football team tied me to the stage with some stupid prank and poured beer and juice on me. It was not a good feeling. I was like a monkey being watched. I will always remember Joe. What did Cher do to me? Gwen's breathing quickened. Did you kill Josh? That's just to let him get the punishment he deserves. Frank's voice was filled with resentment and his eyes were red. But he quickly calmed down and exhaled. Now, I have a different power. I can do whatever I want. This is the talent God gave me. I am the king who controls everything. He stepped closer to Gwen. Gwen, you were the only one willing to help me when I was tied to the stage. You angrily scolded the group of people and untied me. From that moment on, I fell in love with you. Gwen, I love you. Will you be my queen? Gwen looked at Frank in front of her with shocked eyes. She knew that the guy who sent the confession letter to her mailbox was also the pervert in front of her. You crazy person. The moment Gwen finished saying this, she picked up the gondola with nuts on the table. Gondolari, a unique Venetian pointed boat. There are many such containers and utensils for holding fruits in the United States. Bang! Along with the nuts, the gondola hit Frank hard on the head. The nut fell to the ground with a crash, but Frank, who was hit on the head, was unscathed. He narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and pushed a palm towards Gwen. Boom! Gwen's body jerked back and hit the table hard. The wine bottle with the candle on the table fell to the ground with a bang, and the flames immediately spread out. The competition flyers were set alight, and the entire lawn was covered with sparks and began to burn violently. Gwen, who was hit on the back, felt her eyes go dark. She tried hard to suppress the pain and keep herself awake. The sudden change attracted the attention of everyone present. The cheerleaders, football team members, and students in the audience all turned their attention to the two. The entire playground fell silent. I have always believed in a saying, if your right eye causes you to stumble, dig it out and throw it away. Frank uttered these words and cast a vicious look at the members of the football team. Run! Gwen shouted to the still confused onlookers. Boom! The crowd erupted in noise, and screams and shouts of terror filled the playground. Everyone rushed towards the playground entrance. What was originally a lively event suddenly turned into a hell that everyone was scrambling to escape from. The flames spread along the lawn, fanned by the wind, and quickly spread around. C20 Who is Spider-Man? Under the burning flames, Gwen was horrified to see Frank begin to mutate. The skin on his face kept shaking and twitching. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his head, and black tumors grew on his head. His teeth also began to mutate, and two curved fangs similar to spider claws grew out of his sharp and dense teeth. What shocked Gwen the most was that countless red eyes appeared on the tumor on his head. The spider-like eyes exuded a strange and terrifying aura. Frank, with his muscles surging, turned from a human into a spider monster. Gwen took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She bent down to pick up another burning gondola on the ground and threw it at him. Then she ran towards the crowd without looking back. Although she was confident in her strength, she should have a chance of winning against ordinary people. But against such a spider monster, she had no chance. The other students in the playground also witnessed Frank transformed into a spider monster, and the panic was louder, the crowd was more chaotic, and all rushed towards the exit. God! I must be dazzled. When Gwen ran to Gloria, Gloria was staring at Frank, who had turned into a spider monster, in amazement. God won't help you. Run! Gwen grabbed Gloria's hand and ran towards the exit with the frantic escapees. But when they ran to the playground gate, they found that the door had been locked. The person in the front hammered the door hard, but it didn't move at all. More and more people squeezed to the door, and the crying and screaming in the crowd mixed together, which was extremely chaotic. The agile boys immediately climbed the wire door and jumped out, trying to open the door from the outside. Vice Principal Morton ran to the door first. Facing the students running around, he gave full play to his tough guy style, first slapped a screaming girl, and then punched a boy who was pushing desperately in the eye. The fire continued to spread on the grass, and the beeping and popping burning sound resounded in the night sky. Frank, who stood in the center of the flames and transformed into a spider monster, did not simply stand there and watch everyone flee. He grabbed the closest football team member at lightning speed, twisted his neck, and pulled him in front of him. The terrifying spider fangs bit into the opponent's neck, and blood spurted out immediately. Gwen, who witnessed this scene, immediately felt nauseous in her throat. After Frank killed a football player casually, he walked towards the other running students. Bang! With just a casual blow, the tall and strong student's mouth gushed blood, and he was hit out like a flying baseball bat and fell heavily to the ground, his life or death unknown. Ha! Exhaling a breath, Gwen let go of Gloria's hand and said to her seriously, "Listen, Gloria, you run away first, then call the police." "What about you?" Gloria knew what her friend wanted to do. She grabbed Gwen's wrist, her eyes full of tears. "You can't go. Gwen, you're not a superhero. You will get hurt or even die. Please, don't go. I have to do something." Gwen pulled her wrist out and ran in the opposite direction of the crowd. At this time, the flames had spread to the stage set up on the playground. The wires near the stage were ignited, emitting dazzling electric sparks. Bang! The huge microphone drum noise spread throughout the playground. Gwen looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw a classmate holding the microphone, his eyes bulging, his body shaking constantly, and electric sparks jumping around. It was obvious that the other party had been electrocuted. Frank stood at the exit and attacked the students around him who had not escaped yet. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of flames and electricity stirred everyone's head. Gwen took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and looked around. Near the student lying motionless on the ground, Gwen saw a thick electric wire lying on the ground, twisting and wriggling like a snake, emitting purple flashes. Gwen took a deep breath and muttered "I can" in her mouth, ran over quickly and grabbed the other end of the wire. Gwen dragged Frank, who was running towards him, and tried to knock him down with electricity. Zila! The electric current hit Frank's back. When Gwen thought her plan was successful, Frank's body shook and then turned around. Gwen, who was holding the wire, looked at Frank, who was unharmed, and her heart clicked. Before she could dodge back, Frank's fangs came towards her. She could even smell the fishy smell coming from his mouth. Seeing Frank's fangs getting closer and closer to her, Gwen's heart also rose with despair. Bang! To Gwen's surprise, Frank's spider fangs did not bite her neck. A pair of hands stretched out from behind her and grabbed Frank's neck. A familiar breath spread to her body, a long-lost breath of familiarity and safety. Gwen's hand stretched out from behind, grabbed Frank's neck, and threw him out heavily. With a loud bang, Frank fell heavily to the ground. The cracked ground raised countless dust, and the ground was shaken slightly. Peter! Gwen stared at Peter, who appeared behind her in astonishment. She thought Peter would not come to the competition, but she did not expect him to appear in front of her in this way. "You should not be so stubborn, Gwen," Peter said to Gwen, who was covered in dust and blood on her face. He had no intention of coming to school, but was driven to school by Uncle Ben and Aunt May on the grounds of broadening his social relationships. "I know, but Frank came for me from the beginning, and I have to take responsibility." Gwen apologized to him with an apologetic look on her face. She quickly grabbed Peter's hand. "We have to leave here quickly. This guy has become a monster." The students around had almost all fled, and she had successfully achieved the goal of delaying the other party, so she ran away quickly. Too late. Peter shook his head and looked at Frank, who slowly stood up in the distance. "What should we do?" Gwen looked at the other party nervously. Immediately, she made a quick decision. "I will stop him. Peter, you run first." Gwen, who made a decision in her heart, let go of Peter's hand and stood in front of him. Peter was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "You are not a superhero, Gwen. I have a responsibility." Listening to Gwen's firm tone, Peter was speechless. "Why do you feel that you are the Spider-Man? But the ability is not enough." Peter pushed Gwen away. The next second, Frank had already rushed up, and Gwen, who was pushed away, escaped. With a bang, Frank's arm was grabbed by Peter. Feeling the huge power coming from Peter's body, Frank looked at him in horror. "What kind of monster are you? C-21, we are all monsters." Frank looked at Peter Parker, who blocked his attack in shock. On the other side, Gwen, who was pushed to the ground, wanted to stand up. With mud on her face, she was shocked. When did Peter become so strong? No, he had such great strength since he pushed Josh onto the locker. But how did he do it? Gwen staggered to her feet and wanted to see the situation clearly. As a result, the next second, there was a burst of air in her ears. Frank, who had just rushed over, was instantly knocked out and then fell heavily on the burning stage. With a bang, a big hole was smashed in the temporary stage, and burning sparks splashed everywhere. Before Gwen had time to breathe, a boom explosion resounded in the playground. The burning electronic equipment near the stage made a deafening sound, and countless burning objects fell from the sky like meteors, igniting more lawns. The sudden explosion shock wave rushed in all directions. Gwen, who didn't react, felt like she was flying the next second. She screamed and subconsciously closed her eyes. But soon she realized something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, Gwen found that she was not blown away by the explosion, but Peter held her and jumped to the side. Feeling the warmth from Peter's body, Gwen was a little dazed. At the moment she was stunned, Peter held her and moved to the wire gate of the playground. The wire gate was tightly closed at this time, and almost all the students had fled from here. Only Glory was anxiously waiting outside. "Thank God, Gwen, you're okay." Seeing Gwen appear at the door, Glory couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Peter, who carried Gwen here, didn't care whether Gwen agreed or not, and lifted her up to the wire gate by her buttocks. "Get up!" Peter, who was talking to her, patted her buttocks. Then Gwen turned over from the inside of the door with the help of Glory. Gwen, with a slightly red face, touched her buttocks and was about to reach out to take Peter over the door. However, when she raised her eyes, she found that Peter had disappeared. Shit! Gwen, who had always been a good girl, finally couldn't help swearing. Without waiting for Gloria next to her to react, she was about to jump over the door. But her action was soon stopped by Gloria. "Gwen, calm down, you can't go in again. Peter is still in there." Gloria held her hand tightly and shook her head sadly. "You and I, with our strength, we can't change anything." "No, I don't believe it. I believe that as long as you give up something, you can change it." Gwen gritted her teeth and said to Gloria with red eyes, "All I can do is give up my own safety first, so that I can help Peter." Looking at Gwen's state at this time, Gloria felt a little reluctant, but she still shook her head. "I don't want to lose my best friend. You won't have good luck every time." "I know, but now, I can't lose him. Sorry, Gloria." Gwen broke away from Gloria's hand, grabbed the barbed wire, and prepared to climb. But when she caught sight of a Mercedes-Benz placed in the laboratory building, she quickly came up with an idea. Jumping down from the wire gate, Gwen ran towards the Mercedes-Benz at the fastest speed. "Leave here, Gloria, it's not safe here." Her voice came from far away in the night wind, leaving Gloria looking at her back with a worried look on his face. On the other side, in the playground, Peter stood opposite Frank. There were only two people in the entire playground, except for the beeping and popping burning flames and the students lying on the ground whose lives and deaths were unknown. Frank wiped the dust from his eyes on his forehead, and a strange red light flashed in several scarlet eyes. "Peter Parker, I know you." Frank, whose voice became hoarse and harsh, said to Peter, "You are the same as me, we are the same kind of people, both bullied weaklings." "Weak?" That's just you. Peter shook his head expressionlessly, indicating that he disagreed with what the other party said. What are you doing now? Are you avenging them? Frank pointed to the corpse on the ground not far away. I am no longer a weakling, they are weaklings. It is normal for me to kill them, just like they bullied us in the past. So why did you stop me, Peter? Facing Frank, who had turned into a spider monster in front of him, Peter was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He stomped his feet on the ground, jumped to the opposite side with a bang, and his fists were like the claws of a beast, directly blasting the opponent out again. You think too much, I just want to kill you, there is no reason. Peter has been suppressing the hunter's killing instinct generated by the alien in his body. Now seeing this high-level prey in front of him, the desire of being a high-level predator can no longer be suppressed. As for revenge for the dead? This idea did not even occur to him. The genes of the alien not only affected his external physical qualities such as strength and speed, but also deeply affected his spirit. Bang! The next second, Peter stepped on Frank's chest with both feet. Frank suddenly burst out with strength, roared, and grabbed Peter's right foot with both hands. The sudden force made Frank push Peter away. He stood up at lightning speed and pounced on Peter. Boom! The ground shook, and the burning flames were blown away. Frank, who had great strength, knocked Peter down, opened his bloody mouth, and stabbed Peter with his fangs. Peter, who was pinned down, stretched out his right hand to block the opponent's attack. And his right arm was instantly covered with tough black exoskeleton-like armor. After resisting the opponent's bite, Peter bent his knees and raised his head. The abundant force instantly hit Frank's lower abdomen, and directly knocked the opponent backwards. Bang! Frank's body hit the school's fire hydrant heavily. The two nuts of the damaged fire hydrant were ejected with a bang, and a huge stream of water gushed out of the nozzle. The high-pressure water flow turned into a strong impact force, bombarding in all directions. The flashing electric sparks hit the current, making a loud bang sound. Peter, whose arm exoskeleton disappeared, stood there and looked at Frank, who stood up slowly, frowning. The opponent's movements were as agile and fast as a spider, and his strength was comparable to his own. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, he would have been in a difficult battle against this mutant version of Spider-Man. However, Peter's eyes flashed coldly, and it was this high-level prey that made him start to take it seriously. C-22 No, you are just prey. With a loud bang, a dull crash sound was heard. Frank pulled up the fire hydrant and wanted to hit Peter. As a result, Peter dodged and approached him. His arms turned into alien claws and stabbed at the other's head. A sharp air sound was heard, accompanied by burning flames and falling water drops. Frank raised his arms to resist Peter's attack. He turned into a spider monster, his strength continued to increase, and powerful power burst out from his body. He grabbed Peter's arm and wanted to throw him out. Bang! He threw Peter out with all his strength, and his chest was hit hard. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he took a few steps back and hit the fire hydrant. He breathed heavily, looked at Peter, who was thrown out, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth that had become unlike a human. But soon, when he saw Peter standing up again, his smile disappeared. Peter stood up, his heart was beating rapidly, and his body temperature continued to rise. A strong desire to kill spread from the bottom of his heart to his whole body. He frowned and slowly stretched out his arm. The arm impacted by the flames and water flow slowly condensed a layer of black siliconized shell. The siliconized shell, like an exoskeleton, glowed with a layer of cold light in the night, like a close-fitting battle armor. And this siliconized shell did not condense only on the arm as usual. Instead, it continued to spread, quickly covering the whole body like a black flame. The clothes he was wearing were also destroyed in an instant. The strong and hot feeling filled the senses with the coverage of the siliconized shell. If it was a feeling of abundance dominated by power before, now it is a kind of unscrupulous strong self-confidence, the self-confidence of being several times stronger than before. The exoskeleton that fits tightly to the body did not give him a sense of obstruction and discomfort, but a very close feeling. No, this is not clothes, but bones. Peter looked at the exoskeleton that covered his arm like a black uniform and whispered to himself. According to the information I have seen, the skeleton of the alien is usually generated based on the host as a template, such as birds, reptiles, and even arthropods. The external skin is close to the skeleton and silicified, which is the direct visual experience of the external skin of the alien. This exoskeleton is composed of silicification. Since the ossified skin has no thermal conductivity, it can adapt to various external environmental temperatures and pressures. At the same time, it does not emit heat, and thermal imaging and other equipment cannot see it at all. This ossified skin is equivalent to wearing a set of armor on itself. Gunshots and electric shocks have little effect on it, and the damage caused by high temperature, high pressure, and freezing will also be greatly reduced. At present, I am equivalent to wearing this layer of armor. In the distance, Frank stared at Peter wearing a layer of black armor in amazement. This visual impact made his mind short-circuit for a short time. "Peter, you are the same as me." After a while, Frank murmured. The red light in his multiple eyes became even more intense, and he said to Peter, "You and I, we are the same kind of people, and you are also a monster with a beast in your body." "Beast?" Peter frowned when he heard Frank say something familiar. "Are you from the Hand?" "No, I'm not, of course I'm not." Frank shook his head and said angrily, "But my father is. I like spiders, so he used me for animal experiments and planted the so-called beast in my body, wanting to harvest me. Maybe he didn't expect that I would awaken my ability in advance by mistake. And the end result was that he was wrapped in a cocoon and eaten by me." In the flames and the splashing water, Frank made an insect-like sound from his mouth. "Is it strange? Isn't it the same for insects? When the eggs break open, it's the time for the larvae to eat their parents." He made a hissing laugh from his mouth and walked towards Peter step by step. "Now I want revenge, hurt them, listen to them cry, and make them show funny expressions for survival. Is there anything better than this? Peter Parker, you are like me now. We are monsters, but also gods. We don't have to kill each other." However, before he finished speaking, the voice stopped abruptly. Peter, covered with a black exoskeleton, moved in front of Frank at a speed several times faster than before. He grabbed his throat and lifted him into the air. Being held in the air, Frank, who had multiple spider eyes, felt a sharp pain in his throat and looked at Peter in disbelief. "You are wrong. You and I are not the same kind of people. In my eyes, you are just a simple prey." Frank opened his mouth and squeezed out a word with difficulty. "Walter?" Swoosh! A weapon similar to a tail covered with a black silicon shell and emitting cold air stretched out from behind Peter and instantly pierced Frank's neck. The tail emitting cold air penetrated from the right side of his neck and came out from the left side. Blood spurted out instantly. Frank's eyes flashed with disbelief and horror, and the several eyes on his forehead slowly extinguished the light. Plop! Peter let go of his hand and let the other's body fall to the ground. The tail growing on his tail slowly disappeared. Just now, the tail on his buttocks grew naturally, and pierced the opponent's throat with his killing thoughts. It was as if this was a fighting skill cultivated in his body, and it was born to be used in battle. The tail of the alien is one of its most powerful offensive weapons. Now, he, who was affected by the alien, also showed this feature of the alien, and gave birth to a tail to attack the enemy. Looking at the burning stage, Peter's expression became solemn. The sense of accomplishment as a hunter who killed Frank disappeared instantly, and was replaced by solemn thoughts. He was changing more and more towards the direction of the alien. He lowered his head and cast his eyes on Frank on the ground. Will he become a monster like him in the future? In the distance, the sound of sirens sounded, and the flames burned more fiercely, and even the splashing water could not stop it. Temporarily abandoning the complicated thoughts, Peter turned around and prepared to leave. Roar! A roar sounded from behind him, and Frank, who was already dead, jumped up and pounced on him. Buzz! The powerful sound of the motor sounded, and the roar of the car sounded in the night. The roaring car broke through the wire gate of the playground and rushed straight into the campus surrounded by flames. Frank, who had just stood up, was hit hard by the car before he could take any action. The front bumper of the Mercedes-Benz was knocked away in an instant, and the car rushed forward for several meters before stopping. Bang! The car door was pushed open, and Gwen, panting, staggered out of the deformed car. C-23 don't say sorry boom! A flame rushed into the sky. Above the flame, steel roof panels, wood and shredded paper were scattered all over the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of oil and smoke. The entire playground was brightly lit, as if it was illuminated by lightning in an instant. A moment later, the shock wave of the explosion rushed to the surroundings. The garbage placed on the playground whizzed past, followed by a heat wave. Gwen, who had just got off the car, stretched out her hand to try to block the heat wave, but was pushed back. A pungent smell came from her nose, and Gwen's head was dizzy. What happened next was like a slow-motion playback. She saw the flames rising in the distance, the burning stage, and the police car with the shrill sirens in the distance. And Peter came into her sight in the slow motion. His arm reached out and tried to grab her. Snap! Peter grabbed Gwen's hand and hugged her unconscious. Sparks from the explosion attacked the two of them, and Peter slightly turned sideways and blocked them with his back. Looking down at the unconscious Gwen, Peter picked her up by the waist. Looking back at Frank, who was completely dead, he carried Gwen to the entrance of the playground. After everything was settled, the police from the New York Police Department finally arrived. George Stacy jumped out of the car as fast as he could and ran towards the burning playground regardless of the danger. "Hurry up and answer the phone. Gwen! Answer the phone." While running and roaring in a low voice, he looked down at the phone in his hand. He kept trying to call Gwen's phone, but he couldn't get through. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the playground and saw Gwen's friend Gloria. "Hey, Gloria, have you seen Gwen?" Gloria, who was waiting anxiously, saw George Stacy and felt relieved. Before she could say anything, she heard a deafening explosion. The heat wave came from inside the stadium. The two of them stepped back subconsciously to avoid the heat wave that hit their faces. "Gwen is still in there." Gloria coughed, covered her chest and shouted to George Stacy. "Damn it!" Hearing that his daughter was still in there, George gritted his teeth and threw his phone to the ground. "Leave here, Gloria, it's still dangerous here." Taking off his clothes, George put his coat on Gloria, then kicked open the wire door and prepared to rush in. But soon a figure appeared in the firelight, which made him stunned. Peter, who was covered in black clothes, hugged Gwen and slowly walked out of the rolling flames. Behind him were sparks flying everywhere and water drops spraying down. The beeping and popping sound of the flames burning, the hissing sound of the fire hydrants splashing water, and the sirens coming from afar formed a reverberation in the stadium at this time. Gloria stood there, watching Peter walking out of the flames, and was stunned like George. "Peter?" George Stacy looked at Peter, who was standing in front of him, holding Gwen. He could not imagine the scene in front of him. Peter held his daughter and walked out of the flames that devoured everything. "She's fine, she just fainted." Peter lowered his head and looked at Gwen's face. His solemn expression relaxed a little, and then he looked up and said to George Stacy. George Stacy took Gwen from Peter in a daze and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But Peter did not stop and turned away directly. Cars with flashing red lights and sirens gradually gathered here. Fire trucks and ambulances also drove over here. George Stacy held Gwen and temporarily gave up the idea of calling Peter. The most important thing now was to confirm the situation of his daughter. Gwen woke up from the nightmare with a gasp. She felt like she was trapped in the seaweed and couldn't breathe. At first, she struggled desperately, trying to tear off the seaweed wrapped around her head and neck, but she suddenly heard a strange sound. A sharp and rapid sound entered her ears. A shark opened its bloody mouth and suddenly swam in front of him along the seaweed. A smell of corruption penetrated her nasal cavity and permeated her whole body. She was awakened and struggled desperately to stand up, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Peter. Peter was leaning over her and pressing her shoulders. "Don't move, otherwise the gauze will open." Her right ear was covered with a thin layer of gauze. At this time, Peter was helping her press the yellow gauze that accidentally fell off. Gwen blinked and smelled the familiar smell coming from Peter. "I'm not sleeping?" she whispered to Peter. "No, not in a dream either." "I don't think so." Gwen stood up slightly, let her back lean against the pillow, and looked around. White sheets and the pungent smell of disinfectant. She should be in the hospital. Gwen was filled with mixed feelings and didn't know what to say, so she blurted out, "I'm sorry." Peter looked at Gwen and raised his eyebrows. "Why are you saying sorry?" "This matter is very complicated, and it's all my fault," she said guiltily. "Frank came to school because of me. If it weren't for me, so many students wouldn't have been killed, and I wouldn't have implicated Peter. If it's complicated, don't think about it." Peter didn't want to ask anymore, and cast his eyes on the scenery outside the window. "You should just lie here and rest." "How long have I been unconscious?" "1 day." "What about Frank?" "What she cares most about now is whether the culprit has been punished." Peter sat down on a chair beside the bed and said, "He's dead. Your impact was very strong." Gwen took a deep breath and felt a pain in her chest. "The wound here should be caused by the impact of the steering wheel when she was driving. I think that impact should not be fatal to him." "It was you who did it, right, Peter?" Gwen looked at Peter with burning eyes, as if she wanted to see the secrets in him. Peter shook his head. "No, of course not me. Gloria can prove that you drove in like crazy." Gwen was a little speechless, but soon she glared at Peter. "Do you think I will believe it?" "Yes." "I don't think so, because if I believe I can do it, I may be the dumbest woman in history." Gwen looked at Peter and said, "I know my ability. I am just a lucky girl." "You are more than just lucky, Gwen." Peter stood up while speaking. "I have something else to do. I have to go first. Take good care of your injuries, don't think too much." Gwen lay on the bed, staring at Peter leaving. After a while, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Feeling the warm sunshine outside, she lay down. "It's a good day today." C24 The Church of Mourning in Death. The car radio broadcast a news report. When the fire broke out at Midtown High School, the school was holding a regional football championship. It was said that this was a fire caused by an accidental circuit fire. Other witnesses also mentioned that there was a short circuit on the band stage. The old Toyota car turned a corner and drove towards the church near Midtown High School. Uncle Ben, who was driving, listened to the sound on the radio and sighed slightly. What a tragedy. I hope the dead can rest in peace. Peter, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at the scenery flashing outside the window, shook his head, and said to Uncle Ben, "This is not a natural disaster, Uncle Ben. It has been 3 days since the tragedy of the football game." Without any surprise, this incident has become a hot topic for the media to report. But almost all media define it as a fire caused by a short circuit. The host on the radio is still reporting. Fire trucks in Brooklyn were sent to Midtown High School to put out the fire, but the school's fire hydrants had been damaged, so the fire could not be put out in time. 5 bodies have been found, one of whom is a teacher at Midtown High School, and the other 4 are participants in the football game. It is reported that they are all members of the White Shark football team, and none of them are over 18 years old. In addition, 2 firefighters were sent to the hospital for treatment due to smoke inhalation. Listening to the host's report, Uncle Ben's brows were frowned more and more. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have let you go to watch the football game that night. Uncle Ben blamed himself for letting Peter go to school that day. I didn't suffer any injuries, so you don't need to blame yourself, Uncle Ben. Besides, some things are not what we can predict. Peter comforted Uncle Ben. Yes, there are some things we can't predict. Uncle Ben stepped on the brakes and waited for the red light at the intersection. People will always encounter some things in their lives, sometimes good things, sometimes bad things. When bad things come, we have to endure them, especially when you can't change it. Peter nodded and asked Uncle Ben, "What if we can change it?" "Then do your best to change it." Uncle Ben turned his head and said to Peter, "I think, my nephew Peter, if bad things happen, you must have done your best." Peter shook his head and replied to Uncle Ben, "No, I didn't. I can only be considered sloppy." "I know you, Peter." The red light signal turned green. Uncle Ben stepped on the accelerator, drove forward, and continued to say to Peter, "You are not the kind of sloppy person." A few minutes later, the car arrived at the destination and stopped in front of a church. The fire incident at the Central City High School football game caused the deaths of many students and teachers. The memorial service for the deceased's body was held in this Christian church. Many teachers, students, parents, and others from Central City High School have arrived. People wearing solemn black clothes, with white flowers on their chests, looked solemn and solemn. The scene was filled with a heavy and sad atmosphere. Uncle Ben and Peter, both wearing black clothes and ties on the outside. Peter had no intention of attending this kind of funeral, but at Uncle Ben's strong request, he finally accompanied him. "Hey, Peter." He found a seat and was about to sit down when he heard a voice coming from behind. Peter looked back and found a handsome face. Harry Osborn? Based on the memory of his previous life, he quickly recognized the identity of the person in front of him. Harry Osborn, the son of Green Goblin Norman Osborn, is also a good friend of Peter Parker. "I haven't seen you for a few weeks, Peter. Aren't we familiar with each other to this extent?" Harry, wearing a black suit and tie, came over and patted Peter on the shoulder. "Even if you call me Little Norman, it's more intimate than calling me by my name." Peter recalled and asked him, "I remember what international activities you participated in?" "United Nations charity activities, which can help you accumulate credits and expand your network so that you can go to a better university. My father signed me up for this." "Of course, his purpose is not for me to go to a good university, but to train me." Harry shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "My father is always like this, majestic and always seems to have a lot of ideas, and I am the one who always has no ideas." Perhaps realizing that it is not appropriate to talk about his father like this, he quickly changed the subject. "I heard that Gwen was hospitalized?" "Yeah. That's really bad news, and everything that happened on the playground," he said with a heavy expression. "I didn't expect something like this to happen in school." Peter nodded slightly to the innocent and seemingly loveless teenager in front of him, and prepared to sit on the chair next to him. Harry didn't seem to feel the deliberate alienation of his friend, and took the initiative to lean over and sit next to him. "Peter, was this really a fire?" "I heard it was a spider monster." Before he finished speaking, a guest attending the funeral turned around and glared at him. Harry realized that his voice was a little loud, so he lowered his voice and continued to say to Peter, "You were at the scene that night. Was the spider monster real?" Peter listened to the prayer of the priest on the stage, looked straight ahead and said, "Maybe you should ask your father. Isn't he a big shot? He may know more than you. He is not an omnipotent God. Why does he know this?" Harry saw that Peter didn't want to say anything, and stopped asking helplessly. We fear death, we reject death, we will eventually die, we are not immortal, but our spirit will not die. Don Rhodes, Taylor Brandon, Jim Nance, Bill Chancellor, these are our friends, all died young, but they are all remembered by us. The pastor on the stage delivered a eulogy. To us, they are not perfect, but they are close to perfect. They are good players in the game, defenders of dignity and courage on the field. The hand of death will not easily erase our memories of them. Peter, sitting in the audience, listened to the pastor talking about the hand of death with a slightly stunned expression. It is really ironic that he was called the hand of death by Ms. Weber and now heard it at the funeral. He shook his head and automatically blocked out these meaningless eulogies. When he was about to go out for some fresh air, his heart suddenly contracted. His pupils dilated for a moment, and he suddenly grabbed the handrail next to him. Please collect and recommend, thank you. See 25 what to do. This misunderstanding seems a bit big, are you okay, Peter? Seeing that something seemed amiss with his friend sitting next to him, Harry asked worriedly. I'm fine. Enduring the strangeness coming from his body, Peter pretended to be nonchalant. His heart was beating rapidly, there was a swelling feeling in his chest, and the feeling of vomiting was rolling in his throat. It seems that the alien embryo inside the body is restless. Uncle Ben, who was sitting on his left, also noticed something was wrong with him. Uncle Ben looked at his nephew's pale face and asked quickly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Peter, I'm just a little out of breath." "It's okay. I'll just go out and get some air." Peter gave Uncle Ben a forced smile, trying not to look weird. After walking out of the church, Peter clutched his chest and breathed heavily. After he calmed down for a few minutes, the uncomfortable feeling slowly dissipated. Staring at the plants in the flower bed in front of the church, Peter tried to calm his breathing. Taking out his mobile phone, he dialed Dr. Lane's number and told him that he was going to have a checkup now. After sending a text message to Uncle Ben, he rushed to Presbyterian Hospital. Presbyterian Hospital, Dr. Lane's office. At this time, Dr. Lane had already helped Peter complete the physical examination. "How's it going? What's going on with the tumors in my body?" Peter asked Dr. Lane with a frown. He suspected that his previous physical discomfort was caused by the alien embryo in his body. "It looks like it has grown. I thought this existence has entered a long hibernation period, but obviously it is not. In addition to being more closely connected with various organs in your body, the translucent egg outside its body, the shell, is bigger." Dr. Lane stared at the CT images on the table, frowned and said, "I am 100% sure now that it is not a tumor. But if you need to know more about the changes in your body, I think it is best to draw your blood for more accurate examination. Cell tissue and genetic changes also need to be examined." Faced with Ryan's once again proposed blood test, Peter shook his head. "I said, this matter doesn't need to be mentioned again." After a moment of silence, he asked Dr. Lane, "If it breaks out of the body, how long do you think it will take at the fastest possible time?" Dr. Lane pondered for a while, shook his head and said, "I don't know. Generally speaking, there is no strict time period for the nutritional intake of parasites. The host's nutritional health, nutrient intake, and even gender, as well as differences in body functions between the elderly and children, may also affect its uptake speed." Dr. Lane hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and continued, "But I don't think this organism in your body can be regarded as an ordinary parasite." After hearing this, Peter nodded slowly. Then Dr. Lane continued, "The symptoms you had just now, including rapid heartbeat and vomiting, may mean that the it in your body has entered a new stage." "A new stage of evolution?" "Yes. You can pay attention to recent changes in your body." Dr. Lane put away the CT images and handed them to Peter. "I will prescribe some inhibitory targeted drugs. Maybe these drugs can inhibit its nutrient absorption rate. I will also prescribe some drugs to treat the palpitations, vomiting, and swelling in the chest and abdomen you mentioned." Although he found the medicine useless, he offered to prepare some for Peter. After all, he had received the other party's money. If he was just talking about it, he would feel guilty holding the money. Half an hour later, coming out of Dr. Lane's room, Peter walked along the corridor to leave. He walked slowly, lost in thought. This shadow of death that could disappear at any time follows him like a shadow. In this regard, he is really the hand of death that Mrs. Weber calls him. It seems that he is stepping up his plans to become Spider-Man. In his previous life, he remembered that Peter Parker was bitten by a spider at a biological science exhibition. "I hope that the turbulence caused by my butterfly wings will not affect this event." Walking to the elevator and waiting, Peter pressed the button for the elevator to go down. Bite! The elevator door opened, and an unexpected face appeared in front of him. "Peter?" Gwen looked at Peter in shock. After dealing with the endless police, she thought about walking around the hospital, but she didn't expect to meet Peter here. "Well, good morning, Gwen." Peter greeted her calmly. "I'm getting ready to see you." "Good morning, Peter." Gwen quickly came out of the elevator and walked quickly to Peter. "Do you want to see why I came to this floor?" She pointed towards the floor sign with a "Don't lie to me" look on her face. "This is an oncology department." Gwen instantly thought that she had seen Peter in this hospital before in the cafe. "I didn't have the nerve to ask at that time. Now I was resting at Presbyterian Hospital, and I saw Peter on the oncology department floor again." Could it be a bad feeling arose inside her? Won't. No. God would not be so cruel to himself. Gwen took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly saw the medicine in Peter's hand. With an excited expression, she grabbed the medicine in Peter's hand. "What? What is this?" "Peter." There was a tremor in Gwen's voice. "I bought some medicine for treating trauma for you." At this time, Peter tried his best to pretend to be calm. Although Gwen was also recuperating in the Presbyterian Hospital, he did not expect that Gwen would appear on this floor. "No, it's not." Gwen tried her best to suppress her emotions. "I know what it is. It is a drug to treat tumors. I know that my mother took this kind of thing." Gwen's mother died when she was very young, so Gwen knew what it represented. "Why didn't you tell me, Peter?" Gwen was emotionally broken, with tears in her eyes. "Wrong." Gwen quickly thought of what Peter once said to herself: "From ancient times to the future, all people we can imagine, all people we cannot imagine, all species, are living, not living, everything. Everything will eventually die. I'm sorry, I should have noticed it earlier, I should have guessed it earlier." Gwen couldn't control her emotions anymore and hugged Peter all of a sudden. With a trembling voice, Gwen hugged Peter tightly and said with a tearful voice, "I don't want to lose you, Peter." Peter, who was being held by Gwen, hesitated for a moment and slowly put his arm around Gwen's shoulders. What to do? This misunderstanding seems to be a bit big. C26. I will definitely win next time, Gwen. Presbyterian Hospital. George Stacy is in Gwen's hospital room. He wanted to know from Gwen what happened that night, especially Peter's role in it. He always felt that Peter that night would never be just a passerby, as his daughter said. "Dad, I want to be alone for some quiet time." Gwen sat on the bed holding her legs. She buried her head deeply into her knees, so that George Stacy could not see a trace of her expression. Hearing that something was wrong with his daughter's voice, George frowned. "Gwen, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I want to know, Dad, why do I always face death?" Faced with Gwen's question, George Stacy was stunned for a moment. "Just like when I lost my mother, and now, it seems that I am always in such a vortex, always bringing death and destruction to the people around me." Hearing this, George Stacy came over, patted Gwen's hair gently, and said, "No, this is not your mistake, Gwen. But why do the people I love most leave me and I can't do anything?" Gwen raised her head and said with tears on her face. Although George Stacy didn't know what happened, he still comforted his daughter in a low voice. "We cannot prevent death, and death will never be subject to our will, but it should not be the source of our harshness and pain." Gwen really wanted to tell her father about Peter, but thinking about her promise to Peter, she didn't say it in the end. "I used to want to play the savior, Dad, but now I know that I am not, and I no longer believe that I can blindly change everything." George Stacy frowned slightly as he listened to his daughter's words. Gwen exhaled and said dejectedly, "Maybe our life is like a donkey cart running towards the cliff. Like that donkey, I will fall into the dark abyss, and no matter how I scream, no one will hear me. I desperately want to stop those bad things from happening. I want to not let fate control my life, but I can't help it, can I? Trying to fight fate is as unrealistic as placing a coin on the railroad track to stop a speeding train." Thinking of the two most important people in her life leaving her in the same way, she felt uncontrollable pain. George Stacy, who felt his daughter's mood, gently stroked Gwen's hair and said, "You know, Gwen, when I used to come home after a bad day at work, my mom would ask me how I was doing. I'd say, okay, and then she'd kiss me on the cheek and say, 'You're going to win next time.'" After a pause, George continued, "Your mother never believed in fate. She always actively fought against the disease. No matter how bad it was, she would believe that she would win and she would always win destiny next time. So, Gwen, I don't know what you have been through, but I believe that my daughter will be the girl who will always win next time." After listening to her father's words, Gwen's originally desperate and uncomfortable mood eased a bit. Peter told himself he had just a pre-tumor. Maybe Dad was right and he could change everything. No matter what method she adopts, she must prevent her mother's tragedy from happening again to Peter. Call. Exhaling, Gwen forced herself to pull herself together. She raised her eyes and looked at her father firmly. "Dad, I want to borrow some money from you." "How many?" Although it was strange for his daughter to borrow money, he was quite relieved to see her cheer up. "Borrowing money is a matter of course. The more, the merrier." Gwen wanted to raise money for Peter's medical treatment, thinking that the more the better. $50,000? "Dad, is that okay?" she asked tentatively. Forehead George Stacy was a little suspicious. Had her daughter been deceived by someone? Osborne Tower. Osborne Industrial Group, as the most powerful company in the United States, has made many achievements in the fields of manufacturing, compression, automobile manufacturing, and chemical processing. It has 110 manufacturing plants and 7 R&D institutions around the world, especially in chemical products. "Dad?" Norman Osborne's office. Harry opened the door and entered. "You should have knocked, Harry, this was at work, not at home." Norman Osborne, who looked majestic, put down the document in his hand, frowned and said to his son, "Sorry, Dad, I just wanted to." Harry was about to explain when he was interrupted by his father. "You attended the funeral today and it ended so soon?" "Yes, I did not participate in the subsequent ceremony. The whole process will probably be completed in the afternoon." Norman nodded. "You performed very well at this United Nations charity organization meeting, which will help expand your network. If you mature, Harry, I won't worry about this every day." Harry wanted to ask his father what maturity and immaturity were. "Why does my father always say with a straight face that he is immature?" "Dad, do you know what happened at the football game? Was it really a fire?" After a moment of silence, he asked Norman. Norman cast his eyes on Harry, staring at him coldly. "I don't know, and you don't need to invest your curiosity in these things." "Don't disappoint me, Harry. I don't know what I should do." Harry couldn't stand it anymore. His father spoke to him so coldly. He raised his head and said indignantly, "I don't know what maturity is." "Maybe, Dad, you hope to harvest something important and very useful from me. You spent 10 years to transform me, cultivating me like pruning potted plants, hoping that I would become the kind of person you want, but I tell you, Dad, you have eliminated far more things from me than left." Norman Osborne looked gloomy and watched his son vent. "So, the reason why I am what I am now is thanks to you, Dad. I don't want to disappoint you, but you instilled me into this." When Harry finally finished speaking, Norman Osborne's face was covered with clouds. He raised his finger, pointed at the door, and said to Harry, "Get out." Bang! Harry, who closed the door, stood in the corridor and was blown by the cold wind, and was also a little scared. Normally, he would never dare to talk to his father like this. He originally wanted to ask his father if he could accompany him to the biological science exhibition this weekend. He ended up messing everything up. Harry, frustrated, walked out of the corridor unwillingly. In the office. After Harry's footsteps disappeared, Norman Osborne lowered his head and focused his eyes on the document in front of him. The document he was looking at was about the tragedy at the Midtown High School football game that happened 3 days ago. "Please vote, thank you all. Bow. C27. Why do you eat so uniquely? Whoa. Whoa. Forest Hills, Parker's house." The fallen leaves in the courtyard were swept together by the broom, raising a slight dust. Peter and Uncle Ben were cleaning fallen leaves together. "The weather is getting cooler, and there are more fallen leaves in the yard. We've been spending a lot lately, and the bills have started to pile up. Anna, I didn't expect them to be so expensive." In the kitchen, Aunt May was on the phone with her best friend. She closed the refrigerator door with a bang, holding her cell phone in her left hand and a long bill in her right hand. "I know, we're already using credit cards, but it's not a long-term solution and maybe I'll have to find a new job." Aunt May hung up the phone with a headache and put the bill on the dining table. Family expenses give her a headache. She was already thinking about finding a job. Peter in the courtyard heard Aunt May's voice on the phone. Under the influence of the alien gene, his hearing is different from ordinary people. Even though they were several meters away and separated by walls, Aunt May's voice was still clearly captured by him. He frowned when he heard Aunt May worrying about family expenses. In his hand, he had a sum of dollars stolen from the hand. But how to make Aunt May and Uncle Ben accept it is a more troublesome problem. "You really don't feel uncomfortable, Peter?" He was thinking about how to get the two of them to accept the money, when Uncle Ben's voice suddenly interrupted his thinking. Uncle Ben swept away the last fallen leaves, raised his head and said to Peter, "Your face looked a little bad in the church yesterday." "I'm fine, Uncle Ben. I'm just having trouble breathing. Maybe the air there is too oppressive." Peter found a random excuse to excuse Uncle Ben. Yesterday, he was discovered by Gwen in the hospital. Although he wanted to hide it, under Gwen's pressure, he could only use the excuse of early tumor to explain it. Now he doesn't want what happened in the hospital yesterday to happen again to Uncle Ben, so he can only continue to tell white lies. Well, maybe what happened in school had a big impact on you. Uncle Ben sighed slightly and said, "None of us want to see such a tragedy happen. Need a break?" After being silent for a while, Uncle Ben put down his broom and walked towards Peter and asked, "My physical strength is not that bad, Uncle Ben." He. Uncle Ben smiled, sat on the steps of the nearby storage room, and stretched. "That's because Uncle Ben's physical strength is a little weak." I suddenly remembered a funny story, Peter. Who? Peter stopped sweeping the fallen leaves and made a gesture of listening. "When I was older, I hated raking leaves. I would rather spend my time painting model trains. Then one day, an idea occurred to me." Uncle Ben paused. "If everyone around here asked me to sweep up fallen leaves, I would have enough money to buy a train." Peter nodded. "That's a good idea. Unfortunately, I am neither able nor have the leisure to make money as a cleaner. Besides, Aunt May and Uncle Ben would never believe that their nephew could earn tens of thousands of dollars by sweeping fallen leaves. What I'm trying to say is, Peter." Uncle Ben smiled and continued to say to Peter, "Sometimes labor may inspire you to come up with new ideas." "Good idea, Uncle Ben." Peter was non-committal, nodded slightly towards Uncle Ben, and then continued to sweep the fallen leaves. Although I didn't tell Uncle Ben anything, he always seemed to be able to see through my thoughts. 10,000 yuan? Looking at the pile of green dollar bills in front of him, Peter froze on the spot. He was indeed thinking about money, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. The location was the Sunshine Cafe near Presbyterian Hospital, and the time was evening. Peter had just finished cleaning up the fallen leaves when he received a call from Gwen, saying that he was invited to drink coffee. As a result, as soon as he sat down, Gwen handed him a wad of US dollars. "Sorry, Peter, my original plan was to raise more, but I ran out of time," Gwen said apologetically. She originally wanted to borrow 50,000 yuan from her father. But Father George Stacy, who didn't know what she wanted to do, only took out 10,000 yuan in the end. Even if it is 10,000 yuan, it is still a large amount for a middle-class family. "Gwen, I don't need this." Peter, who was touched in his heart, slowly raised his head and said to Gwen, "I can solve it myself. We're both in high school, Peter." Gwen bit her lip and said, "Even if you help your neighbors sweep fallen leaves or work as a newspaper boy, you won't be able to make much money, not to mention you haven't told Uncle Ben and the others about your situation." At this time, the pale yellow sunlight shines through the curtains as thin as gauze. The diluted sunlight shone on Gwen's blonde hair, shining brightly. Peter looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly felt that maybe he was wrong to deceive this girl. But this thought was wiped out of his mind in an instant. "No matter what, I want to help you, Peter." Perhaps because she was afraid that Peter would not accept the money she borrowed from her father, Gwen said sincerely, "Maybe you will think this money is important, but it is not important at all to me." Gwen stared down at the food on the plate. She had the urge to cry, but she held it back. "When I was chased by the hand and wanted to jump off the building, you caught me at the other end of the rooftop. When I was attacked by Frank, you blocked me from behind. Maybe you think it's nothing, but it's very important to me. If there is anything that cannot be measured, then this is it." "Take a deep breath," Gwen raised her head and said to Peter, "Compared to what you did to me, this little money is not important at all." Listening to Gwen's words, Peter was silent for a few seconds. After a while, he smiled at Gwen. "Thank you, Gwen." "Are you willing?" Gwen asked with hope in her heart. "Well, even if I lend it to you, I promise you that I will be safe and sound, and I will return the money to you soon." The string in Peter's mind that was tense because of the alien embryo suddenly loosened. The heart that had been full of anxiety could not help but relax. "You haven't eaten yet? I'll treat you." Peter called the waiter and started to order food. Seeing that Peter was willing to accept her money, Gwen's mood brightened up and she began to happily order food. She stuffed the toast covered with maple syrup into her mouth. "Do you always eat like this, Gwen?" Peter looked at Gwen with an expression that was like watching a big python swallowing the pet cat next door. Gwen's mouth swelled up like a hamster's, and she reluctantly replied, "What? I'm talking about your eating style. Every time you eat, you look very unique. See 28 drinking coffee and getting hit by a car." Gwen grunted, stretched her neck and swallowed the bread. For someone who loves to eat, such delicious toast is hard to overeat. Peter's eyes narrowed. "Well, I guess it depends on the time. It's not dinner time, Gwen. You can't blame me. This cafe doesn't care about the time. As long as it's on the menu, you can eat anything." Peter looked thoughtful. "But why aren't you fat, Gwen?" Gwen smiled proudly, stretched out her hand to grab Peter's hand, and said, "Do you want to know my secret to staying in shape?" Before Peter could say anything, Gwen explained, "I have a very fast metabolism, just like a rabbit. Ahem, maybe you don't believe it, but I really have no problem eating anything. I can eat whenever I want. Anyway, my body can completely burn off the excess calories." Peter listened to Gwen's words and fell into thought. Gwen is the exact opposite of herself. I don't dare to eat more now. If the alien enters Gwen's belly, according to her foodie attributes, it will probably be parasitic in the morning and burst out of her chest at dinner. Yes, Gwen, some women dream of being like you. That's because they are too stupid. Why do they pursue such a thing? Peter smiled again. Okay then. Gwen tasted the food quietly and said no more. She enjoyed this moment, a moment worthy of a hug. I have never enjoyed such a quiet moment in my life. When I get along with my friends, although I am very relaxed, I will also be playful and say a few words to each other. But when he was with Peter, he wouldn't argue, he would just smile or stay silent. Sometimes I want to be angry or a little bit aggressive, but Peter will resolve it. Maybe Peter is hiding a secret that he doesn't know about. But so what? Who doesn't have secrets of his own? He doesn't care about them. Clenching her fists, Gwen suppressed a hiccup that was trying to come out. Gwen gently pushed the plate aside, looked at the undigested food in front of Peter, and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to eat it?" "Peter, I don't have a big appetite." Gwen blinked. "Okay, I think we may have made a mistake. I am like a boy with a big appetite, and you are like a slender girl who is full after just a few bites." "Right." She seemed to suddenly remember something, and said to Peter, "There is a radioactive bioscience exhibition this weekend, in the exhibition hall of the Natural History Museum. Do you have time to participate? Radioactive science fair?" Peter was stunned when he heard this word. "Yes, haven't you always been interested in such an exhibition? The exhibition hall displays various radioactive experimental insects. You mentioned it before, but have you forgotten about it now?" Peter nodded and put down the coffee cup in his hand. This should be the fateful encounter that made Peter Parker become Spider-Man. "Of course I haven't forgotten." Peter is about to accept Gwen's invitation. Suddenly, a dangerous aura suddenly hit him. As if telepathically, the fatal danger was captured by him. The next second, Peter rushed towards Gwen. In Gwen's shocked eyes, Peter held Gwen in his arms and rushed to the side at lightning speed. The coffee table was knocked over by Peter's movement and made a bang sound. The plates and coffee cups on the dining table all fell down, making a smashing sound. The warm coffee spilled out and hit the carpet. Wow! The glass beside the two men made a deafening shattering sound, and the shattered glass flew everywhere. The one that broke the glass was a black Lexus. Out of control, the car smashed the glass like a mad bull and crashed straight into the cafe. Amidst the roar of the motor, the car chassis flew past Gwen and Peter, who were lying on the ground. Gwen, whose ears were buzzing from the shock, fell into a sluggish state the moment she was hit. At this time, she had not yet realized what happened. With Peter pressed under her, she felt like everything in front of her was being pressed in slow motion. Broken glass shards, spilled brown coffee. She even saw the frightened face of the driver in the cab of the car. Boom! The Lexus car hit the wall hard like a wild horse, making a loud noise. The wall was suddenly cracked and dust fell. The tables and chairs that were hit along the way were all shattered into pieces. The huge impact sent scattered pieces of tables and chairs flying everywhere. Fortunately, there were not many customers in the cafe at this time. Even so, the guests who witnessed all this still screamed in horror. The whole cafe immediately fell into chaos. Peter pulled the confused Gwen up and patted the glass shards off her body. "Are you okay, Gwen?" Gwen nodded mechanically as if she had just woken up from a dream. "I'm fine. What happened just now?" "I don't know, but what we see so far is that this out-of-control car hit us." As Peter spoke, he looked at the driver in the car. The driver, who was lying on the steering wheel with blood on his face, was unconscious. Only then did Gwen feel scared and took Peter's hand. If Peter hadn't pounced on him just now, he might have been knocked away. Thinking that Peter had saved her again, she held Peter's hand tighter. Peter, who didn't notice Gwen's little move, frowned and looked out the window. On the road outside the cafe, a young man who didn't know whether he was alive or dead was lying. The other person was a relatively young white man, lying in a pool of blood, as if he had been hit by the car just now. Pushing open the door of the cafe, Peter walked outside. Gwen quickly followed. Seeing the victim lying on the ground, Gwen quickly called. At the same time, he bent down to check the other person. "She has studied first aid and knows how to treat patients." "It's no use, Gwen, he's dead." Seeing Gwen's fuss, Peter shook his head expressionlessly. His breathing is very weak, but he may be able to hold on until the ambulance comes. The hospital is next door. Before Gwen finished speaking, she was interrupted by a voice. Victor! Peter raised his head when he heard the sound and saw some familiar people standing on the other side of the road. Peter quickly recognized the other party's familiar horse face. Doctor Strange? Strange, who had not yet become Doctor Strange at this time, had disbelief in his eyes. He looked at the body at Peter's feet, stunned. C-29 slapped Doctor Strange 10 minutes ago. New York Presbyterian Hospital. As soon as Strange pushed open the office door, he was punched in the head. Without any psychological expectations, he groaned in pain, covered his head and stepped back, hitting the desk with a bang. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was his younger brother Victor, walking towards him menacingly. Victor? Strange, who was covering his head, saw that the person coming was his brother, and his anger instantly surged. Are you crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. Let me see you, a cold-blooded animal. Victor clenched his fists and walked towards him step by step. If you were a normal person, wouldn't you rush over immediately after receiving the call that your father had passed away? But you just said, I understand, and hung up the phone. Victor called him last night to inform him of his father's death. In the end, Strange just said I got it lightly and hung up the phone. Victor, who was completely angered by Strange, rushed from Philadelphia to New York overnight to teach his cold-blooded brother a lesson. Strange calmed himself down and explained, I originally wanted to go. But you have more important things to do than your family, right? Victor, who snorted coldly, interrupted him. Strange raised his hands and said calmly, yes, I am a doctor. You won't understand. The lives of others completely depend on my hands. Victor did not accept his brother's argument and said with a cold face, you are right, I don't want to understand you at all, because you are just a stupid and cowardly man. What? I don't know about the hand of God, but in the final analysis, Dr. Strange, you are just afraid of failure. Victor's words made Strange freeze for a moment. Dr. Strange, it would be easier to put on a white coat and pretend to be a hero than to stand in front of my father and me and face the reality of being powerless. Victor, who continued to mock Strange, shook his head contemptuously and turned to leave. Watching his brother's leaving figure, Strange struggled with pain in his heart. Ever since he became a doctor and became famous, his relationship with his family has gradually become estranged. Bang! A hammer hit the desk, and Strange breathed heavily. After taking a few deep breaths, he calmed himself down. Although he wanted to slap Victor just now, he always felt guilty for his family. He didn't want the brotherly relationship to be severed like this, so he gathered his mood, walked out of the office quickly, and chased after his brother. At the entrance of the hospital, Strange grabbed Victor's clothes and apologized. Hey, listen, Victor, I'm sorry about everything. I originally wanted to rush over, but something happened in the meantime. What's the use of talking about it now, Dr. Strange? Dad is dead and nothing you say can save him. Victor shook his head at him, took off his hand, and walked quickly to the other side of the road. Perhaps because he was too angry, he didn't notice the car speeding towards him on the other side of the road. Bang! The black Lexus car hit Victor hard. The frightened driver even forgot to press the brakes. After the car changed direction, it rushed straight towards the cafe next to it. The glass shattered with a boom and he rushed into the cafe. Because everything happened so fast, only in a moment. Strange only heard a harsh, dull crash, and his brother lay on the ground. Time goes back to the present. Peter raised his head and cast his gaze on Strange, who stumbled over. With a bang, Strange knelt down in front of his brother, tremblingly stretched out his hand towards Victor's face. Gwen looked at everything in front of her at a loss. After she stood up, she looked at Peter for help, wanting to ask him what he should do now. Peter shook his head at Gwen, indicating that she didn't need to do anything. No. No. Victor. No, don't leave me, no, why? Why? With a trembling voice, he hugged Victor's face, his body shaking as if he was attacked by severe cold. Why would God do this to me? Victor, it's all my fault, don't leave, please, please. Gwen, who was next to her, couldn't bear to see Strange's pain. Although she didn't know Strange, she knew that the person lying on the ground must be someone very important to him. Taking a deep breath, Gwen said to Strange, who was in pain, Sir, his breathing has stopped, but if first aid is taken now, there should be a chance. Strange seemed to have not heard Gwen's words and was completely trapped in his own world. The emotions of pain, self-blame, and guilt made his brain seem to have shut down and he could not hear any sound. Sir, I can take first aid measures on him, can you get out of the way? Gwen wanted to perform chest compressions on the other person, so she reminded the other person again. Strange still had no reaction. Peter, standing next to him, frowned slightly. He thought Dr. Strange was always the arrogant doctor, but he didn't expect that there was such a past. The person lying down should be his relative. Watching a relative die in front of him could indeed cause a person to have an emotional breakdown. Peter? Seeing that he couldn't persuade Strange, Gwen looked at Peter again for help. Sighing, Peter grabbed Strange, who was lying on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand to his face and slapped him hard. Pa! The loud slap hit Strange's face, making his ears buzz. Dr. Strange, if you don't want him to die like this, you'd better not lie here and cry like a coward. Strange, who was scolded by Peter, looked at the face in front of him in shock, which made him feel very familiar. Then he turned his head to the side mechanically and looked at Gwen, who was doing CPR for Victor. He nodded repeatedly as if waking up from a dream. Yes, an ambulance, call an ambulance first. Victor is not dead yet, and I am a doctor, let me do it. He struggled to break free from Peter and staggered towards Victor, who was lying on the ground. Just at this time, the ambulance from the Presbyterian Hospital had arrived. The emergency doctor briefly checked Victor's condition and quickly put him in the ambulance. See 30 these hands, if they can use magic, what's going on? Christine, who received the news, rushed over quickly, looked at the patient being pushed to the emergency room in the ambulance, and then looked at Strange, who was pushing the ambulance next to him and was out of control. She frowned and asked the nurse next to her what happened. It was a traffic accident. Christine nodded and quickly checked the patient's condition. No breathing and pulse, quickly inject a cardiotonic and send him to the operating room. She told the nurse, I'll prepare for the operation. Victor! Victor! Strange pushed the cart while calling his brother's name. When he was pushed to the operating room, Christine asked the nurses and caregivers to stop Strange and not let him enter. Strange, your emotions are too unstable, just wait here, Christine said to him while preparing the surgical gown. He is my brother, I'll do the operation. Strange broke free from the nurse's obstruction and rushed up to say urgently. Christine was stunned when she heard Strange say that the patient was his brother. Taking a deep breath, Christine refused. You are a neurosurgeon, Strange. I can do it. No, you can't. Even if you can treat the nerves, you can't make a stopped heartbeat again. Shut up. Strange interrupted her rudely and gasped, I'll do it. No. You have lost your composure as a doctor now, Strange. Christine shook her head and turned to walk towards the operating room. With a bang, the door of the operating room was closed, blocking Strange out. 4 hours later, Christine found Strange sitting in the rest area, sitting on a public chair, with his head down and soul lost. Sorry, Strange. Victor's injuries were too serious, and even if she tried her best, she couldn't save him. No, it's none of your business. Strange hung his head and stretched out his hands in front of him. I thought these hands could save everything, but in the end I found out that I couldn't change anything. Christine remained silent, not knowing how to comfort her friend. When I was very young, I aspired to be a doctor. My sister Donna drowned when I was in college. At that time, I was determined to use my hands to prevent such tragedies from happening. Strange's voice was calm, and he returned to the proud genius doctor state. But now, Victor died in front of me again, and I still can't do anything. Looking up, he looked at Christine with red eyes and put his hands in front of himself. This pair of hands of God, is it the hands of death? Christine sighed and said, We can't control everything, Strange. Treating patients may be the reason why we are doctors, but I have always believed that treating diseases is the reason why we are doctors, and treating patients is the reason why doctors suffer. Strange listened to Christine's words quietly, lowered his hands, and the pain of not being able to control his fate arose in his heart again. If I could turn back time, he stared at his hands and murmured, if these hands, if they could use magic. He didn't say anything more, but Christine knew what he wanted to say. After a few minutes of silence, Strange raised his head and asked Christine, Did the two people who helped me send Victor here leave any information? He suddenly remembered Gwen, who gave Victor first aid, and Peter, who slapped him. No, they left directly, but they should all be patients of this hospital. Christine had talked to Peter and knew that he was a patient of Dr. Ryan. As for how to know Gwen's information, after the fire tragedy at Midtown High School, the girl was sent to the hospital. She paid more attention to the surviving girl, so she knew her information. But she was a little surprised that Peter Parker knew Gwen. Peter Parker? After repeating the name Christine told him, Strange reached out and touched the cheek where he was slapped by the other party. The swollen cheek was still aching at this time. The other party's eyes and slap left a deep impression on him. Does he know me? Why did I see something that made me palpitate in his eyes? Strange fell into deep confusion. Night. The main laboratory of Osborne Enterprises building. Norman Osborne, who was in the laboratory, answered the phone anxiously. Didn't I tell you? I don't want to be disturbed when I'm in the laboratory. Tell that bastard that there is no room for negotiation, not at all. Norman tightened his suit tie and said angrily to the lawyer on the other end of the phone. No, now he has disturbed me, so don't blame me for disturbing him. As a competitor, you should also have this awareness. With a click, Norman hung up the phone. After handling the company's affairs, he turned his attention to the instruments in the laboratory and the scientists who were doing experiments. Osborne Industries is currently researching a chemical product called Human Enhancement Formula. Now that the research has entered an important stage, Norman Osborne's mood has become impetuous. This new invention is related to the country's economic lifeline, and it is also related to the company's future and destiny. After whispering to himself, he called the scientist in charge of the experiment and asked him, "What stage is the experiment at now?" "Mr. Osborne, we will soon enter the human trial stage, and the project is progressing smoothly." "Very good, remember that we don't have much time." After adjusting his suit and tie, and giving a few instructions to his subordinates, Norman Osborne walked out of the laboratory. Just as he walked into the corridor, his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and found that it was an email sent to his mailbox. Norman turned on the phone and glanced at the content of the email. This is the information he sent someone to investigate about the tragedy of the Midtown High School football game. The media reported that the cause of the tragedy was a fire caused by the circuit. He knew that things would certainly not be as simple as the media said. After all, there were many students and teachers at the scene who witnessed the spider monster killing people with their own eyes, and it was not easy for the government to conceal it. The content of this email is a detailed introduction to the scene at that time, including many student eyewitness testimonies. Was Peter Parker also at the scene? He frowned when he saw Peter's name. It seems that I need to pay attention to this classmate of Harry who usually looks inconspicuous. Thanks to Guyan Kanyang and book friend Tale number 0580 for the reward. Oh. Thank you all for voting. C31 Uncle Ben's class is open. Gotcha. Norman Manor. Norman Osborne opened the door. Dad? Harry was racking his brains on the essay assignment assigned by the chemistry teacher. He raised his head when he heard the sound and saw Norman walking towards him. I got a call from your teacher, Harry. Norman said, walking towards him. Well, I guess I didn't make any mistakes. Harry shrugged his shoulders and said, except for the fact that I punched Paul, that can't be considered my fault. They are self-righteous little gangsters who like to show me the middle finger when they have nothing to do, so I gave him a punch in the eye fist. The reason I asked you to transfer from a private school to Midtown High School is because I hope you won't cause trouble again. Norman's expression became unhappy. You need to become mature and not be as impulsive as before. Well, that's my fault. Forced by his father's power, Harry readily admitted his mistake. Maybe. But he quickly added unwillingly, maybe. I am a herbivore. As his father, Norman once told him the difference between scavengers and carnivores. Carnivores are pure predators, while scavengers are not only predators, but also wait for their prey to be unable to resist. The Osborne family are scavengers. Harry calls himself a herbivore, admitting that he may not be the kind of person his father expected him to be. Norman looked at Harry, frowned and said, "You are not old enough to know yourself yet." He quickly changed the subject and asked Harry, "Peter Parker is your friend, right?" "Yes." Hearing his father talk about Peter, Harry's originally lifeless expression became a little more energetic. "He is a good friend of mine. He is very smart and very interested in science." Harry put down his pen and said to his father, "We are researching interests together, so we can be considered partners. I'm glad you made a new friend at school." Norman Osborne's face softened a little. He came over and patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "You can invite Peter's family to our home. I also like such children." Harry suddenly became excited when he heard his father invite Peter to be a guest. "Are you kidding, Dad?" "No, of course not. Do you think he would agree?" "Of course, there's something wrong with that. I mean, he'd be happy, for sure, right?" Harry wanted to take out his phone right now and invite Peter's family to his home. "Very well, let's see you tomorrow." Norman patted Harry on the shoulder again and turned to leave. The next day, early morning, Peter was flipping through the newspapers in the living room. Since entering the Marvel world, he has developed the habit of reading newspapers. See if you can find any clues about what you remember from your past life. News such as the president of Stark Group was kidnapped by terrorists and a sledgehammer fell from the sky in New Mexico. In addition to looking for familiar news, he also tried to find ways to make money scientifically. To subsidize family expenses, as well as the $10,000 that Gwen loaned herself, she needs to handle it herself. And one's own solutions cannot be doubted. There is a biological science exhibition at the Museum of Natural Science and History this weekend. Peter, do you want to go? Uncle Ben, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly remembered this matter. Peter nodded and asked, how does Uncle Ben know about this? Because you told your uncle a month ago. Aunt May came out of the kitchen with the dinner plate and said to Peter, you're always eager for science. Uncle Ben smiled and added, Peter is as smart as his father. But soon he showed a regretful look. I originally wanted to accompany you, Peter, but I have an appointment over the weekend. Before he could finish speaking, Aunt May next to him quickly exposed his lie. Because your uncle is going fishing. Peter put down the newspaper and looked at Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, do you like fishing? He didn't know that Uncle Ben was actually a fisherman. Uncle Ben explained unnaturally, Ahem, I'm going with my friends, but actually I don't like it. Aunt May still acted as the troublemaker. Don't listen to your Uncle Ben. The friend he wants to accompany has passed away long ago. I remember his name is Chow, right? Uncle Ben showed a nostalgic look, sighed, and said, yes, just last year, he wore high-top waterproof shoes to go fishing in the swamp, and was found drowned. The police said that when they found him, there's a fish hanging on the pole. Maybe it was a trout, or a rainbow trout, or a bass, I can't remember. The police said the cause of death was a stroke. Stroke? Peter asked doubtfully, is it such a coincidence? Uncle Ben nodded, yes, it was a stroke. The police speculated that when he caught the fish, he might have been too excited, and then a blood clot burst somewhere in his blood vessel, and then he fell unconscious and fell into the water. With no one around to help him, he drowned quickly. Peter, A little more strange knowledge about the fishing guy has been added. Aunt May put the pancakes on the dining table and said to Uncle Ben, so, fishing is also a very risky thing. We are living in a fate of coincidence. Uncle Ben said with emotion, each of us, from birth to death, is interwoven with a series of things. Every time we spend a period of time, everything we do, even a loving whisper or a resentful gesture. These are just a small vibration on the spring of life. After countless vibrations, until one day, something triggers the alarm clock of life, the alarm clock rings, and our life comes to an end. Peter and Aunt May looked at each other after listening to Uncle Ben's seemingly philosophical speech. Uncle Ben's philosophy class began again. Your words are too dark, Ben. Aunt May glared at Uncle Ben. Peter is here, you have to talk about some sunny topics for teenagers. Uncle Ben smiled at Peter, that's not necessarily true, Peter has grown into a mature adult. Faced with Uncle Ben and Aunt May pointing their spearheads at him, Peter pretended not to see it. He said to Uncle Ben, it's a very inspiring truth. Regarding the biological exhibition on the weekend, the school will organize a visit, so Uncle Ben, you can go fishing with your friends. As soon as Peter finished speaking, the phone rang. He picked up the phone, and Harry's excited voice came over. Peter, are you, Aunt May and Uncle Ben free tomorrow? I don't know, but they shouldn't have any plans. Do you have anything to do, Harry? Of course, my father wants to invite you to visit. See 32 Vulture and Robot Night. Osborne Manor. Peter, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben got out of the car and looked at the luxurious manor in front of them. All three were dressed for dinner, and Uncle Ben even wore his own black tux. I thought, Uncle Ben, you were not interested in such entertainment. Peter closed the car door and said to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. In the morning, he told the two of them about Norman Osborn's invitation to be his guest. For a villain like Norman Osborn, his original intention was not to have any connection with him. Although Uncle Ben told the two of them, he expected that they would not be interested in the invitation. You've made a friend, Peter, and it's your friend's family invitation that we can't refuse. Aunt May said with a smile. This has no impact on my relationship with Harry. Peter took out the wine prepared by Uncle Ben from the car and said to Aunt May, you have your own lifestyle and preferences, and I don't want it to change just because you accommodate me. Although he didn't get along with Uncle Ben and Aunt May for a long time, he was not that kind of cold-blooded person. Of course he could feel the love and protection between the two of them, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. No, you're wrong, Peter. Uncle Ben winked at him and said, the reason we accepted the invitation is because I think Harry is a good boy. Several people talked and entered the manor. After Harry received Peter's call, he came out to welcome several people inside. Entering the living room, he was greeted by Norman Osborn, who had been waiting here for a long time. After a few polite words, the two parties started dinner. Harry told me that he and Peter were like brothers, and I was delighted that he had such a friend. Norman had a faint smile on his face. He was not as aggressive as he was on TV, but instead gave people a feeling that he was easy to get along with. Peter, if you need anything, just ask me. I will try my best to help you if I can. Ahem. Harry, who was sitting next to Norman, pretended to be unhappy. Dad, I am your biological son. Norman said very cooperatively, but Harry, you don't seem to need much help. Don't you often say that you are on your own? Maybe I am unique in some fields, and I haven't discovered it yet. This is not too important, but I know Peter. Peter will definitely be unique in the field of science in the future. Hearing what Harry said, Norman turned his admiring eyes to Peter and said, That's great. In addition to being a businessman, I'm also a scientist. We can discuss it together. Yes, I have read your paper on the use of nanotechnology and novel chemicals in the human body. Seeing that both Aunt May and Uncle Ben were looking at him, Peter could only deal with them casually in order not to expose their secrets. These are the memories left over from his predecessor. Since traveling to this world, he has learned very little scientific knowledge. Peter, maybe you can come to Osborne Company for an internship in the future. Norman put down his knife and made his promise to Peter. Thanks, I'll consider it. Facing the burning gaze directed at him, Peter responded. Buzz. Several people were talking, and a slight electronic sound sounded in the room. The humanoid robot, whose whole body was covered with an organic plastic shell, was slowly walking toward a few people, holding a dinner plate. The robot is about 2 meters tall, its body is light gray, and its movements are silky and without lag. How about the robot developed by Osborne Industries? Doesn't it look cool? Harry stood up and took the plate from the robot, showing off proudly to Peter. Looking at the robot in front of him, Peter fell into silence. Is the Osborne Group planning to compete with Stark for business? Research mechas? How many shots can this kind of robot withstand from the Iron Man of the future? Isn't Osborne Company mainly engaged in chemistry and biology? Why is it studying robots? Peter asked Harry. Actually, Norman Osborn stood up, operated on his mobile phone, and the robot turned and left. He explained to Peter, This is just a household robot. It does not have any intelligence. Rather than being a robot, it is more like a pair of electrical appliances in a shell. It can be said to be the same product as a sweeping robot. As he spoke, he looked towards Harry. I told you, Harry, to mind your manners at dinner. Harry knew that his father was very dissatisfied with him for making independent decisions and displaying the robot. So he shrugged, sorry, I won't do it next time. After the robot interlude, dinner continued. 2 hours later, the dinner ended in a good atmosphere and the Parker family left. Norman Osborn stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the room, watching the vehicle driven by Uncle Ben disappear at the entrance of the manor, his expression becoming solemn. The next day, early morning. Osborne Industries. Outside the laboratory, there was a loud noise. It's all you. You asked me to bring the magnetic airlift system to Osborne. A bald white man angrily accused an experimental scientist in a white coat. You arranged for me to meet with Norman Osborn. He studied it carefully, then plagiarized my idea and shut me out. The bald man angrily grabbed the other person's clothes and arrested him. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Doctor. Norman Osborn suddenly appeared in the corridor, followed by several fierce bodyguards. He said coldly to the scientist whose clothes were grabbed, Osborne Enterprises does not need to apologize. The bald man saw Osborne coming out and immediately pointed the spearhead at him. No need to apologize? Osborne, you plagiarized my technology. Norman walked towards him, his expression no longer as gentle as last night. Your remarks are dangerous, Mr. Toombs, both dangerous and unbearable. What? You have been researching in this field for several years, but you still have nothing to show for it. When you were young, you did not have any research results. Who would believe that you would invent an air transport system when you are old? Looking at Norman's face, Toombs gritted his teeth and said, You are a complete bastard. I may be a bastard, but I funded you. Without Osborne, you could not have developed this flight system, so Osborne should enjoy the results you said. Toombs grabbed Norman's clothes and yelled at him, Very good, do you think I will let it go? In fact, you are no threat to me. Norman waved his hand, and several bodyguards came over and pried open Toombs's hand holding Norman. Take Mr. Toombs out. Norman ordered his men. The bodyguards quickly took the unwilling Toombs out of Oscorp. Watching Toombs's back as he left, Norman straightened his clothes that were a little wrinkled after being arrested, and walked towards the laboratory with a serious expression. Thanks to In Shao Kong for the reward, love. Thanks to everyone for the comments and votes, thank you. C33 The most difficult person to deal with is the reporter weekend, early morning. The Midtown High School bus drives to the New York Museum of Natural History. Peter sat by the window of the school bus, supporting his chin with his right hand, watching the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. If my memory is correct, today is the day Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man. While visiting a radioactive science exhibit, he was bitten by a radioactive animal and went from school nerd to Spider-Man. This is how Peter Parker became Spider-Man. Crack! While he was deep in thought, the car window glass was slapped and made a crisp sound. A brightly colored butterfly flew onto the school bus glass. The gorgeous wings of the butterfly fit tightly against the glass, revealing a strange and beautiful figure. Peter put a hand on his chest and stared at the butterfly on the glass, frowning slightly. Butterfly wings? Doesn't look like a good omen. Hope nothing unexpected happens today. I also hope that the butterfly effect of traveling to this world will not cause major changes in the world line. It's beautiful, isn't it? Gwen, who was sitting on the left side of Peter, also noticed the butterfly on the car window, came over and stared at the butterfly and said to Peter, "Her injuries have almost healed, so she can be discharged from the hospital and participate in school activities." "It's a monarch butterfly," Gwen said, putting her hand on the glass. Her fingers were aligned with the orange wings of the butterfly, and the white spots on the wings shone in the sunlight. "Have you ever heard of the butterfly effect, Peter?" Gwen stared at the monarch butterflies outside, then turned to Peter and asked. Peter was slightly startled when he heard this, then nodded. "Yeah, I know." Perhaps because she had been bored in the hospital for too long, Gwen talked a lot today. A Brazilian butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tornado in Texas, USA. Gwen removed her finger from the glass and said, "As a kid, I always wondered, if butterflies knew how much damage they could cause, would they still fly? I think." Peter paused, "They still do." "Why?" Gwen blinked, wondering why Peter said that. "You can't stop them from flying unless you want to tie their wings." Gwen was a little surprised when she heard Peter say this. She thought Peter would use scientific equations to discuss the butterfly effect with her. "Okay, Peter, it sounds very reasonable. I would have the same idea as you. I even often imagine that I am a butterfly that can only fly when blown by the wind. But no one can say for sure. Maybe we are all butterflies." "Wow!" As soon as Gwen finished speaking, the monarch butterfly on the car window fluttered its wings and flew away. Peter watched the butterfly fly away, shook his head slightly and said, "Maybe we are all just a speck of dust on its wings, insignificant." Gwen. She looked at Peter again and came to the conclusion, "You look a little different today, Peter." "Is there any?" "I can testify." Harry, who was sitting in the back row, came up, raised his hand and said, "Today Peter is like a poet, in the past he was a scientist." Gwen looked at Harry and said dissatisfied, "Harry, are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" "No, this is not eavesdropping. Unless I cover my ears, I will definitely hear your conversation while sitting here." Harry said plausibly, "Besides, we are friends, and I thought we were honest enough with each other." "So?" Gwen looked at Harry with an evil look. "Is this why you invited Peter to your home but not me?" She had already expressed her protest to Harry about the fact that Harry invited Peter's family to visit him while she could only lie down in the hospital. Harry chuckled twice and immediately retracted his head. It is simply unimaginable how many people at Midtown High School were involved, but all the media chose to forget about this incident. Less than 2 weeks later, it seems that everyone has forgotten about this incident. A voice sounded from inside the school bus. Peter looked back and saw a blonde girl talking on her mobile phone. It looked like she was recording a video. "She's Liz Allen, student body president," Gwen explained as she saw Peter turn his attention to the other person. "Hey Gwen, can I interview you?" As soon as Gwen finished speaking, Liz came over with her mobile phone. Gwen Stacy was the last person to appear at the scene on the day of the football game tragedy. She once fought with the spider monster. "Hey, Gwen," to say hello everyone. Forehead Gwen, who was a little confused, subconsciously raised her hand. But soon she put her hand down and said to Liz, "What are you doing, Liz?" "As you can see, I am making a video to reveal the truth. I have been thinking about planning this issue for a long time and it will definitely get a lot of likes." Liz spoke very resolutely and shoved the phone in Gwen's face. "So, Gwen, can you tell me what happened that night? What did you do?" She asked Gwen so many questions at once that she became confused. Gwen was troubled and had a headache. She looked at Peter for help. As a result, Peter lifted the book, covered his face, and pretended to read. Seeing Peter's performance, Gwen was a little confused. It turned out that Peter was also a black-bellied guy. "Sorry, I don't remember it either." There was no way, and Gwen could only use the excuse of not remembering as an excuse. But someone saw you fighting with that spider monster, and you smashed the nut ship on his head. How did you do it? Liz still asked unwillingly. I forgot. Such things can't be forgotten casually. Maybe you can share with us your mentality and thoughts at the time. Are you a reporter, Liz? Gwen finally couldn't stand the other party's pestering and asked impatiently. No, I'm a video blogger. I make a themed video every week, but maybe being a reporter is a good idea. I'll have to wait until college. Liz shrugged her shoulders, and seeing that Gwen didn't want to say more, she quickly turned her attention to Peter next to her. Hey, Peter, you are Peter Parker, right? As she spoke, she put the horizontal phone in front of Peter. Peter, you were wrongly accused of killing Josh. What do you think? Peter. He now felt that perhaps the most difficult superhero to deal with was not Iron Man or something like that, but the reporter in front of him. C-34 The Vortex Storm of Butterfly Wings, New York Museum of Natural History. As the world's largest natural history museum, it is one of the major natural history research and education centers in the United States. The museum covers an area of more than 7 hectares, and the specimens of astronomy, minerals, humans, paleontology, etc. on display are the richest and most valuable in the world. At this time, a radioactive animal exhibition was being held on the first floor of the museum. The students of Midtown High School gathered here to visit this scientific biology exhibition. Perhaps because of the previous football game tragedy, the number of students participating in this exhibition was not large. What is this? Harry stood in front of a huge turtle exhibition and asked Peter, a turtle? Why is the shell of this turtle so strange? The turtle shell in front of him was densely covered with spiral patterns and was abnormally large. And you attack Atoll Turtle. Peter looked at the creatures in the exhibition stand and said to Harry, from 1948 to 1958, and Uatak Atoll was contaminated by nuclear tests on a large scale, causing nuclear radiation leakage. This creature is a marine creature that has been exposed to radiation. While speaking, Peter looked to the other side and said to Harry, if you are interested in artificially cultivated radioactive creatures, you can go over there and have a look. Okay. Harry saw Gwen coming over here and shrugged his shoulders. I have to give you some space. Ignoring Harry's complaints, Peter walked towards the nearby arthropod exhibition. When Gwen walked to Peter, she found that he was looking at the spider in the glass display case. Looking at the colorful spiders inside, Gwen suddenly thought of the spider monster that Frank had transformed into. Comparing the transformed spiders and spider monsters, she felt like vomiting. Frank said that the larvae of spiders, an insect like spiders, will eat the mother after the mother lays eggs. Peter looked at the spiders in the glass case and said to Gwen, it sounds cruel, but humans are not insects. Gwen was a little depressed. She knew from her father that Frank's father was killed by him and then hidden in a cocoon. Peter took his hands off the glass counter, shook his head and said to Gwen, no, you are wrong, Gwen, Frank is also wrong. Ah? Gwen was stunned, not knowing what was wrong. Peter's eyes were fixed on the spider that was spinning silk into the glass box, and he slowly said, spiders are not insects, but arthropods. Gwen. Peter's cold jokes from time to time made her feel like she couldn't laugh or cry. Ahem. Gwen coughed unnaturally, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a crash sound of glass breaking. Subconsciously, she raised her head and looked up, and found that the skylight glass above the museum had broken. The broken glass fell to the ground and broke into 4 or 5 pieces on the ground. The collapsed glass was splashed everywhere. The sudden change made everyone on the first floor stunned. The injured people splashed by the broken glass screamed in terror. Then, a huge bird flapped its wings and flew in from the place where the skylight glass was broken. No! It was not a bird. Gwen instantly determined that it was not a bird, but a human wearing wings. Bang! The birdman flapped his black wings and made a sharp whistling sound, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Osborne! The bald birdman, with a hooked nose and a sinister face, roared in the direction of Harry and pounced on him. Harry, who was unable to dodge, was grabbed by the shoulder and flew out. The confused Harry reacted the moment he was caught. While he groaned in pain, he stretched out his hand to grab the other party's claws that grabbed his shoulder. But the other party's claws grabbed him fiercely and even pierced his muscles. Blood gurgled out and flowed down his shoulder. The stinging pain from his shoulder and the dizziness of being held higher and higher by the other party made him scream. Ah! Harry was caught by the strange bird, shocking the crowd in the exhibition hall again. It was not until Harry was caught by the other party and disappeared at the skylight glass that everyone reacted. The crowd screamed, and the frightened people fled in panic. The security guards and other staff in the museum immediately sounded the alarm. What is that? Gwen looked at Harry, who was caught by the birdman, and asked in shock. I don't know, you call the police first, I'll go outside to see. Peter calmly took out his mobile phone. He frowned and looked up at the sky, his expression became extremely serious. Is that a vulture? A super villain in the Marvel Universe. Originally named Adrian Toomes, a villain scientist with a flying suit. Did such an incident happen on the day Peter Parker was bitten by a spider? Or was it the storm vortex caused by his own butterfly wings? Peter, lost in thought, handed the phone to Gwen to call the police, and walked out quickly. Although he couldn't leave this place because of his chance to become Spider-Man, his eyesight could catch the other party's trace. He could roughly determine where the other party took Harry. Amid the shrill alarm, the crowd rushed out. Liz, who missed the tragedy of the Midtown High School football game last time, did not run away this time. Instead, she excitedly raised her phone and pointed it at the vulture and the captured Harry. Even after Harry and the vulture disappeared, she still raised her phone and pointed it at the crowd. Danger! Seeing the glass of the skylight shattered for the second time and fell down, Gwen shouted to Liz, who was right under the glass. Gritting her teeth, Gwen rushed towards Liz. With a bang, Gwen rushed Liz out, and the two rolled several times on the smooth floor like rolling gourds. Crash! The falling glass hit the glass cabinet containing the radioactive spider. The glass cabinet shattered instantly, and the glass fragments flew everywhere. The radioactive spider, which lost control, crawled out along the glass gap. Gwen was hit hard, and she was dizzy and covered her head and tried to stand up. But the glass fragments in her left hand suddenly pierced her palm. Blood immediately flowed out. She groaned and immediately pulled out her left hand. The palm of her left hand was pierced by the glass, and blood covered half of it. A spider with bright patterns, along with the glass, stuck to her palm. Seeing the other party motionless, it seemed that she had accidentally crushed it to death. Gwen, who didn't care about these, threw the spider corpse out and staggered to her feet. At the same time, Peter, who was standing at the entrance of the museum, had already seen the spider that had bitten Gwen in her palm. He was shocked and felt his heart beating rapidly. Thank you for your votes. It's the end of the month, and I'm asking for your votes again. Bow. C-35. He is starting a war. His heart was beating rapidly, and there were stabbing pains in his chest. A strong feeling of vomiting hit my throat. Holding his chest, Peter knelt on the ground with one leg. He had been planning for a long time, but he never thought that Gwen would be bitten by a spider. In the memory of his previous life, Gwen Stacy was the girl who fell from the bell tower. Peter Parker didn't catch it, leaving her as the only white moonlight in Spider-Man's heart. Now Gwen has become Spider-Man instead. What is this? Are butterfly wings finally causing a tornado storm? Ugh! Holding his chest, Peter breathed heavily. The heart beats wildly, the sensory world becomes extremely sharp, and everything in front of you seems to have been pressed on the pause button. The air was stagnant and breathing became extremely heavy. The crisis of parasitic alien embryos wrapped around him like maggots on his tarsal bones, making him unable to breathe. His original plan was to use the mutated genes to assimilate the embryos in his body after becoming Spider-Man. Or use the powerful power of Spider-Man after mutation to crush or forcibly remove the alien embryos. In this way, even if the body bleeds heavily or the internal organs are destroyed, Spider-Man can rely on Spider-Man's powerful self-healing ability to prevent himself from dying instantly. But now Gwen Stacy was bitten by a mutant spider and replaced herself as Spider-Man. Does that mean that I am the childhood sweetheart who was sacrificed to heaven? Clenching his fists and pressing them against the ground, Peter felt as if the embryo on his chest would burst out of his chest in the next second. The real shadow of death completely attacked the whole body. How is that possible? Staggering to his feet, Peter forced himself to calm down. It's not over yet, there is still a chance to save everything. Hey! Who are you? Harry, who was caught by a vulture and experienced high-altitude flight, endured the pain and asked the other party. I'm someone your father shouldn't mess with. The vulture grabbed him and flew over a building, asking him, how is it? The Osborn boys, have you experienced my flying technology? Harry felt the strong wind whistling in his ears and breathed heavily. You should go find my father. Why did you arrest me? Because your father is a man who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. He plagiarized my flying skills. He should know best that I used this method. Knowing that he had suffered an unreasonable disaster from his father, Harry's heart raced like 10,000 horses. He closed his eyes, fearing that the dizziness and stimulation would make him faint. Then what do you want? Harry gritted his teeth and asked the other party loudly. Norman Osborn will talk to me. I want him to pay a corresponding price and let everyone know that he plagiarized my work. Harry felt that he was really unlucky. He opened his mouth and ignored the strong wind coming in. I think I think you can negotiate with my father instead of taking me as a hostage. We all know what kind of person your father is. If you want him to surrender, you have to do whatever it takes. This is what your father taught me. Okay, I get it. You're a scavenger just like my father. The vulture lowered his head and glanced at Harry, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You are right, because my name is Vulture. Before he finished speaking, he released his paw. Harry, who was caught by him, immediately screamed and fell down. The howling wind blew past his ears, and his face stung from the wind. Most importantly, this fatal dizziness reminded him, if nothing unexpected happens, he will soon be smashed into a photo. Ah! He screamed and waved his arms vigorously in the air. Crack! The next second, the vulture flew over and grabbed his shoulders, stopping his fall. Grabbing Harry's shoulders, the vulture flew upwards, lowered his head and said to the frightened Harry, "This is what will happen if your father doesn't cooperate. I have to familiarize you with it in advance." Harry was so troubled by him that he didn't want to speak. I just kept praying that the father who cheated his son would not let him be smashed to pieces by this madman. Meanwhile, Osborne Industries Group. Norman Osborn was in the laboratory, looking at the cell tissue sections displayed on the big screen. How is he? He asked the scientist in charge of the experiment about the condition of the human test subjects. Not good, sir. The scientist in a lab coat replied to him, the reagent is killing him bit by bit. The current Human Enhancement Reagents project has reached the important stage of human trials, but the results are not ideal. Norman frowned and asked, will he die? Yes, he could die, his blood counts are very abnormal. The experimental scientist reported to him, we need to do a lot of research on this and need more test samples. Thank you, doctor, you can go and rest. After the doctor left, he ordered his men, these corpses must be disposed of without leaving any clues. Yes, sir. After giving instructions to his subordinates, he left the laboratory and walked to his office. Inside the luxuriously decorated office, Norman stood in front of the bookcase and pulled out a book from the bookcase. As the books were slowly pulled out, the bookcase made a click sound and slowly moved to the left. When the bookcase was completely removed, a dark green armor was revealed. The entire surface of the armor had a metallic film, which looked full of power. After taking over the flying technology of Toomes, he tried to build a flying machine. The armor in front of him was an immature product. With his hands folded in front of his chest, he stared at the semi-finished product in front of him, and his mobile phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his brows frowned. After listening to his subordinates report to him, he walked quickly to the TV and turned it on. The news on TV was broadcasting an incident that happened at the New York Museum of Natural History. It is reported that citizens were visiting the radioactive science exhibition at the New York Museum, and a human dressed as a strange bird broke into the exhibition and took away a student from Midtown High School. The image of the so-called strange bird on the news flashed by. Norman was shocked to find that the bald image was undoubtedly Adrian Toomes. Damn it! He was enraged and punched the TV. Zilla! The TV that was sparking turned off immediately, and the burned electronic components emitted thick smoke. He picked up his phone and quickly dialed his men's numbers. What does he want? That bald guy. He wants us to apologize, sir. Don't even think about it. Tell him that Osborn will never apologize, he is going to war with us. C-36 Is it too late for the number 7 subway? Boom! A rocket with a tail flame made a sharp whistling sound and struck at the vulture in the sky. The vulture heard the sound in advance and quickly turned around to avoid the incoming missiles. Shocked and angry, he looked down and saw a humanoid robot covered in purple casing firing missiles at him. The robot, about 2 meters tall, crouched on the ground with all 4 legs on the ground, and the weapon system on its shoulders was pointed at him. Harry, who was caught in midair, suddenly felt that the shape of this robot looked a bit like a robot model produced by himself. Okay, this is a killer robot. Next time, Dad, don't call it by the name of the sweeping robot. As soon as Harry finished vomiting, the vulture grabbed him and swooped down. The vulture equipped with a flying device possesses powerful strength, and the specially made equipment also has powerful destructive power. Impacting down at the fastest speed, the vulture dodged the robot standing on 2 feet, and its sharp wings penetrated the robot's shoulders in an instant. Where the electric spark flashed, a wound was cut on the robot's shoulder. But the vulture holding Harry flying was almost hit by the robot. Fark! Cursing, the vulture grabbed Harry and flew high quickly. Flying to the tallest church nearby, he released his claws and threw Harry onto the church's cross. Harry, who could not fly, could only hold onto the cross to keep himself from falling. Damn Tai Liao, I will show you who is the master of the sky. Throwing away Harry as a burden, the vulture once again rushed towards the chasing robot on all 4s. Boom! The missile flew along the side of the Vulture and hit the building behind him. A huge explosion sounded, and flames instantly rose. The crowd who witnessed this scene screamed in horror. Whoosh! The Vulture accelerated and flew to the side of the robot, stabbing the opponent with the sharp blades equipped on its feet. The sharp claws instantly tore the robot arm apart. But at the same time, a claw with a rope stretched out from the robot's chest, grabbed the Vulture, and threw him out. Bang! 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 There was a dull impact sound, and the Vulture was hit hard on the ground, and then rushed out with unabated force. The outdoor cafes on the street suffered a huge disaster. The coffee tables and chairs were splashed in all directions amidst the horrified screams of the crowd. The crowd who couldn't dodge were hit by the flying fragments of tables and chairs, and fell to the ground instantly, dead. Although the Vulture's flying equipment impacted most of the force, this attack was still somewhat unbearable for him. Standing up despite the severe pain, the Vulture immediately realized how terrifying this thing was. If you fight him on the ground, you are no match. Flying in the air, it is easy to become a living target. It can only use the narrow terrain at low altitude to fight with this heavy robot. Bang! Both feet stepped on the ground, and the Vulture flew forward suddenly. The robot was also controlled remotely and chased him. At this time, the New York subway station was bustling with people. Passengers are waiting in the lobby, waiting for the subway to arrive. Boom! A deafening sound sounded, and a wall was violently blasted open. With smoke and dust billowing, the robot stood up from the broken masonry and fired a shot at the Vulture flying over. A big hole was blown out of the wall, and the entire subway station trembled. The Vulture, which dodged the missile, rushed over and knocked the robot away with a bang. Just at this moment, a roaring subway came. Feeling the howling wind, the Vulture grabbed the subway window and let the subway take him out. After running underground for a period of time, a high-speed subway breaks out of the ground and travels on the viaduct. The Vulture, who had just adapted to the bright light, opened his eyes and saw the robot standing on the top of the subway, punching him. The Vulture immediately flew into the air and crashed towards the robot. Boom! On the moving subway, the windows were instantly smashed, and the Vultures and robots rolled and crashed into the subway car. The affected passengers screamed in terror and fled to other carriages. But the fight between the two quickly spread to the entire subway car. New York Museum of Natural History. Gwen suffers from the same symptoms as Peter. His heart was beating rapidly, his head was dizzy, and his body felt hot. Enduring her physical discomfort, she anxiously searched for Peter's figure. Peter, who she was looking for, was standing in the museum. His sight passed through many obstacles and he faintly saw the high-speed subway. Buzz! His cell phone suddenly rang. Peter picked up the phone and talked to Aunt May. Aunt May's voice was urgent. "Peter, are you okay? I saw on the news that something happened at the Museum of Natural History." "I'm okay, Aunt May." Despite the physical pain he was going through, Peter still pretended to be okay. "Did you read the news? There was a fight between a strange bird and a robot on the Line 7 subway. Uncle Ben also took Line 7 to go fishing today. I can't contact him." Aunt May's voice was filled with worry and panic. "Is Uncle Ben on that subway?" Peter's brow furrowed. After comforting Aunt May, Peter hung up the phone. The heart in his chest was beating faster and faster, and the expression on his face was constantly changing. "If I leave now, I may never become Spider-Man. The only possible means to eliminate the threat of death has become a bubble." After a moment, he raised his head and shook his head slightly. "Didn't Spider-Man fail a long time ago? Besides, I am the hand of death. When did I become so afraid of death?" Bang! He stepped on the ground with both feet, and stomped on the ground with a bang, breaking the floor. The next second, his figure had moved outside the museum. His right hand covered his chest, and with his mind turning, the black, glittering exoskeleton quickly covered his body. The exoskeleton that perfectly fits the body brings a huge picture of strength and defense. And from a distance, the exoskeleton perfectly wraps every inch of bones and muscles in the body, showing a different posture and cold beauty. Who? After the body was covered with the exoskeleton, a strong dizziness attacked him, and the burden brought by the high-speed beating of his heart made him unable to bear it anymore. Covering his chest with one hand, he fell to his knees with a thump. Feeling the existence in his body that seemed to jump out, Peter raised his head with difficulty and looked at the subway in the distance. "Can't catch up?" With his right hand against the ground, his body kept shaking, and the stones on the ground were slightly jumping. Intense pain surged in his body. Ugh! Biting his teeth, with the greatest willpower not to let himself faint, Peter stood up with his legs slightly bent. A surge of energy suddenly surged out of his body and quickly spread throughout his body, accompanied by uncontrollable pain. Peter roared in a low voice, and his right hand against the ground hit the air with a boom. The exoskeleton with a black glow was instantly wrapped with countless sticky spider silk-like substances, and then rushed out like a dancing giant snake. And his bloodshot eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Thanks to Wen Xiaokong for the reward. It's the end of the month, please vote, thank you everyone. C37 What am I, a half alien and half human? Bang! Both feet landed heavily on the ground, dust was raised, and cracks extended. Peter, with red eyes, was filled with crazy desire for violence and destruction, but he still maintained basic rationality. The black spider silk that spread out from his body hit the unmanned building under construction nearby, and instantly corroded the brick wall of the building. The exoskeleton of his body also changed, and the sticky black spider web-like substance kept surging on it. The originally extremely strong exoskeleton wrapped his body tightly, rolling like waves. Enduring the pain, Peter slowly stretched his arm forward to his eyes. The arm covered with the exoskeleton, under his gaze, the fingers extended shiny black alien claws. Then under his control, it slowly deformed and retracted again. Did the face hugger in the body fuse Frank's genes? Putting down his arm and covering his beating heart, Peter fell into shock. Dr. Ryan told himself that the alien embryo might have entered a new stage when he checked last time. Now his body performance proves that the embryo has indeed entered an unknown new stage. It did not break out of the chest, but continued to optimize its DNA. The last time he fought on the football field, his tail spike pierced Frank's throat. Was it at that time that he absorbed Frank's genes? The tail spike has the ability to fuse and absorb genes? The most prominent feature of alien biology is DNA optimization selection. There are blank DNA chains in its body, which will record and absorb the host's DNA. The alien embryo in his chest did not break out of the chest after maturity, but continued to choose to optimize and absorb DNA. The changes in the exoskeleton now should be the evolution of the alien exoskeleton after the fusion of spider web-like substances. It is no longer as strong as before, but has the softness and deformation function of a spider web. Although it has extension and deformation, it has become stronger in toughness and resistance to external damage. He can feel the strength increase again. Removing his hand from his chest, Peter put his hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. The exoskeleton stretched and deformed, quickly covering his head. The black exoskeleton covered the face, and the eyelids formed a part of translucent ossified skin, showing a translucent light white color. He activated his mind again, and the exoskeleton of the siliconized shell was deformed again and slowly dissipated from the face. He raised his head and cast his sights on the bumpy building in the distance corroded by the black spider web. The alien embryo that fused Frank's spider DNA embodied not only the evolution of the exoskeleton. He could also shoot spider silk through his wrist or other parts of his body like Spider-Man. He stretched out his wrist, and the black spider silk shot out from his wrist, and bang shot to the wall. But the wall stained with spider silk was immediately corroded. A sizzling sound was heard, and the corroded bricks and stones fell to the ground clatteringly. The blood of the alien may contain some enzymes, which makes its blood extremely corrosive. When the alien is injured, the blood will cause great damage to the creature that hurt it. However, this blood corrosion is only used by the alien as a defense. Now, I can shoot out spider silk like Spider-Man, using this corrosiveness as an offensive weapon. However, looking down at his wrist, Peter's eyes were a little solemn. I tried to become Spider-Man today, and in a sense, I succeeded. But can I still be considered Spider-Man if I can shoot out this highly corrosive spider silk? If I'm not Spider-Man, what am I now? Half human, half alien, and half Spider-Man? Clenching his fists, he quickly forced himself to stop his divergent thoughts. The pain, vomiting, and dizziness in his body have subsided. Now the most important thing is to get to the subway on line 7. My mind turned quickly, and the black exoskeleton quickly covered his head. Boom! Stepping on the ground with both feet, he bent his knees slightly. The ground was instantly crushed by the trampling, and the super jumping power combined with the spider gene allowed him to jump to the top of the building under construction. Looking far away, he caught the subway running at high speed. He jumped into the air again, and at the moment of falling, a cape-like exoskeleton formed on his back. As part of the extension of the back exoskeleton, the protective function given by the spine was abandoned and replaced by the assisted gliding function. Peter fell into deep thought as he watched the subway getting closer and closer. According to the information about the aliens he learned in his previous life, there have always been accessories on the back of the aliens that have not been clearly defined by the Weyland Company. sensory organs, communication organs, respirators, defense mechanisms, storage of substances needed by the body, or carrying host structures, or as counterweights. These may be the functions of the alien spine. Some scientists also believe that the alien spine is used to secrete resin that may be stored to build a honeycomb. For this half-alien existence, the current function of the spine is to assist gliding flight. Although he is a parasitic host, his understanding of the alien is far from enough. A few minutes later, bang! Peter's cloak bones on his back disappeared instantly as his feet stepped on the speeding subway. The boom sound of fighting came into his ears. He looked inside the subway through the screaming crowd. Where's the helicopter? In the police car running wildly, George Stacy sat in the co-pilot and shouted into the intercom. After receiving the alarm, he quickly led the police officers out. But the speed of the police car could not catch up with the subway anyway. While ordering the police officers to speed up the car, he ordered his men to quickly dispatch the helicopter. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of propellers turning outside. Is it finally here? He stuck his head out of the window and looked up. But he was surprised to find that it was not a helicopter from the New York Police Department, but a helicopter from CBS News. The helicopter's propeller made a loud noise, flew over his head, and chased the subway in front. Damn! The helicopters of the TV station are faster than us. George Stacy felt that the bureaucrats in the police station were simply stupider than each other. Stuck his head into the police car, he quickly took out his pistol and loaded it with bullets. Contact BMT, Brooklyn Manhattan Transportation Corporation, and ask why they don't stop the subway? Feeling the bumps of the police car and watching the scenery flashing through the windshield, George quickly asked the driving police officer. They said the subway couldn't stop and the explosion might have damaged the subway's operating system. Good, is there any worse news? I want to know how bad things can get. George, with an extremely ugly face, ordered his men, tell them to send me the route of the number 7 subway line, C-38. My fate has returned to the starting point. Boom. The vulture rushed towards the killer robot in the narrow carriage. The piercing whistle shattered the glass of the subway carriage in an instant. A missile was released from the robot's chest and shot towards the vulture. The vulture made an evasive move in advance, dodged to the window and flew out. The missile hit the top of the carriage, knocked off the roof, and then shot straight into the sky. Countless fragments in the carriage splashed out, and it was in a mess in an instant. The vulture flew out of the carriage and suddenly rushed in from another window. The sharp claws pierced the robot's chest. The impact brought by the high-speed flight slammed the robot into the wall of the carriage. The vulture thought the attack was successful, and just as he was happy, his arms were grabbed by the robot. ZZ! Then a current rushed to the vulture's whole body. He screamed and used all his strength to hit the robot's chest. With a loud bang, the vulture and the robot crashed out of the subway car. A strong wind rushed in, and metal fragments ding-dong-dong hit all around. The vulture's flight device barely operated, but it was seriously damaged. Holding his burnt arm, he stood on the subway car, gasping for breath, watching the robot walking towards him step by step. What came to his ears was the whistling wind and the sound of the propeller turning. He looked up and found a helicopter flying above his head, sprinting forward with the subway. Shit! Why is this iron lump so difficult to deal with? He was getting more and more anxious at this time. The media followed, which meant that the police helicopter was coming soon. He must not be surrounded by the group of police. Just as he was in anxiety, the subway car vibrated slightly. Then the sound of a car being trampled came into his ears. The vulture raised his head and found a figure standing on the top of the car. The other party was wearing black armor, with a black mask with a faint glow on his head, and translucent light white eyelids occupying most of his face, which looked full of solemnity and mystery. Although he was covered with a black uniform, he did not feel bloated, but gave people a streamlined and fitting beauty. It seemed that the other party was not wearing a tights or something like that. But these things were originally on his body. The robot on the roof also discovered the stranger who suddenly broke in. The machine, which received the master's command, ran towards the other party quickly, and it seemed that it wanted to kill this uninvited guest. Peter looked at the robot running towards him in front of him, frowning slightly. The robot ran very fast and rushed in front of Peter in an instant. The huge arm suddenly smashed towards Peter's body. Bang! Peter stretched out his hand to resist the robot's arm, and then stretched out another hand covered with a black exoskeleton in the stunned eyes of the vulture. The right hand turned into a fist and hit the robot's chest. The robot, which he considered a big trouble, was smashed away with a bang and landed heavily on the top of the subway car, making a deafening sound. Vulture looked at the robot lying motionless on the roof and fell into a sluggish state. What kind of monster is this guy? Did he destroy this machine with just one punch? Bang! On the other side, at Osborne Enterprises, Norman Osborn leaned forward and slammed his hands on the table. The monitor in front of him had turned into snowflakes. The monitor placed in the robot's body only saw the black fist rushing. The next second, the robot was knocked out, and then the signal was cut off. This means that the robot has been scrapped. Damn it! What happened? What is that? He roared to the people around him. But the staff, who looked at each other in bewilderment, could not give him an answer. Damn it! Do everything you can to make it move. Norman Osborn originally thought that he could use this battle to collect combat information of the robots made by Osborn. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed by the guy who suddenly appeared. In addition to shock, there was also uncontrollable anger. After Peter dealt with the robot, he walked towards the Vulture. After recovering from the shock, the Vulture looked up at the helicopter above his head. The sound of the propeller in the distance was getting louder and louder. It was the police helicopter approaching. He felt retreating and fearful, and looked at Peter, wanting to flap his wings and escape. But the next second Peter stood in front of him. The Vulture's throat was grabbed just after his feet left the ground. He was terrified and stretched out his claws to grab the other's arm. But Peter did not give him this opportunity, grabbed his throat and threw him to the ground. Bang! The Vulture's back and the metal car came into complete contact. He groaned in pain and felt that his spine was about to break. And the flying device behind him was completely destroyed in an instant. The parts of the flying device that flew away were swept away by the howling wind. The Vulture looked at the monster who was looking down at him. A hint of red light flashed in his eyelids, and the coldness of killing instantly surrounded him. Trembling, he squeezed out a sentence from his mouth, "You monster." Before he finished speaking, he was kicked in the body with a bang and fell off the speeding train. After solving two problems instantly, Peter jumped into the speeding subway car without stopping. With a bang, he stepped on the car with both feet, and his sight looked at other cars in the distance. The terrified crowd in the car was captured by his supervision. But he did not find Uncle Ben. The obstacles in the car would block his sight. Just as he was about to continue searching for Uncle Ben, something unexpected happened. With a crash, the glass shattered. The robot that was knocked down by him broke through the window glass and rushed towards him. In the flying glass, Peter's senses were extremely sharp, and everything seemed to slow down in his eyes. Swoosh! Peter stretched out his right wrist, and the black spider silk shot out, accurately hitting the robot's face. The strong corrosiveness instantly corroded the outer shell of the machine and the internal electronic devices. The impact of this spider silk blasted the robot in the air out. With a loud bang, the robot was knocked out before entering the subway car and fell from the viaduct. Peter solved the problem of the machine and looked at the train's driving platform. The train's driving system had been damaged and it seemed that it could not stop for the time being. He walked to the station sign map of the carriage and looked at the last station. If the subway could not stop, it might crash at the last station. Is there not enough time? Peter's expression became serious as he turned his eyes away from the train schedule. Not enough time. In the police car, George Stacy looked at the subway schedule and hammered the window fiercely. The last station was circled by him with a pen, and it was New York Museum of Natural History Station. No, Gwen. He suddenly remembered that Gwen was visiting the Museum of Natural History today, and his heart suddenly tightened. Thanks to Book Friend Tale number 3969 for the reward. I bow to you for your hard work and expense. Thank you all for voting. There are so many at once. Thank you very much. C39, I am a lucky girl. I can win this time. Are you okay? Gwen. Liz put down her camera and supported Gwen as she swayed. At this time, Gwen's headache symptoms not only did not slow down, but became more serious. Her world buzzed like a big bell, and she couldn't even feel the scratches on the ground just now, only waves of numbness. Okay, now it's completely dead, but I'm still alive, thank you very much, Gwen. Liz looked at the broken camera in her hand and exhaled helplessly, but soon she turned all her attention to Gwen. Seeing that Gwen was not in a good state, she thought that the other party had just been broken trying to save her. Gwen panted slightly and said to Liz, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. It's not like you're just dizzy. Liz quickly reached into her school bag and took out a band-aid, trying to stop the bleeding on Gwen's arm. But she soon discovered something was wrong. There was no wound on the bleeding place on Gwen's arm. Gwen, your arm. Liz held the band-aid and looked at Gwen in surprise. She clearly saw just now that the glass shards scratched a long bloody mark on Gwen's arm. I'm really fine, Liz. Gwen didn't notice anything unusual about Liz. She covered her dizzy forehead with one hand and asked Liz, have you seen Peter? Peter? No, I didn't see that. Liz shook her head, looking away from Gwen's arm. Maybe I saw it wrong just now. Taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Liz took out her mobile phone and prepared to call the emergency number. Maybe Gwen was injured that she didn't know about. After all, she just rushed over desperately to save herself. After dialing the emergency number, she received another news message on her phone. Click on the SMS link and a live broadcast will appear on the phone screen. Is this the Birdman just now? Liz looked at the live broadcast in front of her in shock. Gwen also immediately moved her face towards him. Birdman in a flying suit fights robots on the speeding subway. If both parties are not careful, they will fall off the roof of the car, which looks dangerous. Just when the two thought the strange bird would be defeated by the robot, a mysterious guy suddenly appeared. The whole body is covered in black uniform, full of deep mystery. The opponent defeated the robot with one punch, and then easily kicked the strange bird out of the car. Liz opened her mouth wide and stared blankly at the mysterious guy in the video. What is this? A superhero from a comic book? Why were the seemingly powerful strange birds and robots killed so easily by him? Gwen looked at the mysterious man in the picture, and her heart was filled with shock. When she saw the sneak attack robot rushing towards the mysterious man in the car, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Be careful!" Bang! The black spider silk hit the robot's face, knocking the robot into the air. Seeing this scene, Gwen let out a long sigh of relief, and at the same time, a word suddenly appeared in her mind: Spider-Man. Spider-Man! Liz also had the same idea as her and exclaimed, "He should be called Spider-Man. He looks like a spider and shoots webs and other things." Well, just call him Spider-Man. It would be great if I could be like him and become Spider-Man. Gwen couldn't help but think wildly. No, since I'm a girl, I should be called Spider-Woman, or Gwen Spider. She was thinking wildly when her cell phone suddenly rang. Dad, it's me. Yes, I'm at the Museum of Natural History in New York. What? When her father said that the terminal of the subway was the museum, Gwen immediately let out an exclamation. She raised her head and looked around. There were still many people in the Natural History Museum at this time. Get out of there, Gwen. George Stacy's voice was full of anxiety. If the subway cannot stop, it is very likely that it will rush into the museum. Gwen, are you listening to me? Gwen. At this time, Gwen didn't care to respond to her father and rushed to the fire alarm as quickly as possible. With a bang, she smashed the protective shield with one punch and pressed the fire alarm bell. Boom! The rumble of the subway could be heard in the distance, and it seemed to be approaching here quickly. The piercing sound of the fire alarm soon drowned out the faint sound of the subway. Now it is no longer possible to notify everyone to evacuate, we can only use this method. Not caring about why she was suddenly so strong, Gwen took Liz's hand and ran outside. Liz also heard the content of the call between Gwen and her father. She was dumbfounded and was pulled outside by Gwen before she realized what was going on. Standing on the empty ground outside, Liz listened to the rumble of the approaching subway and subconsciously grabbed Gwen, who was about to enter the museum again. No, it's too late. Come with me, Gwen. There are still people inside, I can't leave yet. Gwen broke free from Liz's hand and ran towards the museum again. Damn it! Not hearing Gwen's voice for a long time, George Stacy in the running police car slammed the car seat hard. I'm still here, Dad, but I have to help the people here evacuate. I need some time. Just when he was extremely anxious, Gwen's voice suddenly came from the mobile phone. It's too late, Gwen, you have to leave there. Don't you always say I'm a lucky girl? Maybe I can run past the subway this time. George Stacy suppressed the urge to curse. You are a human, Gwen, you can't run past the subway. Gwen hung the phone on her chest and talked to George Stacy on speakerphone. Perhaps because she ran too fast, the voice George heard was a little unclear. I got another call, sorry, Dad, I have to hang up. Gwen hung up the phone and called Peter. Just now she ran for several minutes. Although she didn't sweat or feel tired, her breathing became more and more rapid. Peter, are you okay? Where are you? Gwen asked Peter quickly. I'm fine, Gwen, are you still in the museum? Yes. Gwen listened to the rumble of the subway getting closer and closer, while sending the panicked people outside. She found that her strength became particularly strong, and she easily pulled the adult out by holding his arm. The out-of-control subway is about to rush over, don't stay there, Gwen. I'll leave soon, don't worry, Peter. After hearing Peter say the same thing as his father, Gwen made a promise to him. After hanging up the phone, Gwen let out a sigh of dejection. The conversation between her father and Peter just now must have disappointed them. Stubborn, likes to show off, and brings trouble to others. A crazy girl like me should be a headache for people, right? C40 not pulling a train, pulling a helicopter in the speeding number 7 subway car. Peter put down his cell phone. There are still 2 stops away from the Natural History Museum. Uncle Ben should still be in the subway, and Gwen is most likely still in the museum. Gotcha. Peter crushed the metal fragments on the ground with his foot, frowning and lost in thought. The subway's braking system has been completely damaged. If you want to stop the subway, you can't count on the subway operating company. He raised his gaze and looked at the passengers in the car at the other end of the subway. At this time, passengers in the subway also learned that the subway was out of control. The terrified crowd howled in despair. Countless passengers began to cry, and even more people could not accept the news and remain silent in the carriage without making a sound. The passengers originally thought that the black superhero who suddenly appeared could help them escape from this deadly train. Unexpectedly, he would eventually die in such a cruel way. Many passengers began to write suicide notes in a hurry. Sobbing and crying filled the entire train, and despair permeated the entire crowd. While Peter was deep in thought, his phone vibrated. He turned on his phone and found a text message from Uncle Ben. The content of the text message contained only one simple sentence: "I love you, Peter, and I will always be proud of you." Holding the phone, Peter stood there, silent. Many passengers in the carriage closest to Peter saw this mysterious superhero. A Mexican woman holding a girl in her arms mustered up her courage and ran quickly through the messy subway car, ignoring the strong wind blowing in from the windows on both sides. The Mexican woman looked at Peter with tears in her eyes. She raised her head and handed the 5 or 6-year-old girl in her arms to Peter. Then he said in English with a strong accent, "Sir, please, take her away, please, sir." Perhaps knowing that Peter had the power to take the girl away, the woman kept pleading with him. The little girl in her arms also realized something, and looked at her mother with big, fearful and sad eyes. The red light in Peter's white eyelids gradually dissipated. He stared at the mother and son in front of him and slowly shook his head. The Mexican woman was rejected and hung her head in despair. The next second, Peter said to her coldly, "Get out of here, and then tell everyone in the car to run to the car away from the front of the car, as far away as possible." The woman was stunned for a moment, then realized what Peter was going to do. After showing a grateful expression, she hugged her daughter and ran backwards. Peter did not care about the life or death of these people. All he cared about was the safety of Uncle Ben and Gwen. This mentality has never changed. But the moment I saw the little girl's eyes, there was a slight fluctuation in my heart. To erase this emotion from his mind, he shook his head slightly. "Since you are an asshole, don't pretend to be a good person." Boom! The subway made a deafening sound and rushed forward, getting closer and closer to the terminal. Whoosh! 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 Countless black spider threads shot out from his wrists and bounced towards the buildings on both sides of the subway. The corrosive spider web, like a fishing net, sticks to the wall and the metal signboards on both sides when it bounces off. Bang! Peter's arms were immediately pulled by countless spider threads on both sides, and he was knocked backwards. With a bang sound, his back hit the front of the subway car hard, deforming it. Ugh! With a groan of pain, Peter felt a sharp pain in his back. Both arms were pulled by spider silk, and it hurt as if they were being torn apart. The muscles all over his body swelled, and the exoskeletons on his arms twisted and deformed. Crack! 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 The spider silk adhered to both sides of the subway broke due to the dual effects of strong pulling force and corrosiveness. The metal and buildings were corroded by the cobwebs and could not function as a slowdown rope for a long time. No! Not to mention whether he has the super strength of Spider-Man and can hold up a high-speed subway. The corrosive nature of its own spider silk alone prevents it from taking effect for a long time. With a bang sound, Peter came down from the wall of the carriage that had been deformed by his impact. The severe pain from his arms being pulled and the pain in his body made him kneel on the ground on one knee, panting slightly. He raised his head and looked at the news helicopter overhead with his glowing red eyes. With his mind made up, he took a deep breath and shot out countless black spider threads from his arms. The spider silk that separated from his body was not only corrosive but also had the adhesive properties of spider silk. One end of the black spider web is stuck to the buildings and metal station signs on both sides of the subway, and the other end is stuck to the subway car. Although the spider silk breaks quickly due to its corrosive nature, countless spider silks can sustain it for a long time. With a bang sound, Peter jumped onto the subway car and shot spider silk at the news helicopter overhead. Before the pilot who was flying the helicopter could react, the helicopter was pulled downwards by a huge force. Fortunately, the confused photographer was wearing a safety buckle, otherwise he would have been thrown down due to the shaking. "What happened?" the photographer asked the driver. "No, I don't know. Look below." The photographer immediately pointed his camera down and saw a scene that shocked him. "What the hell is this?" Before he finished speaking, the helicopter was pulled downwards. Peter shot out countless spider silks to hold the helicopter. Boom! 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 The powerful impact directly pulled him back from the front of the subway car. With a deafening sound, he directly broke through the wall of the first car and crashed into the second car amid the metal fragments that were flying everywhere. The helicopter that lost control was pulled downwards while spinning. "Damn! This guy wants to stop the subway with a helicopter. He's crazy!" the photographer shouted in horror. Bang! After crashing through the solid metal car, Peter was pulled into the sky by the helicopter. But the highly corrosive spider silk quickly broke. Peter shot out countless spider silks again to hold the news helicopter that was about to escape. And this time he also aimed at the other two police helicopters. Bang! 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 The sound of countless spider silks hitting each other rang out, and Peter's body pulled back to hold the spider silk. His eyes were red from the bulging muscles, and he let out a low roar. The carriage suffered misfortune again, and was squeezed and deformed. In order to prevent his arm from being torn off, Peter used all his strength to wrap all the spider silk in his hand around the metal support rod inside the subway. He tried to use this metal support rod as resistance to offset the pulling force of the helicopter. The corroded metal rods broke and flew away one by one. Then countless spider silks shot towards the helicopter in an instant. The subway, which was pulled, slowly slowed down with a wailing sound. The passengers in the subway and the citizens watching the live broadcast were all stunned by the scene they had never seen before. "Thank you for voting. Thank you for your support. Wow. Keep asking for votes, I want it. C41 this time, I caught you, Parker." Bang. The broken metal rod hit the wall of the subway car, making a dull sound. Flying glass and broken metal fragments shot in all directions like raindrops. Amid the sound of ding-dong-dong, Peter held the spider silk wrapped around the metal rod with both hands, and the metal floor under his feet kept twisting and deforming. The helicopter held by the spider silk circled and fell down. The buildings on both sides of the subway were stuck by the spider silk and collapsed. The strong pulling force slowed down the speed of the subway, and the death train rushing to the end slowly slowed down. What is he doing? In the police car, George Stacy looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Due to the deceleration of the subway, the police car had caught up. Sitting in the speeding police car, he stretched his head out of the window and looked at the helicopter that was constantly spinning and being pulled by the spider silk. The flying fragments flew around, and the bricks and stones on both sides kept falling down. "Be careful!" Accompanied by George's roar, a huge rock whistled and hit the police car. The police officer in the driver's seat immediately slammed the steering wheel. The police car made a sharp brake sound and crashed sideways to the side of the road. Boom! The boulder scraped the police car and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a large piece of mud. The police car, which lost control, spun and hit the guardrail on the side of the road with a bang. Without bothering to check his own situation, George Stacy unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Looking at the subway going away, he subconsciously took out the walkie-talkie to call for support. But soon he put the walkie-talkie in his hand down again. No. He can't do anything now. Even if he calls for support, what's the use? Is this kind of power really within the reach of human beings? Who is this mysterious guy? Somehow, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Someone fell from the sky, and the gods threw lightning. Boom! The spinning police helicopter was pulled down by the subway. The high-speed rotating helicopter propeller hit a corner of the subway. Sparks flew out, the helicopter lost control and crashed to the ground. The spider silk that entangled the helicopter broke at the critical moment. The helicopter pilot gritted his teeth and pulled up with all his strength amid the alarm. The hovering helicopter tail wing narrowly brushed against a bridge. Bang! Peter in the subway slammed his feet on the floor, veins on his forehead burst, and muscles swelled. His body leaned back, and the black exoskeleton on his arms deformed and flowed like a fluid. Ah! His heart beat rapidly, adrenaline was stimulated, and all his strength burst out. In the shocked eyes of everyone in the subway drove towards the last stop, the New York Museum of Natural History. The train was slowing down, but the station bridge had appeared in front. A Mexican woman among the passengers held her daughter, clasped her hands together and prayed silently for Peter. No! Standing outside the Museum of Natural History, Gwen looked at the subway coming overhead, opened her mouth wide, and her eyes were full of disbelief. The subway hit the platform of the station, smashing the facilities on the platform and making a deafening sound. Fortunately, the speed of the train has slowed down a lot, and it only rushed forward a few meters before stopping. In the first carriage where Peter was, the carriages above his head and on both sides had all disappeared. Covering his chest, he took 2 steps forward. There was severe pain all over his body, and the muscles in his arms were numb as if they were broken. His heart was pounding, and he felt dizzy. The exoskeleton covering his body also lost its luster and became dim. He staggered forward 2 steps and knelt on the ground with a thump. The black consciousness of nothingness hit his spirit again and again. Although he tried to maintain his sanity, his head tilted and his body fell to one side. No! No! Gwen, who was watching all this under the viaduct, came back to her senses from the shock. He will definitely hold on, he will definitely hold on. Gwen looked at the mysterious Spider-Man kneeling on the ground, and although she was a little uneasy, she still comforted herself. After all, the other party stopped a subway train that was out of control. But when she saw the other party fall down and seem to fall off the viaduct, she knew it was not good. No, he can't hold on. With a bang, Gwen grabbed the wire mesh gate with one hand, turned it over easily, and ran towards Peter at the fastest speed. I can catch him. I can do it. After turning over the iron gate, Gwen's speed did not slow down. She jumped forward with both feet and jumped over a car in one go. The moment she landed, Gwen felt incredible. How did she do it? Although she was full of doubts, she kept moving and continued to run forward. Jumping up and stepping on the top of a large truck, Gwen jumped onto the fire ladder of a nearby museum. Holding the fire ladder with both hands, she quickly climbed to the high platform of the museum. Standing on the edge of the high platform, Gwen hesitated. To catch Spider-Man, she must jump forward to the platform of the viaduct. Can she do it? Last time when I was chased by the hand, I tried to jump from the rooftop to the other side of the roof. But my foot slipped and I almost fell down. If Peter hadn't held my hand at that time, I would have been killed. Will I fail again like last time? No. Didn't I tell my father that I would win this time? I didn't win last time, but I will win this time. Gwen thought a lot in her mind in an instant, but the time in the outside world was only a moment. Taking a deep breath, Gwen jumped over. She stretched out her hands and caught Peter, who fell from the subway. The moment she touched, she felt her arms sink and her arms hurt. Enduring the pain, Gwen tried her best not to let herself lose her hands. Bang! Her feet landed on the platform, and the ground shook slightly. Gwen carefully put the Spider-Man she was holding on the ground, letting his body lean against the wall. Then she staggered to her feet and took 2 steps back. Stretching out her hands, Gwen looked at her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. How did I do it? How did she jump so high and catch the other person from the air? Even if she thought she would win, she only hoped that she could be a cushion to slow down the opponent's fall. How did she manage not to break her arm? The next second, she covered her mouth, and a feeling of vomiting surged into her throat. Gwen tried her best to resist the urge, looked around, and ran out quickly. On the other side, Peter leaned against the wall, and his eyes flashed red in his white eyelids. After regaining consciousness, he looked up at Gwen's back as she left, and lowered his head in deep thought. Did Gwen catch him this time? See, 42 people should learn from fountains, not drains. Oh my God. Thank God you're okay, Ben. Aunt May, who rushed over after hearing the news, hugged Uncle Ben at once on the platform of the New York Museum of Natural History. Uncle Ben had just experienced a life-and-death speed in the subway, and he was in good condition at this time. Are you not injured, Ben? Aunt May hurriedly checked Uncle Ben's body. After all, she couldn't help but worry about the earth-shattering accident just now. I'm fine, just some scratches. Uncle Ben explained to Aunt May with a wry smile. I received your text message, and I thought you would leave me. Ben, you scared me. I'm sorry, May. Uncle Ben took out his mobile phone with a broken screen. The phone was broken and couldn't make calls. I can only contact you by text message. As he spoke, he cast his eyes on the broken subway and sighed. If it weren't for that mysterious hero, maybe I wouldn't be able to avoid this accident. He saved me and all the passengers on the subway. Uncle Ben took off his glasses and looked at the passengers and police who were gradually gathering, and was speechless for a long time. On the other side, Gwen stood outside the platform, watching the increasing number of people, exhaled slightly, and turned to leave. She left because of vomiting just now, and when she came back, Spider-Man had disappeared. Although she felt a little disappointed, she quickly adjusted her mood. Maybe she will have a chance to meet him next time. Just as she turned to leave, her shoulder was suddenly patted. She turned around and found Peter standing in front of her. Peter? Gwen looked at her friend in surprise. Where did you go just now? I encountered some troublesome things, but they have been resolved, Peter said in a casual tone. Although his body is still a little uncomfortable now, the feeling of exhaustion and weakness still lingers. But compared to the situation where he almost fainted just now, it has been much better. Well, knowing that you are okay should be the best news I have received now, Gwen said, turning her head to the subway on the platform. Did you see it? Peter, the Spider-Man, he prevented this disaster. Spider-Man? Hearing Gwen mention Spider-Man, Peter's eyebrows moved slightly. Yes, don't you think he looks like a spider? Spits out spider silk, pulls subways and helicopters, a cool superhero. Yeah. Peter glanced at Gwen's hand bitten by a spider and said, I remember you hate spiders, don't you? He remembered that after the Frank incident, Gwen showed fear of spiders. Yes, but today's Spider-Man changed my impression of spiders. Gwen smiled at Peter. I'm looking forward to being that kind of superhero now. Peter nodded and whispered to himself, that won't be long. What? Gwen's hearing has also improved a lot. She asked Peter in confusion, what did you say just now? Peter. I said, I'm looking forward to it. Well, although I really want to say that I won't let you down, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. In the evening, Gwen dragged her tired body back home. In addition to the feeling of vomiting, her body was also accompanied by a fever. What happened to her? Why was she able to catch the falling Spider-Man and she was fine? With a bang, she threw herself on the bed. The light above her head gave her a dizzy feeling. It was as if she was walking on a bumpy, rugged, and stone-covered path. It went straight through the dense jungle and thorns, and it seemed to stretch forward endlessly. On the long road, every step she took seemed insignificant. Her muscles became slower and slower as her steps slowed down, and she even wondered if she was dead. Or, was she now a walking corpse? Gwen! She was confused when the door was knocked and George Stacy's voice sounded outside. Opening her eyes and forcing herself to return from the path, Gwen stood up and opened the door for her father. Good evening, Dad. Good evening, Gwen. George Stacy frowned as he looked at his daughter who was in a bad mood. Are you okay, Gwen? I'm fine, just a little sleepy. George nodded, not doubting him. So many things happened during the day, and even he felt a sense of fatigue and exhaustion. The sudden incident on the number 7 subway caused a great uproar in New York and even in the United States. The so-called superhero called Spider-Man by the media, who pulled a helicopter to stop the high-speed train, shocked countless citizens. Now when you turn on the TV, all you can see are speculations about Spider-Man's identity and analysis of his abilities. In addition to speculations about Spider-Man's identity, there are condemnations of the New York police. After all, such a big thing happened, and the New York police did not play any role. The anger of the citizens, especially the passengers on the number 7 subway, all directed their anger at the New York Police Department. George Stacy, who was in a state of panic, finally got away from the police station and returned home. I think we have to have a good talk, Gwen. George Stacy came over and said to his daughter, last time at Midtown High School, and this time, you put yourself in danger. Gwen, I don't want you to have any accidents. Sorry, Dad, I just wanted to help. But you're not a police officer, Gwen, and you're not a superhero. Your abilities are limited. Gwen rubbed her dizzy forehead and said to her father, it's not because we become special that we have responsibilities, right, Dad? It's innate. George Stacy sighed slightly. You will hurt yourself, Gwen. You are not lucky every time. I know, so I keep embracing my fate. Maybe something unexpected will happen next time I'm unlucky, but I won't complain. Gwen raised her head and said to her father, Dad, didn't you tell me before? People should imitate fountains, not gutters. They should imitate fallen leaves drifting in streams, rather than dams that restrict their freedom. Listening to Gwen refuting himself with her previous words, George was speechless. After sending her father away, Gwen covered her hot forehead and fell on the bed. Her palm touched the notebook placed on the bed. When she raised her hand, she found that the notebook was stuck to her hand. Shocked, she stared at the palm of her hand. What's this? Manhattan, rooftop of Christian Cross Church. Harry hugged the cross and shivered. The cold air kept hitting him, and as it got later, the cold wind became even more unbearable. Is anyone there? Help! He shouted weakly twice more. What happened? Why does everyone seem to have forgotten about themselves? Thanks to Brilliant White Knight for the reward, Show Your Heart. Thank you everyone for your votes. The monthly pass is doubled at the end of the month, please vote. See 43 Fathers Are Kind and Sons Are Filial the next day. Osborne Manor. Tonight we will bring you Norman Osborn's mysterious and wonderful journey. Anyone who has read the financial section of the newspaper will be familiar with the name Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn sat at the dining table, and the TV was playing a program of the Osborn Group. But his attention was not attracted by the TV. A newspaper was spread out on the dining table, and the news on it was all about Spider-Man. The voice of the host on TV continued. He brought a series of sudden changes to the field of bioengineering, which also brought him huge profits and made his company one of the best in the world. Just as he was browsing the newspaper, Harry came over. Harry, who had been blowing the cold wind on the cross church for a day, was finally rescued. "What did the doctor say, Harry?" Norman Osborn put down the newspaper and turned his eyes to him. "I'm fine. The doctor said it was a skin injury and there was also a risk of catching a cold, but that will be in the future. I should be fine now." Harry sat down at the dining table and picked up the table knife. He squeezed a large piece of toast into a ball. The egg yolk was broken, and the overflowing liquid merged with the maple syrup surrounding them. Harry did not eat it directly, but put down the knife, looked up and said to Norman, "Dad, did you watch the news about Spider-Man?" "Yeah." Norman picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. "That's not what you should pay attention to, Harry. You should pay more attention to your studies and other things." Harry took a deep breath and asked Norman, "What do you mean by other? Pay attention to our sweeping robot turning into a killer robot? What?" Norman Osborn cast an unhappy look at Harry. "I said, the robot fighting the Vulture is our sweeping robot." Harry no longer cared about his father's majesty and said everything he wanted to say directly. "The man who calls himself Vulture said that you plagiarized his achievements. He kidnapped me and wanted you to apologize. But Dad, you have a better solution. There is no need to send robots. Just an apology can solve everything." Norman Osborn's jaw was tight. "Do you mean I'm wrong? I just think that no innocent people should die because of us." "You are too naive, Harry." Norman Osborn looked at him coldly and said, "A beast that is cornered will easily give up and wait for death? I have told you countless times that if you want to be a scavenger, you must put down your unnecessary mercy and sympathy. Whether innocent people die or live has nothing to do with you. You can't put their relationship with you right." Harry pushed the plate aside and looked at his father with extremely strange eyes. He didn't believe that this was what his father said. "No, Dad, I'm not a bad person, and I don't want to be like you. Do you think everyone is kind-hearted?" Norman Osborn stared at Harry, his tone getting colder. "Go out and look at the people on the street, farmers, immigrants, truck drivers, rural yuppies. Each of them may have been to church and thrown $1 or $2 in the offering plate. They are kind to everyone, smiling at everyone, and they all look like law-abiding citizens. And do you know what they do behind their backs? Thieves and prostitutes, cheating, using others' sympathy to deceive and hurt others in turn." Norman stood up with disappointment on his face. "Harry, if you always hold this kind of heart, you will not succeed, but will be hurt, and the closer you are to the people, the more you will hurt them. The deeper you go." Harry's anger was also aroused, and he asked Norman, "What is success in your eyes? Become a well-known entrepreneur and let your company rank among the top in the world? These are not what I want. It will only become my pain." Harry panted slightly and looked at his father. "No matter which school I am in, I am the richest one. Some people want to get close to me. They are for my wealth, but that is not mine. I know it clearly. More people ridicule me for relying on the rich son of the family. They never really regard me as a friend. I have been through countless schools, and the only friends I have now are Peter and Gwen." Norman Osborn listened to his son's venting, and the expression on his face became more and more ugly. He asked Harry coldly, "Harry, do you think all this I gave you is pain?" "No, I am grateful to you, Dad, but I can't be the kind of person you want." Harry shook his head and said to Norman, "I don't want to be like you either." Norman Osborn frowned and looked at Harry. "There's no point in escaping from reality. No matter what, you are a member of the Osborn family. You can't live in your own world." Harry exhaled and said, "I won't escape. I won't escape like my mother." "What did you say?" When Norman heard Harry mention his mother, his face suddenly turned bad. "I said, my mother chose to escape at that time." Harry no longer concealed and said what he had hidden in his heart. "In her last days, my mother had been numbing herself with Scotch whiskey for 6 years. In my impression, she had been accompanied by alcohol because she knew you were wrong, but she couldn't stop you." "Shut up!" Furious Norman Osborn, with anger surging up, slapped Harry in the face. "Pa!" Gwen slapped the locker heavily, her face full of anger. The location was the locker in the school corridor, and the time was morning. The corridor, which had not yet started, was full of bustling students. Although her body became a little bit abnormal, she still came to school. After all, this was her own secret, and it was not easy to use it as an excuse for skipping classes. "Why are you so angry?" She was sulking when a voice came from behind her. Gwen looked back and found that it was Peter. This must be a joke. Don't they know who saved the entire subway yesterday? Gwen handed the newspaper in her hand to Peter and said angrily, "Look at their headlines." Peter took the newspaper, and the bold headline on it caught his eye: Spider-Man, Dangerous Thug. Looking at the headline of the newspaper, he looked at the top of the newspaper. The words "The Daily Bugle" appeared prominently. Isn't this the most loyal anti-fan newspaper of Spider-Man? Now it is the first to come out to discredit Spider-Man. Looking at the newspaper, Peter fell into deep thought. Has he corrected the original trajectory of the world? C-44 If I were a monster, would you still love me? Outright criminals, that's what they say. Gwen said angrily, aren't the strange birds and robots the culprits? They didn't even mention it a few words. Peter nodded casually. He didn't show any emotion regarding these comments. You can't stop what other people say, and you can't change other people's opinions, Gwen, so there's no need to get angry. When he thought that once Gwen became Spider-Man, he would experience countless times more violent criticism and slander, he held a second of silence for the other party. Gwen felt unfair for Spider-Man. I think it's unfair, they are prejudiced. Do you have a good impression of that Spider-Man? Peter asked her curiously. He's the kind of person I want to be. Gwen stuffed the newspaper into her locker and said to Peter, it won't be easy though. Hey, good morning, Gwen, Peter. As soon as Gwen finished speaking, a voice came from behind. The two looked back and saw it was Harry. Good morning, Harry, you were not snatched away by that strange bird. I thought you would rest at home for 2 days after you escaped. Gwen greets Harry. She found out last night that Harry was safe. At most, I only suffered some superficial injuries and did not need to recover at home. Harry shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. But Gwen still noticed something was wrong. There was an obvious red slap mark on Harry's face. Harry, are you okay? Why do you ask? Your face, Gwen asked doubtfully, pointing at his face. I accidentally knocked it. Harry touched his face, which was still burning with pain, and pretended to be nonchalant. He was slapped by Norman Osborn. Although he was angry at first, he has calmed down now. Even if he is full of negative energy, he tries not to show it in front of his friends. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the medical room. Gwen didn't feel comfortable asking, so she suggested to him. Peter next to him naturally saw what the red mark on Harry's face was, but he just glanced at it and remained silent. Putting his school bag in the locker, he walked towards the classroom with Gwen and Harry. As soon as I entered the classroom, I heard the sound of King Kong. King Kong was chatting with a group of friends about yesterday's big news. Spider-Man's act of pulling a helicopter last night was very exciting. My friend was on that subway. Although he looks tall and bald, he seems to be extremely interested in topics such as superheroes and violence. The helicopter was pulled by him and almost fell down, but luckily that didn't happen. Also, he kicked the strange bird over. It seemed like his strength was extraordinary. The class bell rang, and King Kong still showed no sign of stopping. Hey Kong, can you be quiet for a minute? Gwen said to the other party, it's class time now. King Kong heard the sound and turned to look at Gwen. What's wrong? I say, you'd better be quiet. You've been talking about Spider-Man for half the morning. Maybe you need to take a rest now. She has a headache. Is there anyone more obsessed with Spider-Man than herself? Not everyone wants to hear that, so. Gwen added, can you sit down quietly? King Kong spread his hands and said to Gwen, Spider-Man is the person who saved the entire train, why can't I say it? Gwen breathed out, maybe you could try talking outside instead of in the classroom. What if I say no? King Kong said as he walked toward her unkindly. Although Gwen's reputation as a top student is very useful in school, he, who calls himself the most useful fist, doesn't buy Gwen's fault. Gwen gave Peter an I can handle it look in advance, and then focused her gaze on King Kong, who was approaching menacingly. King Kong, who came over and wanted to discuss with Gwen, just took 2 steps, and when he walked in front of Peter, he suddenly stumbled. He seemed to be caught by something, lost his balance, and threw himself forward. Terrified, he struggled to hold on to something, but couldn't catch anything while dancing. At this time, Gwen, who was in front of him, felt that time suddenly slowed down. Breathing became heavier, and the air and everything around him were keenly sensed by his senses. The movements of the King Kong that rushed towards her also became extremely slow in her eyes. She could even clearly see the frightened expression on the other person's face. Subconsciously, she stretched out her left hand forward and grabbed the other person's falling body. With a bang sound, she used her left hand to support the huge body of King Kong. The other person's chest seemed to be firmly stuck to her hand. Everyone in the classroom looked at this scene and were all stunned. Gwen Stacy, what kind of strength is this? Gwen, who grabbed King Kong with one hand, immediately realized that something was wrong with her current movements. In a panic, she immediately pulled out her hand. As a result, the King Kong lost its support and hit the ground with a loud dong sound. King Kong, which shook the ground a little, covered his chest and lay on the ground groaning. The whole classroom was silent, and everyone looked at Gwen in shock. At this time, Gwen's heart was in a mess. She raised her eyes in panic and looked at Peter, who was looking at her. I'm sorry, I don't know. She didn't know whether she said it to Peter or to the King Kong lying on the ground. In the end, she said nothing and ran out of the classroom alone. Watching Gwen's back as she left, Peter did not chase her, but frowned slightly. Is this the confused period of becoming a superhero? Even a girl like Gwen would be confused? Pinching his chin, he fell into thinking. At the end of the afternoon, Peter left school and rushed to the hospital. Yesterday, the alien embryo in his body absorbed Frank's gene, causing mutation and evolution, and he needed to check it. Even if the embryo's genes evolved, there was no guarantee that it would not break out of the body the next moment. The embryo in his body was already very different from the alien egg he knew. He could no longer use his previous experience to judge and guess. Just as he got on the subway to New York Presbyterian Hospital, he received a text message from Gwen. Gwen did not return to the classroom after leaving in the morning. She seemed to have asked for leave. The text message only had a simple line of words: Peter, if I become a monster, will you still consider me a friend? Thank you all for voting, 90-degree bow. C45. A girl confides her troubles. Gwen stood on the top of a high-rise building in Brooklyn, watching the endless stream of cars and people below. It was drizzling, and cars were whizzing by. Through the misty rain, she saw a number of electronics malls located not far away. Then she looked into the distance, and the uniform high-rise buildings were like a dim fence, outlining the jagged skyline. She had a sense of insecurity, as if she was walking on thin ice, as if she could break through the ground and fall into the abyss at any time. In the drizzle, she held her phone in front of her, waiting for Peter's reply. Peter quickly sent her a text message. There is a monster living in each of us, Gwen, you are not alone. Gwen looked at the text message sent by Peter and wiped the raindrops on the phone screen. Are you saying that there is also a monster of death in your heart? She suddenly thought of what Peter had said to her before: death is not lonely. Peter soon replied to her, yes, there is a big theater of death in my heart. The curtain on the stage is always open, and the drama of death is being performed here all the time, and the actors are white skeletons. Gwen thought Peter was talking about his cancer, so she felt a little sad when she saw this text. Sorry, Peter, I shouldn't have mentioned this. It's okay. Gwen held the phone in silence. She didn't know how to confide in Peter about herself. Tell him that she was bitten by a spider and might become a monster like Frank? Not to mention whether Peter would believe her. Even if she told him, what's the use? Peter is now suffering from cancer and is still in the treatment stage. Being like this will only make him worry more, and may even cause more harm to his body. Gwen hesitated and typed a reply to Peter. I'm sorry I didn't go home this morning because I took a leave of absence. Sometimes, I can be so willful that it's unreasonable. You have your own reasons, Gwen, I know. Thank you, Peter, thank you for listening to my troubles. Maybe I will find a suitable opportunity to tell you about my things. I have been thinking a lot about the future recently. Gwen put down her phone, put her hands in her pockets, and felt the cold raindrops. She hasn't thought about the future for a long time. My original life was drifting on the lazy river. But the future is like a lingering little fly, buzzing in her ears from time to time, making her restless. She once heard of an experiment that if mice and monkeys in the laboratory were given the illusion of choice, they would usually live healthily. Even if they only had two choices, mild electric shock and severe electric shock. But at least they could feel the difference in the results, so they were full of joy and lived more happily. If these mice and monkeys are not given a choice and are only subjected to electric shocks, they will become more and more anxious. They may bite through the fur on their hands and feet and eventually die of cancer or heart disease. After a while, Gwen stretched out her hands and focused her eyes on them. I don't know how long it will take for me to bite off the fur on my hands. Taking a deep breath, looking at the roof on the other side far away from the clock tower, Gwen put on a white hood. She wanted to try the feeling of jumping again. When she was chased by the hand, she tried to jump over here. If Peter hadn't pulled her back, she might have fallen down and died. Recalling the feeling when she jumped up and caught Spider-Man falling from the air. I can do it, that's how it felt at that time. Muttering, Gwen accelerated forward. With a bang, her feet left the edge of the roof and Gwen jumped forward suddenly. Ugh! Her feet landed safely. Stepping on the edge of the roof, before Gwen could breathe a sigh of relief, her feet suddenly slipped. The roof was extremely slippery after being soaked with rain. Gwen stumbled when she stepped on it, lost her balance, and fell backwards. She lost her balance and reached out to grab something, but in the end, she only grabbed a wisp of air in vain. Falling rapidly from high speed, Gwen was panicked. Trying her best to calm herself down, she suddenly thought of the scene she saw when Spider-Man shot out Spider Silk. With her mind racing, Gwen tried to imitate the other party's gesture and shot forward with her right hand. Swoosh! A ball of white viscous substance splashed on the wall. And Gwen was pulled to the wall with this force. With her hands clinging to the wall, she found that she could support her body. Shocked, she climbed up the wall and soon climbed to the roof. Standing on the roof, Gwen took off her hood and looked at her hands with a surprised expression. Just now, something similar to Spider-Man's Spider Silk was shot out. Can I be like Spider-Man? At New York Presbyterian Hospital, Peter stood in the drizzle and put away his phone. He told Gwen that a death drama was playing out in his heart. In addition to the shadow of death lurking in his chest, it was also because he had witnessed a lot of death and killing when he was a mercenary for Wayland Company in his previous life. The pile of bones was just the most common scene. The memory of the past flashed through his mind, and he walked into the hospital. Dr. Lane is waiting for him in the office because he contacted him in advance. Long time no see, Mr. Parker. Dr. Lane looked good and took the initiative to stand up and greet him. It shouldn't take long. Peter sat opposite him. Does Dr. Lane hope that every time I come here, it will be the last time? Faced with Peter's joking tone, Dr. Lane sneered. How could it be? I'm a very professional doctor. How could I want such a thing to happen? Well, your professionalism may be good, but I hear people say you may not have much professionalism. Peter said casually, but we can talk about professionalism later. Business is more important now. Certainly. Dr. Lane stood up and began to examine Peter. Half an hour later, Peter asked Dr. Lane, who was looking at the CT images, "How is it?" Ryan took a deep breath and asked Peter hesitantly, "Has there been any change in your body recently?" Change? Well, some changes in external physical signs. Peter nodded. The strength has been significantly enhanced. Dr. Lane showed the CT image to Peter. It looks like it has undergone some kind of mutation, and the shape of the body surface has changed. The image of the embryo in front of me showed a completely different shape from before. C46 Doctor, do you have no heart? The alien embryos, which were previously barracuda-shaped, now take on a spider-like shape and become larger. Ryan swallowed, organized himself and said, obviously, it has undergone some kind of change that we couldn't imagine, or it has evolved towards the next form. Peter stared at the image in front of him, frowned and said, according to my previous speculation, it will temporarily grow safely in the host body, absorb new genetic material and complete the growth in a short period of time. Why does its absorption and growth seem to be no end? Dr. Lane took a breath and said, this is just an assumption you made. My guess is similar to yours, but I think its growth will not be a few days or even a few weeks, but a long time. I don't know what happened to your body recently, but it may have absorbed something that led to its evolution. As he spoke, he took out the last CT image that Peter brought for comparison. I said last time that it might be entering a new phase, and it looks like this is its new phase. He then added, what an amazing existence. Peter was silent for a moment and asked him, so, it may still break out of my body, but you don't think this time will be very recent, right? Yes. Dr. Lane nodded, I can't guess at this time, but I still think that you two may have a symbiotic relationship, rather than simply using it as a parasitic container. That's because you've never seen a facehugger break out of its body. Peter shook his head and said to Dr. Lane, but you can't bet, right? Once I fail, I will die. Ryan opened his mouth, and finally sighed feebly, yes, I can't be sure. If, Peter paused and asked the other party with a serious expression, if you were asked to complete this operation and remove it from my body, could you do it? Dr. Lane blinked and then shook his head wildly, no. I can't do it. It is already tightly integrated with the organs in your body. Yeah? Peter walked to the table, picked up a fruit knife placed on it, and then made a cut in his palm under Ryan's stunned eyes. Blood flowed out instantly. Peter raised his fists to prevent any blood from flowing out, and it was all covered in his palms. Putting away the fruit knife, Peter slowly walked towards Ryan. What if I say, I have some kind of self-healing ability? Then he stretched out his palm under Ryan's stunned eyes. The wounds covered with blood were gradually healing, visible to the naked eye. Although the wound is not big, it can be seen that it is healing. This. Dr. Lane took a step back in horror. As you can see, doctor, combined with my ability to heal myself, how successful is the operation? This is the ability he discovered during the Line 7 subway incident. After the alien embryo absorbed Frank's genes, not only did his exoskeleton fuse and evolve, his body could shoot corrosive spider silk, and he even had strong self-healing capabilities. Otherwise, this would not explain why his body almost collapsed after pulling the helicopter, but he was alive and kicking again in less than a day. You Parker! Dr. Lane looked at Peter like a monster, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Not only was his employer not an ordinary person, but he was also mysterious and powerful, far beyond his imagination. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Dr. Lane? Have I become a villain from a comic book, or some kind of monster? Being looked at by Peter with cold eyes, Dr. Lane quickly came to his senses. No, I'm just a little shocked. Suppressing his uneasiness, Dr. Lane calmed himself down. Realizing that he had just lost his temper, he apologized to Peter. Sorry, I just lost my temper. No matter who Peter is, my current relationship with him is that of doctor and patient, and it is impossible for him to harm himself. Countless thoughts went through his mind. Ryan took a few deep breaths and organized his speech. Even so, it is very difficult, and this kind of surgery is full of uncertainties. Even if you have the ability to heal yourself, there is no guarantee that nothing will happen. Question. And this kind of parasitism exists and is connected to many organs and even nerves. If surgery is necessary, not many people in the world would dare to do it. Maybe. He hesitated and said, maybe Dr. Strange is one of the possible people. Strange? Hearing the name, Peter frowned and looked out the window. Dr. Strange, a gentleman named Murdoch just came to see you. He said he would wait for you in the common room. You made an appointment. Strange just walked out of the office when a nurse came over and said to him, I know, thank you. Strange thanked the nurse and walked towards the common room. Dr. Strange, save our daughter. He had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by a couple. The couple looked familiar to him, as if they were the parents of the girl who had the surgery last time. Please, you are our only hope. She has been trying to live. If it ends now, it would be too unreasonable. The couple in front of them hoped that Strange would perform surgery on their daughter. After a moment of hesitation, Strange shook his head and said, Sorry, I have something else to do. He was about to leave, but soon his hand was grabbed. Dr. Strange, isn't it the doctor's duty to cure diseases and save lives? The husband asked him excitedly. Yes, this is the doctor's duty, but under the premise that all preparations are completed, there are still countless surgeries waiting for me every day, patients younger than your daughter who have been fighting against the disease for a long time, fathers who have little time left before the birth of their children, and athletes whose careers are coming to an end. You are asking me to ignore them just out of sympathy. Sorry, I can't do it. Strange maintained an almost absolute calm mood, and even looked a little ruthless. Ignoring the angry eyes cast by the couple, he walked quickly to the lounge. Unexpectedly, just as he walked to the elevator, a man wearing a mask came out. The other person was wearing a black windbreaker. After seeing Strange, he quickly walked towards him. Tap, tap. The footsteps stepped on the floor, and the masked man's footsteps became faster and faster. At the same time, he took out a dagger from his coat. Strange, who was unaware of this, was getting closer and closer to the masked man, and had no idea that danger had come. Thank you Xiaomingxin for the reward. Thank you for your votes, thank you, Bo. C-47 Dr. Strange, completely desperate Lane's office. Dr. Strange? Do you have a good impression of him? Peter asked Dr. Lane, why else would you recommend him? Ryan shook his head and said, Actually, I don't have a very good impression of him, but the rich people who were cured by him should like him. Peter was a little stunned. How dare you question other people's medical ethics? Not noticing Peter's expression, Dr. Lane showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. He is an indifferent doctor. Well, I understand. Peter nodded. I hate this colleague of yours. Of course, a conceited and proud person like him will one day be cornered. Dr. Lane, who had a strong opinion of Strange, said some cursed words. Nobody likes him, he's a complete efficiencyist. After hearing this, Peter nodded after a while. Maybe, I hope your curse will not come true. In the future, Strange broke his hand in a car accident, lost the magic of the hand of God, and became a cripple unable to undergo surgery. This Dr. Strange really has no way out in the future. If it weren't for magic, I would probably have been in a state of confusion for the rest of my life. Thank you for your diagnosis and treatment, Dr. Lane. Peter put away the CT images and the fruit knife that cut his palm, and prepared to leave. The treatment fee will still be charged to the original account. See you next time. As he spoke, he opened the door and walked out. At the same time, the guy in the black windbreaker in the corridor was already walking quickly towards Strange. Whoosh! The dagger that shone with cold light suddenly stabbed Strange's chest. Strange looked up and was shocked to see the dagger stabbing him. Subconsciously, he raised his arms to block. Laugh! The sharp dagger stabbed his palm, and blood immediately spattered out. Seeing that the blow failed, the man in the trenchcoat swung his left fist and hit Strange in the face. Enduring the pain in his palm, Strange responded and tilted his head back. The man in the trenchcoat quickly missed his punch, but he couldn't hold back the force in time. With a bang sound, the opponent's fist hit the wall hard. Strange actually saw two of the opponent's fingers being broken, and he even heard the snapping sound of broken bones. Like someone breaking a branch over their knees. When the blow failed, the man in the trenchcoat slammed into Strange, then raised the dagger, preparing to stab him again. Strange staggered, and just when he was trying to maintain his balance, the dagger came towards his wrist. Seeing the gleaming dagger getting closer and closer to him, Strange's inner fear also amplified. If his hands were pierced, he would lose everything and lose the qualification to be a doctor. At this time, everyone in the hospital corridor was shocked to see Strange and the man in the trenchcoat fighting each other. The nurses who reacted first quickly called the guards. The other hospital patients immediately fled this dangerous place after making a commotion. Just when Strange fell into despair, suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind him. With a bang sound, these hands that seemed more delicate than his own firmly grasped the wrist of the man in the windbreaker. The man in the trenchcoat looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared in shock. He wanted to break away from the other person's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Strange was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He subconsciously looked back and found Peter Parker standing behind him. He was extremely impressed by the guy who had slapped him, so he recognized him at first sight. Let go! The man in the trenchcoat gritted his teeth fiercely and said to Peter with red eyes. Peter looked at him coldly and let go of his wrist. Before he could react, Peter casually punched forward. Bang! The man in the trenchcoat was punched in the chest and stepped back as if struck by lightning. Finally, he took a few steps back to the corner, bumped his back against the wall, and sat down on the ground. He wanted to stand up with severe pain all over his body, but found that he didn't even have the strength to move. Being stared at by the man in the trenchcoat with resentment and fear, Peter turned to look at Strange disapprovingly. Strange held his bleeding right hand, and after he came to his senses, he looked at Peter in shock. What power is this? Are you okay, Dr. Strange? Strange exhaled forcefully. I'm fine, it's probably just a skin injury. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Counting the last time his brother had a car accident, the other party had already helped him twice. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid these hands of mine would have. He raised his hands in front of his eyes with some fear and trembling. You're welcome, I just did it casually. I felt a little sorry to see a pair of magical hands destroyed like this, so I accidentally stepped forward. Maybe I will also use your hands of God in the future. Peter glanced at his hands and said calmly. Although I am very curious whether Doctor Strange will become a waste in advance without his own help. But considering that the opponent's hands might be useful to him, he took action to stop this scene. Forehead hearing Peter explain his motives in this way, Strange was a little speechless. Is it necessary to be so straightforward? Oh my God. Strange, are you okay? There was a commotion in the corridor, and several security guards quickly came to control the man in the windbreaker. Christine also walked up quickly and asked Strange with a worried look on her face. I'm fine, thanks to Mr. Parker's help. Strange explained to Christine what had just happened. After handing his business card to Peter and thanking him again, Strange bandaged his hand injury with the help of Christine. Seeing that the matter was over, the crowd of onlookers gradually began to disperse. After taking a look at the business card, Peter put it away and turned to leave. Among the crowd of onlookers in the corridor, a man in a black suit and red sunglasses watched the scene in front of him. Until everyone left, he turned to Peter's back and watched him walk away. Peter, who was being watched, suddenly realized something, stopped, and turned to face the man in red sunglasses. The man in red sunglasses suddenly felt a palpitation. It seemed that he was being located by a higher-level existence, and the feeling of uneasiness instantly invaded his whole body. Although he couldn't see, his senses were particularly sharp. With a warning in his heart, he immediately shifted his attention away from Peter and quickly left the place. See 48 Uncle Ben's Horror Story. Hospital Surgical Clinic. Do you know him? The man who attacked you? Christine asked while bandaging Strange's wounds. Yes, even though I didn't recognize it at first, I remember it now. Strange breathed out and said, his name is Dan Stein. I once performed an operation on his wife. Although the other party has been divorced, he still tried his best to take care of his ex-wife. Do you remember every patient of yours so clearly? Kristen was surprised that the other person had such a good memory. Strange shook his head. No, it's just that he's a little special. He's very talkative and loves fishing and stock trading. We have some common topics: popular metal bands in the 1990s, such as Poison, Motley Crue, Wanted and Gwen. He also had a daughter, I think her name was Rebecca. Christine listened to what the other party said and asked a little strangely, I don't understand why you were so familiar with each other and he tried to hurt you. It seems that he has a deep hatred for you. I have no idea. Strange covered his painful forehead with his left hand. He is a good man. I am absolutely convinced. He looks like the kind of honest person who would apologize if he stepped on a cockroach. I don't understand why he did that. Christine thought for a while and asked, did you refuse to operate on his wife? Maybe this will make a person explode. Do you also think I'm a callous person? Strange raised his eyes and looked at Christine. Christine was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook her head. No, doctors are not gods and cannot save everyone. You have rejected many patients, but this is normal. Although you are a little arrogant, you are not the kind of person who has no heart. I don't even know whether you are praising me or hurting me. Strange smiled bitterly. I often wonder, is what I have done so far as Dr. Strange correct? Should I continue to be known as Dr. Strange in the future? Will the situation continue? The more I try to maintain Dr. Strange's way of life, the more people will sacrifice. My brother died because of me. Before he could finish, Kristen interrupted him. Although I want to say, Strange, this is not your fault, but I guess you can't let it go. What I want to say is that when you don't know whether this path is the right one, all you can do is go on. Strange, who was stunned for a moment, looked away from Christine's face and said, thank you for your suggestion, Christine. Back to the topic, I did not refuse to operate on Dan's wife. In fact, the surgery went well. I'm not someone who only cares about money, and I haven't forgotten my Hippocratic oath. Kristen nodded. Then why did he try to hurt you? That's what I'm wondering about. Strange frowned, his eyes exude a light that doesn't belong to him. He looks like a different person. Turning his gaze to the wound on his hand, he whispered, what exactly can make one person become another person? Christine was also puzzled. You can talk to him later. He is now controlled by security and can no longer hurt you. That's all. Standing up, Strange suddenly remembered another thing. How much do you know about Peter Parker? Didn't we talk about it last time? He is Dr. Lane's patient. But I want to know more. He just saved me, Strange said. Who? Christine recalled the impression Peter made on her. He is full of mystery. Even Mrs. Webb said his fate cannot be seen through. Hesitantly, she did not tell Dr. Lane about deleting Peter Parker's information. Maybe now is not a good time. Maybe you could prepare some gifts and forget about the last time he slapped you. Kristen made a suggestion. Okay, that's a good idea. Strange originally wanted to tell her about Peter subduing Dan with one hand, but in the end he didn't tell her. The two were talking when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the department. Christine got up to open the door and chatted with the nurse outside for a while. What happened? Seeing that something was wrong with Christine's expression when she came back, Strange had a bad feeling in his heart. Dan is dead. What? Strange was stunned when he heard the news. Forest Hills, Parker's house. Peter knew nothing about what happened in the hospital. Now he was listening to Aunt May and Uncle Ben discuss family expenses. The thing about credit cards is if you go over too much and you can't pay it, it's a bottomless pit. Uncle Ben raised objections to credit card swiping. My pension will last for a while, and maybe I can find a part-time job, such as driving a taxi. Peter, who was next to him, originally wanted to tell him the reason he had prepared. He had found a good reason for the money he got from the hand. Because of his excellent academic performance, the school exempted tuition fees and awarded some cash. Although the reason is a bit lame, as long as Aunt May and Uncle Ben don't go to the school to investigate and prepare school letters that are fake and genuine, they can easily get through it. But now he heard that Uncle Ben was going to drive a taxi, and his brows immediately frowned. He remembered Uncle Ben, and it seemed that the original ending was that he was robbed and shot by gangsters. If Uncle Ben really drove a taxi, he would probably be killed every day. What is this? Is it the inertia of history? Maybe I can help a little, Peter said aloud. Aunt May cast her eyes on him and quickly shook her head. What are you going to do, Peter, delivering newspapers? This is not an easy job. Your Uncle Ben did it when he was a child, but it left a psychological shadow. Peter looked at Uncle Ben in confusion. Can delivering newspapers have a psychological shadow? Aunt May tried to stop Uncle Ben from speaking. No, Ben, don't talk about that in detail. Peter is still a child. He has grown up. Ahem, it was actually a long time ago. There was a woman named Maggie where I lived. Many people called her Crazy Maggie. Uncle Ben was in a good mood, and Aunt May was completely unable to stop him. She has a large group of cats, at least dozens, and she keeps bringing new cats back from outside. She brings home stray cats she sees, and she also goes to the rescue center to bring home those cats that are dying. I heard that she also steals cats from other people's homes. Her life is very regular. She comes out of the house every day to collect mail and newspapers, and then waters her dying flowers. Most of the time during the day, she sits at the window, looking outside blankly, waiting for me to deliver newspapers to her door. For a while, I didn't see her for several days in a row. Wait. Peter cast a shocked look at Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, don't tell me the ending is the same as I guessed. Thank you for the reward from I am really yodeling. Thank you all for voting. Happy New Year. At the beginning of the month, I ask for monthly tickets. Thank you. C49 I shouldn't keep a cat. Yeah, it's as bad as you think, Peter. Maggie's dead. She's been sitting by the window for days. She has no family, so she has no one to look after her, and no one to look after her cats. Peter had already thought of Uncle Ben who pushed the door open and entered, and what a brutal scene he witnessed. The body of the woman named Maggie must have been chewed to pieces by cats. That's enough, Ben. The following story is no longer acceptable to teenagers. Aunt May interrupted Uncle Ben at the right time. Maybe you're right, May. Uncle Ben nodded and agreed with Aunt May's words. He shrugged towards Peter. For such dark topics, I have to consider your age, Peter, otherwise you will have nightmares tonight. But Uncle Ben changed the topic and said, I can tell you a little bit about the story behind. So what happened next, Uncle Ben? Maggie's body was found but the cats were not disposed of. After Uncle Ben took a sip of coffee, he continued, as a result, they continued to multiply and multiply, becoming a large army, and the house became a paradise for those wild cats. People couldn't bear to be bothered until later, someone set a fire and burned down the house and the cats. Uncle Ben finally added, this is the story of when I was a newsboy. It sounds like the experience was not very good. Peter nodded in agreement. This is indeed a scary story. He could even imagine the cracking sound of the flames and the heartrending screams of the wild cats when the house was set alight. You always go off topic, Ben. Aunt May said to Uncle Ben dissatisfied, we are talking about family expenses. It's not my fault. Uncle Ben said that he was wronged, it was you who brought up this topic first. Well, you always have a point. I already have a bad impression of cats because of your story, so, Aunt May cast her eyes on Peter, pretending to be very serious and said, Peter, if you want to keep a cat, I will refuse. Having a cat? Peter didn't expect Aunt May to think of this. Did his predecessor mention the idea of raising a cat to Aunt May? He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, actually, I don't have such an idea. Don't you like cats? Yeah, I don't like cats. Meow. A cold wind blew across the dark city buildings. The evil birds made a disgusting noise and circled through the night. In a remote alley near the city hall, several black cats were lying in trash cans looking for food. As winter approaches and temperatures get colder, it becomes increasingly difficult for these stray animals to find food. Suddenly, a black shadow cut through the silence of the night. A black shadow with a body as strong as a cat passed over the alley with a swish. The frightened black cat made a shrill meow, jumped out of the trash can, and looked up warily. But he found that there was no living thing above his head. The black cat with limited IQ barked suspiciously a few times, licked its paws, and started to jump into the trash can again to look for food. The next day, early morning. Office of the Mayor of New York. Mr. Murdoch, no traces were found. Everything was wiped clean. A strong man in a suit reported to a young man in a black suit standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office. After hearing the report from his men, he turned around, a gleam of light flashing in his red sunglasses. The young man with red sunglasses holding a guide stick in his hand was clearly the blind man Peter had seen in the hospital. Matt Murdoch is a lawyer by profession, but he is also a litigator known as Matt Murdoch. No evidence, even the vaguest, was found of the thieves. The men searched the area for a long time and even used all possible surveillance systems, but could not find the thief. The office of the dignified mayor of New York was burgled, but there was no sign of the thief. This made the group of people who were ordered to investigate feel a lot of frustration. I don't understand why the thief stole the mayor's belt. There is obviously something more precious here. The subordinate asked Matt in confusion. That's not surprising. Matt straightened his tie and said slowly, "Some thieves are not interested in money. They only steal things that cannot be locked and that the owners cannot recover." As he spoke, he walked out. He was sent to investigate the mayor's theft case, but now he left without saying hello, and his subordinates followed him with some confusion. "Sir, is there no need to continue the investigation?" "No, I already know who this thief is." Matt opened the door and said to his men, "She's just a thief with ridiculous ideas. Don't pay attention to her. We have more important things to do right now." "Clear." His men immediately followed his lead. After Matt Murdock returned to the law firm, he started a busy day. His job is not to handle lawsuits and entrustment requests like ordinary lawyers, but to deal with troubles against his employer company. He found the tape from the file cabinet and put it into the recording device. Noisy and chaotic sounds came from the device instantly. Although it sounded extremely messy, he listened extremely carefully. Any tiny detail will be captured by him. If Peter were here, he would find that the audio he played was the audio of the Midtown High School football field tragedy. At first, there were cheers and celebrations, cheerleaders shouting excitedly, and fireworks blooming. Then an accident happened, and as the murder suspect entered the field, the noise of the playground turned into panic shouting. Matt listened to the tape and quickly found the key points. Gwen Stacy again? Whispering the name, he pressed the pause button of the recording device. The employer he served had a close cooperation with the Hand. The murderer who caused the Midtown High School tragedy came from the Hand, so he would investigate everything in detail. Frank's mutation is inseparable from the beast of the Hand. After the mutation, Frank has powerful power. Will he really be killed by Gwen Stacy, who has no power? He doubted what happened in the middle. Who is it? Matt wanted to get relevant information from the New York Police Department, but the rigid George Stacy didn't reveal any information to him. Standing up, he turned his eyes to the window. His eyes felt the stimulation of the strong light, and his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and listened to a few words, and his expression became serious. "I'll be there right away, C-50. You are not a butcher, but a devil." In a warehouse in Hell's Kitchen, a white man is suspended in midair by a rope. The other person had an upturned nose, curly red hair, and was wearing an outdated black leather jacket. He looked exhausted. "Please, put me down," the man requested weakly. "You're not from here, are you?" Matt asked him, standing in front of him. "You can tell from your accent that you are not a local." "By local I mean the North American continent. Maybe you are German or Polish, or from an Eastern European country." Matt made an inference based on the voice and asked the other party, "Am I right?" "Mr. Jason Teague." Jason, who was hanging, opened his swollen eyes and nodded. He wanted to say something more to beg for mercy, but was quickly interrupted by Matt. "Mr. Jason, you shouldn't be eating my employer's goods." Matt said what the other person had done wrong. "My employer is a man who doesn't like trouble. He likes people to follow the rules, and you happen to make a mistake that he doesn't like. Have you found the goods he swallowed?" Matt asked the man next to him. "Most of them have been found, but some are still missing." His subordinates reported to him. According to what he said, some of the goods were sold by him. Matt nodded, indicating that he already knew. He gestured to the person next to him, and his men immediately came over and blocked Jason's mouth. Jason struggled desperately to speak, but couldn't. He had his stinky socks in his mouth and there was a piece of tape on the outside. After Jason calmed down, Matt stared at the lamb in front of him. Although he couldn't see it, he nodded frequently as if appreciating a work of art. Then Matt's fingers crawled up Jason's chin like spider legs. His fingers crossed the dried blood, came to the ears that were as swollen as cauliflower, and then passed a series of numbers on his forehead. The numbers on the forehead were not written with a pen, but scratched out with a razor blade. Matt lifted Jason's head and touched the messy flesh on the back of his neck with his fingers. "It looks like you've been through a lot of torture." Matt sighed quietly at the tight guy. Then he gently tapped the scabbed area with his fingertips, once, twice, and it's a new method of torture to extract confessions. Matt turned to his men and asked, "What did you do?" "New tools, sir." The subordinate explained to him, "We just randomly picked a few things from his kitchen. They were made from cheese grating. I even broke 3 of his fingers with a garlic press." The perfect combination of torture and cooking is really unique. Not sure whether it was sarcasm or praise, Matt said to his subordinates expressionlessly. "Actually, I also do some research on food. I fried some donuts before I came here." Matt kept himself far away from Jason and said casually, "Although I have confidence in your cooking, I don't have much confidence in your torture." As he spoke, he pushed up the frames of his sunglasses. He has already recruited. The subordinate said, "Sir, do you mean that he didn't tell the truth? I'd rather hear him say it myself." Matt's expression became a little solemn. "This matter has dragged on for long enough, and my employer is already very dissatisfied," he said, taking out a small bag from his pocket and placing it on the ground. Then he opened the bag, pinched the bottom, and dumped the contents onto the floor. The bag was filled with tiny bones, most of which were no bigger than marbles. Some looked like long teeth, and more looked like hand bones. The wrist bones are like driveway gravel, the metacarpal bones are like Lincoln blocks, and the finger bones are like dog treats or the tips of an umbrella. These bones were cleanly and spread out in white on the ground. Matt didn't touch the bones, just ran his fingers back and forth over them, like he was reading the words in a child's book. Jason, who was tied up, looked at him in horror, not knowing what this guy wearing sunglasses wanted to do. Matt can't see with his eyes, but he can easily touch the bones he wants. "Very well, this is it, starting with this finger." After selecting it, he said with satisfaction. Then he collected the bones on the ground and put them back into the small bag. Then he stood up and looked into Jason's blood-red and frightened eyes. "Actually, you shouldn't have made a mistake." Matt shook his head and said, "You know where these bones come from? I took them from people who were punished. I also have a hobby, which is cooking. I cook with hands taken from people." He continued in a nonchalant tone, "Cook until the meat separates from the bones, like stewing veal knuckles. Once there is no more meat on the bones, take it out, wash it with bleach, smoke it, and then I'll see if there's anything suitable, and put it in my collection bag." Before he could finish speaking, Jason said in a horrified and unclear voice, Tell the truth, please let me go and don't cut off my hand." Hearing what the other party said, Matt nodded with satisfaction. After everything was settled, he left the dock warehouse. After the subordinate walked out of the warehouse, he asked him nervously, "Sir, have you really done that? Collecting cooking hand bones?" Matt pushed his sunglasses and smiled. "How is it possible? I am a lawyer, not a butcher. What I showed him just now were just some cow bones and bear claw bones. I am not bored enough to play this kind of butcher game. My employer has done this before." The subordinate swallowed his saliva, looked at Matt's handsome profile, and muttered in his heart, "You are not a butcher, you are a devil." Midtown High School. Peter put his school bag in the locker and looked at the empty locker next to it. That was Gwen's locker. After hesitating for a while, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Gwen. "Are you still taking a break today?" Gwen quickly replied to him, "Yes, I need to spend some time to control myself. If I throw King Kong to the ground every time, it will be a disaster for me." Peter frowned and replied to her, "Control? How to control? That's a long story. Controlling your own body is a difficult thing anyway. I have to change myself. Don't worry, I will go to class tomorrow, and maybe I will surprise you then." "Well, I'm looking forward to it." Peter put away his phone and walked towards the classroom. But after entering the classroom, he found that the atmosphere in the classroom seemed a little different from usual. "Thank you all for voting, thank you." C51 I am more afraid of people losing their courage than death. Soon Peter knew where the atmosphere in the classroom came from. "Peter, can you come out for a moment?" Miss Fish, who was usually a bit uptight, was standing outside the classroom waving to him. Peter nodded hesitantly and walked out of the classroom. "This is Officer Billy Nolan. He wants to ask you something." She introduced a sturdy black policeman next to her to Peter, and then turned and left without hesitating to say anything. "I don't think we know each other, officer." Peter frowned at the police officer in front of him. "Yes, we probably haven't met before. This time I want to ask you something about New York Presbyterian Hospital." The black policeman said straight to the point, "Didn't you prevent a murder in the hospital yesterday?" "Well, that's the case." Peter nodded and said, "What? Are you going to give me an award for bravery and righteousness?" "Forget it, but I won't refuse the bonus." Forehead. The black policeman looked at Peter's solemn expression and didn't know if he was joking or if he really thought so. "Ahem, actually, the suspect who committed the crime is dead. We need to go to the police station to question you about something. Of course, your behavior is a righteous act, and his death should not have anything to do with you." The black police officer assured Peter that it was just some simple questioning. After hesitating for a moment, Peter nodded in agreement and followed the other person towards the police car. He really didn't expect that the knife-wielding guy would die. He didn't use much strength, and the other party only suffered some superficial injuries at most. If he died so easily now, could he be a man with kidney deficiency? He walked into the police car thoughtfully, and the students in the class exploded when they saw this scene. It started with Josh's death and now involves other deaths. Although Josh's death was confirmed to have nothing to do with him, why is this guy always involved in death? Many students have already labeled him as not easy to mess with and the god of death. Liz Allen, the reporter and video blogger in the class, saw Peter being taken away by the police and immediately raised her phone to take a photo. And she sent the photo to Gwen. Gwen shot her a quick question back. What happened, Liz? Why is Peter with the police? Peter was taken away by the police and Miss Fish said he might be involved in a death at Presbyterian Hospital. Walter? How could it be? Did they make a mistake? Anxious Gwen dialed her phone directly. As soon as Liz answered the phone, she was greeted by Gwen's barrage of questions. Relax, Gwen, it's nothing serious, we don't know what happened yet. Liz comforted the panicked Gwen. Besides, I know many lawyers who may be able to help Peter. She thought for a while and then said, for example, Gwen, do you know Greer Hagginson? A heavyweight in the New York legal community. He is tall, confident, with a calm face and quick reactions. The briefcase was genuine leather, the stainless steel buckle gleamed, and he had a gleaming smile that would make the hearts of the female jurors melt like butter in a hot pan. Gwen on the other end of the phone was speechless. I don't think this joke is funny, Liz. I have to go to the police station and we'll talk later. Liz shrugged. Okay, we'll talk later, but to be honest, my dad is a lawyer, so you can tell me if you need help at the same time. New York Presbyterian Hospital. Strange and Christine walked toward the morgue. Is it necessary to test again? Kristen asked her old partner, have we not confirmed the cause of Dan Stein's death? The police have also been here once. The autopsy body of Dan Stein, who attacked Strange, has been placed in the morgue. The cause of the initial autopsy was anaphylactic shock. The cause of anaphylactic shock doesn't convince me. Strange pushed open the door of the morgue, and the cold air hit the two of them instantly. Christine couldn't help but shiver. Are you okay? Otherwise I can go in alone. Strange suggested to Christine. Christine shook her head. No, don't forget, I am also a doctor. I have witnessed countless corpses and experienced many anatomy classes in college. Actually, Strange walked to a freezer, turned to his partner and said, death is also different. I thought that after you became a surgeon, you would resist seeing these. After all, this represents the failure of a doctor to compete with death for patients. Christine helped him open the freezer and said, you know what? I have experienced something worse. When I lived in Worcester, there was a huge tornado. There was a lot of damage and there were corpses everywhere. A long time later, I followed my mother out. Everyone on the street had despair and dullness on their faces. The men were drinking beer in silence at the bar on the corner of Sullivan Street, and the women were telling each other their sorrow and pain in the backyard. She seemed to have remembered something, and said with a gloomy look, for half a year, the city's main commercial project became a funeral. I am afraid that this will happen again. Compared with death, I am more afraid of seeing people lose their courage. Strange nodded, and he suddenly understood the reason why his partner became a doctor. Indeed, what is more terrifying than death is the loss of courage when frightened by death, and doctors can give people courage. Opening the freezer and looking at the pale face of the corpse, Strange frowned and said, his blood contained ingredients similar to hallucinogens, and the blood hormone levels exceeded normal. It looked like he had taken some kind of drug. Hallucinogens? Christine calmed down, checked the corpse for abnormalities, and said, could it be that the reason why he was so excited and his temperament changed drastically was because he took hallucinogens? Strange shook his head. Could hallucinogens cause anaphylactic shock? Even cause him cardiac arrest, difficulty breathing, and blood hormone abnormalities? He said while examining the other person's mouth, I believe this allergen is not an ordinary hallucinogen. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Christine, the change in temperament makes Dan look like a different person. This should be some kind of chemical product that we don't know, or it may be derived from some kind of plant and animal hormones. What mark is this? Christine suddenly pointed to a spider web tattoo on the back of the other person's head and asked Strange. Gangster mark. Strange said with a solemn expression, generally, those who have been in prison and gangs will have this kind of tattoo, or it may mean that they are trapped in a cobweb and will never be able to stand up. See 52 What to Do? Dad and boyfriend are fighting NYPD. Peter followed the black policeman inside. You might as well meet Matt Murdock wearing sunglasses when you go out. Matt and his bald men had just finished communicating with George Stacy and were about to leave. As soon as he walked out, he felt the scent of the last time he met in the hospital. Ryuuro's chilling aura. For a person like him who is blind but has other amazing senses, this aura is particularly sensitive. You are Peter Parker, right? Matt walked up to Peter and asked him. He already knew Peter's name while watching around the hospital. Peter, who was stopped, looked up at the disabled man in front of him. He remembered that this guy's name seemed to be Matt Murdock,
a lawyer from Hell's Kitchen, nicknamed Daredevil, and a very popular superhero.
Need help? Peter asked him with a frown. He is generally not stingy in helping those who are old, weak, sick, or disabled in need. The reason why I traveled across time was to help the old lady cross the street. Although the final endings of both of them were not good, it does not mean that they have not done good things. No, I just want to get to know Mr. Parker. Matt had investigated and knew that Peter was Gwen Stacy's friend. Coupled with the strength shown by the other party and the aura that made him fearful, he became deeply curious about Peter.
I am a lawyer by profession.
I heard the story of your bravery in the hospital. If you need help, maybe I can help. Matt pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Peter. And he extended his other hand to Peter, wanting to shake Peter's hand. Peter looked deeply at him and shook hands with him.
Why are you shaking, Mr. Matt? Peter asked, holding his hand.
Beads of sweat broke out on Matt's head, and his arms trembled slightly.
Maybe you need to see a doctor. I know some good doctors who might be able to help you.
After speaking in a casual tone, Peter didn't ask any more questions, let go of his hand and walked directly into the police station. Matt, standing at the door of the police station, slowly raised his somewhat deformed hand held by Peter, and made a hissing sound from his mouth.
Damn it!
Waving his palms, Matt cursed, "This bastard almost broke my bones." After taking a few deep breaths and suppressing the pain, he turned to his men and asked, Dan Stein is dead, right?
Yes, he died yesterday. Dan, who was being autopsied by Strange, was once a gang member of his employer.
As for why he paid attention to the cause of death of the other party, the reason was that Jason, whom he tortured today, once gave some of the goods to Dan. These goods are not ordinary drugs or other illegal drugs. Matt pulled out a clear glass bottle the size of perfume from his pocket, with pink smoke floating inside.
This is the boss's product.
It can transform a person into another person and completely release his inner desires. Shaking his head, he put the glass bottle away in his pocket.
Seducing the desires deep in people's hearts? Is this considered a devil?
In the police station, Peter had not had a few words with the black policeman. George Stacy walked towards him.
Peter, let's talk first.
Peter looked at the director's somewhat troubled face and nodded slowly. In George's office, Peter sat on the chair opposite the director. The director, who was a little different from usual, said to Peter with a sullen face, "Boy, I don't know how many secrets you hide in your heart.
The only thing you can do now is to leave Gwen."
Peter frowned and looked at George, who seemed to be walking around manically, and shook his head. "I don't know what you are talking about."
"No.
You know what I'm talking about better than anyone else, Peter. The tragedy on the football field at Midtown High School has nothing to do with you." George came up, grabbed Peter by the collar, picked him up, and roared at him, "You thought that what you did would not be noticed by anyone. I covered everything for you. You hid behind and pushed Gwen out. You made everyone think that Gwen killed Frank.
If Gwen gets hurt, I will kill you."
As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The assistant looked at everything in front of him and stood at the door in shock. Seeing the director's expression as if he wanted to eat someone, the assistant swallowed and said, "Sorry, sir, I just wanted to ask." Before he finished speaking, George grabbed the cup in his hand and threw it at him.
"Get out!" The assistant, who was almost hit, fled from the director's office in embarrassment.
He couldn't understand why the usually gentle director seemed to be a different person. "This is not you, Sheriff. You look like you're in a state of madness and you're talking crazy things." Even though his clothes were being grabbed, Peter's expression remained extremely calm. The George Stacy in front of him seemed to have been poisoned, and his condition was obviously abnormal.
The police chief on an ordinary day would not look like a manic maniac like he did today. This is me. The extremely real me.
George's eyes were blood red, as if he wanted to eat Peter.
"Really?
Even if it's the real you, Sheriff, what you're saying is wrong." Peter said calmly, "Gwen has her own ideas, you can't control her, and you think I put her in danger. No, you are wrong, you are the biggest culprit."
George looked at him in shock. "What did you say?"
"When Gwen was 8 years old, you taught her how to hide her tracks and how to subdue those criminals." Peter waved his hand, and George's hand was easily waved away. "It was you who instilled those words of responsibility and protection into her mind, and you told her for a long time that it is everyone's obligation to protect the city. If what you have taught has been wrong for a long time, then Gwen may never know what is right in the future." Peter's words stunned George.
Shame and shock filled his mind. But soon anger surged in his heart. How dare this bastard talk to him like this?
With bloodshot eyes, he stood up suddenly, picked up the pistol from the table and pointed it at Peter.
On the other side, Gwen didn't know the fight between her father and Peter at all.
She was originally making spider silk launchers at home. Make some sticky solution, add the white spider web-like substance that you shot onto the wall last time, and you will get the solution in the spider web launcher.
Gwen tried for a long time and found that she couldn't shoot spider silk like Spider-Man.
Her wrist can only shoot out a sticky thick substance at most, and she doesn't have the ability to launch spider silk like Spider-Man. So she can only make a spider silk launcher by herself to imitate Spider-Man swinging. After putting down her phone, taking off her glasses, Gwen put on a sweater and rushed to the police station quickly. Peter was taken to the police station, which made her worried.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
After running a few steps, her figure appeared in the room again. With a pop, the spider web launcher was taken away by her.
Thank you for your recommendation and monthly tickets, thank you. Ask for votes again, bow to everyone. C-53. My father will not disappoint people like this New York Police Department.
George Stacy suddenly exploded and pointed his gun at Peter.
You never know what I will do for Gwen.
His eyes were bloodshot and he was trembling constantly, as if his body was enduring some pain.
Sheriff, you look sick.
Peter felt an ominous breath from him. At the New York Presbyterian Hospital, the man in the windbreaker who tried to assassinate Strange, he felt a similar breath from him. George Stacy, whose mind had fallen into madness, looked very similar to the man in the windbreaker at that time.
No, I'm not sick.
George angrily pushed all the documents on the table to the ground. With the sound of crashing, the documents were scattered everywhere. If you are not sick, Sheriff, you should know what you are doing.
Peter was not afraid of being pointed at by a gun.
After he was transformed, weapons such as pistols could not cause any harm to him.
And the other party could not even hit him. Poisoning, or mental control?
Calmly watching the police chief holding a pistol, Peter fell into deep thought, thinking about what caused the other party to become like this.
I know what I am doing.
Killing you will solve all the troubles, so that Gwen will not be in danger, and all the troubles will be solved. George Stacy seemed to be experiencing great pain, holding his chest, gasping for breath, and it seemed that breathing became more and more difficult.
It seems that we can't reach a communication.
Peter shook his head and took a step forward. Then, in George's astonished eyes, Peter reached out to the direction of the office door. With a bang, before his eyes could react, the office door made a loud noise and was opened all of a sudden. The huge noise startled all the nearby policemen, and countless pairs of eyes looked over and saw the scene of George Stacy pointing a gun at Peter in the office.
Everyone was stunned.
George Stacy's partner DeWolf, a capable female police officer with short hair, happened to pass by the office and witnessed the scene. Seeing her old partner pointing a gun at someone, she was shocked and immediately said to him, "Put down the gun.
Shooting and injuring people in the police station for no reason is absolutely crazy."
On the other side,
Gwen finally arrived near the police station.
Looking up, she found that it was raining. At first it was a drizzle, then the raindrops gradually became bigger, and the whole sky became full of haze. Feeling the sudden chill, she hugged her hands in front of her chest and quickly put the hood of her sweater on her head. Standing on the viaduct, Gwen cast her eyes to the police station not far below, took out her mobile phone, and prepared to call Peter. Peter should be in the police station now, and I don't know what happened to him. Exhaling a breath of hot air, Gwen was about to press the number, and her eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of the scene in the police station. Her vision has become different from that of ordinary people since she was bitten by a radioactive spider in the Natural History Museum. Things that were far away or subtle that could not be seen before can now be easily captured. Seeing her father pointing a gun at Peter in the director's office, Gwen immediately fell into a daze. Her mind seemed to be hit by something, making a deafening sound. Her head was also a little dizzy. How could it be possible? Why did Dad hurt Peter?
Without thinking too much, Gwen jumped onto the railing of the viaduct with a bang.
The slippery rain did not make her fall like last time on the roof. She had practiced alone many times, just as she told Peter in the text message. She had initially controlled her body. She stretched out her arm and looked at the spider silk launcher in her wrist. Although she was confident in the toughness of the spider silk, she had not tried it herself, shooting out the spider silk to swing herself. But now she couldn't care less. Gwen imitated Spider-Man's action of shooting spider silk, and shot the spider silk from the launcher with a whoosh. The pulling force of the spider silk instantly took her away from the viaduct.
Bang! Gwen's feet landed outside the window.
The moment she stood up, spider silk shot out from her wrist. The spider silk shattered the glass of the office and accurately hit the pistol held by George Stacy.
Bang!
The pistol went off while being shot away, making a dull sound, which scared everyone. Before everyone could react, Gwen stood outside the door, panting slightly.
"Dad! What are you doing?" Gwen looked at her father with disbelief.
She could never have imagined that her father would do such a thing. DeWolf, who was standing outside the door, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw something flying from nowhere and sent the pistol flying. She bent down to pick up the pistol and said to George, who was panting and holding his wrist, "Keep your usual calm state of mind, George, don't be swayed by emotions." She took a deep look at her old partner and closed the door.
In the office, only Peter, Gwen and George Stacy were left. "Peter, are you okay?" Gwen's first concern was whether Peter was injured.
"I'm fine, Gwen. Sheriff Stacy must have been affected by something."
Peter shook his head and said to Gwen, "I know." Gwen's sanity was almost destroyed. She cast an angry look at her father. "He has lost his mind." George Stacy said angrily, "I am your father, Gwen.
"You are my father, but no matter what happens, you can't point the gun at Peter." Gwen could not accept her father's behavior anyway, which touched her bottom line.
George almost roared, "I'm protecting you, Gwen, damn it. Why do you have to get entangled with him? He will only bring you trouble."
"Because I always know what I'm doing. I will face life by myself. Peter is my friend, he has never hurt me in life, but he is helping me."
Gwen's voice gradually increased. "Dad, this is not your business. You are my daughter." George's anger gradually rose. "Damn it, why don't you listen to me? You must believe me." Gwen didn't understand why her father became so annoying. She interrupted, "Believe in what you are right? Dad, you won't always be right."
"I am right. Peter put you in danger, he has hidden things from you, and it is these things that put you in danger."
"Dad, you are arrogant and annoying now."
Gwen didn't want to argue with her father anymore, and turned away after leaving a word. "C54 Why death always favors me. The rain is getting heavier."
Gwen stood under an umbrella outside the coffee shop to take shelter from the rain.
Peter stood beside her.
"I'm sorry, Peter."
Gwen wiped away the traces of rain on her face and apologized to Peter in a depressed mood. "I don't know why Dad would do this."
Maybe it wasn't his intention.
Peter stood on the edge of the umbrella, watching the falling raindrops, and said to Gwen in a nonchalant tone, "You and I both know that Sheriff Stacy is not such a irritable and easily influenced by emotions.
Not like normal Sheriff Stacy."
When Gwen heard what Peter said, she thought about it carefully and realized that something was really wrong with her father just now. She didn't notice it when she was angry just now, but now she thought about it calmly and immediately realized that something was wrong. He has a bad temper, has violent tendencies, does not distinguish between right and wrong, and points a gun at people at every turn. An ordinary father would not be like this at all. Yes, the behavior just now was not like his usual father at all, and it seemed that his body was a little abnormal.
Gwen recalled the details of the argument she had just had with her father. Maybe there's something in there that we don't know about.
She suddenly regretted talking to her father like that. Now that he was soaked by the rain, Gwen calmed down and wanted to go back to see what happened to her father and why he seemed to be a different person.
"I have to go back and see Dad."
Gwen put on her hood and ran quickly back into the heavy rain. "I'll call you later."
Peter stood under the umbrella and watched Gwen's back gradually disappear.
Forest Hills. Peter sat at the desk in front of the window, studying the red business card in his hand. The rain outside hasn't stopped, it's still pattering. The information on the red business card belonged to Matt Murdock, with his address and phone number. Putting down his business card, Peter opened his laptop and entered Matt Murdock in the search bar.
All information about the lawyer appears on the screen. Sliding the mouse and looking at the lines of text, Peter fell into deep thought. It seems that the daredevil in this world is not a good person. Daredevil, who has many gang involvements and often exonerates villains, does not have a good reputation in New York. The world I live in is not the Marvel world I know. Closing the notebook, he turned his chair so that his body faced the calendar on the wall. But this should be normal. Instead of being bitten by a spider, Gwen was bitten by a radioactive spider and became Spider-Man. This kind of development must have long ago proved that this world is abnormal. Standing up, he touched his chest gently, and his thoughts began to spread. If he is not in the main world and does not become Spider-Man, it means that Uncle Ben may not be sacrificed to heaven. So who will sacrifice heaven for Spider-Man? Yourself or someone else? Suddenly, a name suddenly broke into his mind. But when he was lost in conjecture, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID said it was Gwen. With a bad feeling in his heart, Peter pressed the connect button. The moment the connection was connected, Gwen's crying voice came, "Peter, something happened to my dad." Sure enough, my bad premonition came true. Peter stands outside the operating room at New York Presbyterian Hospital. Gwen sobbed quietly. Excessive sadness made her body tremble continuously. "What did the doctor say?" "Gwen," Peter asked Gwen after she calmed down a bit. The doctor said that Dad suffered from some kind of anaphylactic shock and is not out of danger yet.
There were tears on Gwen's face. When I pushed the door open and entered the office, my father had already fallen to the ground and passed out.
I didn't know what happened.
As she spoke, 2 lines of hot tears welled up on her face.
Don't worry, everything will be fine.
Peter was silent for a moment, looked up at the operating room, and then took out a stack of things wrapped in oil paper from his arms.
There is $50,000 here, please pay the fees first. Gwen blankly took the money Peter handed to her. No. She reacted and subconsciously refused. This is the money for your medical treatment.
Even though she was short of money now, she didn't want to spend Peter's money.
My disease has almost been cured. If you don't believe it, I can find a doctor to prove it. Stretching out his hand, Peter patted Gwen's blonde hair. You lent me money before, so you won't accept my money now, right? Gwen suddenly had the urge to hold Peter and cry.
Stopping the urge, Gwen wiped away her tears and nodded heavily.
Thank you, I will give it to you as soon as possible. I'm going to ask the doctor. Wait for me here.
After speaking to Gwen, Peter turned and walked towards the doctor's office.
Even after becoming Spider-Man, Gwen is still a fragile girl. Will the growth of a superhero really be accompanied by sacrifice and death?
Shaking his head, he shook this thought out of his mind.
Do you believe in this kind of fatalism? After a few minutes.
In Dr. Strange's office, Peter asked him about George Stacy's condition.
In fact, Sheriff Stacy's condition was something we had seen similar to in another person. Strange hesitated and said, but I'm not sure. Peter nodded slowly and asked, it was the person who attacked you, right?
Yes, Dan Steele. He also suffered from this strange shock symptom. Although Strange was curious about how Peter knew, he did not dwell on this issue. He said to Peter, Dan died in less than a day after falling into a coma. I am worried that Sheriff Stacy will also fall into the same situation.
Aren't you the hand of God?
Peter frowned and looked at him. Dr. Strange, don't say you can't do anything.
The time is too short.
Even if I want to study this disease, it is impossible to solve it in just one day. Strange put down the pen in his hand. I am a doctor, not a magician.
Aren't your hands regarded as miracle working? In any case, Dr. Strange, don't give up easily.
As Peter spoke, he glanced out the door. After coming out of Strange's office, Peter returned to the outside of the operating room and found no trace of Gwen. Finally, he found Gwen on a chair not far away, hugging her knees and burying her head. I heard your conversation with the doctor, Peter. Her voice was muffled. My mother, Helen, was very good to me, and my father loved her very much.
I always thought I was lucky in my life. Until I attended my first funeral in my life, my mother's funeral.
Some children thought that death would always come to others, but not me.
If there is any constant law, it is that death always favors Gwen Stacy.
She raised her tearful face. Why did fate treat me like this? C55 will fragmentation still win? From Josh and Frank at the beginning, the subway incident, to my father now, the god of death loves me so much that he has almost never left me. Gwen looked at Peter helplessly. I said very harsh words to my father before.
If he can't wake up this time, I don't know how to face it.
Gwen fell into extreme self-blame, with her hands on her chest and her eyes staring blankly ahead.
Peter sighed slightly and sat next to Gwen.
This has nothing to do with you, Gwen. You don't need to associate these things together and then blame yourself. Although he expected that George Stacy might get into trouble, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, catching everyone off guard. Looking at Gwen's sad expression, he was silent for a moment and then comforted Gwen. Things haven't reached the worst yet.
Gwen nodded and looked at Peter. Thank you, Peter, thank you for staying with me.
She wiped the tears from her face and said with her head down, I always make my life fragmented. I thought I was special enough, but now I know that maybe being special is not a good thing, and its price is too heavy.
Gwen thought about being bitten by a radioactive spider.
At the beginning, she was panicked and afraid that she would become a monster like Frank. After that, when she found that her body had not changed, she was more surprised and expecting herself to become a superhero like Spider-Man and help more people in need. But now she suddenly realized that maybe her specialness would make her life heavier.
Gwen raised her head and looked at Peter with red eyes.
I don't know what to do, Peter, I don't know what to do. I even think that maybe my father is right sometimes. I am an ordinary person, my luck may not be so good, it is impossible to win everything. Gwen suddenly wavered in what she insisted on. She tried to help others, but people kept dying.
Is this right?
Peter, who was sitting next to her, did not speak. His eyes were cast towards the gradually decreasing rain outside.
Will Spider-Man have a pessimistic fate? Will every Spider-Man lose something?
He suddenly thought of what Mrs. Weber said to him, that the person he loved or the person who loved him was approaching the shadow of death.
Could it be that the other party was talking about Gwen? Shaking his head, he threw this fatalism out of his mind. It was said that there was an alien parasitic on his chest, and it should have died long ago. Now he was still alive, just in the process of fighting with fate. How could he believe in the so-called fate? Gwen. Peter suddenly turned his eyes to Gwen and asked her, I remember you once said you wanted to be a superhero, right? Gwen was stunned for a moment when she heard Peter ask this, then nodded, yes, yes. Peter looked directly into Gwen's eyes and said, your father is right. Ordinary people can't win everything, but heroes can. Although he may be bruised and broken, he will always win in the end, right? Because he is a hero. Although he thinks he is a selfish person, he is not a creature without feelings. He can't turn a blind eye to Gwen's pain now. He once told Gwen that he was a person who couldn't empathize with others, but now he was slapped in the face. Do I need to add a hypocritical label to my negative labels? Countless thoughts turned in his mind, and he said to Gwen, I believe that since you want to be a hero, you will not be easily knocked down. Gwen looked at Peter in a daze, tears flashing in her eyes. She now wants to tell Peter all her inner thoughts. Or just throw yourself into Peter's arms, cry your heart out, and then cheer up to face everything. Gwen thought wildly, but she said, can I really do it? I can't even save my dad now. The first person a superhero saves is usually himself. Peter turned his attention to the crowd in the hospital corridor and said, start with yourself, Gwen, cheer up. Yeah. Gwen nodded, and the confusion and self-doubt in her heart gradually dissipated. The originally restless heart began to calm down. It seemed that with Peter by her side, she had the courage to face everything. Peter was right, maybe this was the hardship of being a hero, and the responsibility brought by ability. Gwen exhaled and cheered up. She was about to speak to Peter when suddenly there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor. Peter, Gwen. Harry walked towards the two of them quickly and greeted them from a distance. Harry? Gwen looked at Harry in surprise, not knowing why he was here. It's raining a bit outside. Harry shook off the raindrops on his umbrella and said to the two, I rushed here as soon as I received the news. Gwen asked Harry in surprise, why did you come here, Harry? Peter called me. Harry cast his eyes on Peter next to him. Harry is a well-known second-generation rich man, and his family knows many well-known doctors in the United States. Peter told Harry the reason why he called him, to use the power of the Osborn family to mobilize more medical resources. Gwen didn't know that Peter was thinking so much, and cast a grateful look at him. Ahem, thank you Peter for praising my rich second-generation attributes from the positive side. Gwen, I have asked my father to invite the most famous doctor in the United States to consult Uncle Stacy. Harry looked at Gwen, Uncle Stacy will be fine. Although Harry is currently in a Cold War with his father who slapped him, after receiving Peter's call, he took the initiative to break the Cold War agreement and asked Norman for help. Thank you, Harry, thank you. As Gwen was thanking Harry, other people from the New York Police Department came one after another. A few minutes later, Sheriff DeWolf. Peter walked up to Sheriff DeWolf, can we talk? DeWolf looked at Peter in front of her and was stunned. She knew Peter's identity. This classmate of Gwen had given her old partner a lot of headaches. Of course. DeWolf nodded after reacting. Who was the last person Sheriff Stacy contacted? Peter asked her. Matt Murdock. DeWolf said directly, we checked the office video and didn't see anything abnormal about him. She knew what Peter wanted to ask. After George fainted, she also locked the criminal target on Matt. But after checking the surveillance video, she didn't find any dangerous behavior towards George. Matt Murdock? When Peter heard this name, his brows furrowed. Is it this malicious complainant again? C-56 New York is not peaceful tonight at night. Gwen returned home from the hospital. Although she wanted to stay in the hospital, the doctor refused her request on the grounds that the patient was not out of danger. She opened the door of the room tiredly, threw the key on the table, and threw herself on the sofa. Her body was immersed in the night, and she felt extremely tired and powerless. This powerlessness and fatigue enveloped her completely, both mentally and physically. Lying on the sofa, covering her face with her hands, Gwen was stunned and did nothing. It started to drizzle outside again. The rain lasted for a whole day, making the whole city smell wet. After a while, she got up from the sofa and walked to her father's room to prepare to bring some clothes. A photo frame on her father's desk caught his eye. In the photo frame, he was held by his father, and his mother was laughing beside him and splashing seawater on him. He was very small in the photo, and his short blonde hair was stained with beach sand, and the sun was particularly dazzling. When was this? Was it when her parents took her to Cooper Beach for a summer vacation? She suddenly remembered the feeling of being on the beach at that time.
I walked with my parents along a white beach, where every grain of sand sparkled in the sun. The sand under my feet was warm, the tide kissed the coast, and the air was salty, but not as salty and bitter as the seawater, and there was no unpleasant fishy smell. If possible, I really want to stay here, on this beach, and in this bright sunshine.
With a pop, Gwen put the photo frame into the bag.
At the same time, throw this childish idea out of my mind.
The past is over, why recall these meaningless things now? Peter is right, I must get my mood in order, even if I am broken, I have to win. Shouldn't being a so-called hero be accompanied by more responsibilities?
After adjusting her mood, she walked out of her father's room.
Buzz! The phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated.
She took out her phone and found that the incoming call was from an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a while, she answered the call.
Hello, I'm Gwen.
After talking to the other side for a few words, Gwen's face suddenly changed color.
Bang!
Peter landed on the tallest municipal clock tower in Brooklyn with his feet splashing rain. He was covered with a dark exoskeleton, and the cape behind him slowly receded. The exoskeleton fit his body perfectly, and the raindrops from the sky slowly dripped down the gaps in it, reflecting the entire armor in bright black. He stretched out his hand and gently put it on his face, and the extended bone part of the mask disappeared from his face. Looking at the city under the night sky, he took a step forward and stood on the edge of the rooftop. The city skyline in the distance was illuminated by colorful lights, and the rumbling fog was full of mystery. Peter stared at the distant skyline for a while, and stretched out his hand to his chest.
Since the subway incident, there has been no abnormal movement of the embryo in his body. There has been no sudden vomiting, dizziness and other symptoms before. It seems that the alien embryo has entered a new stage. This new stage seems to be more stable than the previous stage.
And he slowly stretched out his hand forward. In the diffuse mist, his fingers began to deform and change towards the claws of the alien. The sharper and more lethal changes were born with his thoughts. This kind of claws is not like ordinary aliens, which are all sharp and lethal. It also has strong swiftness, and he can feel that it also gives him stronger jumping ability.
What type of alien embryo is in his body now?
With his thoughts, his hands returned to normal and covered with exoskeleton again. In the information he had read in his previous life, he remembered a kind of spider web alien. This alien is based on the alien fighter with humans as the host, and is a product of the genes of jumping spiders. The whole body is mainly dark blue, and the head is pointed. Compared with other types of aliens, its jumping ability has been significantly improved, and it can easily jump to a height of about 5 meters. The spider web alien is very good at jumping to a high place to accumulate strength, and then inflict a fatal blow on the target, and the claw attack on the ground is also super fast.
Is the alien embryo that absorbed Frank's genes considered a spider web alien?
Peter, who was lost in thought, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt the power surging in his body.
No! It's not just a spider web alien.
The tyranny and killing desire that had been rolling in his body before began to gradually decrease. He remembered that the most common type of alien was the worker bee alien, also known as the stalker alien. This type of alien would walk upright on 2 feet, have logical thinking with a spirit of teamwork, and its whole body was filled with streamlined mechanical structures. They were responsible for going to unknown places to die and carrying large objects, and were also responsible for protecting the alien queen.
Compared with normal aliens, their biggest feature was that their attacks were more active and aggressive. Peter suspected that the embryo in his chest before was a worker bee alien. That naked killing intent and destructive hunting impulse were born from it.
But now this killing intent and impulse is slowly decreasing.
Does it mean that the face hugger in the body is transforming from a worker bee to another form?
In his memory, worker bees can be transformed into queens. Queen has a strong learning ability, a huge body and hard exoskeleton skin, strong strength and sharp claws. And she can command various aliens to do different jobs and issue various orders at the same time.
The embryo in his body is the queen? But this transformation occurs between adults, how can it evolve into a queen in the embryonic stage? Peter gently put his left hand on his chest, feeling the 2 heartbeats inside. Shaking his head, he threw these complicated thoughts out of his mind and turned to the matter in front of him. Looking up, Peter cast his eyes on a building opposite. Matt Murdock's law firm is there. He took a step forward, and with a whoosh, his figure fell rapidly. The cloak on the back of his back instantly appeared, stopping his fall and driving him to his destination. The last person George Stacy saw was this guy. He would not believe that the other party was pure and had nothing to do with this matter. With a bang, his feet landed on the rooftop of the building where the office is located.
But the moment he landed, he saw a figure coming towards him not far away. At the same time, a cat's cry suddenly came from the trash can in the nearby alley. Peter frowned when he saw that there seemed to be other uninvited guests.
Is there more than one here tonight?
He shook his head, his face covered with the extension of the exoskeleton, and his body was completely hidden in the darkness.
Thank you for your votes, 90-degree bow. Have a happy weekend, I want votes.
See 57 Ghost Spider and Black Cat Bang.
A black shadow fell on the rooftop, splashing many water droplets.
The shadow squatting on the ground slowly stood up. The other party had long silver-gray hair, and even though he was wearing a black uniform, he couldn't completely hide his exaggerated figure. After taking a look at her surroundings, she turned around. Even though the night completely obscured her, Peter's sight could still see the green eyes under her mask,
like a black cat's pupils shining in the night.
After confirming that no one was around, she walked to the edge of the rooftop, glanced down, stretched her body and jumped off. Grasping the open window in the middle of the floor, the shadow jumped in easily along the window. With her feet on the ground, she moved as nimbly and silently as a cat.
The room she entered was Matt Murdock's law office.
At this time, there seemed to be no one in the law office. All the rooms were dark, and it was so quiet that no sound could be heard. After the black shadow entered the room, he quickly observed the surrounding environment, and then walked to the other party's safe. It seems that she is more interested in the safe here. But soon she stopped, hesitated for a moment, abandoned the safe, and walked towards a painting hanging on the wall.
This is a strange oil painting with a cold light.
In the painting, a giant bearded Jehovah is throwing a group of screaming people from the clouds into the purgatory of fire. Below them, horrifying black figures writhe in the flames of destruction, while a demon holds a trident and sits on a huge fiery red throne. The black figure had the body of a man, the head of a jackal, and a spiked tail. After staring at the oil painting for a moment, she reached out her hand to take it off.
At the same time,
Gwen stood on the top of the bell tower, feeling the cold raindrops falling from the sky. Although her current physical condition could no longer feel the erosion of the cold, she still folded her arms unconsciously in front of her chest. She raised her wrist and glanced at the watch on her wrist. The hands on the watch pointed to 11 o'clock, and it was about to enter the second half of the night. She received a strange phone call half an hour ago. The owner of the phone is a lawyer who calls himself Matt Murdock. The other person claims to have a solution to her father's illness. Although she half believed what the other party said, she had no choice now, so she can only try to keep the appointment.
Before going to the appointment, Gwen specifically researched the lawyer named Matt Murdock online.
I found that the other party's reputation was not very good and he was closely connected with gangs.
He didn't look like a good person.
After hesitating, she took out a mask from her pocket. A white mask that covers the entire face, with transparent eyelids and a red frame surrounding the eyelids. The shape is somewhat similar to Spider-Man's mask, except that the black color is changed to white, which is more feminine. If I wear this mask, Gwen hesitantly wiped away the raindrops on the mask. Maybe I will shoulder the responsibility, which means that I will have to live with this mask in the future and have two completely different lives. Gwen felt a dull feeling in her heart, as if her life would never be the same again. Gwen glanced at the law office not far away, took a deep breath, put the mask on her head, and then put on the hood of her sweatshirt. Then she took off the watch on her wrist and put on the spider silk launcher. Whoosh! Spider silk shot out from her wrist, and Gwen swung toward her destination.
Inside Matt Murdock's law firm,
the black figure with long silver-gray hair was about to take down the painting hanging on the wall.
"Hey, do you need this?"
A voice came from behind her. The silver-haired black figure turned around and saw Gwen standing behind her with her hands on her waist. After Gwen sneaked in here wearing a mask, she discovered the dark figure who was stealing. She thought the other party was just a thief stealing paintings. Although it didn't seem to be any of her business, it didn't fit her personality to watch a thief steal and remain indifferent. The silver-haired black figure was also surprised that a strange guy appeared behind him. The key is that she didn't even notice when Gwen appeared behind her. If I were you, I would pretend to turn a blind eye and continue to walk around the streets wearing a mask and not get involved in such dangerous things. Black Shadow's words were lazily and sexy, but he did not put down the oil painting in his hand. Gwen shrugged his shoulders and took a step closer to the other party. "Now that I see a thief like you who is preparing to steal things, I can't leave. After all, everyone must do their part to maintain the city's reputation."
"Thief?"
Hearing the other party calling him a thief, the Shadow sneered. That person's understanding is quite biased.
The so-called thief should be carefully planned and rehearsed repeatedly, right? But my behavior has nothing to do with this.
As she spoke, she put the oil painting on her chest and said, and the result of my actions is a poetic and twisted sense of justice. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to take the oil painting away, Gwen wanted to stop her. With a swish, the spider silk was shot towards the opponent from the spider silk launcher on her wrist. The silver-gray long-haired black figure reacted quickly and nimbly turned over to avoid the attack of the spider silk. After landing, before Gwen could react, there was a click and the other party broke the oil painting in half. Gwen was stunned for a moment as she watched the other party damage the painting. The shadow ignored Gwen, took out a USB flash drive from the middle of the broken painting, and then threw the painting on the ground. "If you like this painting, I'll give it to you, girl in pajamas." The silver-gray-haired woman made a kissing gesture towards Gwen, and then prepared to leave. Gwen was almost furious when she heard the other party call her a pajamas girl. She was wearing a sweatshirt, although the style was a bit casual, but it had nothing to do with pajamas anyway. Just as she was about to stop the other party, the lights in the room suddenly lit up. The huge room was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Gwen's eyes quickly adapted to the strong light, and she cast her eyes in the direction of the sound. She found a guy wearing red sunglasses standing at the door. The other party was wearing a black suit, holding a guide stick in his hand, and exuded a lazy but dangerous aura. Behind him stood several people dressed as ninjas, all covered up, looking like they were not easy to mess with. "My office is really lively tonight." The last time there was such a lively scene was when the office opened. Matt pushed up his sunglasses and cast his eyes on Gwen. "It's really surprising, Miss Gwen, that you would show up in this outfit." See 58 Matt's life class. When she heard the other party calling her name, Gwen was stunned and felt a turmoil in her heart. How does this guy know his identity? He is clearly wearing a mask. What? Don't you believe that you are recognized by me even though you are wearing a mask? Miss Gwen. Matt took a step forward and said to Gwen, "Although I am blind, I can still see some things. I was paying attention to Miss Gwen after the tragedy at Midtown High School." He said in an unhurried tone, "Being able to kill that spider monster shows that Miss Gwen you are not an ordinary person. What you did to Miss Black Cat just now surprised me. Plus I gave Gwen tonight. After Miss Stacy called, you ended up here." He explained to Gwen why he recognized her. The subway accident on line 7, Miss Gwen, was also at the scene. "These are not coincidences. You always look different." His eyes flashed with amusement. "Besides Miss Gwen, I can't think of anyone else standing in front of me now." Gwen was a little frustrated when she was recognized for the first time while wearing a mask. But she quickly adjusted her mood and asked the other party directly, "What exactly do you want to do? Don't get me wrong, I don't have any ill intentions, I just want to help you. Matt said he is not a bad person, you may not know what you can do, but I can help you." "Help me with what?" "Many, including how to get your father back to normal." Matt said seriously, "The doctors can't do anything about your father's illness, right? I can solve everything." Gwen heard the other party say that her father's disease could be cured, and her breathing became heavier unconsciously. Before Gwen could speak, the woman whom Matt called Black Cat said to Gwen, "Don't believe him. If you make a deal with the devil, you will fall into eternal disaster." The Black Cat glanced at Matt and said, "He is not a good person." Matt sighed and said, "What a childish woman." He looked at Gwen and straightened his tie. "My child, a person with as much experience as you wouldn't think that the world is black and white like poor Miss Black Cat. You always talk nicely, but you don't tell the truth." Black Cat stretched, "I have no doubt that the pajama girl's father's illness is your fault." Hearing Black Cat say this, a cold light flashed on Matt's sunglasses. "You know what? Miss Black Cat, I hate cats very much," he said to the black cats, "because they have parasites in their bodies. They often hide in cat feces and can be spread through contact. And raw meat, sometimes some of it survives even after being cooked. The parasite disrupts dopamine levels in the host's body and alters brain chemistry. Some people speculate that this parasite is the main cause of Miss Cat syndrome because it constantly stimulates the brain and makes the host's mind become paranoid and weird. There is also a connection between this parasite and schizophrenia," Matt said as he walked towards the Black Cat. "And you, Miss Black Cat, you suffer from Miss Cat syndrome, and the specific symptoms are, you cannot let go of the past, and choose to torture yourself continuously." The Black Cat's eyes became sharp and shot towards Matt like a sharp sword. "You think your father's death is related to me, so you keep making trouble for me. The USB drive you are holding now, you think it contains evidence of my crime?" "No, it is just ordinary data." Matt pretended to be very sorry. "Last time you stole the mayor's belt in the mayor's office, you just wanted to lure me out." "I understand you very well." He pushed up his red sunglasses. "You lost your father, you think I deprived you of your childhood innocence, and when you go to bed at night, you hate me and want to kill me, you kids. Sighing, he said to the black cat, I always want to pay for this with blood, and pay with blood for that.
Only when the motivation is gone will this kind of thing decrease. Don't you know?
Gwen next to her was a little stunned when she heard Matt's words.
She turned her attention to the black cat next to her. Did it turn out that the other party's father was killed by this Matt?
That is to say, Gwen suddenly thought of something bad.
Black Cat's father was killed by this guy. Will he treat his own father like Black Cat's father Na Yong? Was it this bastard who poisoned his father? Gwen turned an angry look on Matt.
Black Cat's anger at being stimulated by Matt also surged out. This devil always made her unable to maintain her calmness with his clever words. You will pay with blood today and die here, Murdoch.
Oh? I don't think so. Matt shook his head at the black cat. I don't think my death will be controlled by others.
I never know what will happen after the end, but when that moment finally comes, I will not hesitate to kill myself in any way. There are thousands of ways to die in the world: knives, guns, medicine, fires, car accidents, jumping off cliffs, jumping into lakes, provoking gangsters. I can even grab a handful of stones on the roadside and eat them, but these are all in my hands. Black Cat snorted coldly. You, a devil, have your own philosophy of life, but what are you going to do now?
Do you want to discuss your concept of death with me? Don't try this, listening to you will only make me sick.
Matt looked at her and shook his head. Of course not, I just want to discuss your life view with you.
You are the same as me. In fact, we are the same kind of people. He paused and continued, we are all survivors.
We have to do things that we have to do every day, but more importantly, we all enjoy it. You are a devil, I am also a devil, and we don't mind being devils.
Of course, I don't mind it more than you.
You are still pretending that you have been treated unfairly and abused, and you regard yourself as a victim, like a lady who makes a fuss, as if everyone in the world is against you, and then you press your forehead with the back of your hand pretentiously, and say, I live in hatred. Black Cat rushed up before he finished speaking. The whisper of this devil made her unable to control her emotions anymore. Her movements were very swift and agile, but the ninja standing behind Matt immediately stopped her. Now, let's make a deal, Miss Gwen.
Matt fixed his eyes on Gwen. If you kill Black Cat, your father will be safe. How about this deal?
Gwen was stunned when she heard his words.
C-59, where are you from? You must be a lunatic.
Gwen is now 100% sure that her father's illness must be related to this guy. Clenching her fist, she wanted to punch this bastard hard in the face. When I'm scoring, sometimes I'm too rational. Matt shrugged his shoulders and said, for example, I know rationally that you will not reject my conditions, and I also know that you will not punch me in the face. He turned around and cast his gaze on the black cat who was fighting the ninja. With a bang, the black cat turned over to avoid the ninja's attack, then flew up and kicked the opponent out hard. After completing a series of attacks, she revealed the sharp claws in her hands and struck the ninja in the chest. Blood splashed out immediately.
Turning around with his arms bent, Black Cat's fist hit a ninja in the head again. The dull sound was accompanied by the ninja's muffled hum. Wow, nice fist.
Matt praised Black Cat's moves. I have also boxed once or twice, and I have to say that she is very powerful, but it's a pity that she doesn't know what her fists can do. Make a choice, save your father or save a thief who has nothing to do with you, Miss Gwen.
Matt gives Gwen an ultimatum. Gwen's fists clenched tighter.
Although she wanted to slap this guy's face into a pig's head right away, she soon relaxed her fist in frustration.
If he can really save his father, can he only obey him? No, no.
For the sake of his father, he had to attack an innocent person.
This is completely contrary to what I have always insisted on.
Gwen lowered her head weakly, her eyes full of tangled pain. She wanted to save her father more than anyone else, but she couldn't do it, and she knew that her father definitely didn't want her to do it.
But if you can't even save the person you love most, then why should you wear this mask?
For the first time, Gwen felt deeply powerless.
Is this the price of being a hero?
Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed herself down.
There must be another way. After an inner battle between heaven and man, Gwen finally made a decision. She raised her head, looked at Matt with firm eyes, and said, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a voice. Or she has a third way, which is to kill you. The sudden sound startled everyone. Gwen looked in the direction of the sound and found that Spider-Man had appeared in the room at some point. The other party was covered in a black uniform that fit closely to his figure, with a black mask that fit tightly around his face, and his white eyelids were filled with profound mystery. Black Cat, who was fighting the ninjas, escaped from the ninjas and looked at the sudden appearance of Spider-Man in shock. Although she had seen reports on the Line 7 subway, she had always been dubious about the existence of Spider-Man. I didn't expect to see Spider-Man here. Matt Murdock didn't expect an uninvited guest to pop out halfway. He pushed up the frames of his sunglasses and looked at Peter. At this time, the ninjas surrounding the black cat also stopped what they were doing. Spider-Man?
Matt put his hands on the guide stick, his expression no longer as calm as before.
My office is really busy tonight, even the famous Spider-Man is here as a guest. He pretended to sigh. It seems that I shouldn't kill Miss Black Cat.
After all, hurting the guests who come to your door will always bring bad luck.
Peter looked at this night devil with a reversed personality, took a step forward, and said, "Do you think I am also a guest?"
He adjusted the timbre of his voice so Gwen couldn't hear him.
"Of course, everyone here tonight is a guest." Matt smiled and said, "I wasn't prepared for you to come to my house, though."
"Pity." Peter shook his head and said, "I'm not a welcome guest tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and his body suddenly moved. Matt's pupils shrank, and before he could react, Peter appeared in front of him, grabbing his neck with his right hand. With many years of experience, he subconsciously raised the guide stick to block the opponent.
Gotcha!
With a crisp sound, his weapon was instantly broken. The moment Peter's right hand, covered with an exoskeleton, broke his stick, it hit his body with unabated force. With a bang sound, he received a heavy blow on the chest. His body felt like it was struck by lightning, and severe pain instantly hit his nerves. Then his body was knocked backwards hard. When it hit the ground, the impact on my back hurt as if my spine was broken, and the sunglasses I was wearing were also knocked away. Peter's sudden move caught everyone off guard, so much so that the air was silent for a second. Matt was clutching his chest, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he was extremely horrified. He didn't expect the opponent to be so fast, and his body senses didn't give any warning reaction. Where did this guy's monster come from? The black cat had the same thoughts as Matt lying on the ground. Why is this guy so fast? And the guy called Spider-Man did all this in a leisurely pace, seemingly without any effort. After Matt's men were stunned for a second, they rushed towards Peter as if they were waking up from a dream. With a bang, Peter's fist knocked away the ninja closest to him. Then he grabbed the ninja behind him by the throat and slammed him to the ground. The room was affected so much that chairs were instantly smashed into pieces, and splintered wood shards flew into the air. The ground was slightly shaken by the impact. The exoskeleton of his arms extends into sharp alien-like claws, and the innate killing skills that exist in his bones make his movements full of the beauty of violent killing. Gwen still wanted to help, but she didn't expect that the other party would finish off the group of ninjas in an instant, and her movements were so fast that she was stunned. With a thud, Peter kicked away a groaning ninja lying on the ground, and then turned his attention to Matt. Matt coughed, clutched his chest, and looked at Peter. "We don't have a direct conflict, right? Or are you the kind of superhero who does what's right?" Knowing that he was outmatched, Matt launched a verbal offensive against Peter. "Be brave enough to do justice?" After Peter killed the ninja, he slowly walked towards him. "Such words should have nothing to do with me." As he spoke, he lifted Matt up by his collar, and his eyes under the white eyelids looked directly into the other person's invisible eyes. "The reason why I appear here is just to return the favor." As he spoke, he glanced at Gwen. Gwen immediately thought of the scene on the platform where she jumped to catch the other person. C60 The true appearance of the black cat at that time, did he know that he had caught him? Gwen had no idea that the person under the mask was Peter. She was a little happy because the other party remembered her. "Well, it seems that the other party still remembers me and even comes to help me. Is this a tacit understanding between superheroes?" Being caught in Peter's hand, Matt didn't feel panic or scared. Instead, he laughed. "You are indeed unusual, but do you think you have everything under control?" Matt said to Peter, "Don't forget, only I can solve Director George Stacy's illness. If you don't want her father to die miserably, you can't just use force to solve everything here. Let me kill him." The black cat didn't know when she stood next to Peter, and she looked at the night demon with unkind eyes. After knowing that Spider-Man in front of him was on his side, Black Cat was no longer polite to him. You can't do that." Gwen immediately stopped the black cat who showed his claws. Matt, who was caught, added, "I agree with Miss Gwen, put away your cat claws, Miss Black Cat, they are only suitable for punishing people who mess with cats, and I have always hated cats." Peter held Matt in his hand and sighed slightly. Grabbing Matt's throat, he punched the other person in the stomach, then grabbed the other person's throat and slammed the other person's back against the wall. There was a bang sound, and dust fell from the wall. "You seem to have forgotten one thing, Mr. Murdock, your life is also in my hands now." Ahem. Matt spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for air. His originally meticulous hair also became a bit messy. "Really? It seems like everyone is on the same scale, but I don't think so.
He took a deep breath, endured the pain in his body and said to Peter, "Do you think I will be in my room, unprepared?"
Chief Stacy's madness is caused by dangerous things, and these dangerous things have permeated the entire room at this time. Matt's voice was filled with pride. "You and Black Cat, Miss Gwen, have all inhaled this dangerous substance at this time." When Gwen heard what the other party said, her expression immediately changed slightly. A chill invaded her body, and then she felt hot all over and dizzy.
Black Cat also noticed something was wrong with his body.
She wanted to jump out of the window and out of the room, but she felt weak all over and staggered uncontrollably. First there is weakness, lack of energy, dizziness and drowsiness, and then there is irrational madness, and all the darkness hidden in the heart is brought out.
This is what you are going to experience.
Matt's eyes were fixed on Peter, who was grabbing his neck. "It seems like you have the initiative, but it seems like I won."
Peter didn't answer him. He glanced sideways at Gwen and Black Cat next to him, and frowned. "Has your self-confidence always been this strong?"
Peter grabbed his throat with his right hand and kept exerting force. Matt immediately felt a suffocating feeling coming over him. His breathing suddenly became extremely difficult, and his original confidence was gone. With a turmoil in his heart, he immediately realized that this monster was not poisoned. He tried his best to force out a sentence from his mouth. "How is that possible? What on earth are you?" With a bang, Peter threw the half-dead Matt who was tortured by him to the ground. Then he lowered his head and said to the other party, "Take out the antidote, if you don't mind being trampled to death by me." The exoskeleton covered by Peter's body has no thermal conductivity and can adapt to various external environmental temperatures and pressures. Guns and electric shocks have little impact on it, and there is no problem in blocking air transmission. In addition, he also has the ability to block his breathing and cannot breathe for a long time. The part of his back can absorb cosmic dust and radioactive energy, and regulate body pressure and body temperature. The function of this part is to replace the external organ for his breathing. The above two items can make him unable to be affected by viruses that are usually spread through the air. Also, even if the virus enters his body's self-healing ability can also help him resist viral or bacterial damage.
Not to mention the DNA optimization selection of the alien embryo in his body.
The alien embryo in one's own body has a blank strand of DNA, which records the host's DNA and continuously optimizes the selection. The setting of DNA optimization selection strengthens the terrifying nature of the alien creature. It is not only a hunter with a terrifying appearance and sharp teeth, but also constantly adjusts the adaptability of its internal genes. After organisms such as viruses or bacteria enter, not only will they not damage the body, they may even be optimally absorbed. From this aspect, he can be regarded as invulnerable to all poisons and has the best genes in the world. Therefore, the viruses or bacteria, fungi and microorganisms prepared by Matt Murdock will not have any effect on him. The backup plan Matt prepared did not work on Peter, and his only trump card was lost. In the end, he had no choice but to hand over the antidote. The red gas placed in a transparent glass bottle was taken out from the dark compartment in the room and handed to Peter. After letting the other party try it first, Peter walked towards Gwen with the antidote. At this time, Gwen leaned back on the sofa, breathing heavily.
I can still do it. Give her the antidote first." Gwen indicated that she could still hold on, and asked Peter to detoxify Black Cat first.
Although she didn't know Black Cat's identity, her mutated body would definitely be able to hold on better than the other party.
"Are you sure?"
Peter frowned and looked at Gwen. "You don't look much better than her." It seemed that Gwen's sanity at this time had not been taken away by the poison. She was still the Gwen who put others before herself. Although Peter did not agree with this concept, he could not deny that such a Gwen often touched his heart. "I'm sure, please, go help her first, I can still hold on." Peter stared at Gwen's white mask, then nodded slowly. He walked to Black Cat, leaned down, and looked at Black Cat leaning against the wall. Black Cat was not unconscious at this time, but his eyes turned slightly red, and he looked at Peter with a breath. The feeling of heat rolling in his body, it seemed that something that could not be suppressed in his heart was about to come out. She opened her lips slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end she said nothing.
The next second,
Peter reached out and took off the mask on her face.
The real face of Black Cat immediately appeared in front of him. Black Cat was stunned when she didn't expect Peter to take off her mask.
The green eyes looked at Peter with disbelief. C61 Cats always steal something. Gwen next to her was also stunned. The stunning appearance of the Black Cat whose mask was taken off made her breath hitch. The green eyes are deep, and the outline of the face under the long silver hair is like a sculpture. Even though they were both women, Gwen had to admit that the other party was definitely the kind of woman who was most attracted to boys.
Black Cat's mask was taken off, and he was stunned at first. After reacting, anger immediately filled my chest. How dare this bastard? She waved her palm, wanting to give this bastard a firm slap. But she was so weak that her waving palms were weak and weak. With a pop, her arm was grabbed by Peter. Your claws are not very sharp anymore, Miss Black Cat. Peter was a little surprised when he saw the other party's appearance. He grabbed the Black Cat's arm and whispered, "Or are you unwilling to detoxify? Then there's no need to take off my mask," Black Cat said angrily. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have scratched this hateful bastard's face until it was bleeding. There is no need for you to hide your identity, Miss Hardy. Matt, who was leaning against the wall on the ground, gasped and interjected. His voice was whining, and his mouth felt like it was filled with stones and syrup. Peter's series of attacks on him just now caused serious damage to his body. He wanted to laugh twice, but the physical pain caused him to stop. After all, I have always known about your surname Hardy. Even though he was completely defeated, he still maintained his so-called demeanor. You Kingpin's lackey. Black Cat clutched his chest and glared at Matt with hatred. I will kill you. Ahem. Matt coughed, trying his best to unbutton his rumpled suit. A red shirt was exposed from the open suit, with a few words written on it. I am not Kingpin. Kingpin? Me? He pointed at a few words on the shirt. You got the wrong words, Miss Hardy. I'm just a blind messenger of justice. I can't even wear my own clothes. The Black Cat ignored his clever words and turned his attention to Peter. In the next second, Peter stuffed the reagent bottle containing the antidote into her mouth. The Black Cat looked at Peter in astonishment, his mouth bulging. Feeling the changes in her body, her angry mood gradually calmed down. Staring at Peter, she quickly reached out and tried to pull off the mask from Peter's face. But the moment she touched the black mask, she felt a chill. The mask on the other person's face fit tightly to his face without any gaps at all. It looks like it was originally there with his face, rather than a mask he was wearing. She blankly removed her fingers from Peter's face, and the shuddering feeling transmitted between Black Cat's fingers also disappeared. You! Her pupils cast a shocked look. What kind of monster is this guy? Why did you stop? Peter looked at the stunned Black Cat and asked her, deliberately pretending to be confused. Because you're right, my claws are not very sharp now. Black Cat's mood returned to normal, and she smiled at Peter. Haven't you heard the saying? Curiosity kills the cat, Peter said as he stood up and prepared to detoxify Gwen. Black Cat felt that her body had regained some strength. She took a deep breath and stood up. Then the arm reached towards Peter again. Peter, who thought the other party would repeat his same tricks, ignored her actions. However, Black Cat's arm movement this time was just a feint. The next second, her lips were close to the exoskeleton mask covering Peter's face. Then there was a slight touch of lips. I believe in another sentence, the cat never suffers, she always steals something. As he spoke and stretched out like a nimble cat, the Black Cat turned over and jumped onto the window. After smiling at Peter, he jumped down. Peter, who was surprised, was slightly stunned. Then he glanced at Gwen subconsciously. Gwen didn't expect the Black Cat to do such a naughty thing, so she looked away in embarrassment. Strangeness. Why do I feel like I have suddenly lost something? After Gwen took the antidote, she quickly regained her strength. Worried about her father's condition, she quickly rushed to the hospital with the antidote. After everyone left, only Peter and Matt were left in the room. Matt gasped, leaning against the wall and staring at Peter. I do not understand. He asked Peter, you are obviously not the same person as them. Why? Peter looked down at the other person. Who am I supposed to be? We all understand what sin is and we are not bound by so-called rules. Matt exhaled, his mouth filled with blood foam, and it became increasingly difficult to speak. Although I can't see with my eyes, I can feel the malicious things lingering in you. They say that I am a devil, but you are something more terrifying than a devil. Peter frowned slightly when he heard the other party say this. Although this guy is blind, he can sometimes see more than normal people. Ahem. Before he finished speaking, he started coughing again. Peter stared at him for a moment, the tail spine extending from the tail that had pierced Frank's throat last time. The tail thorn that could easily pierce through any existence hit Matt's eyes with a swish. The tip of the tail spine was only a few centimeters away from his pupils. Matt seemed to feel something too, but his eyes didn't blink. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds, and Peter slowly retracted his tail stinger. For such a guy, life is sometimes more valuable than death. You worked for the Kingpin? Matt exhaled. If that's what you think, that's the answer. These ninjas are all from the Hand, right? Peter asked him again.
Without waiting for an answer, Peter walked over to the glass case in his office. With broken glass under his feet, he took out a document from the empty cabinet and read the words on it.
Since you have a close relationship with the hand, tell me everything you know, especially the information about the beast.
Matt heard Peter say beast and looked a little shocked.
You know this? He didn't expect that the guy in front of him, who made him feel extremely dangerous, actually knew about the beast of the hand. Putting the documents on the cabinet casually, Peter asked him, "What? Are you unwilling to betray your master? I can end your life at any time, no matter where you hide. Compared to your own life, so-called is loyalty more important?"
"No. You misunderstood. In fact, my loyalty is not always fixed, just," he said to Peter with difficulty breathing, "if you get what you want from me, it will open a Pandora's box. It has nothing to do with good or bad, but it is destined to be the source." C62 I want to get closer now. The next day, early in the morning. In Forest Hills, Peter was checking the information Matt had given him in his room. A thick stack of documents, all of which contained information about the Hand and the Kingpin gang, and some of which contained information about the Hand's research on beasts. These documents included the criminal information and financial transactions of these gangs. If this information was made public, the owner of Hell's Kitchen would probably have to go to jail for a while. As the initiator, Matt Murdock, who leaked everything, would definitely be torn into pieces by these gangsters. He thought that this so-called Night Demon should be a cunning and treacherous guy who would fight to the end. He didn't expect him to be so single.
No.
Standing up, Peter looked out the window. This guy was called Devil, and even if he killed him, he would not be afraid to this extent. The Devil is best at causing disputes. He told me everything and promised to inform me as soon as possible if there was any news in the future. The purpose was also to cause more fights for himself. However, he sat back in the chair and picked up Matt's red business card.
The alien is best at hunting and tracking.
Unless this guy dies, he will never escape his hunting range.
Buzz he was thinking when his cell phone rang.
"Gwen."
"Hi, Peter, I'm in the hospital. Can you come over?" Gwen's voice sounded very happy.
"My dad woke up and the doctor said he has no problem."
"That's good."
Gwen hesitated on the other end of the phone and said to Peter,
"My dad wants to see you and talk to you. You don't mind, do you?" "No, Presbyterian Hospital."
Peter stood in the ward and replied to George Stacy, who was lying on the bed, "I don't mind.
Sorry, what I said before was too much."
George still remembered what he said to Peter before, "You are a good boy."
"I always know it, Peter."
"That's not the real you, Sheriff Stacy."
Peter shook his head, indicating that he didn't care.
"Gwen is right, I lost my mind at that time." George Stacy sighed, "That thing made me no longer myself, and both you and Gwen were hurt."
His expression was full of regret.
"Actually," Peter glanced at the blinds outside the window and said, "Sheriff Stacy, you don't have to apologize."
"I didn't mean it either."
George was choked by him, and his face looked a little unnatural. What this bastard said to him that day was definitely what he really thought. He lost his mind, but he was calmer than anyone else that day. What he said was, "I put those police spirits into Gwen's mind. If Gwen doesn't know what's wrong, she will never know what's right." Tyrannical parents.
He is still deliberately reminding himself now.
He didn't expect that Peter, who was originally honest in his impression, had such a dark side.
Ahem.
George coughed and changed the subject. "Your Uncle Ben and I are good friends.
I heard that he came to visit me before. Thank him for me." "I will thank him when I go out."
"I will."
Peter nodded and asked him, "Sheriff Stacy, do you know who made you like this?"
When George Stacy heard Peter ask about the culprit, he was stunned for a moment. "I remember meeting Matt Murdock at the end. He suspected that it was this bastard who did it. There is a man who claims to be a messenger of justice. I just met him outside the hospital.
He asked me to give you a document."
Peter handed the part of the document that Matt gave him to the sheriff.
George took the document and flipped through it with a puzzled look on his face.
"This is..." His face was full of shock.
"These documents are all evidence of Matt Murdock's crimes. If it is true, this guy will definitely be put in jail for life.
Even if the other party is a lawyer who is proficient in the law, he can still make him lose a layer of skin if he doesn't die." After handing the documents to George Stacy, Peter left the ward after watching him read them carefully. These documents were only part of what Matt had given him. The reason for handing them to George was not only to verify the authenticity, but also to let Matt Murdock enjoy his life in prison first.
He liked to spend time like this to deal with the devil. In the hospital corridor, Gwen came up with a strange expression. "Peter, my dad didn't say anything too much again, did he?" Looking at Gwen's shy expression, Peter didn't expose her eavesdropping outside just now.
He found that Gwen always liked to eavesdrop on his conversation with her father. A girl who develops in the direction of eavesdropping, this ending is not good. No, Peter shook his head and said to Gwen, Sheriff Stacy apologized to me. That's good. Gwen exhaled and said to Peter hesitantly, Peter, do you think I look a bit like your dad? She was a little concerned about what Peter had just said. Actually, I don't have much interest in being a policeman, and sometimes I don't know the difference between right and wrong. Dad taught me some things, but aren't those things all correct? Why did Peter say that if he didn't know what was wrong, he would never know what was right? Gwen let out a sigh of relief and said in frustration, Sometimes, I think that sticking to the right thing is a very simple decision. I don't need to use the beauty and possibilities of the future to inspire myself. I don't see children swinging on the swings, puppies playing in the yard, or the ripples on the golden pond. I just thought so naturally. I always thought that when you become a hero, you naturally know how to do the right thing, but it seems not. She thought of last night's experience. If it weren't for Spider-Man's help, she might have really failed completely. Not only could she not save her father, she might not even be able to save herself. It seems that if she wants to become a real superhero, she still has a long way to go. Looking at Gwen's uncomfortable expression, Peter was silent for a moment. He walked up to Gwen, looked her in the eyes and said, If you think it's right, just keep going. Don't doubt yourself, Gwen. Sometimes, knowing what is right and what is wrong is more troublesome. Simply choosing a certain direction and going forward is the simplest. Gwen stared into Peter's eyes and was slightly stunned. She felt that Peter seemed to be gentler now than before. Nodding, Gwen couldn't help but want to get closer. Hug or a more intimate conversation would be fine. Anyway, she wanted to get closer to Peter now. Suddenly, a dull voice came from a distance, which made her thinking and action stop. C63 What's saving the world? I just want to drink soda. Hearing the dull sound in the distance, Gwen raised her head and looked towards Peter. That seems to be it. Gwen blinked and said doubtfully, That sounded like an explosion. Peter nodded and walked to the window, and Gwen quickly followed. Peter's sight passed through the high-rise buildings in the city and projected out. At the end of his sight, he could faintly see smoke rising from a building. There seemed to be an explosion there. Is it an accident? Gwen guessed that it might be an explosion in the chemical industry area. I don't know, but the news should be reported soon. Peter turned his gaze and said in a casual tone, Well, I hope no one got hurt. Gwen exhaled and wanted to continue the conversation with Peter, but suddenly she didn't know what to say. From the corner of her eyes, she accidentally spotted a mellow coconut vending machine in the corner of the corridor. As she walked towards the vending machine, she asked Peter, I'm a little thirsty. Do you want something to drink? No, I'm not thirsty, Gwen. Peter was a little surprised at Gwen's calmness at this time. Generally speaking, after any accident occurs in New York City, shouldn't Spider-Man take action? At this time, Gwen had an expression like, I just want to drink soda. I remember there was a very expensive Mountain Dew soda. Gwen pressed her head against the vending machine, trying to see the soda brand inside. Soon she looked up and stuck in a $20 bill. After buying herself a bottle of root beer, she bought a bottle of Mountain Dew. Last time you bought me a root beer, this time I'll buy you a Mountain Dew. Gwen walked up to Peter, smiled slyly, and handed him the soda. After a moment's hesitation, Peter took the soda bottle. I have to say I had a bit of good luck today. Gwen suddenly talked about her luck. Why? Because I picked up $1 today. Gwen shared her good luck with Peter. I just found $1 under the vending machine. Unfortunately, Gwen was happy too early and took out the dollar in her hand. But I found out that it was just an eye-catching Christian flyer designed to look like a dollar bill. Printed on the flyer is a short story that advises young people to shoulder family responsibilities and social responsibilities. Gwen, who was deceived, instantly became angry and crumpled the flyer angrily. When she was about to throw it away, she raised her head and found an unattractive, skinny man wearing a crisp black suit. Good morning, miss. The man in the black suit took the initiative to greet Gwen. Is this Sergeant George Stacy's ward? Gwen looked at him suspiciously. Who are you? I'm Agent Frank Garrow, with the FBI. The man took the initiative to show his ID to Gwen. After seeing the other party's ID, Gwen's doubts were eliminated. After the man who claimed to be a federal agent entered the ward, Gwen turned her attention to Peter. Where were we talking? Peter. You said you were very lucky. Well, I must have made a mistake. Gwen looked a little frustrated. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed about the fact that she wanted to pick up $1 but was teased. It seems I should keep my eyes brighter next time. Gwen does some self-examination. Indeed. Peter put the soda bottle in his hand on the windowsill, looked inside the window, and said to Gwen, just like just now, "Gwen, you didn't see that the guy who claimed to be a federal investigator was lying?"
Ah? Gwen was stunned when she heard Peter say this. Is he lying?
Peter nodded and said to Gwen, "When people lie, they will blink unconsciously, or they will look up or to the right to mobilize the part of the brain responsible for creative thinking.
The pupils will shrink and the eyelids will move slightly.
These are all it's a sign of guilty conscience." After being parasitized by an alien, his sensory world as a predator has continued to strengthen. From his predator's perspective, he could detect that most prey would twitch their heads or move their eyes suddenly when telling lies. The guy in the black suit just now, all those micro-reactions were captured by him. After Gwen heard what Peter said, she felt panicked. Thinking that her father in the ward would be in danger, she kicked open the ward door as quickly as possible. There was a loud bang, and George, who was talking in the ward, and the man in the black suit were all stunned. Before George Stacy could react, Gwen shouted at her father, "Dad, he is not from the FBI." Realizing that his identity had been revealed, the man in the black suit stopped covering up and immediately took out a pistol from his pocket.
"Don't move!"
The man in the suit pointed his pistol at the three men and shouted threats. Seeing that her father and Peter were in danger, Gwen did not hesitate and stood in front of Peter the next second.
The man in the suit did not pull the trigger immediately.
When he was about to say something, he suddenly felt that his body had lost his balance. The plastic carpet he was stepping on was suddenly twitched by someone. He staggered, his body unsteady. Gwen immediately rushed up, and with her agile figure, she kicked the opponent's pistol away, and then took advantage of the opponent's inability to fight back and punched him hard. With a bang, the body of the man in the suit fell heavily to the ground. Gwen quickly subdued the gangster without any accidents, and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head and found that Peter and his father were looking at her with strange eyes. "Oops. I seem to have gone too far just now." Gwen realized that her performance just now might not be consistent with her usual personality, and she secretly said in her heart that it was not good. The next second, Gwen raised her fist to attack the man in the suit, pretending to be in great pain. Unfortunately, in Peter's eyes, her acting skills were a bit poor. More than 10 minutes later, the police arrived and handcuffed the guy pretending to be a federal agent. After a brief interrogation, it was confirmed that the other party was a gang member of Hell's Kitchen. The reason for pretending to be a federal agent was that the gang had been troubled by the New York Police Department recently. After learning that George Stacy was here, he came over to threaten him.
As a result, he was suppressed by Gwen as soon as he entered the door. Hell's Kitchen? Hearing this name, Gwen thought of the experience last night. Matt Murdock's employer is Kingpin. The guy named Kingpin is said to be the largest gangster in Hell's Kitchen.
As a superhero, he plans to protect this city, and he can start with this guy named Kingpin.
Half an hour later,
everyone has left, and only Gwen and George Stacy are in the ward. George is very upset about one thing. When the gangster raised the gun just now, between himself and Peter, his daughter chose to take the gun for Peter.
He has a feeling that a girl can't be kept.
"Gwen, we have to talk. C64 My daughter is rebellious, but she seems to have matured. Parker's house.
The news is playing on TV. For those who have just turned on the TV, a major accident occurred in the laboratory of Osborne Industries earlier this evening. After hearing the news, Uncle Ben walked over to Peter, who was watching TV. Although the details of the accident are still unclear, we have evidence that someone died in the accident. Osborne Industries' achievements in science and medicine are widely regarded as the world's most advanced breakthroughs in the past decade. The medical community has always had many speculations about the company.
According to sources, Osborne has developed a revolutionary new product. The picture flashed on TV was the tragic situation of the laboratory after the fire and explosion. It is not clear whether what happened tonight is related to the so-called new product. The authorities ask residents to keep a distance from the area where Osborne is located and do not approach. Uncle Ben looked at the picture on TV and sighed slightly. "I hope Mr. Norman is okay." The voice of the news host on TV continued. It is not clear whether local businessman and entrepreneur Norman Osborne was at the scene of the accident. Uncle Ben listened to the news and cast his eyes on Peter. "Peter, is your classmate Harry okay?" Uncle Ben had a good impression of Harry when he was a guest at Osborne Manor before, and he asked Peter with some concern. "I just called him. He was not at the scene, so he was not hurt." After Peter learned that the explosion he heard in the hospital in the morning was an accident in Osborne Laboratory, he called Harry and confirmed that he was safe. "That's good." Uncle Ben breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Peter said, and sat on the sofa.
"It's been a very eventful time recently. First it was Sheriff George, and now it's the Osborne family.
It seems that all the bad things are piled up together." Uncle Ben rubbed his forehead. He has a lot of things to do recently. Aunt May recently found a new job, and Uncle Ben needs to pick up Aunt May to go to and from get off work every day, which completely ruined his idea of being a part-time taxi driver. After all, it's impossible for two people in a family to go to work. One person has to take care of the family.
Peter thought for a moment and said to Uncle Ben, I remember the company is called Feast, right?
I saw their trucks on the street. Yes, your Aunt May was just a volunteer before, but now it's a formal job.
Uncle Ben said to Peter, the boss of the company is a Chinese.
May often said that he is a good man who helps the homeless. When Peter heard Uncle Ben say that the other party was a Chinese, he became interested. After all, he is also a Chinese, and he has a natural affinity for his fellow countrymen.
Have you met him, Uncle Ben?
No, but I remember his last name seems to be Lee.
Lee? Peter nodded.
He could pretend to be a rich man and meet this boss Lee, so that he could pay Aunt May more. Soon he turned his thoughts from his fellow countrymen to Aunt May.
Although Aunt May's new job is now stable, the family expenses are still a bit tight.
It seems that the scholarship he forged should be accelerated. I don't know if the gang of forgers has been dealt with now. After talking to Uncle Ben, Peter went upstairs to his room. Standing in front of the window, he held a pink transparent glass bottle in his hand. This was what he got from Matt Murdock last night. The other party used this poison to make George Stacy lose his mind and go crazy.
Is it just this effect?
Peter always felt that the function of this drug was more than that. It seemed that Matt Murdock did not tell him the whole truth. He raised the glass bottle, pointed it at the sun, and looked through the glass at the pink smoke inside. The sight was infinitely far away, and the dark pupils seemed to fall into an endless abyss. At the end of the abyss, a pair of blue pupils appeared. Gwen was originally staring at the liquid in the root beer bottle. Hearing her father's words, she coughed unnaturally and retracted her sight.
She was a little guilty now.
To be honest, she didn't know why she chose to take the bullet for Peter at that moment.
Maybe it was because Peter was close to her? Well, this reason could not convince anyone.
She could see from George's face that her father seemed to care about this matter very much.
Are you listening to me, Gwen?
Of course, Dad.
Gwen pretended to be calm. Peter and I are just good friends.
Really?
But you are not good at lying, Gwen, I can see that.
Although George had a good impression of Peter, he always felt that this kid had many secrets. When the gangster raised his gun just now, it was Peter who pulled the plastic carpet with his feet, causing the gangster to fall. This child always does things that he can't predict. So even though he has a good impression of Peter, he is still afraid that his daughter will encounter more dangers after being with him. What he said to Peter before when he lost his mind was not necessarily all crazy talk, some of them were his real thoughts. It's just that these thoughts are deeply buried in his heart, and he will never show them under normal circumstances. I know that the pastor in the church always says that purity, kindness, dignity, integrity, and careful words and deeds are what girls should be like, but I am not like that.
Gwen exhaled and said to her father, I am a little crazy girl.
Since I was a child, I like to read comic books secretly, like to stand quietly in front of other children, and listen to their rap music and rock music albums. At school, I excitedly watched other children smoking, and went home to secretly read my comic books, or listen to harsh rock music night after night. Day after day, year after year, I should have completely eliminated the possibility of becoming a good girl in the pastor's mouth.
So, Dad, Gwen blinked and said, sometimes I don't listen to your advice. After all, I am like this. Do you know what I want to say, Gwen?
Of course, you understand what you mean, Dad. You want to say that I should be cautious about my views on love, right?
Gwen's expression became a little serious. Only in this kind of thing, I will instinctively listen to my own opinions.
George was suddenly speechless because of his daughter. How could he not see that his daughter would be so rebellious? But he sighed and thought to himself, this also means that his daughter has matured. The next day, early morning, Midtown High School. Peter had just entered the corridor and opened his locker when he heard people talking.
All they were talking about was the explosion in Osborne's laboratory. Hey, I say, have you watched the news?
There was an accident in Harry's laboratory, and his father is still unknown whether he is alive or dead.
Thank you for your votes. Bow.
C65 Gwen always comes to class on the ringing of the bell. King Kong was wearing a Yankees baseball cap and was talking about yesterday's news with his friends.
Harry's lab was bombed. I wonder if he's okay.
Who knows, I'm not interested in news about the second-generation rich man. Lightning Thompson stretched and moved the football in his left hand to his right hand.
He quickly noticed King Kong's t-shirt.
The other party's white t-shirt was printed with a black spider head. Thompson approached King Kong's clothes and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this thing from?"
In front of the Mexican stall, it's cool, isn't it? Spider-Man is now synonymous with fashion.
King Kong said proudly, he is my idol.
Thompson wanted to express his disdain, but the words turned into can you get me one?
King Kong touched his bald head, yes, but you have to take me to the party hosted by Liz.
Which girl do you want to date, Elizabeth or Gloria? Thompson looked at the other party suspiciously, or do you want to date Liz Allen?
I have to say that you have no chance. Not only is she a girl who is not easy to mess with, I also heard that her mother once dated a homosexual.
Of course not Liz.
King Kong shook his head to show that he was not interested in the student union president. I promise you, King Kong, but you have to give me 2 more. After thinking about it, Thompson finally agreed to King Kong's conditions. As they talked, they walked towards the classroom. Peter, who was not far away, put his schoolbag into the locker. King Kong and the others' conversation was caught by his hearing. After a few seconds of contemplation, he walked towards the classroom.
Hi, Peter.
He had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by an uninvited guest. Liz stood in front of him, holding a flyer in her hand.
Are you interested in attending the party this weekend?
The theme is a masquerade party about superheroes. Everyone has been excited about superheroes recently. Peter glanced at the flyer in Liz's hand and shook his head. Sorry, I'm not very interested in superheroes.
Liz said unwillingly, maybe you can get some scientific inspiration from such a theme party.
She knew that Peter was interested in science, so she tried to start from this aspect.
Probably not. Peter didn't quite understand why this student union president was so persistent. Okay, can I invite you to be interviewed by me? My new channel, Miss Liz's Pursuit of Strangeness, now has more than 10,000 subscribers. Liz's eyes lit up when she talked about her personal channel. It sounds familiar, right?
I borrowed the name from the show Hunter Craven's Pursuit of Strangeness, but this show is not my favorite. I prefer the show Carol Teaches You to Cook. Peter looked at Liz, who was talking nonstop, and refused decisively.
Sorry, Liz, I don't like being criticized.
Ahem, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Maybe you can take a look at the topic I prepared for you.
Liz took out a notebook from her pink bag. From resisting school bullying to becoming a feared death god, how about this topic?
Many people call you Death God. From Josh's death to the heroic act in the hospital, they are all related to death.
I think such a story is very topical.
Their death has nothing to do with me, Liz.
Peter frowned. Then we can skip this topic. We can talk about bullying, starting with the Lumpel case or the Frick case.
Liz thought for a moment, or we can talk about the case of District 4V.
David, do you know this?
She explained for Peter. George Kramer is the vice principal of District 4 Union High School.
He cut a student's hair himself. Later, he went to work for an insurance company.
In the end, the school district paid $7,000 in compensation, about $1,000 per strand of hair. Peter interrupted the other party directly. He pointed his finger at Liz's pink bag and reminded her, your bag has a hole.
Huh? Liz looked at the bag she was carrying in confusion.
The bag, which looked valuable, had a scratch on the bottom.
The things in the bag almost fell out.
She hurriedly packed her school bag in a hurry. While Liz was packing her school bag, Peter left directly.
He had no guilt at all for damaging the other party's school bag.
The more bad things he did, the more skilled he became and the less psychological barriers he had. After leaving Leeds, he walked to the door of the classroom and saw Harry coming from the opposite side of the corridor. Harry, wearing an orange turtleneck sweater, put his hands in his pockets, with a worried expression on his face.
Harry! Peter called him.
Harry heard the voice, looked up, and when he saw it was Peter, he forced a smile at him.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, Peter.
Harry took a deep breath and walked to Peter's side. Is Gwen not here?
Peter replied, she hasn't come yet. Harry took his hand out of his pocket and whispered, well, Gwen always comes to class when the bell rings recently.
She wasn't like this before.
Peter frowned slightly as he looked at the other person's obvious lack of energy.
He asked Harry, is your father okay? Although the explosion of Osborne Laboratory was reported by the media, Peter didn't know what happened. However, in his memory, Harry's father was the well-known villain Green Goblin, and he shouldn't die so easily. He's still in the hospital now.
Harry said with a frown. He was at the scene when the accident happened in the laboratory.
What did the doctor say?
The doctor said he is not in danger of death. Harry said, although that's the case, his burns are not light. Although he has a lot of opinions about his father, Harry doesn't want to see such a thing happen. He even regretted what he said to his father before.
It will get better.
After comforting Harry, Peter turned and walked towards the classroom.
Sometimes I feel like a failure.
Harry suddenly said, a little frustrated.
What? Peter stopped and looked at the other person. I always live up to my father's expectations. I can neither be the kind of person he wants to be in his eyes, nor can I help him when he is in trouble. Harry couldn't help but confide his sadness to his friend. I used to say, Peter, that you will become a great scientist in the future, and Thompson and others will work for you, but what will I become in the future? I don't know how to become valuable. Peter just listened quietly and didn't interrupt. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Harry quickly calmed down. I have to go back. Remember to tell Gwen that I'm fine. Harry said that the purpose of coming to school was just to say hello to Peter and Gwen, so he left in a hurry after saying a few words. Watching Harry's back as he left, Peter frowned even more tightly. See 66 Wild Uncle Ben. Okay, thank you, Peter. On top of a Brooklyn church, Gwen hung up the phone. Just now she called Peter and asked him to ask Miss Fish for leave on her behalf. As expected, I will be late. She found out about Harry from the phone call. I hope Harry's dad is okay. Maybe I can go and see him. After all, Harry's family helped a lot when Dad was in a coma in the hospital. Gwen muttered as she put on her white spider mask. Gwen caught a glimpse of a girl not far downstairs. Gwen took a deep breath, and the spider silk launcher on her wrist shot out spider silk in a whoosh and took her away from upstairs. Can anyone help? The little blonde girl stood in the yard and shouted to the surroundings. On the tall tree in front of her, a British short black cat stood on it. It seems that because of fear, the British short-haired cat kept scratching the branches with his hands, leaving traces everywhere on the branches. Let me help you. Gwen quickly jumped up to the tree and grabbed the cat. Come here, kitty. With a bang, Gwen jumped to the ground and handed the cat to the little girl. Here, your cat, he looks cute. Unexpectedly, the little girl did not take the cat from her hand, but instead pinched her waist and looked at her, looking very angry. What's the problem? Gwen didn't know why she looked so angry. Of course there is a problem, this is not my cat. The little blonde girl said angrily, I am a member of the Tree Love Club, and that cat is hurting that tree. Gwen grabbed the cat's hand and froze in midair. Well, actually I don't like cats either, especially black cats. After a while, Gwen coughed and said awkwardly. After the little girl from the Love Tree Club left angrily, Gwen let out a frustrated breath. The first time he did something good as a superhero, he failed. When she was about to leave, she accidentally saw an old woman in the middle of the road. The old man on crutches walked tremblingly across the sidewalk. But at this time the red light was on and the car had already rushed over. With a swish, Gwen shot out spider silk from her wrist and swung herself to the old man's side. Ma'am, safety first. Gwen picked up the old man and took her away from the middle of the road. Because he was so quick, he didn't even have time to take away the old man's bag. With a pop, the old man's bag was directly run over by the car. Oh ho! Putting the old man on the ground, Gwen looked at the bag that had been run over and almost wanted to cover her eyes. But it was not bad, at least I helped the old man cross the road. Just as she was thinking this, the old man looked at her blankly, then pointed to the other side of the road and said, I want to go to the other side. Gwen, After recovering from the blow, Gwen stepped back and waved her hands awkwardly, I'm really sorry. Call. After escaping from the suffocating road, Gwen rushed to school in a very bad mood. When she was about to arrive at school, she suddenly discovered a robbery near an alley. The gangster snatched a woman's bag and ran towards the alley. Gwen fell to the ground as quickly as possible, blocking the robber's path. Hey, you're not having much luck today. As she spoke, she shot spider silk from her wrist. With a bang, the spider silk wrapped around the robber's hand. Then Gwen quickly moved in front of the opponent and punched the opponent heavily to the ground. After easily taking down the gangster, Gwen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened this time, otherwise my first day as a superhero would have been a complete failure. Picking up the bag that fell on the ground, Gwen twisted the gangster's arm and let him out of the alley. When he was about to hand the handbag to the stunned woman, he noticed two people standing next to the woman. One is holding a camera and the other is holding a microphone. He seems to be the host of the TV station. Spider-Man? After seeing Gwen's outfit, the female reporter immediately rushed over. Spider-Man, may I ask why you changed your clothes? Does it have any meaning? Seeing that reporter Gwen was also panicking, she quickly waved her hand to deny it. I'm not Spider-Man. Then who are you? The eyes of the female reporter who discovered the new hotspot were shining. Gwen suddenly felt that she was a bit similar to her classmate Liz. I just wanted to help this lady, sorry, I have to go. With that said, Gwen handed the bag to the lady next to her and then hurried away. Just as she was terrible at dealing with Liz,
she was also terrible at dealing with reporters. The new Spider-Man shows up, and she looks like she's still a woman, and she's a helpful superhero.
The female host on the TV was broadcasting news about the emergence of the new Spider-Man. Peter looked at the panicked Gwen on the TV screen and put down his phone.
On the phone, Gwen was telling him her bad mood through text messages.
Aunt May and Uncle Ben looked at the TV in surprise. New Spider-Man? Spider-Woman?
Aunt May is making pancakes and says to Uncle Ben, "We have 2 Spider-Men in our city."
Uncle Ben put down the pancakes in his hand. "That means our city is safer."
Peter listened to Aunt May and Uncle Ben's conversation without saying a word.
After the news broadcast was over, he asked Aunt May, "Which one does Aunt May think is better?" He was curious what Aunt May thought of Gwen. Why do we have to compare which one is better?
Aunt May said to Peter, "I like both children very much, but," she said and glanced at Uncle Ben, "I guess someone is going to feel uneasy. Your Uncle Ben did a lot of bad things when he was young."
Peter looked at Uncle Ben. Could Uncle Ben do bad things? Ahem, that's a story about when I was dating your Aunt May. Sometimes I don't follow the rules.
Uncle Ben told a story from his youth. "My mother wasn't an alcoholic, generally speaking, but she had a bottle of green mint liqueur under her bed, and one day I stole it and ran straight to May's house. Then I threw something at the window of May's house to lure him out. What I threw was not a stone, but a branch. Their house is an old-fashioned country farmhouse, and the glass is easy to break. Uncle Ben pushed up the frames of his glasses, then we climbed into the trees in the forest and talked about our stories."
That's the problem, Ben.
Aunt May interrupted Uncle Ben, "If you had Spider-Man when you smashed the glass in my house, you would have been taught a lesson."
Peter.
It seems that Uncle Ben was very wild when he was young.
He even led girls into the woods and smashed windows. Meanwhile, the hospital.
Norman Osborn stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his arms and back bandaged. Put down the phone, and the news about the new Spider-Man flashed through it. Under the nightlight, scarlet appeared in his eyes, which continued to deepen and soon expanded to the entire eyeball.
Thank you Rackenray for the reward, and thank you all for your votes. C67 The Birth of the Green Goblin, Dad? In the hospital, Harry opened the door to the ward and walked in to say hello to Norman Osborn.
He thought his father was still resting, but was startled when he saw his father standing in front of the window. Hearing Harry's voice, Norman turned around, the scarlet in his eyes gradually receding.
"Did you hear the noise, Harry?" Norman asked Harry strange questions. "Sound?" Harry blinked and shook his head in confusion. "Dad, what sound are you talking about?" Norman Osborn frowned. "It's like the sound of an electric shaver beating."
"No, it's not an electric shaver, it's a sound like a beating heart.
It looks like there's an extra beating heart in my body,
and it's messy and it seems to be talking to me all the time." He covered his forehead, feeling a little nauseous. After the laboratory explosion, his body began to feel strange. He can hear subtle sounds that he couldn't hear before, and his other senses have become extremely sharp. My whole body was extremely hot, as if a powerful force had been injected into my body. But at the same time, his spirit gradually fell into an abnormal state.
It seems that there is a second heart in the body and a second human being is born.
This newly born being has been whispering to itself.
"Dad, are you okay?"
Harry noticed something was wrong with his father and walked over to him and asked him.
Norman Osborn ignored Harry.
He pressed his forehead hard and his expression became a little ferocious.
"Those human enhancement reagents splashed onto the body when they exploded. Could it be that they caused pathological changes in their own bodies?"
He quickly thought of the reason for his physical changes.
"I'm fine, Harry."
Norman gasped for air, suppressed the pain in his body, and said to Harry, "If you don't have anything to ask me, you can go back." Facing the expulsion order issued by his father, Harry hesitated. "Today, I heard people on the board talk about some stuff." He told the reason why he came. "I don't know what happened, but they seemed to mean that there was something wrong with the company's operation."
"What do you want to say, Harry?" Norman's expression became more ferocious.
He covered his eyes with his hands and his body trembled slightly.
But because of the darkness, Harry didn't notice anything unusual.
"Dad, is there really something wrong with our genetic engineering? They said that the company has achieved nothing in 2.5 years. Even the formulas are in chaos, and the company's capital chain will be broken."
Harry didn't want to talk about this originally. He wasn't very interested in doing business or anything like that.
But he still wanted to know something from his father. Even if he couldn't help, he might be able to take some of the pressure off his father.
"Shut up!"
Before Harry could speak, he was rudely interrupted by Norman. He removed the hand covering his face, revealed his scarlet eyes, and said fiercely to Harry, "This is not something you should know."
Harry, who was stunned by Norman's expression, took a step back and looked at his father in shock. You are easily deceived and don't understand the importance of things. You never satisfy me. Look at you now, you don't look like the Osborne family at all. Harry looked at the angry Norman and stammered, I don't quite understand. You should understand. With a bang, Norman Osborne's hand hit the table hard. The solid wooden table was suddenly shattered by the impact. Looking at the broken wooden table, Harry froze on the spot. After doing all this, Norman was also stunned. He raised his right hand blankly. Will my strength be this strong? Bang! Meanwhile, the NYPD interrogation room. George slammed the table and looked at Matt Murdock opposite. At this time, Matt's head, shoulders and back were all bandaged, looking like a mummy. I am a lawyer. Although my body is a little miserable now, my brain is not broken yet. Matt wore newly put on sunglasses and looked at George Stacy. There are some ridiculous accusations that I will not accept. Once George gets the documents that Peter gave him, he immediately arrests Matt. Although these criminal evidence can make this Night Devil stay in prison for several years. But George felt that was not enough. He wanted the kingpin behind this guy to be sanctioned as well. After all, the other party's troops already dared to threaten him in the hospital. Matt did not notice George's expression and continued, Mr. Wilson Fisk is a model businessman. I believe that any further accusations without specific evidence may be mistaken by him as provoking a war. An act of war? George shook his head and said, believe me, once I get the evidence, I will settle the accounts with him. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to see it in prison. Matt pushed his new glasses frames up, which made him feel uncomfortable, and said, Chief George, give my criminal information to your man. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by George, you think I will tell you? In fact, George didn't know who the person behind him was. Peter didn't describe the specific appearance of the other person, which was also what confused him. At this time, he had no doubt that Peter was the mysterious man. No, you got it wrong. Matt explained to him, I'm not interested in that man's identity. I want to tell you that if he wants, he can easily take down all the gangs in New York. What? I mean, he has everything you want, but he only gave you evidence about me. Matt knew that Spider-Man had handed over some of those things to George Stacy. This shows that he still wants to continue his game and continue playing games with those he is interested in. George looked at him with a serious look, you seem to be describing a monster. Yes, he is a monster. Matt said in a faint tone, there is a monster in his heart, and it is more difficult to deal with than the devil in hell. Let's continue our topic, Sheriff George, since he has no intention of giving you Mr. Fisk's information. It means that he regards Mr. Fisk as his own property, so. He paused and continued, I think you can ignore Mr. Fisk for now. Who is the he you are talking about? George leaned forward and asked Matt with a serious look. He could sense that the traitor seemed to be more afraid of the mysterious man than Kingpin. I don't know. Matt said honestly, but you will probably get to know him in the future, I'm sure you will. C68 The new suspicious teacher Peter, who Matt said likes to play games with people, was flipping through a biological information book. Little did he know that he was being made up by Night Demon just because he was lazy. Looking at the biological embryo diagram on the page, he fell into thinking. Hey, Peter. Gwen suddenly appeared behind him and patted his back. At this time, both of them were in the classroom, and the bell had not yet rang. Aren't you late today? Peter asked her unexpectedly. Maybe it's because there aren't so many accidents today. Life is different every day. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower. This is an unpredictable fate. Gwen shrugged her shoulders. If I am late for every class, I will definitely be criticized by Miss Fish, and she will even talk to me. You know, no one wants to listen to her non-stop chatter. Peter expressed his understanding that Spider-Woman doesn't meet someone who needs help every day. It seems that Gwen has adapted to her superhero status very quickly. Did Liz invite you to the party held at her home? Gwen asked him curiously. I was invited, but I declined. Why? I'm not interested in this kind of stuff. Actually, I'm not too interested in parties or anything. Gwen exhaled and said, the last party I still remember attending was the spring graduation dance. Put on the corsage that had been in the refrigerator all afternoon, wear a white evening gown with a wide belt, black pants and shoes, and pose on the stage, waiting for the people below to have fun with their Kodak and Polaroid cameras. Shoot. She described her strange feeling. It was like being forced to participate in some TV audition, and being looked at by people. And Gwen hesitated, I always feel like something will happen. Hearing what Gwen said, Peter put down the book in his hand and looked at Gwen. Why do you say that? Gwen. I don't know, It's just this weird feeling. Gwen didn't know how to describe her feeling. After thinking about it, she said, "It seems like every school party something bad happens. Last time it was at the Museum of Natural History in New York, nearly getting hit by the subway, and the last time it was Frank's disaster on the football field." She propped her chin up with one hand. "Then last time, I remember it was the game against Stadler. Do you remember?" "I don't remember." Peter shook his head. He was not very clear about many memories of his previous life, and some of the memories he remembered were even starting to become blurry. Gwen recounted an incident that left a lasting impression on her. "I remember this guy's name was Bruce Trevor, and the week before the last crucial game against Stadler, he was cut from the team because someone found something in the back of Trevor's civics textbook. A kilogram of marijuana. Then we lost the game. I think it was 114:56, and our chance to reach the championship was gone." Gwen paused and continued, "Well, that's not the point. No one remembers these things. What everyone remembers is the riot that interrupted the fourth quarter. Bruce Trevor rightly claimed that he had been framed, and a fight ensued. 4 people were treated for injuries, one of whom was a coach, and a first aid kit was smashed on his head." Gwen's eyes light up when she talks about gossip. "Ahem, now I feel that way." Gwen meant to say a worse premonition related to death, but ended up saying a premonition that someone is coming with rotten apples. "Well, I can't keep thinking about death and stuff like that." Gwen felt that the words she said in front of Peter last time, "Death always favors Gwen Stacy," seemed too sad. Right. Gwen suddenly remembered something again and whispered to Peter, "Our biology teacher has changed." "Changed? It's not Teacher Susan anymore. I heard she is going to take maternity leave." Gwen wanted to say something else, but the bell rang, and she had no choice but to stop and sit back in her seat. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of high heels hitting the floor could be heard outside the corridor. The next second, a figure opened the door and entered. The woman with the tall figure immediately attracted the attention of all the students. The other party was wearing burgundy velvet shorts and a white silk shirt, which perfectly highlighted his figure. After the new teacher entered the classroom, he looked around at the students below. King Kong, Thompson, and others whistled excitedly. The beautiful teacher was not affected by the booing students below. Instead, she smiled slightly and wrote her name on the board, Helen Nolan. "It looks like you're very welcoming to me, which makes me breathe a sigh of relief." Teacher Helen introduced herself with a smile on her face. "Teacher Helen, do you have a boyfriend?" King Kong asked maliciously from below. "Yes, I do," Teacher Helen admitted readily. She looked at King Kong and said, "I can introduce him to you. He is a pampered, wealthy and powerful mom-brand good boy. He drives his own Volkswagen or Dodge Charger. He wears a high school fraternity windbreaker in the fall and a bright striped sleeveless tight vest in the summer. He likes to brag about the interesting things that happened when he was not in class. He always condescends to be interested in pretty girls at the beginning, and always follows her breathlessly and attentively in the end. This is my boyfriend. Many people say he is not a good person." Hearing what Teacher Helen said, King Kong was immediately speechless. He likes to drive his own Dodge car and run around. He likes to wear a windbreaker in the fall, and after being interested in pretty girls, he follows them breathlessly. Why do I feel that this teacher is scolding me in a roundabout way? Peter, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom, frowned and looked at the new female teacher. At this time, the alien embryo in his chest changed. His heart beat faster, and a feeling of heat invaded his whole body. The alien embryos had been quiet for a long time before, but now they started again. Is it a warning? Or is it a change caused by the discovery of prey or hunters? He raised his head and cast his eyes on the woman on the podium. The other person exuded a similar aura to Frank, but it was obviously stronger than that aura, and it made his body produce a warning message. He immediately became alert to the other person's identity. Today we are going to explain the relationship between parasites such as fungi and spores and hosts. I believe most students will be interested. As she said this, she opened the book and cast her eyes below. See 69, The Nature of Nature. The drones in the bee colony develop from unfertilized eggs and only have haploid chromosomes. However, the sperm cells of the drones do not have 0.5 times the chromosomes. They go through a special pseudomeiosis, so they still have haploid chromosomes. Teacher Helen held a book and walked slowly toward the students below on high heels. The only role of drones in a bee colony is to mate. Drones that have mated will die immediately. Moving the book away from her face, a smile appeared on her lips. This drone, in a sense, is also a parasite. As she spoke, she glanced in Peter's direction. Peter just listened to the beautiful teacher's lecture without showing any expression on his face. But that's not the focus of our course today. What we're going to learn is about phages. She walked to Peter, stopped, and added, the process of phages parasitizing bacteria. A bacteriophage is just a ball of genetic material wrapped in a protein shell. It lacks the materials and tools to replicate itself, but it can inject its own DNA into bacteria and then integrate its own DNA into the bacterial DNA. Explaining the process of phage parasitism, Helen paused and asked, then will the bacteria sit still and wait to die?
No, it will use the CRISPR/Cas system to direct the DNA cutting enzyme to remove the virus.
So will it be successful? An activist asked Helen. This requires you to think about it. Helen lowered her head and looked at Peter. Classmate Parker, can you tell me what you think? Peter was a little stunned when his name was called.
Although I knew something was wrong with the woman in front of me, I didn't expect that the other party would be so direct.
No, I don't know. Peter refused outright. This woman knows the secret of the alien embryo on her chest? Comparing the alien embryo on his chest to a drone or a phage?
What the other party just said is definitely not a coincidence.
Maybe you can listen to the class carefully, Parker, instead of doing your own thing down there.
Helen stretched out her hand and passed it in front of the notebook on his desk. Her fingers lightly traced the paper, and Peter could even feel the lingering fragrance between her fingers, fleetingly.
Peter's notebook was a mess with scribblings.
Basically, only he can understand these dense things. Its contents are all information related to aliens from his past life memories. I like taking notes, but the way I record them is incomprehensible to most people.
Peter closed the notebook without blushing or heart beating. This woman also knew his name, which made him even more wary. Maybe, next time you can come to the office and explain to me your special recording method? I'm very interested.
The charm of Helen's smile made all the students in the class smile.
Sorry, can't.
Peter refused without hesitation.
He became increasingly wary of women. At the same time, the alien embryo on the chest also moved strangely. The heart beats faster, and there are not one heart but two.
The pounding heart increased the burden on the body, and feelings of vomiting and dizziness swept through the body. And the pain in the body gradually worsened. The violence and desire to kill that came with the previous changes in his body did not appear at this time. What replaced it was a strange feeling.
It seemed to be a different kind of physiological impulse.
Holding the pen, he forced himself to suppress the physical and mental torture, trying not to show any abnormality in himself.
Seemingly not noticing Peter's physical condition, Teacher Helen shook her head and said regretfully, "That's such a pity."
She looked deeply at Peter and walked towards the podium on high heels.
Whether it's a drone or a phage, they have only one parasitic purpose, and that is reproduction.
Her voice was filled with a certain lazy temperament. Drones choose to die on their own, phages inject their DNA into bacteria, and fungi parasitize humans.
Their ultimate goal is to reproduce. One reproduces two, and they continue till the population expands.
This is a physiological manifestation, and it is also the only way to evolve in nature.
Peter raised his head and stared at the other person's back.
The metal pen in his hand was almost broken by his fingers.
Where did this woman run away from?
After the biology class ended, Gwen sat next to Peter again. It seems like all the boys are attracted to her.
Gwen felt that the atmosphere in the class was a little strange.
It looks like Miss Helen is like the sweetheart of the sorority and everyone is smitten with her.
Peter didn't quite understand Gwen's strange metaphor. Sweetie? Yes, she is very popular. As long as she says frog, those willful and undisciplined students will laugh very cooperatively.
Perhaps because she was afraid that Peter would misunderstand her pettiness, Gwen quickly explained, "I mean, she doesn't look like a teacher. You have to understand a line in biology, Gwen." Peter pushed the biology book towards her. The title on the opened book caught her eye: Biological Diversity. When Gwen saw this sentence, the corners of her mouth immediately curled up. But she quickly suppressed her urge to laugh.
If I laugh like this, I will seem very rude. Well, Peter, you are still good at telling jokes.
Peter was speechless when he heard Gwen say this.
Is this a joke?
Looking at the other person's expression of suppressing a smile, he suddenly found that Gwen was very attractive. He covered his chest and felt the strangeness of his body.
He fell into deep thought.
No, Gwen has never changed. It's just that he is a little abnormal today. After school in the afternoon, he found a reason to separate from Gwen and walked towards New York Presbyterian Hospital. Although he felt threatened by this woman with a strange origin.
But the most important thing is to check the changes of the alien embryo.
The most important purpose of parasitism is indeed reproduction. The purpose of the face hugger parasitizing in his body is to reproduce.
But this sentence is not completely right.
It has not broken out of the chest now, which means that it is not just using itself as a tool for reproduction.
If I am now one with the alien, how is its reproduction performance?
In the subway, Peter looked through the glass at the scenery flashing outside.
Is reproductive performance the physical impulse towards the opposite sex that he shows?
He lowered his head, stretched out his hand, covered his chest, and felt the 2 heartbeats inside.
Or does having sex with the opposite sex produce reproduction? He didn't expect that the 2 words alien and opposite sex could be connected together.
C70 The Untouchable Truth Night. Peter walked out along the corridor of the Presbyterian Hospital. He was holding some medicine in his hand. The medicine was still the same targeted inhibitory drug. Dr. Ryan examined him and found that the embryo had not changed compared to the last time. Ryan, who did not find anything unusual, could only prescribe some tumor-suppressing drugs for him. And by the way, he tactfully suggested to him that he could try to date a girl. For such quack advice, he naturally forgot it after hearing it. Fortunately, the discomfort of this body was relieved a lot, so Peter did not stay for long and left the hospital directly. On the other side, Christine, who had just finished her shift, stretched and stood up. Today's workload was relatively light. If it was a few days ago, she would definitely have to work overtime for a few more hours. After packing up all the documents, she closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead with both hands, soothing her nerves while clearing all the messy and bad thoughts from her mind. Standing in front of the window, she relaxed for a while, then opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure passing by the window.
Is that Peter Parker?
She was staring at Peter blankly, and the other person who was walking away seemed to notice something and turned around.
After staring for a while, Peter turned and left the corridor. Christine exhaled. For some reason, she was unreasonably nervous when being stared at by the other person.
It was as if she was being stared at by some terrible beast. That strange feeling even made her shudder. For Peter, her impression has always been that he is full of mysteries, and he always seems to have a deep sense of maturity, not like a high school student at all. After a while, she suddenly remembered something and walked to the computer. After opening the intranet, she logged in and entered the account of Dr. Ryan. She began to search for all the recent patient treatment records of the other party. The result was the same as last time. There was no information about Peter Parker. She tried to enter the words Peter and Parker again. The result was still nothing.
There is not even a record of drug issuance?
Sitting in the chair, Christine supported her chin with both hands and fell into deep thought.
What exactly is Dr. Ryan doing?
Why did he take such a big risk to erase Peter Parker's record?
She cast her eyes into the night outside. Could it be that Dr. Ryan is doing something illegal in private?
She heard that some doctors in New York City colluded with gangs outside to sell corpses or human organs.
And this news does not seem to be groundless.
She has heard a lot of similar news. Although it is not good to suspect the other party like this, with Dr. Ryan's medical ethics, he seems like someone who can do such a thing. Thinking of this, her brows frowned.
Report to the hospital?
This kind of report without any evidence, I am afraid that even if the hospital investigates, nothing can be found. Or just pretend that nothing happened. She hesitated in her heart. But if Dr. Ryan really engages in illegal activities, Peter Parker and even more patients may be harmed.
This is something she never wants to see.
A few minutes later, Christine, who was struggling with her inner struggle, finally made a decision. She wanted to investigate the illegal activities that Ryan had hidden. After midnight, the number of people in the hospital gradually decreased. Dr. Ryan also drove home after get-off work.
Christine, who wanted to investigate Ryan, did not leave. During the day, she entered the other party's office while Ryan was not paying attention and secretly took an ID card from the other party.
Now, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, she swiped the ID card and entered the other party's office. First, she opened the other party's computer and wanted to check something. But after a deep search, she found nothing. Feeling that she might have missed something, she began to check other paper documents in the other party's office. Finally, in a folder, she found a file wrapped in a plastic cover. The file was placed at the bottom of the drawer, as if the other party did not want anyone to find it. She tried to open the file and found several photocopied CT tables inside. The hospital's CT images cannot be copied, but the CT tables can be copied. Generally speaking, the CT tables will not be kept, but why did the other party keep these CT analysis tables? With doubts, Christine began to read the information above. As she read deeper, her heart was in turmoil. How could it be? As a surgeon, she knew the incredibleness of the information above. This is not a disease that a normal human can show.
Tumor? No. It can't be a tumor.
What these slice information provides is far more than a tumor. And it looks like a heart, closely connected with various organs of the body. Looking at the information on the analysis table, she kept guessing who this CT table belonged to. Christine quickly flipped back a few pages and browsed the contents of the CT table at a glance. As she read, she suddenly felt her lips begin to dry and her heartbeat began to accelerate. This is not strange, but... She flipped a few more pages and read on with disbelief. Just as she was about to continue reading, the door was pushed open with a creak. Dr. Ryan looked at Christine standing in the office in surprise. "Dr. Christine, what are you doing?" Ryan had already driven back, but remembered that there was an important document that he had not taken home, so he returned. "I didn't expect to see such a scene when I pushed the door open." Dr. Christine, who was not familiar with her, stood in her office and looked through something. "What is this?" Christine didn't expect that the other party would come back and stand there with the document in hand. She wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was useless for her to say anything. "I'm looking for something, Dr. Ryan." Christine put down the document and coughed awkwardly. "You have been erasing Peter Parker's medical records. I don't know why you do this." She originally wanted to say that she suspected that the other party was in collusion with the gang and engaged in illegal activities, but she held it back. Dr. Ryan said angrily, "Even if I violated the hospital's discipline, it is not your business, and you have no reason to break into my office. You are also committing an illegal act, Dr. Christine. You have no right to interrogate me." "Sorry, I was afraid that something scary would happen, so I came in impulsively." As soon as Dr. Ryan said this, he saw what Christine was holding. He froze in place, and the panic of his secret being discovered rose from the bottom of his heart. You can't touch these things." Thanks to KO90 for the reward. Thank you everyone for voting and recommending. Thank you. See, 71 humans are never simple. I don't understand. Kristen frowned and looked at Ryan, who was losing his temper. "I will try my best to advise you not to touch some things, such as the things in your hands now," Ryan said as he walked towards her. "I will explain to you about my illegal operation, but for now." He stopped and stretched out his hand towards Christine. "Give me what you have in your hand." Christine looked at the other person's nervous expression, and many doubts arose in her heart. Why does he care so much about this thing? Is it important to you? Kristen hesitated and handed the thing in her hand to Ryan. "Certainly." After Ryan took the CT chart, he breathed a sigh of relief. These materials were things he left behind without Peter's consent. If the other party finds out, his end will definitely not be good. Although the other party's identity is that of an ordinary high school student, he will not be deceived by his appearance. Ryan even suspected that the Spider-Man who appeared in New York City was Peter Parker. The embryo on the other person's chest mutated into the shape of a spider, and it was hard not to make him think of something. "Is this your patient's information?" Kristen glanced in the direction of the door, ready to run away if anything went wrong. "Sorry, I generally keep information about my patients confidential." Ryan shook his head and took a step closer to Kristen. "But it's impossible. It presents characteristics contrary to all that we know about science." Kristen took a deep breath and forced herself to recover from the shock just now. "What's this?" "Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with you, Dr. Palmer." Ryan's expression was a little impatient. He pointed to the door and said to Christine, "You should leave now." Christine wanted to say something more, but looking at the other party's increasingly impatient expression, she finally didn't say anything. After Kristen left, Ryan closed the office door and walked to his desk. Opening the drawer, he wanted to put the files in the drawer. But he hesitated and walked to the file shredder. After turning on the machine, he inserted the CT sheet into the running machine. Watching the document being smashed into pieces, the uneasiness in his heart gradually disappeared. Even if Christine guesses something, as long as she destroys this thing, there is no possibility of the secret being leaked. He also avoided the possibility of getting burned. "Are you worried?" Christine. The next morning, Strange looked at Christine, who had dark circles under her eyes, and said to her, "You look a little bit mentally unwell." "I'm fine, I just had trouble sleeping last night." "Insomnia?" Strange nodded. Although as a doctor, I can provide you with some appropriate opinions, but from a psychological perspective, I think it may be easier for you to accept it." "Okay, what's your opinion?" Strange said to her while changing into handmade work clothes. "When you have insomnia, it's because you wake up in someone else's dream." Christine put on a medical mask and glared at the other person. "You are a doctor, not a dream magician." Strange disagreed with the other party's words. Psychology has many applications in neuroscience, and it is not all nonsense. "Thanks for the psychological comfort joke, Strange, but it's useless and I have no interest in waking up in other people's dreams."
Then change your opinion, maybe you need to take a break. This is the most reasonable opinion after excluding psychology.
After Strange changed into his work clothes and walked towards the operating room with Christine, he suggested to his partner.
Need not.
Christine shook her head, and she suddenly stopped.
Strange also stopped after her. What's wrong? She hesitated and asked Strange, what do you think of Peter Parker? Why do you ask this question suddenly?
Because you two look familiar. You can't assume that just because he slapped me, we're friends. Strange took off his mask and took a breath of fresh air.
I can feel that there is something hidden in his body.
Maybe it's just an illusion, but he is indeed different from other teenagers.
Christine nodded. Could the existence he saw that made him sleepless all night be Peter Parker? Midtown High School.
As soon as Peter stepped onto campus, he realized something was wrong.
One of the two most shocking events of the 21st century was the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. Peter, do you know the other one?
Before he could take a closer look at what happened, his thoughts were interrupted by Gwen.
I don't know, what is it?
Gwen was holding a newspaper in her hand. She looked at the text and said to Peter, the other thing is that there are two superhero Spider-Man in New York. After reading the news text above, Gwen's head popped out from behind the newspaper.
Everyone seems to be interested in Spider-Man. Gwen put down the newspaper and felt happy.
Etc. Gwen soon discovered that the Daily Bugle did not seem to give a positive review. Both of these events have become household names due to the mass media, and both of them almost reveal a terrible fact, that is, some things seem to have ended, but at the same time, some other things have begun irreversibly, and the future is uncertain. Gwen felt that the newspaper was sarcastic. If you can make a comparison, then the so-called superheroes, Spider-Man, play the role of Lee Harvey Oswald, the disaster trigger. Gwen's mood suddenly became bad.
Okay, I declare that this newspaper has been permanently blacklisted by me. She decided to permanently put this newspaper on her blacklist. Do you like Spider-Man very much? Peter asked Gwen, who put down the newspaper. Which one are you talking about? Spider-Man or the new Spider-Man?
Gwen blinked and said without waiting for Peter to speak, okay, I like both of them. They are all very special. Helping others is also a cool thing, isn't it? Gwen exhaled and continued, whether it is what you have encountered before or the bullying that I often see, I always want to help. If I have such power, I will become special, so I like them. She blushed and praised herself.
Yeah. Peter nodded, but this is the norm.
So-called superheroes can rarely change anything. Birds will not save the self-esteem and self-image of a fellow with a lower social status, nor will they gently lift their fellows up from the dust. On the contrary, they will immediately and ruthlessly drive it away. C72 Gwen is wrong, that makes sense, but humans should be different from birds. Gwen hesitated for a moment and said, but this society is indeed very complicated, so complicated that sometimes I can't tell the difference. She thought for a while and said to Peter, for example, Josh was killed by Frank and wrapped in a spider nest.
There is no doubt that he is a bad person. Many people think so. This is something you and I both know.
But what I saw at the memorial service was that his neighbors and friends thought he was a completely good person. His parents said he decided to play professional football after college. He planned to study for an English degree in college.
He loved to write poetry.
6 months before his death, he wrote a poem that was published in the famous little magazine Everly. Well, although I have some doubts about his ability to get into college, I have to say that he is very idealistic and seems to have a good plan for his life.
What Gwen said was what she heard from others at the memorial service.
Although it was a bit unbelievable, it should not be false. Gwen's eyes showed confusion, but in school, he bullied his classmates, and he was unscrupulous.
He also beat you up. Sometimes I wanted to punch him in the face, so, will he be a good person?
If you are a superhero and cannot distinguish between justice and evil, good guys and bad guys, it may have serious consequences.
Gwen is in a bad mood now. When you think about fighting as Spider-Woman in the future, what should you do if you can't recognize justice and wrong? Will you do something you regret very much?
I think what you said makes sense, Peter. Gwen raised her head and said to Peter with stern eyes, I have to know more about the cruelty of this society, otherwise I won't know what is right if I don't know what is wrong.
Then how do you understand the cruelty of society?
Peter became interested in what Gwen had to say.
I don't know yet, maybe you can do it, Peter.
Gwen suddenly felt confident in Peter.
Aren't you very good at saying cruel things in a normal tone? Maybe you can try to hit me.
Gwen overestimates her abilities and wants Peter to let her see the cruelty of society. Although this idea should be terrible, Gwen still liked hearing Peter's cruel and sad words about the universe as a huge cemetery and we will all die eventually.
Probably not. After thinking about it for a while, Peter finally did not say cruel words to Gwen. He dealt with Gwen casually and said, "I am Spider-Man, does this kind of thing count for you?"
Forehead Gwen was stunned for a moment, looking at Peter's serious eyes, and suddenly her heart beat a little.
Couldn't what Peter said be true?
Being stared at by Peter like this, she suddenly became uneasy.
It doesn't count.
Gwen immediately shook this impossible thought out of her mind. She didn't believe Peter's words.
In addition, if Peter is Spider-Man, it will really be a blow to him.
Because there is no joy after my secret is revealed.
After coughing, Gwen pretended to be serious and said, "Because I am also Spider-Man, we are even."
In class, Peter was at his desk, flipping through books.
At the same time, I was thinking about what happened yesterday. The new biology teacher is also similar to Frank. There is also a beast living in her body?
Lifting his head and casting his gaze to the sunlight projected outside, Peter fell into deep thought.
In other words,
the other party is also a member of the Hand. After Frank died, he cleaned up the Hand in New York, but found nothing. This mysterious organization is either hidden deeply, or it is simply headquartered in Japan and has little influence in New York. According to the information he got from Matt, the Hand originated from Japan's feudal era centuries ago. Some of its oppressed civilians fled to the Iga and Kobe areas, where they secretly practiced skills. Later, they may have been influenced by Sun Tzu's art of war, and eventually formed ninjutsu.
Over the next 100 years, these people continued to learn and train.
Most of its members are proficient in unarmed combat, swordsmanship, disguise, escape, medicine, blasting and other skills, and also possess willpower, endurance and combat power beyond ordinary people. They are also experts in espionage and assassination, often offering their professional services to warlords or wealthy individuals.
They even possess powerful magical secrets that can bring the dead back to life.
In 1588, Kajinobu Yoshioka began to lead the Hand and developed it into an international organization, becoming the notorious Japanese ninja killer group. The beast they believe in parasitizes in the body and can gain powerful power. The beast that Frank parasitizes is a parasitic and mutated spider.
Peter looked away from the daylight and closed his textbook. Helen is most likely a member of the Hand.
The reason why she came into contact with herself was that she felt that she had the same aura as hers, and thought that she was also her kind.
This should be related to his absorption of Frank.
But unfortunately, the existence inside his body is not a beast, but an existence called alien.
Although they all have the goal of reproduction, the existence in their bodies is more for killing than purely physiological impulses.
At this time, his body was not as strange as before. The physiological impulse towards the opposite sex has also weakened a lot. It seems that only when he comes into contact with this woman will the alien embryo in his body become strange.
Dingle bell.
The ringing of the school bell interrupted his thoughts. He was about to take out the book, but suddenly realized there was something wrong in the school that made him feel wrong.
It's a familiar smell.
It was similar to the smell emanating from Frank, but with a strange fragrance. It looks like a hormone-like smell, more like the smell of volatile oils. He looked around and found that something was not right with everyone in the class.
Everyone seemed to be in a bit of high spirits.
Even after class, these people have not stopped moving and are still noisy.
What is this? Something that catches everyone?
He turned his eyes to Gwen and found that she was also a little abnormal. Gwen, whose face was red, kept moving back and forth in her seat, as if she was desperately trying to endure something. After hesitating, he stood up and walked towards Gwen.
"Are you okay, Gwen?" he asked Gwen in a low voice.
Gwen raised her head, suddenly grabbed his hand, and looked at him with her body trembling slightly.
"Peter, I feel a little bad."
"Thank you, the Heart of Nothingness, for the reward, and thank you, Minasan, for your vote in leaving a message." The number of words in this chapter is a bit short, and part of it was deleted.
I added it, so you can just refresh it. Happy weekend!
C73 Heart is like a rocket, my body seems a little hot. Gwen felt that she was in a strange state at this time. My whole body felt hot, the blood in my brain seemed to be slowly expanding, and every heartbeat was accompanied by a roaring pulse.
Maybe I need to calm down. Maybe the newspaper just made my anger level soared. Gwen quickly came up with an excuse for herself. Is that all? Peter frowned and asked Gwen, is there no other discomfort?
It was there at first, but it's much better now.
Gwen took a deep breath. It's like the feeling of weakness after strenuous exercise.
It was that feeling just now, but it has recovered now.
Maybe you should go to the hospital, Gwen.
Naturally, Peter wouldn't believe it was that simple.
Okay, I will consider your suggestion, but it shouldn't be that far yet. Gwen said she should be fine.
After Peter left, she exhaled, narrowed her eyes, and stretched out her hand to press her temples. At this time, the blood vessels in her temples were pulsing, and her breathing seemed to have slowed down a lot, but her heart was beating more than 140 times. "Well, my heart is beating faster than an astronaut lifting off under the pressure of gravity," Gwen murmured under her breath and glanced at Peter. Suddenly, a strange emotion surged in her heart, and it seemed that the aura that Peter was exuding now made her feel dizzy. And when he saw each other, his heart beat faster. Could it be that seeing Peter made his heart beat faster than an astronaut taking off? Gwen touched her red face and thought that she might be a nymphomaniac. Even though I have a great crush on Peter, does my heart beat faster just by looking at him? Gwen was deeply confused. Peter on the other side thought for a moment, then left his seat and walked outside. He suspected that the smell in the air was the cause of Gwen's abnormality. The only person worthy of suspicion is Teacher Helen. In the classroom office. "Peter, what's the matter? You showing up here during school hours is not a good sign." Miss Fish raised her head and saw Peter appearing here, and said to him in a serious tone. In addition to Miss Fish, there were 2 senior students in the office who were being scolded by Miss Fish for skipping their elementary French class. "Billy Delight and Henry Tennant, you 2 have 2 classes after school." After letting the 2 self-confessed students leave, Miss Fish turned her attention to Peter. At the same time, she stuffed the form on the table into the drawer. With a bang, the drawer was closed and her thumb was pinched. Miss Fish grunted, turned around gracefully, pretended that nothing happened, and faced Peter. "Peter, I want to find Teacher Helen, is she not here?" Peter, who was silent for a second, asked this weird and old-fashioned teacher where Helen was. "I thought you came to ask me for a piece of advice." Miss Fish coughed and said to Peter, "Many people have asked similar questions before you." Miss Fish said Peter was a little late. "My unified reply is that she took a leave of absence." "Take leave? Why?" Miss Fish pushed up the frames of her thick glasses and said to Peter, "I don't know. After all, she is not a student. She does not need my approval to take leave." Seemingly unhappy with Helen being so popular among male students, she whispered again, "You students seem to be possessed. Maybe you should go to church and listen to the priest's advice, and be careful not to be tempted by the devil." Miss Fish's muttering was clearly heard by Peter. He was misunderstood as a sexy student chasing a beautiful teacher. He didn't take it seriously, but continued to ask the other party, "How much does Miss Fish know about the new teacher Helen?" "Classmate Parker, this is not a question you should ask." Miss Fish's eyes became serious. "If I were you, I would go back to the classroom obediently." Regarding Peter's impression, she had always thought that he was a very honest type. He likes to read and study some scientific gadgets. Although he is often laughed at by the sports students, he always remains silent and dare not fight back. Why did the other party look like this, making her feel as weak as facing the principal? If an ordinary student dared to talk to her like this, she would have kicked him out long ago. "I will, but there are some things that need to be dealt with by Teacher Helen." Peter continued to say to her, "If it doesn't work, I have to take leave and go find her by myself." For Miss Fish, asking her to write a request for leave was a more uncomfortable thing than killing her. Sure enough, after hearing Peter's threat, Miss Fish finally compromised. "I don't know, Parker-san." Miss Fish finally realized that the Peter in front of her was no longer the Peter who did not dare to speak loudly to her before. She said helplessly, "But I know her home address and email address. Maybe you can contact her yourself." As she spoke, she brought out the yellow leaf permission slip. Then she used a silver pocket pencil to scribble the other person's address and email address on it. Her face shrank in pain because of the pressure on her thumb during the writing process. What she told Peter was not a secret. New teachers would reserve addresses and contact information. It was not difficult to know if you wanted to. Besides, she didn't think that a high school student like Peter would do anything bad. In the classroom, Peter was looking at the address on the yellow leaf slip in his hand, and suddenly his cell phone rang. Gwen sent her a text message, "Peter, come to the school swimming pool." Swimming pool? After putting away his phone, he looked a little confused. He remembered that Gwen was not a member of the swimming team. After hesitating for a while, he got up and walked towards the gymnasium. The school has a swimming pool in the indoor stadium, and the conditions are good, so that it becomes a beautiful landscape of the school in summer. But now the weather is getting colder, and it seems that no one goes swimming. Gwen is in the mood to swim now. A few minutes later, Peter walked into the swimming pool in the gymnasium. Before entering, I could hear the sound of water flowing and splashing. Peter entered the wide swimming pool and saw a white figure swimming in the water. The other person stretched his body in the pool, and his standard swimming posture was like a mermaid. Peter watched quietly without saying anything. In the entire large swimming pool, there was only the sound of splashing water.
C-74 Gwen's first kiss. Peter. Gwen soon discovered Peter's figure and happily popped his head out of the water. You don't seem to make any noise when you walk. You're just too focused, Gwen. Well, maybe that's the case, but I have to say that swimming here feels pretty good. This is my first experience. Gwen's hair was wet.
She shook her head, and water droplets splashed on it. At this time, she was wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, and her youthful and hazy body was perfectly highlighted.
You even got your bathing suit ready?
Peter asked her, slightly surprised.
I didn't prepare this in advance. It's sold in supermarkets outside. Gwen got up from the water and stood on the smooth floor.
Water drops dripped down the fair and delicate skin, shining under the sunlight.
Peter didn't expect Gwen's body to be so promising.
However, she usually wraps her body tightly, so she can't see without clairvoyance.
Why do you suddenly want to come over for a swim, Gwen?
Peter asked Gwen with a slight frown. Because my body is a little hot, I thought I could try swimming, so that I can physically get rid of the heat in my body.
Gwen gave a plausible explanation.
Perhaps feeling something strange in Peter's eyes, Gwen was not shy, but rather slightly proud. Gwen's skin was dazzlingly white, her calves had soft curves, and the looming muscles on them were even more eye-catching. There is also a beautiful silver-white pendant hanging around her neck, which was given to her by her mother.
Ahem.
Although his eyes were attracted to Gwen's figure, and the alien embryo on her chest was a little restless, Peter still suppressed this physiological urge that came up again.
Can't we stay together, Peter? Gwen asked Peter as she walked up to her.
Maybe she felt the swimming cap was a little uncomfortable, so she took it off directly, and her golden hair suddenly fell out like a waterfall.
Actually, Peter glanced at Gwen's hair and explained, I can't swim.
Of course it was a lie that he couldn't swim. He was a mercenary in Welander in his previous life, so how could he not know how to swim? The reason why I say I don't know how is to avoid embarrassment. In broad daylight, two people swimming together with Gwen here, if anyone sees them. It is estimated that the two of them were the topic of conversation throughout the school the next day. Even though he doesn't care about these things, Gwen is a girl and she always cares about these things.
Moreover, the current Gwen does not seem to be the Gwen in a normal state. She must have been mentally affected like Sheriff George before her. Is it the smell you smelled in the classroom?
He was thinking about why Gwen was so unusual. It might as well be that Gwen suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm.
But I remembered before that you said you could swim. Gwen didn't quite believe Peter's words. Maybe I forgot.
Peter's face was not red and his heart was not beating as he said, skills are something that sometimes become unfamiliar if you don't use them.
Well, if you really forget, maybe I can teach you. Gwen immediately made the suggestion enthusiastically. There is quite a feeling that Peter is being dragged into the water. I'm not that interested in swimming, Gwen. Peter rejected Gwen again.
You look too serious, Peter.
Gwen said with some frustration, I want to make you relaxed.
If you stretch too much, it may not be a good thing for us. She raised her head, looked at Peter and said, when you were bullied by those bastards, I would be very angry, but I couldn't do anything. I could only look at those people with strange eyes mixed with hatred, disgust, and anger.
Asshole. Maybe I'm a hypocrite.
Gwen paused and continued, you changed later, Peter. You saved me, and you were able to easily get rid of Josh and the others.
I'm happy for you, but you seem to have become less happy. You may be hiding some secrets in your heart. I don't know. Maybe it's the tumor. You are always worried about something. I don't know how to help you. Although you have been helping me, I can't do anything.
The more Gwen talked, the more frustrated and uncomfortable she became. Maybe she would have buried this emotion in her heart before, but now somehow, she poured it all out. And as if she was possessed, a thought flashed in her mind like a neon light. Maybe I can be more proactive. Anyway, I have to do something. So while Peter was deep in thought and thinking about what he said, Gwen accurately used Spider-Woman's agility to launch a surprise attack on Peter. When Peter was unprepared, she moved closer to Peter's mouth. Then I learned the method in the movie and clumsily tried this most intimate way of expression between lovers. Dizziness gripped her, and she felt as if she was sinking deeper and deeper into a strange immersion. Okay, this feels good, so let's get into it. Peter, who was suddenly attacked by Gwen, was shocked at first when he realized what Gwen had done.
What's this? An unexpected sneak attack?
Compared to the sneak attack of the aliens hiding in the darkness, he suddenly felt that Gwen was not far behind compared to it. Although he was not a pure boy in his previous life, considering the special situation at hand, he still tried the clumsiness of a girl, stretched out his hand, and stopped Gwen's second attack. Moreover, there was an alien embryo in his body, and the degree of mutation of the other party was not yet known. He was afraid that if he continued, Gwen would really give birth to an alien for him. After the second attack was blocked by Peter's fingers, Gwen was a little embarrassed. "You bit me, Peter." "No, Gwen, you bit me." Peter decisively pointed out that Gwen was a thief crying thief. "Well, you are very skilled, it seems that I have suffered a loss." Gwen found a new excuse. "Some talents are innate," and Peter patted Gwen's hair with his hand. "I admit that you have suffered a loss, Gwen, this is not the real you." "What? The real you will not be like this." Hearing Peter say this, Gwen was also a little dazed. "Speaking of which, it seems that I am not very normal today. Why am I so impulsive today?" In the evening, George Stacy returned home from the police station. He did not find any trace of Gwen in the room, and he thought his daughter was still in school and had not returned home. He walked to the balcony and wanted to breathe some fresh air. He had been dealing with the affairs of Hell's Kitchen recently, which made him very tired, both mentally and physically. Just when he wanted to relax, he suddenly saw an incredible scene downstairs. "Gwen, what are you doing?" C-75 rebellious little cotton jacket, angry. "Dad?" As soon as Gwen opened the door, she saw her father sitting upright on the sofa. "Why don't you turn on the light?" she said as she opened the door to the room. The light in the living room suddenly dispelled the darkness. "We need to talk, Gwen." George Stacy's expression was extremely serious, which made Gwen's movements in her hands stop immediately. She felt a little guilty. Did Dad just see what he did? Speaking of which, I don't know what happened, why I was so bold all of a sudden. When she and Peter parted ways downstairs, she couldn't help but kiss him. Maybe he was poisoned just like Peter said. I shouldn't be so casual. At least this is completely different from what I imagined. For ordinary people, there should be a lot less romance. Romance in the eyes of normal people is indispensable with things like greeting cards, roses, and diamonds. According to this standard, what he and Peter did in the swimming pool was not romantic. But I am not an ordinary person, our relationship is very pure. The thoughts in Gwen's mind kept diverging and she began to think wildly. About what? Dad? Although Gwen knew what her father wanted to say, she still asked, pretending to be stupid. George said in a stern tone, "I don't object to you and Peter getting too close, but you must know what you are doing." At this time, George Stacy was very angry, feeling like the little cotton-padded jacket he had raised for many years was leaking air. "I don't know what you are thinking, Gwen, but I must remind you that you must not act beyond your age at this age." Gwen raised her head and looked at her father with saltwater blue eyes. "I don't understand, Dad." George Stacy shook his head and said with a disappointed look on his face, "No, you know exactly what I am talking about, Gwen, you have disappointed me." Gwen somehow rebelled inside, and she said to her father, "I don't understand what you are thinking, Dad. Every night, you will take the subway to Forest Hill to go home, and you will be face to face with the people you protect and serve." Gwen's tone became excited. "When you look into someone's eyes, you see more of the real person. You see yourself clearly. This is your life. This is what you taught me, life, but I can't tell, Dad, what are you thinking when you look into my eyes?" Listening to Gwen's excited words, George frowned. "This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Gwen," he said to Gwen. "Of course it does." Gwen tried to calm down her emotions. "Dad, I don't need you to tell me what is right and what is wrong. Then I have to comply. I know what I am doing." George Stacy frowned even more tightly. He could feel that his daughter seemed to be breaking away from him. And it was obvious that she was more willing to believe in Peter's kid than to follow the teachings of her own father. "You haven't grown up to this point yet, Gwen." George's tone also became more severe. "Dad, I'm an adult." Gwen's temper was quite hot today. She said to her father, "Sometimes I even wonder, Dad, maybe what you said to Peter in the police station that day was not crazy after you lost your mind. Maybe you are really that's what I thought." George's face became more and more ugly. "What? Maybe you really don't like Peter and don't want us to be together." Gwen looked at her father's face and said in a serious tone, "You think he will hurt me, but in fact, he has been protecting me. He saved me when I was impulsive like a fool. Yes, I like him, Dad, and I hope you leave it alone." George Stacy looked at the stubborn daughter in front of him in shock. Is this still the well-behaved and sensible daughter from before? Now he has been taught like this by that boy Peter. He instantly felt a fire in his stomach. At the same time, Peter was holding an umbrella and walking on the street. At this time, he had no idea that Gwen and George had quarreled again in order to defend herself, and he has been worried about by Sheriff George on the grounds of harming his daughter. After nightfall, the sky started to drizzle again, and the whole city was covered with a layer of gray color.
Peter held the umbrella and thought about Gwen's abnormality during the day.
The smell of oil and grease evaporating in the air may be the culprit. Taking a deep breath, he took out the leave note written by Miss Fish from his pocket.
Written on it was Helen Nolan's address. The Canal neighborhood of Brooklyn is an unsafe area where dragons and snakes are mixed.
The roads here are crisscrossed like webs spun by drunken spiders, and are full of potholes.
Finally, he followed the address on the note and came to a house. Embedded on the house are 3 black, rusty iron numbers, 965. This Victorian-style building is very eye-catching in this area.
Staring at the building in the rain, Peter put away the yellow leaf permission slip in his hand and stepped forward to ring the doorbell. A cold wind blew by, rolling up the fallen leaves on the porch, and the entangled wind chimes made a messy tinkling sound.
Soon after ringing the doorbell, the door opened automatically.
Peter frowned, put away his umbrella, and entered the dark building that didn't look like anyone lived in it.
As soon as he entered the room, the door slammed shut. Suddenly,
a cold light stabbed at him in the darkness. For a half-alien being like him, darkness not only did not block his vision, but was his perfect battlefield. Peter dodged the sharp blade stabbing in the darkness, and his arm was instantly covered with a black exoskeleton. Whistling, his fist went precisely to the opponent's throat.
The target of the attack in the darkness did not seem to be an ordinary character.
He held the metal blade against his chest, as if trying to resist Peter's attack.
With a bang, the dull sound of metal colliding with flesh sounded.
Even though the attacking shadow blocked Peter's attack, he did not expect the opponent's power to be so strong. A huge force passed along the weapon to the shadow's arms and body, knocking him back.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of footsteps hitting the ground was heard, and the black shadow took several steps back and hit the wall heavily.
Then another black shadow swung a samurai sword and attacked him. Peter's eyesight was clear in the dark. The other party was a guy wearing a red ninja uniform.
His whole body, including his face, was covered by the red uniform, revealing only a pair of eyes without any emotion. C-76. In fact, I am also a devil, although the costumes of these ninjas are very similar to those of Matt's ninjas. But it was obvious that the strength of these ninjas was definitely greater than that of Matt's group. With a thought, the exoskeleton of Peter's hand deformed instantly.
Alien-like claws appeared.
While avoiding it sideways, his claws stabbed at the guy holding the katana. At the same time, his body stepped forward, and the floor was cracked by his steps. With a dull sound, his claws stabbed the ninja's throat.
Blood spurted out immediately.
The seriously injured guy fell to the ground and died instantly. And as he died, his body gradually turned into a puddle of dust and dissipated in the air. Such an incredible scene caused Peter's movements to lag for a moment. Before he could think about it, several more red ninjas surrounded him in an instant. Individual ninjas are very powerful, but when combined together they are even more powerful. With a bang sound, Peter twisted his waist and kicked out a ninja who was close to him. Following his thoughts, the black exoskeleton spread from his feet to his neck, completely covering his body. The body leans forward, and a wing-like existence is born from the most mysterious part of the back. Countless sticky black corrosive projectiles shot out from the wings like a heavy rain. Whoosh! 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 With a heart-stopping whistling sound, the black projectile instantly hit the bodies of the surrounding ninjas. The corrosive projectile fused with Frank's spider web gene was extremely destructive, and the ninjas who were attacked immediately suffered huge physical injuries. With the sound of sizzling, the wound hit by the projectile continued to corrode and penetrate, and soon penetrated deep into the body. At the same time, Peter leaned forward and fired corrosive bullets from his back. At the same time, black spider webs shot out from his wrists, knocking away the two ninjas in front of him. The ability to shoot corrosive projectiles from his back was discovered through his recent research. Unlike Spider-Man, who can only shoot webbing from his wrists, he can shoot it from all parts of his body. The back can accumulate a large amount of viscous corrosive substances. The alien's dorsal spine is the most mysterious part, and has been previously predicted by scientists to be used to secrete and possibly store resin used to build hives. For him now, his back has a strong deformation ability, constantly adapts to the environment, and can also store and secrete corrosive and sticky spider web-like substances. The sound of bang 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 continued to sound, and soon the ninjas who were hit by his spider silk rainstorm fell to the ground and turned into dust. Crack! Just as Peter was about to continue his attack, the lights in the room clicked on. The darkness in the room was dispelled somewhat, but it could not be completely dispelled, and it still seemed a little dim. Peter raised his head and cast his gaze in the direction of the sound from the second floor. A familiar figure appeared there. Helen stood high up, staring at Peter in surprise.
Peter Parker, you surprise me. She looked at Peter with her green eyes. I thought the potential in you was already great enough, but I didn't expect it to be so incredible. Peter looked at the woman not far from her and frowned. With his thoughts, the exoskeleton covering his body gradually receded. You are also incredible, Teacher Helen. I didn't expect you to be able to do magic. As he spoke, he cast his gaze on the dust on the ground. Those are all transformed by dead ninjas. With a smile on her lips, Helen shook her head and said to Peter, "This is not magic, Parker. This is a secret method. You can use these things as some kind of ninja method." Ninjutsu? Right. Helen walked slowly down the stairs, looking graceful and elegant, full of strange charm. The closer she got to Peter, the faster the two hearts in Peter's body beat. Helen didn't seem to notice anything strange about Peter, and Helen said to Peter, "The Koga Ninpo originated in Japan. In order to better perform tasks, one will turn oneself into ashes at the moment of death, so that the enemy will never discover anything." Secret. Peter asked her, "Are you from the Hand?" "Yes and no, my relationship with them is a bit complicated." Helen walked a few steps in front of Peter and stopped. Seeing that Peter had killed a dozen ninjas instantly, she didn't seem to be afraid. Peter also sensed the threat posed to him by the woman in front of him. He raised his right hand, and his wrist was slowly covered with a layer of black bone. He said to Helen in a bad tone, "Aren't you afraid of death? Based on what you did to me just now, if I kill you, you shouldn't have any complaints." In fact, Peter was ready to kill this woman. But now he has to get what he wants from the other party. "Of course I'm scared, but you probably won't simply kill me." The smile on Helen's lips grew wider. "That's not necessarily the case." Peter took a step closer and asked her, "Is that your fault, that smell of volatile grease at school this morning?" "Yes, but you should thank me," Helen admitted. "Bachelor." She said to Peter, "Otherwise you wouldn't win the girl's heart, would you?" Sometimes, people who are close to each other lack the courage to show love. What I created is this kind of crazy desire that can bring people to their hearts. Something that inspires. Hearing what the other party said, Peter frowned more tightly. "I have seen this kind of thing you are talking about in the hands of a man named Matt Murdock. What is your relationship?" He remembered the pink gas in Matt's hand. It made George lose his mind and almost die. Helen shook her head with a look of contempt. "His thing is just a fake existence. How can it be compared with what I have?" Peter continued to ask her, "Do you know Matt?" "Of course, after all, he has a deep friendship with the Hand." Helen paused for a moment, looked at Peter's chest, and said, "It's strange, the parasite on your chest seems to be different from everyone else's." Peter put down his hand and asked her, "Really? It's different from the beast parasitic on your hand, right?" "It's amazing, Peter, you even know about the beast." Peter took another step closer to her and said with a cold tone, "Of course, I also know that you have a beast in your body. It's really interesting, Parker." Helen smiled even more. "I have to tell you that the beast in my chest is also different from others." "What's the difference? Has no one told you?" "In fact, the real body of the beast is a demon." Crack, thunder pierced the sky outside. Under the illumination of lightning, a flash of red light flashed in Helen's eyes. C77, a story without a fairy tale ending. Demons from foreign lands give their hosts great power. Helen raised her right hand. The slender white right hand instantly condensed with a faint black energy, covering it. She cast her gaze on Peter. "Those humans who are treated as ordinary vessels by the Hand, the parasitic beasts in their bodies, are far from the real beasts. The kind of warriors cultivated by the Hand are a group of complete failures." The expression on Peter's face became solemn, and he asked Helen, "Could it be that the parasite in your body is a real beast?" Helen shook her head. "I won't tell you easily, Parker. This is not in line with the principle of fair trade. At least, you have to tell me where that thing in my chest comes from." "Sorry, Teacher Helen, I didn't agree to trade with you." Peter frowned and said, "We're not much of a partner." The red light in Helen's eyes grew brighter, and she smiled at Peter and said, "Why not? We are all the same kind of people, Parker, and there is a devil living in our hearts." As she spoke, she took a step closer to Peter, but the next second her arm around the black energy was caught by Peter. "You seem to overestimate your own importance," Peter said to her in a cold tone. "Don't be nervous, Peter, I don't mean any harm to you." Helen's arm was grabbed, and she didn't look afraid at all. She still said to Peter in a lazy tone, "Don't you want to know more things that could be useful to you? For example, now, I can tell you what you are most interested in." She pulled her arm away from Peter's hand and looked outside into the rainy night. The starting point of the story is told by a mother. Boys usually have the experience of being abused by their fathers, so the core of many stories is daddy issues. Because men travel around the world, men's stories are spread more widely.
But if you let a woman tell it, most of the stories will involve the mother.
Helen paused for a moment, as if listening to the sound of rain. There is a little girl whose father is dead, so she can only live with her mother. She is a religious fanatic.
Her mother controls everything at home and imposes a high-pressure policy on her, locking up her life like a prisoner. The sound of rain outside was getting louder and louder, but Helen's voice was extremely clear. But it was incompatible with the nature of the little girl. It was just what her mother thought she should be. She tried everything that interested her, and she fell madly in love with the plants in the backyard. But she was going through a low point in her life. To be honest, her mother was not a bad person. She had never physically abused the girl. She would not beat her daughter with a metal hanger or anything else. The curling iron struck her skin. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Peter.
But she can't be said to be a good mother. She insults her daughter every day, calling her a sinner, a prostitute, a slut, etc. In the eyes of this mother, the little girl represents eternal disappointment and represents a person who cannot be left behind. Get rid of the burden.
Maybe her mother can smell sinful promises, maybe her mother senses the aura of buried demons.
Helen's eyes became complicated. Why is there no love between close people? Instead, there is hatred?
In this little girl's crazy mind, crazy thoughts often appeared, such as tearing out her own hair, knocking out her teeth with a hammer, or harming herself in other horrific ways. One day she accidentally discovered the plants in the backyard. She could control those things to hurt herself, and she could also absorb the fragrance of violets, making her mother love herself and no longer hate herself as before. Peter frowned after listening to the woman's story and said, "That's a good story, Teacher Helen."
Was your previous career a radio story host?
No, of course I'm not, Parker.
Helen smiled and said, "But the story is not over yet. Not all stories have happy endings, and in the end, the ending of this story is."
She paused and continued, "This mother committed suicide in the bathtub.
She was still a good person.
Even if she died, she would not cause trouble to her daughter. Then, a Japanese man found the girl and said he could adopt her because there was something extremely important to him in that girl's body." Peter stared into the woman's eyes, wondering why she was telling him this.
There is no doubt that the little girl in this woman's story is herself. He also roughly knew what species was parasitic in this woman's body.
"I know what you're thinking, Parker." Seemingly reading Peter's thoughts, Helen said to Peter, "What I tell you is the first step in our honesty. Now, the conditions for fair dealing have been achieved." As she spoke, she cast her gaze on Peter's chest.
"What kind of existence is parasitic on your chest? I am very interested."
Peter flatly refused, "Unfortunately, I'm not really interested in your story."
After being rejected, Helen was not dissatisfied.
She still said to Peter in the same tone as before, "Actually, you forgot one thing, Parker."
"What?"
Helen's delicate face showed a disappointed expression. "I have to criticize you, Parker. You forgot what I taught in the last class, that is, the purpose of all parasites is to reproduce." She took a step closer to Peter. "Even you can't suppress its instinct." Although she didn't know the type of parasite in Peter's body, her keen senses and the extraordinary power given to her by the demon from another dimension allowed her to always see something. As soon as she finished speaking, Peter felt a stronger fragrance in the air. The smell of volatile oils was stronger than in the classroom. Even if he closed his respiratory system, he could still feel that this thing was invading his body.
As his mind moved, the black exoskeleton instantly covered his body.
The head was also covered with a mask, completely covering his whole body. At the same time, he waved his hand to grab Helen. But Helen's speed was faster than he expected. The black air as black as ink wrapped her body.
The lightning-like movement allowed her to avoid Peter's attack. Boom!
At the same time, the ground in the room shook. The wooden floor was constantly broken and flew into the air. The ground was surging like the sea, and all the furniture and other items fell to the ground and shattered. It was as if a giant snake was drilling into the ground and stirring it. C-78 crisis at the critical moment. Peter jumped up and moved in the direction of Helen instantly.
Helen's body was agile and fast, and she jumped up the stairs to the second floor.
He reached out to resist Peter's attack and hit Peter in the chest with his hand. With his right hand filled with black energy, Peter avoided contact with it. The alien claw transformed into his left hand missed, and his wrist bent, hitting her chest hard with a bang. Helen took a few steps back, her expression unchanged, and she stretched her hand forward. Boom! Following her movements, a huge vine emerged from the ground and attacked Peter. After dodging Tangman, Peter shot out corrosive spider silk from his right hand and sprayed it. Tong Man was immediately corrupted. Helen, who seemed to be able to deal with Peter's attacks with ease, controlled the Vine Man to stand in front of Peter. At the same time, another python-like vine emerged from the ground, making a whistling and sharp sound, and swept towards Peter. Peter dodged the attack of the thick vine, stretched out his exoskeleton-wrapped arm, resisted Helen's fist, and stepped back. He did feel his heart beating faster and faster. The alien embryo seemed to be particularly sensitive to the hormones released by the woman in front of him. The heat all over my body swept through my body, and that physiological impulse seemed to surge out again. He now extremely doubted that the beast in this woman's body was absolutely inseparable from her true identity. Otherwise, it cannot be explained that the substances released by the other party can affect the abnormal embryos in the body. Moreover, the opponent's strength and speed are not at a disadvantage compared to his current self. Is this the power of the beast body? Boom! 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 Huge noises continued, and the room began to collapse due to Tangman's swings and attacks. Bricks and building materials continued to fall down, and things in the room were smashed to pieces. This Victorian-style building gradually collapsed and disappeared. The rumbling sound from the entire fighting place continued to spread into the distance. Bang! Helen wrapped her arms around Heike to resist Peter's sharp claws. Then she swung a punch quickly, and at the same time grabbed Peter's chest with her arm. It seemed like he wanted to stab Peter's chest open. As a result, before Peter could fight back, there was a loud noise above his head. A huge boulder was thrown at her. With the help of Tangman's power, Helen rose to high altitude and left the collapsing room. Realizing that Peter seemed to be trying his best to suppress the pain in his body, Helen said to Peter, who was standing opposite her, "You can't stop it, Parker. The spores in the air are constantly gathering into your body. Even if you can't breathe, they will affect you. The substances carried by the spores are not all harmful to your body. They just make things in your body feel the stimulation of hormones, so that you can face your own desires." No, desire may not be accurate. It should be said to be love. Helen's tone paused, and then she whispered to herself, "Unfortunately, sometimes, love can also make people miserable." She thought of her mother who committed suicide in the bathtub. With a bang sound, Peter landed on the top of a house after moving away from Helen. He covered his chest with one hand, forcing down the pain in his body. If it were an ordinary poison, such as Matt's poison before, it would not be able to cause harm to his semi-alien body. But the woman in front of her used spores and other substances that could act on the alien embryos in her body. No! The alien is DNA optimization selection. It should regard this spore as a gene that can selectively absorb optimized genes. Because the spores appear to be harmless to the body, the xenogenes do not perceive them as a threat. Instead, let it enter your body and continue to absorb it. In this process, the alien continues to mature and evolve in another direction. Helen's spore toxin should play a role in ripening the aliens. Then the next stage is when the embryo bursts out of his chest? Enduring the physical and mental pressure, Peter suppressed the pain and looked at Helen. In the pattering rain, the two people's eyes met. The red light in Helen's eyes became even brighter, black energy enveloped her body, and the powerful momentum continued to oppress the surrounding air. Peter took a deep breath to slow down the negative buffs in his body. More and more raindrops fell on his black exoskeleton, shining coldly. Whoosh! The ground was cracked by his feet. As Peter moved, the spider threads on his wrists shot towards the opponent. Helen used the vine to block the spider silk, and at the same time shot out the dark energy that carried great power. With lightning speed, Peter hit the sky. At the same time, countless corroded black projectiles surged out from his back, breaking through the rain and fog and hitting the opponent like a torrential rain. Helen dodged backwards, and the dark mist instantly covered her body. At the same time, the thick vine rushed straight upward and hit Peter. Peter dodged Tangman's attack sideways, but Helen moved to his side again at some point. There was an explosion of bang, the air exploded, and Peter was pushed back by the countershock force. Adjusting his body shape, he quickly fell towards the nearest building. As soon as I stepped onto the rooftop of the building, I felt an uncontrollable sharp pain. Holding his chest, he knelt on the ground with one leg. There seemed to be something moving in my chest. Ugh! His hands turned into fists and pressed hard against the ground. The body trembled slightly under the severe pain, and the feeling of dizziness attacked his throat. It was as if something was constantly trying to jump out of his chest. How could it be at this time? His pupils dilated in shock, and he used all his strength to resist the changes in his body. If the embryo broke out of the body at this time, there would be no chance of survival. Bang! Helen landed on the rooftop and frowned slightly at Peter, who seemed to have something wrong with his body. Although she wanted to know what existed in Peter's body, she was not interested in killing Peter. Seeing the other person's appearance, she also had a bad premonition in her heart. Peter, who was being watched by her, covered his chest with one hand and stared at the ground. Enduring the pain, he wanted to stand up, but he was weak all over. A feeling of extreme disgust came from his throat, as if something was about to surge up. Then, he vomited a pool of black sticky substance from his throat. The sticky substance with a faint smell seemed to be vomit, but it was cleaner than vomit. And it exudes a fresh plant fragrance. Helen was stunned when she saw the unknown substance in front of her. After vomiting the vomit, Peter's pain was relieved a lot. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a black figure coming towards him. In the alley under the building, the stray cat hiding from the rain seemed to have discovered something, and raised its head and looked up with a meow. Thank you, Stealing the Moon Cat, for the reward, and thank you all for voting. Bow. C79 The First Invasion. Bang! The dull sound of footsteps hitting the ground, accompanied by the sound of rain splashing, reached Peter's ears. He looked up and saw a black shadow coming towards Helen in the night. The shadow, as agile as a cat, pounced on Helen in an instant. With a bang, the black shadow pounced on Helen's back. However, Helen's movements were also very fast. She stretched out her hand to grab the black shadow's arm and threw her to the ground. The ground made a dong sound, countless water droplets splashed, and the back of the black shadow hit the ground heavily. After Helen threw away the black shadow that suddenly broke in, she frowned and looked at her chest. Beep, beep, beep. A rapid electronic sound rang out, and there was an electronic device flashing red light on her chest. Before she could take off the bomb that the black shadow placed on her chest, with a bang, a dazzling white light exploded in front of Helen's eyes. At the same time, a current was instantly transmitted to her whole body. Her body was briefly paralyzed. The fight between the Black Shadow and Helen took place in a short moment, and Peter also saw the true identity of the Black Shadow. Black Cat? He didn't expect that the Black Shadow that suddenly jumped out at the critical moment would be the Black Cat. This wild woman, wearing a black uniform, with a head full of silver hair, crouched on the ground like a cat ready to attack. Helen was also a little angry at being attacked by the Black Cat. Ha! The Black Cat, with a dull low roar, jumped towards Helen and stabbed her with the claws in his hand. Helen, who had already recovered from the brief paralysis, reached out and grabbed the Black Cat's arm, turned around and smashed her to the ground again. After losing balance, the Black Cat reacted quickly and immediately threw out the grappling gun in his left hand. With a bang, the grappling gun took her away from Helen's side. Holding the edge of the wall with both hands, the whole person was attached to the wall like a cat. Seeing Helen attacking her, she jumped up suddenly and moved to the other side. However, Helen's movements were faster. The black air lingering around her body turned into a rope and wrapped around the Black Cat's ankle. The Black Cat let out a shhh sound, and her body was smashed from high altitude to the ground. Bang! Her body smashed to the ground, and she slid along the slippery ground to the edge of the rooftop. All the rain along the way was splashed, and her sharp claws scratched the ground, leaving scratches, trying to stop her sliding. With a muffled groan, the Black Cat's body rushed out of the edge of the rooftop and fell down. Snap! At the critical moment, Peter reached out and grabbed her arm. Ha! Ha! Breathing heavily, the Black Cat looked up at Peter. At this time, her body was suspended outside, and one hand was pulled by Peter. Peter's face with a mask was right in front of her. The difference was that Peter's head was hanging down, while her head was in a normal position. The two looked at each other. Peter frowned and asked her, "Do you like to meddle in other people's business, Miss Hardy?" "This is not the normal conversation I imagined. I thought you should at least thank me." The Black Cat smiled, grabbed Peter's hand and exerted a little force, using Peter's body as the force point, and easily flipped to the top of the building. Peter's pain in his body had eased a lot at this time. He glanced at the black sticky substance on the ground, and his heart was full of doubts. It seemed to be an alien embryo in the body, a life form that was born. But why was it not a facehugger or something with vitality? Many thoughts turned in his mind, and he looked at Helen. The most important thing now is to deal with the woman in front of him. However, he glanced at the Black Cat next to him. With this woman who appeared halfway, it seemed that it was not easy for him to deal with it. Although the Black Cat's original intention was to help him, it was probably more counterproductive. On the other side, Helen said to Peter with some surprise, "I didn't expect you have a girlfriend, Parker." "I'm not his girlfriend, this is just a cat's way of repaying a favor." The Black Cat flashed the sharp claws in its hand towards Helen, then turned around and asked Peter in surprise, "Wait, your name is Parker?" "Peter, dot." Swoosh, he shot spider silk at Helen, the stupid woman.
The black air lingering around Helen's body resisted Peter's spider silk attack. Then she controlled the vines to swing at him. The air whistled sharply, and Peter dodged the attack of the vines and pushed the black cat away at the same time. The ground was shattered by the vines. The raindrops splashed in all directions. The black cat, who was pushed away, hit the wall, and when she looked up at Peter, she found that Peter was already fighting with the woman. I should have expected that things would not be so simple. Shaking his head, the black cat shot the grappling gun in his hand and pulled himself towards Helen. With a bang, her movement was blocked by the vines. She kicked hard with both feet, and with the recoil, Black Cat jumped to Peter and said to him, "Hey, the police are here, maybe you should change the venue of your fight." Peter dodged Helen's attack, turned to Black Cat and said, "You should talk to her." He was about to throw this woman out of the battlefield, and Black Cat suddenly showed him what she had in her hand. "No need to talk, maybe running away is the best choice." As she said that, she threw several grenade-like objects at Helen. Bang! 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 All the bombs exploded, and the electric current rushed in all directions. With the help of the conductivity of raindrops, this more powerful electric current rushed towards Helen. At the same time, Black Cat grabbed Peter's arm and jumped in the opposite direction. "Let her taste the taste of EMP, but you have to go, I can see that you are holding on." Black Cat shot out the hook gun, grabbed Peter's arm, and jumped to another building. Peter originally wanted to stop Black Cat, but looking at the police car coming this way, he finally gave up and retreated with Black Cat. Helen didn't want to continue fighting, so she didn't chase. Looking at Peter's back with complicated eyes, listening to the alarm bells approaching in her ears, she took a step back and prepared to leave. Suddenly, her eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the vomit that Peter had just vomited. A plant suddenly grew out of the dark and sticky substance. The dark brown plant with a strange smell that looked like a violet flower was like a devil's flower blooming in the dark hell. Hesitantly, she walked to the plant. What exactly is the parasite in Parker's body? Why did this plant, which made her feel familiar, appear? Is this what was born under the catalysis of his hormones? Bending down, she picked the violet-shaped plant and placed it in front of herself. The next second, the plant withered quickly in her shocked eyes. The extremely small and hidden spores invaded her body at the moment when she was shocked. See 80 Black Cat in Genesis towering mansions, buildings not yet fully constructed at this point, were littered with metal fences and fences. Raindrops fell on it, glowing with the lights from the distant city. "You're not dead yet, are you, little spider?" The Black Cat looked at Peter, who was leaning on the fence, and asked him. The place where the two of them were was located on the 25th floor. The temperature dropped faster on a rainy night, which made the Black Cats feel chilly. "You won't die just yet," Peter replied calmly. At this time, his body no longer ached as before, but was instead attacked by a sense of weakness. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to move. This even made him wonder if the alien embryo in his body had reproduced something, causing him to feel weak and powerless. Peter sat on the ground, leaning on the railing, and looked up to the Black Cat and asked, "Why did you show up?" "I have been investigating Kingpin. He has contacts with people from the Hand, and those elusive ninjas and killers from the Hand have appeared in this area before, so," she took off her blindfold, stretched, and said, "I, who often monitor here, saw the fight between you and that woman. She said your name was Parker." The Black Cat turned around and looked at Peter's exoskeleton-wrapped face. "So you're really Mr. Parker?" She suddenly felt that her adventure today was quite rewarding. Peter breathed out and didn't answer Black Cat. He was so exhausted that he didn't even want to say anything, just waiting for his body to return to normal. Seeing that Peter stopped talking, Black Cat took the initiative and asked, "Okay, let's change the topic. Who is that woman who seems to be difficult to mess with? You seem to be familiar with her." "No comment." Peter refused outright. "Shouldn't we be considered temporary partners? Little spider." The Black Cat came closer, his green eyes close to Peter's white eyelids. "At least I helped you out just now. If it weren't for Peter's mask, she would really want to take off the mask and look at this face." "It doesn't count." Peter shook his head. "The woman just now also wanted to be my partner, but you saw the result." When the Black Cat heard what Peter said, he stretched out his fingers and gently stroked Peter's face. With a pop sound, her wrist was grabbed by Peter. "Look, little spider, this is the difference between her and me. You may trust me more. You won't be afraid of my fingers piercing your skin." The Black Cat's eyes became seductive and he said in French, "Or you don't mind me stealing something?" Peter grabbed the Black Cat's wrist. "I'm sorry, I don't understand French. Do you think this is your stage?" He knew the name of the woman in front of him was Felicia Hardy. His true identity is a famous singer in New York. My stage is quite big. It covers the whole city, not just here. Black Cat pulled out his arm and asked Peter, "Did you investigate me?" Unnecessary. Peter shook his head. Your name often appears on the internet engine. That's really an honor. The Black Cat turned around and looked at the city in the distance. On the metal railing to the left of her vision stood a crow. The crow is a bit small, with a small bunch of red feathers on the front of its wings, which looks like a drop of blood. The figure of the crow and the metal pole next to it form a cross. If you can't see it clearly in the night, you might mistake it for a Jesus cross. She then turned her gaze to Peter, who was leaning under the cross with his right hand on his knee, and suddenly felt a little dazed. This inexplicably reminded her of the famous painting Genesis. She shook her head to eliminate this strange association from her mind and said to Peter, "Now that you know who I really am, wouldn't you be interested in why I play a street hero?" "Not interested." Peter replied directly, "Whether it's revenge or being driven by any responsibility, it has nothing to do with me, and I wouldn't be surprised if you are a believer. You are really too cold, little spider." There was a lazy sexiness in Black Cat's voice. She pointed to the cross made of crows and metal and said to Peter, "I'm not a believer, but my father believes in something, such as the cross. He believes that the horizontal line represents human beings, the current world, a world full of matter, flesh and dirt, mud, blood, stones, and bones. The vertical one is the sacred line representing God, which is in a dominant position. It is perpendicular to the human world and is the axis between the afterlife and the unknown world." Peter frowned and asked her, "Are all your family members magicians?" Black Cat shook his head, "Of course not. I'm sorry, I don't understand your profound metaphor. I only know that pastors often talk nonsense to believers, such as the cross is a crossroads and so on." Black Cat's fingers lightly traced on the railing. Maybe the priests are right. She suddenly remembered the reason why she became a black cat. Choosing not to be a puppet of fate at the crossroads and breaking the rules of life should be the reason why I am standing here now. "Okay, Mr. Parker." Black Cat quickly pulled herself out of her thoughts. She put on the eye patch to cover her delicate appearance. "It was a pleasure chatting with you today. I hope we can meet again next time. I helped you this time. We are even on the matter at Night Demon Law Firm last time." After saying that, she blew a kiss to Peter, flipped over the railing with a gymnastic move, and then shot the grappling gun with a whoosh. Leaning against the metal railing, Peter watched the back of the departing Black Cat, and the exoskeleton mask on his face slowly faded. He has recovered some strength. Holding the railing, he stood up. The rain in the distant city sky made the whole city foggy. It seemed that although the rain stopped, the fog spread again. The next day, early morning, Peter walked down the stairs slowly. He had recovered most of his body. After a night's rest, the fatigue of his body almost disappeared. Although he was still puzzled by the changes in the alien embryo and worried about Helen's next move, he pretended to be indifferent in front of Aunt May and Uncle Ben. He was just about to ask Uncle Ben to ask for leave so that he could stay at home to protect the two of them. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Ben and Aunt May talking. Aunt May talked about the church flyers. "This kind of propaganda is a bit old-fashioned. Look at these words: Jesus stood at the crossroads, and he chose not the horizontal line representing the human world, but the vertical line representing God. I have heard the pastor in the church say this many times." Peter, who was on the stairs, was slightly stunned when he heard Aunt May's words, which were somewhat similar to those of Black Cat last night. It seems that Black Cat's father and Aunt May went to the same church. Seeing Peter coming downstairs, Uncle Ben and Aunt May's expressions suddenly became serious. "Peter, come here, we must have a good talk about you and Gwen. There are some things that you must protect yourself. See 81 Aunt May's complicated problem. You are in danger now." Aunt May put down the church flyer in her hand and said to Peter with a serious expression, "I don't quite understand, Aunt May." Peter pretended to know nothing. Uncle Ben next to him pretended to pick up the newspaper and cover his face. It was obvious that he had no say in such a topic. Aunt May looked at Peter with a threatening look. "George called me last night and said that you and Gwen were dating. To be honest, Peter, I don't object. In fact, I like that child Gwen." Aunt May said to Peter seriously, "Just you better not do anything stupid." "Ahem." Uncle Ben coughed and said to the two of them awkwardly, "The lawn outside has not been cleaned yet. I'll go out and clean it up first." After Uncle Ben left, Aunt May folded her hands in front of her chest and said to Peter, "At least you should protect yourself." Peter put down the banana bread in his hand, raised his head and said, "In fact, we didn't do anything out of the ordinary, Aunt May. Do you understand that kind of thing?" "What?" Peter looked up at Aunt May in surprise. He thought Aunt May was going to reprimand him, but he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. I say, do you understand that kind of thing?
Aunt May folded her hands, with the aura of a strong woman. Peter was stunned, then changed the subject and said, maybe we can talk about something else, Aunt May.
Do you understand? Aunt May didn't seem to notice Peter's evasion and asked again.
Peter didn't expect Aunt May to become so strong today. And she said it in front of him without hesitation.
Aunt May, the internet and cable TV were already popular when I was born. Peter said to Aunt May helplessly, yes, I understand. Understand what? Uncle Ben told me.
Peter had no choice but to bring Uncle Ben out.
Ben said?
Yes. Aunt May put down her arms, and when Peter thought she was going to drop the topic, she asked again, what did Ben tell you?
Aunt May, forget it, I give up.
Although Peter was not an old driver in his previous life, he was not a pure novice, and he was very embarrassed when he was questioned by Aunt May.
It is estimated that Aunt May's natural pressure is particularly effective for his body.
Seeing Peter's expression at this time, Aunt May smiled slightly. She said to Peter, okay, but there is a taboo, don't do bad things in the house.
I won't, Aunt May. Are you sure? Nothing will happen. It shouldn't.
Aunt May nodded, walked over and patted Peter's hand gently. Gwen is a good girl, I like her. I'm not the old-fashioned person you think, and she paused, and the expression on her face softened a little. Your father and mother knew each other in high school. After dealing with Aunt May, Peter was about to ask Uncle Ben to ask for leave for him, when his cell phone suddenly rang.
He picked up the phone and found that it was a message from Gwen. Peter, good morning. Did my father say anything to you?
After hesitating for a while, Peter replied to her, no, he didn't tell her about George's complaint to Uncle Ben and Aunt May.
That's good. Actually, I have a question for you. What question? Gwen's text waited for a few minutes before it came. You don't think I'm a casual girl, do you, Peter?
In the room, Gwen held the phone and frowned at the phone screen.
After waking up in the morning, she felt annoyed. What stupid thing did I do yesterday?
She felt ashamed when she thought of her unrestrained behavior in the swimming pool and the quarrel with her father. She was not like this on weekdays. Well, although her feelings for Peter were not false, she should not have taken the initiative to kiss.
Was she really poisoned as Peter said? She thought and looked down at her phone.
Peter replied to her text message, no bang. Gwen lay on the bed with her golden hair spread out. She raised her phone above her eyes and typed, thank you for your comfort.
Maybe I am really poisoned. What I fear most is that things that I cannot control will happen again and again.
No, Gwen, it's just a coincidence. Gwen adjusted the height of the phone and continued to send messages. Didn't someone say that as long as something happens once, it will definitely happen again? She edited the text, it's like the government will send a team of meteor observers to Koret National Park just because a huge asteroid fell there 2 million years ago. Gwen put down the phone and recalled the taste of yesterday's kiss. Feeling the sun shining on her hair, she muttered in a low voice, but it's not all bad. She wanted to tell Peter that she had a dream, but she didn't say it in the end. She dreamed that she was in Disney World, driving a white van with a red cross printed on it, and Peter was sitting next to her. The beautiful daughter who belonged to her and Peter, who was at least 6 years old, was on the fender of the van, staring at her with green eyes. On the street outside the train station, Mickey Mouse was surrounded by children, holding their trusting hands with his big white cartoon gloves. Everything looked so happy. She rubbed her brows and looked at the photo frame on the bedside table. Well, this is the scene with my parents that I dreamed of since I was a child, but I didn't expect it to be realized in the next generation. Gwen sorted out her mood, left the room, and walked towards the school. It had rained all night on the street, revealing a smell of soil. Gwen unconsciously wrapped her sweater and put on her hood. Near a corner of the street, a bald man in a black suit and a black car saw Gwen's figure and took out his mobile phone to report, "Boss, the target has been found." "Very good, execute the plan, do it beautifully." "Understood." After putting down the phone, the bald man started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove in the direction of Gwen. Boom! The roaring car rushed towards Gwen like a wild horse. The bald man held the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed behind Gwen in an instant. Gwen's body senses magnified the moment the roaring car approached her. A strong sense of crisis enveloped her body at once. Without any hesitation, Gwen jumped up suddenly, flipped her body in the air, and avoided the speeding car. She dodged the car at the highest speed with a backflip, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The ground was splashed with countless water drops by her step. Gwen looked at the stopped car and frowned slightly. But she thought the driver of the car did not do it on purpose. She clapped her hands and walked towards the stopped car. C-82 Reindeer always chased the kid from Queens. The driver who witnessed everything was full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine how ordinary people could do it. With cold sweat on his forehead, he quickly took out a pistol from his pocket.
At the same time, his boss's voice rang in his mobile phone. "Report to me, what happened?"
"Sir, you won't believe it, but she did something unbelievable," the bald man said with a trembling voice. "The boss was silent for a while. The mission is cancelled. Get out of there."
The bald man confirmed with the boss again. "Boss, cancel the mission?"
"Yes,
Cancel the mission."
yes, boss." The bald man hung up the phone. His right hand holding the gun was originally facing Gwen, who was walking towards her. After hanging up the phone, he put down the pistol, started the car, and drove away with a boom.
Gwen looked at the departing car with a puzzled expression.
She did not chase the car, but secretly wrote down the license plate that seemed to be a little wrong. In Osborne Industrial Building, Norman Osborne held his mobile phone and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a serious expression. He had learned what happened to Gwen from the bald man's men. Holding the phone tightly, he looked at the French window in front of him. His figure was reflected on the glass. Compared to his real appearance, the self in the glass seemed to be more haggard and angry. Slowly, he reached out his hand to touch himself in the glass. Soon he stopped moving, and his anger instantly surged out, and he smashed the phone in his hand against the glass with a snap. His spirit became more and more fragile. The other soul parasitic in his body seemed to be getting stronger.
Sometimes it could even control his behavior.
Sometimes he was afraid that he would do something irreversible. Turning around, he turned his back to the sun outside the French window. The Human Enhancement Reagent project has now been considered a complete failure. But he is not without a chance to turn the tables.
Gwen Stacy is likely to be Spider-Man.
Whether it is Spider-Man or Spider-Woman, it is the same to him.
The tragedy at the Midtown High School football field, the subway out-of-control incident at the New York Museum of Natural History. Gwen was present at the scene.
And it was said that Frank, the mutant monster, was killed by her. As long as Gwen's blood was obtained, it might help him successfully research the enhancing reagent. As for the fact that Gwen was Harry's classmate, it was not in his consideration.
Stepping on the broken glass on the ground, Norman walked to the secret room and looked at the armor inside.
The armor developed using the Vulture's flying device was used to help him deal with powerful enemies. With a crash, he broke the glass and took out the armor from it. Crack! The glass on the ground was broken, and George Stacy looked at the building in front of him that had become a ruin. It seemed to be a Victorian-style building that had been hit by an earthquake, and only a few walls were destroyed.
"It looks like a big battle here."
DeWolf looked at everything in front of him and said to his partner, "Witnesses last night said they saw Spider-Man, but unfortunately there is no surveillance nearby."
George Stacy did not speak. Because of the quarrel with Gwen last night, he was still in a bad mood. DeWolf noticed her partner's situation and said to him, "You look distracted?"
"George, what happened?" "I was thinking that maybe I shouldn't have drunk the whiskey and pickle juice at the police bar last night.
It made me feel worse."
George said to DeWolf, "Maybe my temper would get worse after drinking, so I quarreled with Gwen." He also regretted quarreling with Gwen last night. He even considered whether it was because he had 2 drinks at the police bar before leaving get off work. "Come on, George, this has nothing to do with what you drink."
DeWolf looked at the building in front of her and said, "Gwen is different from any girl I know. You may not be able to keep up with her thoughts. It's normal for you to quarrel."
George turned his eyes to DeWolf and changed the subject. "Maybe, I heard that you had a car accident this morning." DeWolf nodded. "Yes, I hit a deer, but fortunately I braked in time and nothing serious happened." George was not surprised. You will always see a moose in this season. DeWolf squatted down to check the marks on the ground and said casually, "Well, under normal circumstances, it won't cause you trouble, but it will be restless during the mating season. I found that the people these moose like to chase during the estrus period are those from Queens."
DeWolf said her discovery.
"I've seen several times people from Queens climbing trees and yelling at a group of moose, as if the moose could smell the people there, or maybe the new clothes they were wearing. I really hope that students studying animal husbandry in college can write a paper on this phenomenon, but I don't think anyone will write it.
Maybe this is their behavior of chasing love."
DeWolf concluded, "They just like the boys from Queens, and no one can stop them."
George.
He suspected that his partner was implying himself.
"Peter, that boy, is from Queens. His daughter is a stupid reindeer?"
George was thinking wildly, and when he looked up, he saw a figure appear in front of him. The tall, muscular man with a full beard was eating a large burger in his hand.
"Captain Custer." DeWolf greeted the bearded man.
She introduced to George, "This is Frank Custer, newly transferred to our side. He should have reported to you earlier, but there was a problem with the procedures." Custer put down his burger and said hello to George. George Stacy could tell from the other party's tough appearance and style that he must have been a soldier.
Captain Custer is a retired soldier.
He was born in the U.S. Marine Corps with the rank of captain. During his time in the Marine Corps, he was awarded the Medal of Honor and the Navy Cross for his outstanding performance.
DeWolf took the initiative to introduce Custer's glorious resume.
Then we have a capable policeman in our department. George shook hands with Custer and spoke from the bottom of his heart. Dealing with the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen, especially guys like Kingpin, made him feel a lot of pressure. Now that he has such a big help, it has relieved him a lot of pressure. And the other person seems to have an upright character.
Thank you. I will do my best for the police department,
Custer said seriously. Several people were talking, and the subordinate handed a piece of information to George. The owner of this house is named Helen Nolan, and she serves. George was stunned for a moment and said, Midtown Middle School.
Thank you all for your votes. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes today, take a bow. C83 When the Punisher becomes a good guy, can you find her specific information? George asked his police officer. We consulted with Vice Principal Morton of Midtown High School and he gave us some information. The police reported to George Stacy, Miss Helen is a biology teacher transferred from New Jersey. She is 27 years old and is currently single.
This mansion should be her private property.
DeWolf interrupted the conversation between the two. Have you contacted this Miss Helen?
No, there was no contact, cell phone or otherwise, and she didn't go to school.
George frowned when he heard this. Is he missing? But so far we haven't found any bodies here. DeWolf's capable eyes looked around the ruined buildings and said to George and Captain Custer, or do we have to continue digging out these gravels and soil?
George said nothing. He always felt that things would not be that simple. The newly arrived Custer stared at the building in front of him seriously. He walked to a pile of buried stones, rummaged for a while, and found a corroded vine inside. Staring at the corroded vines and the hugely damaged buildings on the scene, he had a vague suspicion in his heart. After a moment, he turned his attention to the building to his left. Putting away the vines, he walked straight towards the construction building. George next to him saw his behavior and turned his attention to his partner. DeWolf shrugged. Maybe he found something, let's follow him and take a look. On the rooftop of the building, Custer and the others looked at the messy and cracked ground in front of them.
Obviously this is also one of the crime scenes.
George looked at Custer, who was carefully analyzing the scene, and turned to DeWolf and said, he looks very capable. DeWolf nodded and agreed with George. Of course, he has always been the most capable one. The car was speeding on the road, splashing a few drops of rain on the street. Frank Custer drove the car towards the police station. Along the way, he was thinking about the clues he found at the scene. Things like Spider-Man and unknown forces made the expression on his face more serious. Feeling the slight bump, his fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly. Custer was quiet while driving. Driving a car gave him a feeling that nothing could match, and he was addicted to it. The road stretched before them like a black and white photo, and the speedometer quivered, indicating just 60 mph.
Frank Custer came from a broken family. When he was 12 years old, his father's gas station went bankrupt due to poor management.
The families who were originally Sicilian immigrants lost their income and became difficult in life. As a teenager, he became violent and aggressive, preferring to solve problems with his fists. Later he got a car and became even more unscrupulous. The car became his slave and his god. It can give or take away his bad mood. He had this experience many times. During sleepless nights when his mother and father were quarreling, Custer would take popcorn and drive in the car to chase stray dogs. Some mornings, he would cut the engine and let the car slide into the garage he built behind his house, blood dripping from the front bumper. But these all changed after he retired.
Now Custer has completely given up violence.
He no longer believes in so-called superheroes and vigilantes. In his opinion, those who punish criminals are also committing another crime. Adhering to procedural justice, what he is thinking about now is how to bring those so-called superheroes to justice.
Wow!
The car passed by the corner of the road, picking up a few fallen leaves. Gwen wore her hood as the car driven by Custer drove past her. Staring at her phone, she looked a little frustrated. Although he explained to Peter that something was wrong with him in the swimming pool, he was still a little depressed when he heard that Peter was asking for leave. It was not difficult for her to ask Miss Fish for a leave of absence note for Peter. The key is that her plan to communicate with Peter face-to-face failed completely.
Midtown High School. As soon as Gwen entered the classroom, she was entangled by Liz. A very important thing, Gwen. Liz said to Gwen with a serious expression, "We need you for the weekend party." What? Gwen blinked, wondering what Liz meant.
For the weekend masquerade, we need a band, and there happens to be one in our school, the Mary Jane's Band.
The Mary Jane's Band Liz was talking about was Gwen's school band. Gwen plays drums in it.
However, since she is a new member and does not practice with the band often, she feels a little outside the band.
I'll have to think about it. Concerned with her own foreboding, Gwen wanted to refuse. But you're not part of the band? Glory and the others are in it. Do you want the band to fall apart?
Liz coughed, then pretended to be pitiful and said to Gwen, "Unless you want me to invite the high school choir, that would be an absolute disaster. Midtown High School's choir, whose members include Mr. Morton and Miss Fish. Once they join any party, it is likely to be a disaster of the century."
Okay, I'll think about it, Liz. Gwen continued to prevaricate, but her attitude had softened.
"Thank you, I'll call on my channel subscribers to follow the band Mary Jane's."
Liz waved her phone in front of Gwen, then happily hugged Gwen.
Sitting in her seat, Gwen took out her phone and curiously looked through Liz's personal channel. The content of the channel was mostly some novel events or analysis of superheroes. Soon she found a strange picture in Liz's latest video. The picture taken by the equipment on a rainy night was not clear, and it was constantly shaking, making the picture even more blurred. In the video, it seemed that Spider-Man was fighting something like a giant snake. But the picture only flashed by, so it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake.
Gwen's curiosity was immediately aroused. Did Spider-Man show up last night?
Holding her chin with her right hand, her expression was a little annoyed. She went to bed too early last night.
Since she decided to become a superhero, shouldn't she be fighting criminals on the streets? Gwen let out a frustrated sigh and reflected on her laziness. The bell rang, ending her wild thoughts.
The first class was biology, but Mr. Morton suddenly announced the cancellation of biology class.
Why? See 84 Harry and the Devil Why? At Osmond Manor, Harry looked at the dead pet dog at his feet, his face full of disbelief and shock. Before he went to school, the pet dog was still fine.
Unexpectedly, he saw the other party lying in a pool of blood when he came back. Although the housekeeper told him that he had a car accident.
But how could it be possible?
His pet Churchy would never run to the road. With a heavy heart, Harry dug a hole in the courtyard and buried Churchy. Unable to get out of the pain of the death of his pet, Harry still had a sad expression at dinner.
Dead is dead, even if you show grief, Harry, you can't change it. Norman frowned and said to his son, I know, I just can't accept it. Maybe I need some time, Dad. Harry couldn't understand his father's indifference.
He looked up and said to Norman, It has been with me for a long time, after all. Harry remembered the way Churchy jumped off the toilet and bumped into the bathtub clumsily, and remembered the blurry eyes that were not too stupid and stared at him. Norman put down the table knife and said to Harry with a serious expression, I have always disapproved of you keeping pets, Harry.
This will only wear down your ambitions. The Osborn family has always been carrion animals. Carrion animals don't need the company of pets.
Maybe you are right, Dad, but we are different. Harry was too lazy to argue with his father. He knew that no matter what he said, he would be scolded by his father.
Maybe that sentence is right, humans never feel empathy. Seeing Harry's bad expression, Norman Osborn's inner anger was instantly aroused.
He hammered the table heavily, and with a bang, the tableware on the table made a ding-dong sound. You are my son, so you are destined to be extraordinary.
Take away your expression. Look at how you have no ambition.
The dinner ended unhappily. After entering the room, Harry was still thinking about church. As for being scolded by his father, this was not the first or second time. He was used to it. Sitting dejectedly on the chair, Harry held his head with his hands. He thought of the time when he had just picked up church. When he called its name for the first time, it came towards him. At that time, church seemed to be bumping towards him. When he led it to the porch, it hit the doorframe and almost fell. But it ate the leftovers and ate them voraciously. At that time, his fear of pet dogs disappeared, and he began to realize that he actually liked pets. So he knelt down and hugged it, and then Church licked his face. Recalling the scenes of getting along with pet dogs, Harry felt even more uncomfortable. Staring at the computer on the table, he suddenly remembered that he had installed a camera in the dog's nest. This was the camera he installed when he was bored in the past, wanting to observe Chucky's life.
Even his father didn't know.
Thinking of this, he immediately turned on the computer and called up the daytime video. The video would be saved automatically, so he directly called it out and started watching it from the morning when he left. At first, everything was fine until noon when his father passed by. For some reason, Chucky jumped out and kept barking at his father. He even pounced on him and wanted to bite his father. The father, whose expression seemed a little wrong, kicked Chucky directly. Chucky wailed, spitting blood from his mouth, and moved on the ground for a few times before he died. How? How is it possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Harry's eyes were full of disbelief. Chucky was killed by his father? Why did he lie to himself that it was a car accident? Also, Chucky rarely barks at people normally. Why is it barking at his father? Where does his father get so much strength? Harry stood up, filled with anger, and walked quickly to Norman's room. When he reached the second floor, he heard a voice coming from his father's room. Is someone talking to Norman in the room? Puzzled, he slowed down and walked gently to the door. His father's voice came from the door, and he vaguely heard the other party talking about the word Gwen. He immediately felt uneasy, held his breath, and listened carefully to the sound coming from the door. Just follow the plan and continue to investigate Gwen. If necessary, you can take action against her. I don't believe she will be a willing person to cooperate. And Peter Parker Norman's cold voice came from inside, and Harry's pupils dilated the moment he heard it. Dad wants to deal with Gwen. Why? Is this still his father? He knew that Churchy was a pet that accompanied him, and he knew that Gwen and Peter were his good friends. No, this is no longer his father. He was so strange that he could not recognize him. Harry walked back slowly, and at the same time he put his hand in his pocket and touched his phone. He wanted to notify Gwen immediately. Harry retreated to the door without making any sound, and just as he was about to go downstairs, the door creaked open. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head stiffly. In his sight, Norman Osborn stood in the darkness at the door. The other party's eyes turned red, staring at him like a demon. At the same time, in the Brooklyn Detention Center, Matt stood behind the glass, looking at the guy opposite in some astonishment. He didn't expect this demon to come to see him. Well, although he can't see it. But his senses are better than his eyes, it must be that bastard. Peter picked up the phone and motioned Matt behind the glass to answer the phone. Although Matt was sent in by him personally, he didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. It's really surprising. I thought the first person to come to see me would be my former law partner. After all, he always thought that I cheated him and always wanted to punch me in the face. Matt said to Peter on the phone, "That's really a pity. If you don't mind, I can punch you in the face to make up for your regret." Peter looked reluctant. The other party was locked up here, which made him a good check, so he really wanted to do it. Forget it, after all, we are not that close. Matt pushed his red sunglasses and said to Peter, "What do you want to ask?" He guessed Peter's purpose at once. Peter stared at Matt behind the glass and asked him, "Do you know Helen Nolan?" Hearing this name, Matt was stunned and his expression was no longer calm. Thanks to KO90 for the reward. Thank you everyone for voting. Thank you. C85 Captain America's friend? No, I haven't heard of it. Matt pushed up the frame of his sunglasses and said, "Maybe you should go to Japan. Their headquarters is there. You will always gain something." Peter naturally didn't believe the other party's lies. Although you are blind, your ability to deceive others is not very good. Matt shifted, holding the phone to his other ear. I won't lie to people, but most of the time people will misinterpret my meaning. For example, I don't know Helen Nolan, but I know that it may be her pseudonym. He coughed and knocked on the water glass placed on his left hand. The clear sound of the glass was heard in all directions, but was quickly blocked by the soundproof glass in front of it. My ears can hear small sounds, no matter how insignificant. For example, I heard the two policemen at the entrance to your left talking about a funeral they attended yesterday. He turned his attention to the two policemen far away behind Peter. They were talking about that damn funeral, about the guy who was drugged to death and was an absolute bastard. Peter glanced back at the two policemen in surprise. After he became semi-alien, he could easily hear the whispers of those two guys. But Matt Murdock can still hear him through a layer of glass? Matt didn't notice Peter's expression. He reached out and touched the glass and said, "The glass can't completely block my feelings." Peter frowned. "You have gone off topic." "Actually, no." Matt said, "I heard the police tell the big news in Brooklyn this morning. A Victoria building was destroyed. I knew it must be you and that woman. Being able to control plants is not something ordinary people can do." Arrived. What's her real name? What's her purpose in New York? Faced with Peter's question, Matt shook his head and said, "I don't know, she had many names, and I can't describe it completely accurately, because her experience is legendary enough, and she lived long enough." Legend? Peter didn't know why Matt used this word to describe the other person. Yes, maybe she participated in World War II and even fought with Captain America. At least she should be older than you and me. When you have witnessed enough legends, you are a legend, right? Peter listened to Matt's introduction to Helen with a solemn expression.
Matt continued to say to Peter, "As for her ability, I think you should have seen it. She can control people's hearts. As long as you are close to her, you will be affected by her. Maybe her hormones are too strong. My employer, Jean, those products were copied based on her ability, but the side effects were too serious." Peter was silent for a while and asked, "What is her status in the hand?" "I'm just a lawyer who solves people's problems, and I'm also blind. Do you think I'm an omniscient god?" Matt showed his hands to Peter, "And my hands are cuffed." Peter didn't take his advice and said to him, "Maybe I can tell Kingpin again and let him know that it was his most trusted subordinate who betrayed him, so answer my questions honestly." "Okay, I admit defeat. I only know that she is a senior member of the Hand, at least she has a natural status." Matt leaned forward and said, "Maybe it's because the thing inside her is the real beast." As he spoke, his sunglasses flashed with a cold light. "That thing is always chasing evil. And you should be more careful because..." Matt's voice lowered a bit and he said to Peter, "Devils always like to be parasitic among demons, and they like to attract each other." Peter didn't speak. He stared into Matt's eyes and slowly shook his head. "I don't think so. After all, Lawyer Murdoch, you are the bastard who is called the devil." After getting enough information from Matt, Peter is ready to leave. But Matt did not put down the phone directly, but reminded Peter, "Last reminder, they are immortal. If I were you, I would stay away from those things. Thank you for your advice." Peter was stunned for a moment, and then said to Matt, "For the sake of your words, I will not mail evidence of your crime to the judges for the time being." Matt. Night at Parker's house. After Peter got back from Matt, he went to the hospital. The result is that the embryo inside the body doesn't change much. The only possible change is that the embryo becomes smaller. And he could also feel that his body always felt tired. Based on Dr. Lane's words, he speculated that the alien embryo might have completed reproduction and entered a weak stage after releasing black matter. Sitting at the desk, he turned the glass bottle in his hand. The spider in the glass bottle is carefully watching the wasp on the other side. The wasp can transform the spider into a zombie for it to drive. In Peter's sight, the wasp jumped up to the tarantula while the spider wasn't paying attention, and plunged into the sting. Female wasps attack spiders with their stingers to temporarily paralyze them. Once paralyzed, the wasp deposits an egg in the spider's abdomen. When the spider returns to normal, it is unaware that the eggs are attached, and once the eggs hatch, the developing larvae attach themselves to the spider. When a wasp larva is ready to transition to an adult, it produces chemicals that affect the spider's nervous system. Therefore, the zombie spider changed the way it weaves its web. The improved web is more durable and can serve as a safe platform for the larvae to develop in the cocoon. Putting down the biological bottle in his hand, Peter fell into deep thought. Although it seems that the alien embryo is in a symbiotic relationship with him now, and his ability is stronger, how can he be sure that he is not the zombie spider? He thought of the black sticky substance he vomited. He went back to look for it that night, but found nothing on the roof, as if the thing disappeared out of thin air. If it was the reproduction of the alien embryo, it would not disappear so easily. Perhaps Helen, who was at the scene, knew, but he soon shook his head, and now the two sides are enemies. Pulling his thoughts out of his complicated mind, Peter looked at the dark night outside. There was no cloud in the night sky, and there was water vapor in the humid air. Peter's mind moved slightly, and the black exoskeleton covered his whole body. He jumped out of the window and walked straight to the street. The dark night without a trace of light made his half-alien body feel very comfortable. Perhaps it was the natural adaptation to darkness rooted in his body that made him addicted to wandering alone in the city in the middle of the night. See, 86 vampires are not handsome at all. Ding 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 ding. The beer bottle-shaped bar sign shines in the night. It's like a fluorescent insect trap, luring those flying butterflies, or drinkers, who desperately pounce on it. There were not many people in the bar at this time. A few young people in avant-garde clothes were playing cards at a table with a beer can next to it. The jukebox in the bar was playing the latest trendy song, "We Are in the Garden of Heaven, Baby, Everything is Perfect." Squeak! The bar door was pushed open, and a beautiful figure entered the bar. The woman with a tall figure and deadly temperament attracted the attention of everyone present as soon as she entered. Women with an aura of fatal danger can always attract these thrill-seeking eyes. A glass of whiskey. The woman was wearing a black trench coat and said calmly to the bartender, "Add ice. We close in 15 minutes, miss." The bartender glanced at the woman and said no. "If you only have 15 minutes, I believe I have enough time. Get me a shot glass and I can pour it myself if you don't want to," the woman said with a calm expression. The bartender stared at the woman for a few seconds, then shrugged, "Okay, whatever." Pouring a glass of whiskey, the woman added ice cubes to it.
Then she picked up the glass and stared at the melting ice cubes in the whiskey. Bourbon whiskey is produced in Tennessee. If you are not satisfied, I can give you a drink made not from oak barrels, but from old paint barrels. It will definitely be stronger than what you have in your hand. The bartender took the initiative and said to the woman, "The strong smell can definitely stun a donkey." "No need. It might be best for you to stay quiet," the woman said in a cold tone. The woman with unique temperament who entered the bar was Helen, who was missed by Peter. Ever since the battle with Peter, she had felt something was wrong with her body. Staring at the slightly impure whiskey in her hand, Helen clutched her chest and felt a sense of vomiting. In the wineglass, behind the floating foam, she seemed to see something else. It was a pitch-black shadow whose outline could not be seen clearly, and it was constantly shaking inside. "Are you pregnant?" After drinking the whiskey in the glass in one breath, Helen had an idea that was even absurd to her. But how is that possible? Although her life has gone through a long time, she has always been alone. From the time she awakened to supernatural powers as a child, to the time a demon came to live in her body. She has nothing to do with the pregnancy. Because there was a demon born in her body. After the Hand adopted him, he taught him how to stimulate his body's power and become a better killing tool. But they never told themselves that another species would be born inside their bodies. She could feel that it was another heartbeat independent of the demon inside her. Peter Parker, how on earth did this guy do it? She thought back to the Black Violet. Is that time? Stretching out her hand, under her faith, a purple flower was born from her hand. At the same time, the plant on the left side of her body withered instantly. After tasting the spicy whiskey, her body felt vaguely numb. My thinking seems to be less bright and my thinking becomes slower. Those lingering thoughts were shackled one by one and dragged to the depths of the chaotic mind. They struggled desperately, but in the end they could not escape the fate of being caught. "Miss, are you going to drink a whole glass? Or do you want to warm up first?" At some point, a voice came from the side of her body. A guy in avant-garde clothes was looking at her with a smile. The other party has a childish baby face, and the black hair seems to have not been washed for many days. It is oily, shiny, and very disheveled. It is like a tent set up with crow's wings on the head. But the other person's eyes were piercing, the smile on his face was extremely bright, and his skin was so white that it didn't look like normal human skin. "I'm not very interested in things with dirty blood," Helen said directly without covering up. "What?" The man looked at her in surprise, wondering why she said that. Helen peeled off the wet label from the wine bottle with a lazy expression and said, "I have a suggestion. You can go to the bathroom and put down the water now, and then look in the mirror. It's best to wash your hands. You are quite dirty. I can smell it. After washing and drying, I will probably know if you come here. Consider chatting with you. Do you know who we are?" The man looked at Helen in surprise. "Of course, I always know every corner of this hidden world. When I came here last time, the bartender here was still a strong guy. He was nearly 2 meters tall and looked like a mountain. It was bumpy, with muscles and fat stacked on top of each other, and his arms were as thick as branches and covered with tattoos. I remember someone called him Gore." The bartender listened to Helen say this and looked at her in shock. He knew this Gore, but that was when he was a kid. Is this woman lying? There was no way she was old enough to know Al Gore. Helen ignored the bartender's excitement. She said to the others who were playing cards in the bar, "I also know that the things in this city that like to suck blood will gather together at night." She cast her eyes on the man who was chatting with her and said, "You said so, Mr. Vampire." She knew where this place was. The purpose of coming here was just to use these species to check the changes in her body. After all, killing people is more troublesome, and killing these lowly species is relatively simple. The man immediately realized that the woman in front of him was not easy to mess with. Just as he was about to do it, he felt paralyzed. Then a bunch of black vines pierced through the other's chest. A few minutes later, Helen stood in a pool of blood and wiped the blood off her face. Her face was full of confusion. Why did her strength seem to be stronger, and her strength seemed to have mutated? Holding her chest, her bad premonition became stronger and stronger. Bang, kneeling on the ground. A huge heartbeat attacked her, and she felt as if something was about to break out of her body. At the same time, Peter stood on the rooftop of the building. A palpitation invaded his whole body. It seemed that a being that was closely connected to him appeared in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that the other party had a close connection with him. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His sight penetrated the distance covered by fog and seemed to see a place infinitely far away. See 87 vampires attacking from the dark. Crack! Peter stepped on the broken glass at the door and entered the bar. The dark wooden floor of the bar was covered with blood. A pungent fishy smell penetrated his nose. The automatic record player on the bar counter was still playing the songs of that Iron Butterfly band. Chasing the strange feeling in his heart, Peter came here. It seemed that the existence that was closely connected with him had appeared here. Stepping on the sticky blood on the wooden floor, he walked to the bar. The strong smell of alcohol rushed into his nose, making his brows frown. He glanced at the whiskey glass on the bar, and then gently held it in his hand. There was still unfinished whiskey in the glass, exuding a strong smell. Peter brought the glass to his eyes. The feeling that could resonate with the alien embryo in his body became stronger. Contemplating, he put down the glass and looked into the bar. Blood was everywhere, and the floor had traces of being pushed up from the bottom. The traces formed in the room were very similar to those when he fought with Helen that night. The plants in the corner of the bar had withered and exuded a strange smell. Patrolling around, Peter slowly walked to the billiard table in the bar. There was blood and human tissue scattered here, and the smell was even stronger. Near the scattered and overturned furniture, a complete corpse was lying there. The other party was short and strong, and his round body looked like a fat sausage. Leaning on the billiard table, the head of the corpse was hanging down, and blood was constantly flowing from the corner of the mouth. Peter squatted down, trying to see the face of the corpse clearly. Before he could lift the guy's head, a breath of life suddenly emerged from the body. Then, under Peter's gaze, the short and strong corpse suddenly breathed. Who? The guy who suddenly covered his chest breathed heavily from his mouth. Cough, cough. Coughing, the short and strong man raised his head. Seeing the stranger looking directly at him, he was startled. At this time, Peter's body was covered with a black exoskeleton, and under the cover of the dark night, it was full of mystery. Who are you? The short and strong man squeezed out a word from his throat. Peter did not speak at the first time. He looked at the guy in front of him with some surprise. He clearly felt that the other party was dead. Why did he suddenly come back to life? This is a bar. Who do you say I am? Peter frowned and asked him, what happened here? The man who thought the other party was a guest immediately let go of his tense heart. I don't know. He panted slightly and said to Peter, I was playing billiards with my friends at the time, and a woman suddenly fought with us. The short and strong man said with lingering fear, she is not a human, that kind of thing is not something that people can control. What kind of thing? Peter asked him. Plants, she can make the plants in the bar move and kill people. The short and strong man looked at a plant in the corner of the bar with a horrified look, but all he saw was blood and withered plants on the ground. When Peter heard the other party talking about plants, he knew who he was talking about. Where did she go? Peter continued to ask him. I didn't see it. Let me think about it. The short and strong man exhaled, as if he wanted to say the following words, but he stammered and only made unclear sounds. Peter frowned and moved forward a little closer. The short and strong man also leaned his head over, as if he wanted to say something in Peter's ear. He looked extremely weak, and he probably didn't have the strength to speak. The moment he got close to Peter's ear, something strange happened. The man opened his bloody mouth, showing his fangs, roared, and bit Peter's neck. A trace of bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, just when he was proud to think that he could eat the guy in front of him as blood food. Snap! The next second, his mouth was pinched. The other party suddenly stretched out his hand, clamped his jaw like a pliers, and made him completely unable to make a sound. Ugh! He looked at Peter, who slowly turned his head, with shocked eyes, full of disbelief. He is now a vampire, and his strength and speed are far beyond that of ordinary people since he was transformed. Even if he was a little weak after being reborn from blood, he should not be able to resist this guy. Peter pinched the short and strong man's chin and stared at the fangs and scarlet eyes in his mouth. Vampire? Staring at him, Peter frowned. As far as he knows, vampires exist in the Marvel world. Although he is not a loyal fan of Marvel, he still knows the name of Blade. And Blade is famous for hunting vampires. Peter pulled his thoughts out of his recollection, released the other's pinched chin, and slowly stood up. The short and strong man breathed a sigh of relief, and his mouth seemed to grow back on himself. Subconsciously, he was ready to pounce on the other again. Now the urge to suck blood has completely overwhelmed his reason. Shee! A sharp black object that was impossible to see clearly flashed through the darkness and pierced his heart. The feeling of weakness came over him again, accompanied by uncontrollable pain. Then he felt that the thing that had pierced his heart was lifted up. He groaned in pain, but before he could say his last words, his eyes went dark and he quickly lost consciousness. Crash! The vampire turned into a bloody rain, splashing on the floor, making the bloody smell in the bar even worse. After Peter dealt with the other party, he retracted his tail. Although he had beaten the other party to nothing, he did not relax his vigilance. He covered the entire room with his consciousness and paid attention to all the wind and grass. Vampires have the property of resurrection, and he didn't know if the other party would be resurrected again. After waiting for a few minutes and confirming that the other party was dead, Peter searched the bar briefly, and prepared to leave after finding nothing valuable. Just after walking out of the bar, he saw several police cars coming towards this side. The whistling police car passed by Peter. Captain Custer, who was driving in the police car, turned his head and looked outside. His eyes just happened to catch a glimpse of Peter's back. He was slightly stunned, and unconsciously slowed down his speed to see more clearly, but the other person's figure only flashed by. Standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Peter looked at the police who came. With a slight movement of his mind, the tail shaped like an alien tail sting behind him extended to his chest. Staring at the weapon in front of him, he fell into deep thought. Although there is no trace of Helen for the time being, he can test whether the alien embryo in his body will absorb the vampire's genes and evolve again if he kills a vampire like he killed Frank last time. C88 The Fake and Real Harry. The next day, church. On weekend mornings, the church was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Let us pray for her, because both men and women are like flowers in the valley. They are blooming today and may wither tomorrow. Human life is like a season. It comes and goes. Let us pray. The pastor finished the prayer and then said, "Will the pallbearers please come to the front?" Peter sat in the front row of the church, next to Aunt May and Uncle Ben. After hearing the pastor's words, Uncle Ben stood up and walked forward. The person who died was a relative of the Parker family, a young girl who died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Uncle Ben received the news a few days ago, and the original plan was for him and Aunt May to come together. But at Peter's insistence, he brought his nephew. As for the reason for Peter's insistence, he was naturally worried that Helen would be detrimental to Uncle Ben and Uncle Ben. After what happened last night, he became convinced that Helen had established some kind of connection with the alien in her body. The worst result is that the other party is also parasitized. So, is it the sticky stuff that you spit out? Also, will the alien embryo in my body evolve? His tale pierced the vampire's heart yesterday. Thinking deeply, he took out his mobile phone and searched for the name of yesterday's bar. Let's see if we can figure out what this bar Helen once visited is. While he was searching, Gwen called him and asked where he was. After hesitating, he told Gwen his address. After hanging up the phone, Peter raised his head and looked toward the church window. The cross hanging above is particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Searches related to Alcatraz Bar are just mediocre information. It looks like all the bars in New York. When Uncle Ben and 3 others were preparing to lift the gray coffin, Gwen also came to the church. Gwen was wearing an aqua blue dress, and was infected by the atmosphere of the church. Her face remained tense. Tomorrow and the unexpected, we never know who will come first. After Gwen and Aunt May said hello, they sat down and watched the funeral for a while, then whispered to Peter, "I was almost hit by a car on the road yesterday." She thought about yesterday, when the black car rushed towards her. If he hadn't had superpowers, misfortune might have happened. "But I'm fine, I'm lucky enough." Seeing the surprised look Peter gave her, Gwen quickly explained that she was fine. She was about to say something. After the pallbearers were ready, the crowd began to stand up. Uncle Ben and 3 other men carried the coffin and walked out along the cinder-covered road. Others in the chapel followed suit and headed outside. Gwen accompanied Peter and followed the crowd out. Actually, when Peter said to Gwen, "You don't have to come here. This heavy atmosphere is not suitable for you. I'm not that fragile." Gwen said in a relaxed tone, "Peter, you can't think that just because I said that death always favors Gwen, you think that I have to stay away from funerals and so on. It also represents a kind of sustenance for us, doesn't it? The grief for the deceased, although occasionally it makes me feel a sense of awe, silence, and uneasiness." Gwen expressed her feelings and then asked Peter, "Do you think funerals are heavy?" "Peter, I'm more rational." Peter glanced at the Cadillac funeral car parked on the roadside, and then said, "I always think that funerals are a kind of decryption of death." "Why do you say that?" "Some people saw a lot at the funeral, like the man who buried Hitler, the man who dissected John Wilkes Booth's body, the 40 undertakers who cleaned Jonestown, and the man who buried Alexander, the one who placed the body of the great emperor in a golden coffin to prevent it from decaying. John Wilkes Booth, Lincoln's assassin." Peter's thoughts turned to the vampire he killed last night. "After disposing of the resurrected corpse, I saw some secrets about death." Gwen nodded, feeling that it made sense. "Perhaps you are right, Peter, but the secrets of death may be buried forever. These people did not write books to tell the secrets." Gwen didn't notice Peter's expression. She suddenly remembered the most important thing that she hadn't said to Peter yet.
I met Harry today. Gwen frowned and said to Peter, but something doesn't look right about him. What's wrong? Gwen organized her words and said, I don't know how to describe it.
Harry greeted me in a personable manner, dressed in upper-class clothes, and spoke in the same accent as his father.
He could easily tell what great achievements Osborn had created.
How to make Osborn greater and stuff like that.
Peter asked her, isn't this bad? I'm not saying it's not good.
This kind of performance is no problem for any rich guy, but the key to the problem is that Harry is different.
Gwen breathed out and said to Peter, he is not the kind of person who will focus on business and success. He is an ordinary person.
I mean, he has never regarded himself as a rich second generation to distance himself from others.
He is cold and cold. It's not Harry to present himself as someone who chases success.
Peter was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, people always change, Gwen.
But it's impossible to change overnight. Gwen said a little depressed, he seems to have changed into a different person. Maybe something happened behind the scenes that we don't know about. Peter nodded and asked Gwen, which state do you think is better for Harry?
Gwen was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he said, it seems that he is more cheerful now. He used to be always worried, as if he was worried about something, but Gwen hesitated for a moment and said, that may be false.
No matter how happy you are, it should not be real. How can people forget all the pain? Night. Osborn Manor. Harry greeted his father in the living room. Hey, Dad.
Norman patted Harry's shoulder and said with satisfaction, I heard that you performed very well in the company, Harry. I am trying to learn some of the company's operational management methods. Although I don't know how effective it is an attempt.
Harry said to his father, I like this attempt. Very good, you go to rest. Watching Harry go upstairs, Norman's expression became serious.
He said to the housekeeper, very good, continue to give Harry the medicine, see 89 the $0 shopping incident in the supermarket.
What's your name?
Harry Osborn. Who is your father?
Norman Osborn. What does he do? He's a biological scientist. Do you love your father?
I think so.
He loves you too, Harry, he loves you very much.
In the room, Harry's consciousness, lying on the bed, entered a deep sleep. Dr. Warren, sitting beside the bed, was conducting guided hypnosis on his subconscious.
Dr. Warren, who was wearing glasses, was recording something on the paper and asked Harry, do you remember how your mother died?
Harry, with his eyes closed, replied, yes, I remember.
Do you resent your father for this?
I have no idea.
Dr. Warren continued to hint to him, your mother loves you too, Harry. Your parents love you very much.
Although your mother is no longer here, your father will love you even more than before, and you will get double the benefits, like, you will forget all the unpleasantness, and you will become the kind of Osborn family who likes to chase success. After giving Harry all the guidance, Dr. Warren stood up, glanced at Harry who was sleeping peacefully, and walked out of the room. In the living room, Norman was already waiting there.
Harry is in very good condition, Mr. Osborn.
Dr. Warren respectfully said to Norman, my suggestion is to continue treatment. He has not had nightmares for several days. He is a psychiatrist with extensive experience in hypnosis diagnosis and treatment.
Now he is invited to provide psychological treatment for Harry.
But it is obvious that this kind of psychological treatment is more like evil psychological suggestion.
Norman glanced towards Harry's room upstairs and asked Dr. Warren, does your keyword psychotherapy work?
It works great, but, Dr. Warren hesitated and said, Mr. Osborn, I think we need to have a good talk. This has a long-term impact on Harry's psychology.
Maybe we should stop this. Dr. Warren. Norman interrupted him rudely, do you really mind your behavior?
Dr. Warren pushed up the frames of his glasses, and the wrinkles on his old face tightened.
He said hesitantly to Norman, yes, I think Harry may need more professional psychological counseling.
Norman said to him unceremoniously, Doctor, please understand one thing, that is, the reason why you get generous compensation is because of this special job. Warren looked at the other party's serious face and stopped talking.
Okay, sir. He nodded to Norman and left the room.
Staring at Dr. Warren's leaving figure, Norman Osborn squinted his eyes, with an uncertain expression on his face.
This is amazing. Uncle Ben was still shocked by the evening's events.
At this time, Uncle Ben and Peter were in the supermarket. While Uncle Ben was selecting the goods, he turned to Peter and said, I didn't expect you to get the bonus. Peter, May, and I are both proud of you. Tonight, the fake certificate Peter hired someone to make was finally completed. When the staff handed him the letter and check, he and Aunt May were both shocked and in disbelief. After all, They had never heard of Peter going to the science fair. Although he had no doubt about his nephew's love for science, he did not expect Peter to win the prize. Peter next to him didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about deceiving Uncle Ben. He originally wanted to use a school scholarship, but ended up looking for a pheasant science fair instead. Then he spent some money to let the other party choose his first place. By the way, I spent my own money to reward myself with $50,000. In this way, even if Aunt May and the two go to investigate, they won't be able to find anything fishy. Uncle Ben and Peter were talking, walked to the counter, and asked the clerk, "Do you have a big flashlight like that, and a cover that can block the light of the flashlight?" The clerk was a thin man with a big head and sharp eyes. He smiled and said, "Is it for hunting?" "What? You want a deer hunting flashlight? For tonight?" Uncle Ben smiled and said, "I would like to, but I don't have a hunting license. This is just for night fishing." The clerk blinked, quickly found a flashlight, and said to Uncle Ben, "Look, this big flashlight doesn't have a cover, but you can use a piece of felt cloth to dig a small hole in the middle, so that it can emit a pen-like flashlight." The light of the small flashlight came on. Uncle Ben thanked the clerk. "That sounds good, thank you." "Of course, what else do you want today?" "A tarpaulin, 8 feet long and 8 feet wide, that our family was going to celebrate my nephew becoming a scientist." Uncle Ben patted Peter on the shoulder and said happily, "Congratulations, the total is $12.50. When Uncle Ben was about to take out the cash, the door of the supermarket was suddenly pushed open. 2 black men wearing North Carolina Raleigh hats broke into the store. "Don't move, fake, stand there and don't move." The black man who entered the store aggressively held a pistol in his hand and pointed it at the store owner. As the only customers in the store, Peter and Uncle Ben were also threatened by black men at gunpoint. "Hey, calm down, man." The shop owner immediately raised his hand to signal the other person to calm down. Peter next to him was speechless. "Have you encountered $0 shopping at the supermarket? I told you to shut up. Open the checkout." The black man yelled at the clerk and rummaged through the cash register. The other black man focused his attention on the wallet in Uncle Ben's hand. "Hey, old guy, give me your wallet." The black man motioned to Uncle Ben to hand over his wallet. Uncle Ben subconsciously used his body to block Peter so that Peter would not be exposed to the opponent's gun. According to his temper, he would never hand over the money like this. But when he thought of his nephew behind him, he finally compromised and chose to hand the wallet to the other party. Peter, who was protected by Uncle Ben, felt slightly moved in his heart. In Uncle Ben's heart, he has always been the nephew that makes him proud. In times of crisis, he will not hesitate to protect himself from danger. He raised his head, standing behind Uncle Ben, his eyes became stern. Whoosh! Tiny, almost inaudible black raindrops ricocheted onto the wrists of the black man holding the gun. The black man let out a scream, and the pistol in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. Before the other black man could realize what was happening, he received the same treatment as his accomplice. The black man, holding his corroded and painful wrist, squatted on the ground in pain. Then Peter raised the metal trash can next to him, and while the store clerk and Uncle Ben stared at each other in dumbfounded eyes, he slammed it at each other. State. The 2 black men were hit hard on the ground. C90 The first dangerous public performance. Uncle Ben reacted and quickly kicked the pistol away from the ground. The clerk also quickly took out his hidden pistol and pointed it at the 2 gangsters. "Don't move." The situation was reversed in an instant. The gangster who was holding his wrist and moaning was pointed at a gun and immediately raised his hands. On the way back, Uncle Ben and Peter walked along the dim street lights. The 2 robbers in the supermarket have been taken away by the police who arrived. Uncle Ben stopped and said to Peter, "Peter, you are not injured, are you?" "I'm fine, Uncle Ben." Uncle Ben came over, patted Peter on the shoulder, and said, "That's good, Peter, you have always been a good boy, a vibrant and hopeful boy. I have always believed in it. I don't know what happened to you recently to make you no longer as cheerful and talkative as before." Uncle Ben said with emotion, "But I know that you have always been a kind child, just like what you did just now." A car passed by the roadside and picked up a few fallen leaves. Uncle Ben looked into Peter's eyes and said, "Your father once had a belief, and he believed in it deeply. That belief followed him throughout his life and benefited him a lot." "What is it, Uncle Ben?" Peter said he was listening. He believed that if you can do something in the world, you have to do it well and do it better than others. Do things that help others and make others feel that life is good. Uncle Ben's eyes fell into memories. He believes that doing this is not just because of temporary kindness, but because a sense of responsibility is driving him. So, Uncle Ben set his sights on Peter. "Peter, extraordinary things will happen in your life. You are destined to do great things, but with them will come great responsibilities, although they will be heavy. Peter listened to Uncle Ben's words in silence.
A premonition that even he thought was impossible suddenly arose in his heart. Did Uncle Ben see something? Ahem, let's go. Uncle Ben coughed and was satisfied with his nephew's thoughtful expression.
It seemed that Peter listened to what he said.
The next day, Liz Allen's house is very lively.
As the student council president of Zhongqing High School, she is very popular in the school. At this time, the party proposed by her attracted many students. Originally, Gwen was not interested in such a party, but because she was also a member of the Mary Jane's band, she could only accompany the band members to the venue. Gwen wore an embossed velvet gown with a straight hem, which Glory said was reserved for band members, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable.
"You're beautiful, Gwen," Glory praised sincerely. "Well, if those conservative people see what I'm wearing, they will definitely say, on this sacred land. We know that you brought the scrutinizing eye, the terrible triple eye, and the black horn playing sound. We repent." Glory made an exaggerated expression. "Oh my God. Gwen, you are such a conservative person." "I'm not a conservative Christian, I'm just..." Gwen looked at the phone and muttered, "I just thought that such a beautiful dress might have to be shown to a single person." She also received a reply from Peter on her phone. She invited Peter to watch her performance in the band last night. Although it was not public, it was still his first time performing in public. She heard from her father last night that Peter was robbed in the supermarket. Although she knew that Peter and Uncle Ben had subdued the gangsters, she was still a little worried. Could it be that Peter suffered some psychological trauma? "I should have gone shopping near Peter's house last night. As Spider-Woman, if something happens to Peter, she will really not be successful as a superhero at all." "Hi Gwen." Liz came up to say hello to Gwen, interrupting her thoughts. Liz was wearing a black dress and a black raven-adorned mask on her head. "Good evening, Liz, you look very special." Gwen greeted the other party. "Of course, I am now Lenore." Liz turned around and said to Gwen, "One winter night, a solemn crow suddenly came to visit me. I wanted to learn from the crow about the situation of my lost lover, but the crow told me never again." Gwen and Glory looked at each other. "Ahem, I'm not interested in sonnets, Lenore." Gwen had seen the drama club perform Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven in school. It seems that the heroine in it is called Lenore, and Liz is playing the other party. But she has no interest in literature or anything like that. A top student is always interested in science and other subjects, but hates useless novels and poems. "I understand." Liz expressed her understanding and picked up 2 glasses of juice soda from the table and handed them to the two of them. "Peter didn't come?" she asked Gwen. "No, maybe he's on his way." Gwen suddenly felt conflicted again. She was afraid something bad would happen, but she wanted Peter to come to her show. In the large living room, Jefferson Airplane's Tall John Silver album was playing. Gwen thought that she also had such an old album, which was full of scratches, but she liked the song very much. The students in the room were enjoying the party, while Gwen and the Mary Janes were playing on the stage. Gwen skillfully played the drums, following the rhythm of the band according to the beat she had practiced. Glory, as the lead singer, confidently showed off her singing voice. Bang! 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 The drumsticks hit heavily, as if hitting the heart. Bang! The strong man in a suit was hit hard in the heart, and his body fell to the ground, splashing a lot of mud. Peter stepped on the other's chest and asked him, "Who asked you to follow me?" Horrified by the speed and strength Peter showed, the strong man opened his mouth, suppressed the pain in his body, and squeezed out a word from his mouth with all his strength, "Mr. Osborne." Although he didn't want to say it, his mind was full of one thought: this guy is a monster. After his mental sanity was destroyed, he could only confess honestly. Peter frowned when he heard the name the other party said. He was originally staying at home, but saw a sneaky figure around the house. When he led the other party far away from his home, he took action to knock him down. After listening to the other party's complete story, he raised his head and looked into the distance. Norman Osborn not only sent people to monitor him, but also sent people to attack Gwen. It seems that the other party has doubts about Gwen's identity. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the text message Gwen sent to him. Gwen is attending a party at Liz's house. She can deal with ordinary humans, but what if it is the Green Goblin? C91 kill her, humiliate her, hate her, hug her, and light her on fire. Boom. A huge explosion resounded in the night sky. A deafening sound came from the courtyard outside the Liz family. Everyone in the room was shocked and stopped what they were doing. What happened? That sounded like an explosion. As soon as everyone's discussion came out, they heard another more obvious explosion. And this time the explosion affected the room. A corner of the room was blown open,
and the broken bricks and stones were everywhere, and the smoke and dust quickly spread everywhere. The students who were closer were shocked and fell to the ground. King Kong covered his bleeding bald head and struggled to get up from the ground. Intense pain attacked him, and his whole body was warning him. Damn! What happened? As soon as he cursed, he heard the crowd's fear and shouting quickly drowned him. The thick smoke from the explosion came over, choking him and making him cough. Everyone get out! Run! A sober adult shouted at the panicked students. Damn it! Flash Thompson, wearing the same Spider-Man couple shirt as him, stood up and ran out while covering his mouth and nose. King Kong saw that Thompson's movements were a little slow, so he grabbed his arm and pulled him out. Speed up, Thompson! While Thompson was being pulled out, he saw a green figure appearing outside the smoke. What is that? King Kong used all his strength to take him out of the room and said to Thompson, whatever it is, we have to leave this damn place. The crowd rushed out, and Gloria and Liz and others escaped together. But soon she found something that made her collapse. Gwen didn't come out again. Ah! I'm going crazy. Gloria thought of what happened on the football field last time. Gwen always stayed in dangerous places again and again. Cough, cough. King Kong was coughing and breathing fresh air on the ground. The Spider-Man logo on his chest was also broken. What happened? He asked the person next to him. Bang! A dull explosion soon answered him. The robot covered with a silver-gray appearance attacked the mansion. The crowd immediately screamed in fear and fled outside. King Kong even saw a few Spider-Men in the fleeing crowd. Well, it seems that this group of Spider-Man fans can't be counted on. He had forgotten that he was also a Spider-Man fan. With a bang, a robot was heavily blasted out of the room. Then, in the shocked eyes of King Kong, Spider-Woman, wearing the classic black and white uniform, shot out Spider Silk and hit the robot hard. Stretching her body in the air, Gwen nimbly jumped to the nearby wall to avoid the rope attack of the robot that followed. With one hand attached to the wall, she watched the situation in front of her. King Kong, who was at a relatively far distance, watched Gwen appear in the explosion and complained to his friend next to him, Man, seriously, why aren't we in school now? If she can blow up the school, she's my hero. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the missiles fired by the robot hit the wall, and the bricks and stones in the corridor were blown up. Gwen shot out Spider Silk, entangled the robot close to her, and then straightened her body, like a crossbow ready to shoot. With a bang sound, Gwen blasted the opponent out heavily. Left, then she turned quickly, flipped in the air and shot out Spider Silk, sticking to a stone on the ground, and boom hit the machine. How should I explain it? While dealing with the robot, Gwen was also complaining in her heart, how can I explain that Spider-Woman suddenly appeared here after I disappeared? There is also this way of changing clothes. I was almost caught by someone when I ran into the bathroom just now. Bang! Gwen's wrist flicked out Spider Silk, and she used it to wrap around the robot that was close to her, and then she retreated. But she soon encountered a setback. Beep! 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 The pumpkin-shaped thing that was ringing suddenly fell beside her. Gwen was about to dodge back, and a boom explosion hit. Although she avoided most of the explosion, she was still dizzy. Behind her, a green figure appeared. The man wearing green armor standing on the floating aircraft was laughing disgustingly. Gwen turned around, and a beam of laser immediately rushed towards her. With a bang, although Gwen tried to block it with her arms, she was still knocked out. She fell to the ground, panting slightly, looking at the goblin-like guy in front of her. I didn't hear that someone dressed up as a goblin at this masquerade, and laughed so ugly. Gwen stood up and said to the green goblin standing on it. Before she finished speaking, Spider Silk shot out from her wrist and shot towards the other party. Although she didn't know the other party's origin, this guy was obviously more difficult to deal with than those robots. The green goblin dodged Gwen's Spider Silk, but was hit in the cheek by Gwen, who flashed over. Bang! The green goblin staggered slightly after being hit by Gwen's fist, and his body was a little unstable on the skateboard. Taking this opportunity, Gwen kicked the opponent in the abdomen. But at this time, the green goblin had already reacted, and his gloves shot lasers at her and punched Gwen's body. A dull collision sound rang out, and Gwen and the green goblin were knocked out at the same time. Bang! Hitting the wall, Gwen's hands climbed the wall to stabilize her body. However, the next second, the green goblin rushed over and grabbed Gwen's arms from behind. Bang! The green goblin grabbed Gwen's arms and rushed up suddenly. The skateboard under his feet had a strong impact force, and Gwen was instantly taken to a height of hundreds of meters by him. Let go. Gwen, who was a little painful to be caught, tried to break free from the opponent's control. Gwen! Gwen! The green goblin whispered Gwen's name. Gwen's body froze instantly.
The other party's pale green mask was reflected in the white eyelids. "Who are you?" "I am your nightmare, Gwen." The Green Goblin opened his mouth and continued to control Gwen's arms. "I need your genes. Your blood." He made a hoarse sound. "You have no way to escape." At this moment, in the Green Goblin's mind, another voice that only he could hear echoed, "Kill her, humiliate her, hate her, hug her, and light her on fire." He grabbed Gwen's body and fell down quickly, trying to smash Gwen's body to the ground and then light her on fire. Feeling the whistling wind in her ears, Gwen knew what he wanted to do. While struggling hard, her brain was spinning wildly. C92 The conflict on the Brooklyn Bridge. Something must be done. Gwen's body fell rapidly, and the howling wind tore her body apart. "We can't just wait to die." The Green Goblin grabbed Gwen's arms, restraining her movements, and then slammed her down. Her body was smashed down like a cannonball, and Gwen's eyes instantly glanced at the building next to her. Taking a deep breath, Gwen shot the web toward the wall of the building. The wrist kept flicking, and the spider silk shot to the wall like a bullet, sticking firmly to the wall. Rapidly shoot the webs on the wall to form a web in the air. Boom! Gwen fell headfirst, and her body hit the spider web heavily. This guy called me by my name. As Gwen stood up, random thoughts flashed through her mind. Who is he? Whoosh! While thinking, spider silk shot out from her wrist and shot hard towards the opponent. Gwen's wrist flicked out spider silk again, pulling herself towards the opponent. The fist hit the opponent's head hard. The Green Goblin's body was hit and staggered slightly backward. While Gwen shot out the spider silk to maintain her balance, she flipped her body in the air and did a backflip, shooting the spider silk into the opponent's face. Whoosh! 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 Just as she was about to continue the attack, the robot below launched an attack on her. Countless missiles attacked her, making a sharp whistling sound. To avoid the missile, Gwen had to duck backwards. Boom! The impacted building made an explosion sound, building debris was blown away, and countless dust fell. While Gwen was avoiding it, the Green Goblin rushed over again. At the same time, an NYPD helicopter also arrived. The sound of the propeller turning shook the air, and the boom sound came in the direction of the fight between the two. The spider silk that Gwen shot accidentally hit the windshield of the helicopter. "Oh, no! I'm sorry." Gwen looked at the cobwebs on the helicopter in the distance, holding her head and making an annoyed sound. At this time, the pilot of the helicopter was controlling the helicopter that was out of control and kept calling for support. "This is New York 34, call 345, call 345. Requesting support. Repeat. This is New York 34. The helicopter with its rotating propellers kept spinning in the air, and the pilot's voice was full of panic. "Damn it! Manage the helicopter. Maintain balance. I know, but I can't see clearly. There's something on the windshield that's completely blocking my view." Gwen, who was standing on the upper floor of the building, did not hear the driver's conversation. She watched as the helicopter headed to her right and appeared to be flying erratically. Ignoring the goblin in front of her, she shot out spider silk from her wrist, and it shot onto the helicopter with a bang sound. The helicopter quickly took her away. Seeing Gwen being taken away, the Green Goblin hurriedly followed on his skateboard. Boom! After being taken to the Brooklyn Bridge by helicopter and stepping on the bridge that spans Brooklyn and Manhattan Island, Gwen finally cleaned up the cobwebs stuck to the helicopter windshield. After landing on the bridge and holding her hands on the ground, Gwen stood up and was knocked out by the oncoming Green Goblin laughing. Bang! Gwen, who was unable to dodge, was hit hard downwards. Feeling the pain in her body, she maintained her balance, but the next second she was targeted by the robot that arrived. Countless missiles hit her. Shat! No matter how ladylike she was, she finally couldn't hold back a curse word at this moment. Just as the missile was about to come towards her, the shadow of a dark bullet pierced the night sky. A dark shadow appeared in front of Gwen, and wings glowing with cold light extended from behind her in an instant. The streamlined and cold wings were wrapped around his chest, blocking him from the incoming missiles like a cocoon. Boom! The powerful impact of the explosion pushed the shadow back several meters in the air. The heat wave from the explosion flames made Gwen feel the heat on her face. In her astonished eyes, he suddenly blocked the shadow of the missile for her and stabilized his figure in the air. The wings wrapped around his chest recovered visibly from their wounds, then deformed and slowly circled back, revealing their true appearance. Spider-Man! Gwen looked at Spider-Man in shock. Then, countless black rainstorm-like projectiles were instantly borne on his back, roaring towards the robot under the bridge. The corroded robot stopped moving, and electric sparks emitted from the exposed parts, spraying everywhere. It was the rush hour after get-off work, and countless cars were parked on the Brooklyn Bridge. The flames caused by the explosion of the robot instantly swept around. Countless citizens screamed and got out of their cars and ran towards the end of the bridge. When Gwen saw this scene, she secretly screamed something bad. Boom! Peter, who had his feet on the bridge, did not turn his eyes to the chaotic scene below. He stared at the Green Goblin standing on the floating skateboard with a serious expression. Following his thoughts, the sharp claws on his hands were slowly born. After absorbing the vampire in the bar, he could detect the changes in his body through the previous battle. The speed is more agile, and the self-healing ability is more powerful. If the explosion just now was healed at the same speed as before, it would never recover so quickly. And his back has evolved again. If the wings before were simply to assist the body shape, now his back can give birth to bigger wings, and he can freely control the changes. Just like he controlled the wings just now and moved them in front of him to resist the attack. These characteristics are the genetic characteristics of vampires. But he does not have the bloodthirstiness of vampires. The DNA optimization selection of the alien gene should only integrate the dominant advantages of blood-sucking creatures. As for the weaknesses such as bloodthirstiness and fear of sunlight, they were not integrated and absorbed. Clenching his fists, he felt the rapid beating of the two hearts in his body. Blood-sucking creatures are more inclined to the mysterious side, and the so-called fear of sunlight and crosses are more like curses imposed. And the DNA optimization of the alien skipped this curse. On the other side, looking at Spider-Man who suddenly appeared, the red light in the Green Goblin's eyes became even more intense. The Green Goblin rushed towards Peter with a grim smile, and threw pumpkin bombs at him at the same time. Boom! A corner of the bridge was blown up and countless rocks fell down, and smoke and dust quickly spread. Whoosh! In the diffused smoke, a black spider web rushed towards the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the next second Peter had dodged and rushed over. The sharp claws went straight to his chest. The startled Green Goblin immediately raised his arm. The laser instantly emitted from his fingers. The red laser instantly melted the black spider web, but his chest was also scratched, and he was hit hard. C-93 The Crisis of Identity Exposure. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department. Captain Custer, how's the situation? George Stacy, who was standing in front of the monitor, asked Custer, who had already rushed to the scene, because he lost the surveillance screen. He's beating that bastard. Who? George asked Custer in confusion. Is it Spider-Woman? No, it's not her, it's another Spider-Man. Custer stood on the bridge, watching the battle on the top of the bridge with a serious expression. At this time, the Brooklyn Bridge was completely blocked, cars blocked the entrance and exit, and panicked people were running out. Thick smoke from the explosion quickly spread throughout the bridge. Debris from the building continued to fall down, and rumbling sounds resounded in the night sky. The entire Brooklyn Bridge was transformed into a battlefield. A woman holding a child fell forward because she was running in a hurry. Custer quickly supported the opponent with quick eyes and hands. Thank you. Thank you. The other party kept thanking him. After helping the woman in front of him, Custer and the other police officers began to evacuate the crowd. Captain Custer, you are ready to take aim. Do you want to fire? The helicopter pilot overhead asked him, who was in charge at the scene. Originally he could authorize the fire, but after taking a look at Spider-Man who was fighting the Green Goblin, he finally hesitated and said, No, don't fire for the time being. Keep the helicopter away from them. Whoosh! Gwen used spider silk to block the rocks falling from the top of the bridge. The citizens below who were almost hit didn't have time to thank her and ran forward quickly. When she raised her head and saw the two people fighting above her, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Why does Spider-Man always show up when he is most in danger? An incredible thought came to her mind. Could it be that he knew his identity just like this goblin monster? She shook her head to get this ridiculous thought out of her mind. Seeing a man trapped in a burning car not far away, Gwen immediately jumped to the other person's side. Pulling open the car door, she grabbed the other person's arm and pulled him out of the car. Boom! The explosion suddenly exploded around him, and Gwen pushed the man out the moment it exploded. The flames hit her body, burning the uniform on her left arm. Gwen covered her arm and was hit hard against a car. With a bang sound, the solid car deformed as she hit it. Ugh! Holding her chest, Gwen instantly felt a heartbreaking pain. Enduring the pain, she looked up. At this time, the Green Goblin had been completely beaten and had no strength to fight back. Bang! Peter's claws were replaced by fists, hitting the Green Goblin in the face. The Green Goblin, who was controlling the floating skateboard, quickly retreated while throwing pumpkin bombs to stop the opponent. Boom! The explosion blew up the steel wires of the bridge, and the broken steel wires made a sharp whistling sound and were thrown around.
The broken pieces of the building crashed down. Just as the Green Goblin wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw countless black rainstorms coming towards him. Knowing how powerful this thing was, he naturally didn't dare to underestimate it.
He just saw this thing corroding all the robots.
Riding a glider, he struggled to avoid the black rainstorm. But a lot of projectiles still hit his left shoulder. The green armor made of special materials was instantly corroded with holes. And there is the possibility of continuing to penetrate along the holes. Shocked, he immediately tore off the armor on his shoulders. As a result, the moment he pulled it off, he was hit hard in the chest. Boom! This attack knocked him out of the air, slammed him to the ground, and then plowed him several meters along the ground. Unabated, he crashed into a burning car, making a boom explosion. Bang! Peter stepped on the ground with his feet and looked at the Green Goblin, whose armor was shattered, and stood up in embarrassment. Although the other party has mastered a lot of black technology, and his body seems to have been strengthened a lot, but facing his own corrosive spider web and stronger body, these are still not enough. The Green Goblin stood up, faced Peter, and slowly raised his hand.
Pathetic monster, you think you can stop me? Look at the helicopters hovering above you, they will drop bombs on your head in the next second. You are the same as me.
Whoosh! The laser-emitting thermal energy suddenly rushed towards Peter. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he controlled the skateboard to fly again.
He laughed evilly and threw a pumpkin bomb at Peter's location. Reincarnation! Reincarnation! You and I are both reincarnations. Next time you will become me. Haha, Spider-Man.
The Green Goblin flew upwards on his skateboard. The current situation is not good for him. Unable to defeat Spider-Man Hedon, who suddenly disrupts the situation, he can only retreat temporarily. But the other opponent, Gwen, who was already filled with anger, would naturally not let him escape so easily. Whoosh! Spider Silk shot towards the Green Goblin's flying skateboard, and Gwen grabbed the opponent. Ho! With an angry roar coming from her mouth, Gwen used the elasticity of the Spider Silk to bring herself to the Green Goblin. The fist hit the opponent's head mercilessly. But at this time, her strength was exhausted and she did not completely knock down the Green Goblin. Enduring dizziness and pain, the Green Goblin threw a punch and shot lasers from his fingers, forcing Gwen, who was rushing up, to retreat. With a bang, he was hit to the top of the bridge by Gwen's counterattack. Gwen endured the tumbling of blood and chi in her body and stepped on the top of the bridge. Bang! Peter also stood nearby at the moment she landed. The three people formed a triangle relationship on the bridge. Who? Gwen covered her chest and panted to the Green Goblin. How could I let you run away so easily? Let you do whatever you want and hurt anyone? She looked at the Green Goblin viciously. Don't even think about it. The Green Goblin did not run away immediately. His scarlet eyes stared at Gwen and laughed. Gwen, you are running around in this outfit. Aren't you afraid that your monster identity will be discovered? Gwen was a little flustered when she heard the Green Goblin call out her name. The Green Goblin seemed to enjoy Gwen's expression. His armor carried a communication device, which was not completely damaged at this time. He stretched out his hand and operated the watch to connect the communication device. I know what you fear and what you suffer. You are the same as me, Gwen. You chose the bloodiest path, and you will implicate everyone around you. The Green Goblin laughed and dialed a phone. The cycle of life, the cycle of death, the cycle of hell, the cycle of pain, the cycle of responsibility. Now, I want you to indulge in this cycle. C94, it's over. Peter knows everything when had already guessed what he was going to do. This bastard was going to tell his closest people about his identity, and he was going to drag them all in. Whether he was going to call his father or tell Peter, he must not be allowed to succeed. Gwen was about to stop him, but he didn't expect the Green Goblin to move faster. Operating the aircraft, the Green Goblin smiled and dodged Gwen's Spider Silk attack. The first person you dragged into reincarnation, Gwen, is Peter Parker. Buzz. Buzz. The moment the Green Goblin dialed out, a mobile phone vibrated at the scene. The atmosphere at the scene was silent. The Green Goblin's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Spider-Man next to him in shock. The vibration in his hand came from him. He hung up the call in shock, and the vibration of Peter's phone stopped immediately. He is Peter Parker. The Green Goblin's heart was immediately filled with turmoil. No! This is not surprising, he should have noticed it long ago. From the first time he met him in the manor, he felt that he was unusual. Whether it was the Frank Spider-Man incident or the Natural History Museum incident, Parker was the eye-catching guy. Besides, he had suspected him before. Compared to the shock of the Green Goblin, Gwen almost uttered the swear word at this time. What Rafa? She still refused to believe that the other party was Peter.
How could this be possible? Although Peter has changed a lot recently, the person closest to him, how could he not know that he is Spider-Man? The footsteps of the hero he pursued were Peter? The superhero he admired was the Peter Parker he liked? The absurd and incredible feeling was born in her heart instantly. She stared at Peter with wide eyes, wanting to get an answer from him. Peter, who was being watched by the two, slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing the face that was extremely familiar to both of them. Light brown eyes, facial features that seemed to be unlikely to smile. It was indeed him. Peter didn't want to hide his identity from Gwen. I just kept thinking about how to tell Gwen. Now that the Green Goblin took the initiative to lift the mask, he no longer had to hide. Peter. Gwen stared at Peter's face, feeling dazed. Before, she hoped that Peter would say cruel things to her in the classroom, but Peter said he was Spider-Man. At that time, she thought Peter was joking. Now it seems a bit cruel. Peter, why you? Gwen asked in an unbelievable tone. Then she said to herself, no, you should have known that I was Spider-Woman, right? Peter nodded, yes, I knew it a long time ago, Gwen. Gwen's tone instantly became excited. Why didn't you tell me? Do you know how dangerous this is? Although the feeling was very strange for a moment, it was more of an unwarranted grievance. It turned out that I had been kept in the dark. No, compared to these, I was more worried about what this goblin said. She didn't want to drag the people around her into reincarnation. If being a superhero will hurt, I can lick my wounds. But she didn't want the people around her to be hurt because of this. As for whether Peter protected her or she protected Peter, Gwen had forgotten it in excitement at this time. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I know it's a bit difficult, but you can write me an email or hint to me. If I have a 10% chance of guessing that you are Spider-Man, you can hint to me up to 67%, or even higher. Gwen felt that the Spider Monster Frank incident made her somewhat suspicious of Peter. But that incident only raised her suspicion from 0 to 10%. She must be a fool in Peter's eyes, right? He had long seen that she was Spider-Woman, but she had never discovered Peter's identity. Gwen, calm down. I've always been calm. Gwen spoke a little incoherently. Do you know how I feel now? Remember the painting I saw at Matt's place last time? A demon holding a trident sitting on a fiery red throne. Now I feel that the demon is smiling at me with his mouth open, and his scarlet eyes are full of my secrets. She cast her eyes on the speechless Green Goblin next to her. Sorry, the demon I'm talking about is not you. She soon thought of something else. By the way, the black cat kissed you. Very good, my mood is even worse. Peter looked at Gwen, who was so excited that she was incoherent. He understood Gwen's mood very well. Gwen, I have already hinted to you, and you didn't tell me you were Spider-Woman, Peter said in a calm tone. That's because. Gwen was about to explain, but soon lowered her head in frustration. Well, I have no right to say anything about you, Peter. I am also a liar. Peter sighed and said to Gwen, I am who I am, Gwen, and nothing will change just because I wear a mask. I understand, I'm just scared. Gwen wanted to explain her fear to Peter. She has always been afraid that her identity will bring harm to the people she loves. So she concealed it. So much so that she was so excited and angry when she saw Peter was the same as herself. Just like her father is a policeman, but when he saw that she followed his teachings and protected the citizens at all costs, his attitude was not relieved, but angry. Her father didn't want his daughter to be surrounded by danger like him, just as she didn't want Peter to be entangled in trouble like herself. Gwen suddenly understood her father a little. At this time, she also calmed down completely and felt that her previous words were a bit heavy. After all, Peter didn't mean it, and she also concealed her identity from him. Taking a deep breath, she said to Peter, Sorry, I'm just scared, Peter, I'm afraid that power will also make us. She looked up and suddenly found that the goblin next to her was gone. Wait, where is the Green Goblin? Gwen pointed to the place where the Green Goblin stood in shock. He probably didn't want to watch our performance and ran away. Peter cast his eyes in the direction where the Green Goblin ran away and said slowly. When he heard that the other party had escaped, Gwen immediately jumped to Peter's side anxiously. The other party committed such a serious crime, she would not let him get away like this. Don't worry, he can't escape. Peter slowly covered his face with a mask, and a glimmer of light flashed in his white eyelids. I know his identity. Gwen asked curiously, Who is he? Norman Osborn. Hearing this name, Gwen was stunned again. Thank you Book Friend Tale number 3766 for the reward. Thank you everyone for voting. Recommend this seedling love story, everyone who likes it can read it. Link here, C95. The spiders always take unconventional paths. The Green Goblin, holding his chest, staggered in the corridor of the Osborn building.
The floor he was on at this time was the upper floor where his office was located, and no one could enter it normally. His steps were weak, and blood dripped from his shoulder. The originally shiny green armor had become bumpy at this time. His original plan was just to deal with Gwen, but he didn't expect Spider-Man to suddenly appear. What he didn't expect was that Spider-Man was actually Peter Parker. Cough, cough. Coughing, he pushed the door open and entered. The intense pain attacked his nerves, and saliva kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. The whole person looked miserable. Can't let them win, can't let them. Staggering, he walked to the center of the room, tremblingly stretched out his hand, and pulled off the mask on his face. Moaning from his mouth, he kept making unwilling sounds, I haven't lost yet, I haven't lost yet. Walking to the secret room in the room, he turned on the switch and tried to take out the human enhancement reagent inside. The human enhancement reagent not only enhances his physical fitness, but also heals his physical injuries. Of course, the side effects are also obvious. Another soul born from his body has completely occupied his body. At this time, his spirit has been completely controlled by the soul of another demon. Standing in front of the safe, he held the human enhancement reagent in his hand and breathed heavily. However, before he swallowed the human enhancement reagent, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. As the door was pushed open, the dim light in the corridor also penetrated in. Harry stood at the door and looked at Norman Osborn, who was covered in green armor and in a mess, and was stunned. He didn't see Norman's face clearly, so he didn't know that it was his father. Thinking that his father might be attacked by the monster in front of him, Harry reacted and angrily asked the other party, "Who are you? What did you do to my father?" Hearing Harry's voice, Norman Osborn turned around in surprise, revealing the face that completely shocked Harry. "Harry!" Norman Osborn's eyes flashed a creepy red light as he stared at his son. "Dad?" Harry asked in disbelief. "You are..." He couldn't believe that the monster in front of him was his father. "Harry, close your eyes, herbivore." Norman Osborn whispered the word herbivore. According to the keyword hypnosis therapy that Dr. Warren used on Harry, he only needed to say the keyword herbivore to hypnotize him and put him into a deep sleep. This, although Harry wanted to ask Norman Osborn why, he immediately felt a sense of fatigue. With his eyelids drooping, he held onto the wall next to him, slid down, and soon fell to the ground and fell asleep. Looking at Harry, who was sleeping on the ground, the Green Goblin turned around with satisfaction and injected the human enhancement reagent into himself. "No matter what, I won't fail like this." Swoosh! Gwen shot Spider Silk into the sky. The two rushed towards the Osborn building. The Spider Silk Gwen shot stuck to the building next to her and took her away from the place. The alleys she passed were all remote sections of the road, and all of them were the kind with few pedestrians. Peter asked her, "Do you always go out of the ordinary like this, Gwen?" Of course. Gwen had not yet gotten over the fact that Peter was Spider-Man. This made her feel like she was dreaming until now. Although it was a dream, such a dream was not bad. She turned to Peter, who could fly without spider silk, and said, "Do you know, Peter, spiders are always so magical, they exist in every corner of the earth, including your bathroom, of course. Although they have a bad reputation, they are highly adaptable and always survive. Everyone who tries to crush them will tell you one thing, that is, they always go out of the ordinary." Gwen had already told Peter about being bitten by a spider. Although Peter already knew it, he still pretended to hear it for the first time. Like a chatterbox who had been holding back for a long time, she couldn't help but confide in Peter about her feelings as a Spider-Woman. "Do you know how I feel when I fly? Peter, it's like riding the coolest roller coaster in the world. It's a brand new experience every time, and you don't have to queue up at all." Gwen swung on the spider silk and passed the highest point of a building, then fell down quickly. At the moment of landing, she shot out spider silk from her wrist and pulled herself back again. "Okay, I admit that I went a little too far." Gwen swung to the flying Peter and said a little embarrassedly, "Now the business is urgent. We must catch the goblin, Norman Osborn." Peter didn't say anything, hugged Gwen, and then the gliding cape on his back transformed into wings. The wings instantly unfolded and vibrated upwards, and a stream of air wrapped around the bodies of the two. Holding Gwen, he rushed to the Osborn building at the fastest speed. "Maybe this is the fastest." Peter looked down at Gwen, who had become honest, and said. Gwen wanted to struggle at first, but finally found that it felt good. She said nothing, her head close to Peter's chest. Although it felt like an illusion, she seemed to hear 2 heartbeats. Wow! The glass of the Osborn building was smashed. Peter and Gwen broke the glass and appeared in Osborn's office. At this time, Norman Osborn, who had just injected the human enhancement reagent, heard the sound of the glass being smashed, and turned his head to look at the two Spider-Men in front of him. Although Gwen was shocked at first, she had calmed down by now.
She took a deep breath and said to Osborn, "Norman Osborn, you still have your own consciousness, right? You are a human being, not a devil whose mind is controlled."
Although this guy was hateful, he was Harry's father and she wanted to save him. Kill you, suck your blood, and get your genes.
At this time, Norman Osborn's spirit had been captured by another soul parasitic in his body.
Red eyes turned to Peter, and the expression on his face became ferocious.
"Parker, you are just like me. You also have a parasitic soul in your body. It will pull you to hell and escape reincarnation."
The Green Goblin stared at Peter and said viciously, "Why are you going against me?
We are all the same kind of people."
Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was punched and blasted out hard.
C96, the most unlikely patricide. No. You are wrong. You and I are not the same kind of people, never have been.
Peter looked at the schizophrenic guy coldly.
There may be a demon inside the other person, a demon born from his schizophrenia. Paranoid and unscrupulous pursuit of success caused Norman's spirit to gradually collapse.
Such a guy is fundamentally different from himself.
At least the alien in his body was not created by his schizophrenia.
And now, he is far from being a madman.
Ha ha.
Even after being punched by Peter, he still had a smile on his face.
"I'm a devil, and so are you, Peter. You're scarier than me, I can smell it."
Peter ignored his nonsense, but shook his head and said, "Then I'm afraid you can't see it.
Everything is over tonight."
He bowed and stepped forward, and punched the Green Goblin with his fist. The Green Goblin, whose strength increased again, dodged Peter's fist, and the subsequent impact of Gwen's spider silk came.
"Who?"
Roaring angrily, Gwen wrapped the opponent's wrist with spider silk, quickly got close and coordinated with Peter to punch. There was a bang, and this time Gwen's fist punched him firmly in the jaw. The thick-skinned Green Goblin withstood the attack and grabbed Gwen with his backhand. Peter next to him grabbed the Green Goblin's hands with sharp claws on his arms. The fist of his left hand turned into a palm and hit the opponent's chest.
After receiving this blow, the Green Goblin's body bounced back and hit the wall with a loud bang.
The wall cracked, and cracks appeared from behind him. After Gwen was rescued by Peter, she didn't have time to take a breath, and quickly shot out spider silk from her wrist, trying to wrap around the Green Goblin's ankle.
Bang bang bang, bullet-like spider silk bombarded the Green Goblin's ankles.
Although the spider silk temporarily entangled him, he quickly broke free with brute force. The controlled Green Goblin roared angrily, ignoring the black corrosive rainstorm that Peter sprayed towards him. He blocked his head with his arms and rushed towards Gwen quickly. Gwen breathed calmly and shot the spider silk onto the wall with her backhand, taking herself away from the place. With a loud bang, the tables and chairs in the office were smashed by the Green Goblin, and splinters of wood flew everywhere. The furious Green Goblin's armor was corroded, even deep into his muscles. But he had completely forgotten the pain, his movements became more violent, and he launched an attack without fear of death. Whoosh! The next second, Peter moved in front of him and punched him in the cheek. The powerful force caused the Green Goblin's body to lose balance and fall to one side. Then Peter grabbed his throat and tried to tear it open. But the Green Goblin moved much faster, blocking Peter's attack with his arm, grabbing the metal safe with his backhand, and smashing it at Peter.
While Peter dodges the safe, Gwen's attack follows him.
Kicking the Green Goblin's ankle, Gwen grabbed the Green Goblin's wrist and tried to pin him to the ground.
Boom!
The Green Goblin's heavy body hit the floor hard, causing the room to shake slightly. At the same time, Gwen also pinned his wrists to the ground.
Guliolu!
Before Gwen could breathe a sigh of relief, a pumpkin bomb rolled next to her.
Peter next to him would naturally not let the bomb explode here.
Black spider silk shot toward the pumpkin bomb, and it bounced out the window with a bang sound.
Boom!
A huge explosion exploded outside the window, and the deafening sound echoed throughout the building.
All the glass in the Osborn Industrial Building was shattered in an instant. Howling glass shards were swept into the room.
Gwen covered her eyes with her hands to resist the shock wave.
Harry, who was sleeping in the room, was also awakened by the explosion.
When he opened his eyes, what he saw was the mess of the scene. At this time, Gwen removed the hand covering her eyes and saw a huge boulder falling. Considering that someone might be hit on the street below, Gwen immediately jumped towards the boulder and at the same time shot out spider silk from her wrist to pull on the boulder. The strong pulling force caused Gwen, who was close to the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, to be pulled one step closer. Seeing Gwen's reckless actions, although Peter frowned, he still moved to Gwen's side, grabbed Gwen's arm, and bore the falling force of the boulder for her. When the Green Goblin saw the two people standing by the window, the red light in his eyes deepened.
He grabbed the deformed metal safe and walked towards the two of them.
Peter, Gwen, you can't escape today, other side. Harry, who was watching all this, knew that his father was planning to take advantage of the two Spider-Men. Moreover, Gwen's mask at this time had been damaged a lot in the explosion just now, and she had completely taken it off. Harry knew from his father's mouth that the two Spider-Men in front of him were his friends, and he fell completely into a daze. How is this possible? Although shocked that Gwen and Peter are superheroes, the most important thing now is to stop their father.
No! Dad, there is a street below. There are many people. Stop, you will kill them.
Harry said to his father in pain, please, stop. Stop. The Green Goblin ignored Harry's words and walked directly behind Peter and Gwen, ready to strike. At this time, Harry kept praying for his friend. The Green Goblin walked up behind Peter and slowly lifted the metal cabinet above his head.
Put!
However, before he could smash it down, he felt a pain in his waist.
He turned back slowly in disbelief and saw Harry with his eyes closed and tears streaming down his face.
Harry inserted a metal rod about 1 meter long with spikes on the top into his waist. Blood slowly flowed down the metal, and the Green Goblin quickly felt the loss of strength in his body. He roared, grabbed his body suddenly, and pulled the sharp blade from his body. He raised his arm and prepared to hit Harry. Harry, who knew what he had done, closed his eyes and dared not look into his father's eyes. The Green Goblin's hand did not swing in the end, and he staggered to one side. With a bang, his body hit the ground, and he made an unclear sound from his mouth. He could feel the rapid loss of life breath, and he had no strength to move. Gwen, with the help of Peter, had already used spider silk to fix the boulder. Watching everything happening in front of her, she was shocked and unbelievable. She could never have imagined that it would be Harry who stopped it in this way. Then she felt suffocated and uncomfortable. She could fully understand how painful this choice was for Harry. Peter's expression beside him also thawed a little. Although he did not take the friendship of the original body too seriously, Harry did not seem to think so. Plop! Harry, with tears in his eyes, knelt down in front of his father, his head hanging down weakly. C-97 hugs are not the theme of tonight, Harry. Gwen looked at the panting Green Goblin, then at Harry, who lowered his head and cried, and couldn't help shouting to him. Harry slowly raised his head. The mask on Peter's face also faded, revealing his true face.
Peter, Gwen, why you?
Harry asked the two with tears in his eyes.
Gwen lowered his head and clenched his fists, not knowing how to answer this question.
Gwen stammered, and finally said nothing. Bang! Perhaps because of the excessive emotion, the next second, Harry fell to the ground and fainted again. Cough, cough. The Green Goblin coughed and covered his waist and straightened his upper body on the ground. The red in his eyes faded and gradually regained clarity. Looking at Harry, who fainted on the ground, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Peter, Gwen, I'm sorry for everything I did to you. Norman Osborn, whose demon personality disappeared, had blood constantly flowing out of his mouth, and a guilty look in his eyes. I'm sorry, that was not my intention. Gwen was holding up the unconscious Harry, and when she heard Norman Osborn's words, she looked at him in surprise. She helped Harry to the sofa and let him lean on the sofa with his back. Then she walked quickly to Norman's side, wanting to cover his wound. Although he hated the Green Devil very much before, that hatred disappeared with everything that happened. The Green Goblin stopped Gwen from bandaging his wound, and looked up at Peter, who had been silent, and said, Peter, I'm sorry, I have become a bad guy who does all kinds of evil.
Don't believe what I said just now.
Looking down at Norman Osborn, whose life was gradually slipping away, Peter shook his head. No, I won't. Peter knew that this guy had another demon soul parasitizing in his body, so he would naturally not be affected by his words. And although Norman looks like a good guy now, he may turn back into the Green Goblin in the next second. So Peter did not relax his vigilance against him. Gwen, Peter, I am proud that Harry has friends like you. His voice became weaker and weaker, looking at Harry, and said intermittently, I hope you can help Harry forget this matter.
I don't want him to live in regret.
Gwen knew that Norman wanted Harry to forget that he killed his father with his own hands, but she didn't know how to do it. She shook her head and said to Norman, I'm afraid I can't do it. Harry has been undergoing psychological suggestion treatment. As long as you say the key words, you can give him psychological suggestion and make him forget everything today. The key word is herbivore. Finally, Norman used all his strength to say tell Harry I love him and closed his eyes completely.
Gwen supported Norman Osborn's back, watched him die, and finally gently put him on the ground.
She stood up with red eyes and looked at Peter. Although this was the first villain she had defeated, she did not feel the slightest bit of victory, but felt extremely heavy.
Peter walked to the unconscious Harry and said the word herbivore.
Harry.
Harry whispered back from his coma, yes.
You are Harry Osborn, right? Yes. Peter hinted to him psychologically, you have been resting in your room tonight, and you have never been to the scene, and you don't know what happened at the scene.
Yes, I have been resting in my room.
After giving Harry a psychological hint, Peter helped him up and walked outside. Although he had no sympathy for Norman, he fulfilled his promise for Harry's sake. Putting Harry on the bed in his room, Peter returned to the scene and heard the sound of the helicopter propeller turning outside. Before re-entering the scene, Gwen jumped to his side and grabbed his arm.
We have to leave, Peter. The helicopter's headlights shone into the shabby room, and Norman Osborn's body appeared in the light.
When the driver was about to search for other traces, he only saw a flash of black and white Spider-Woman. On the clock tower, Gwen's mood had not yet calmed down. Looking up, she found that there was a drizzle falling on her head.
Exhaling a breath, Gwen put on her hood and said to Peter standing next to her in frustration, I messed up, didn't I?
Peter.
No, you didn't, Gwen.
Peter slowly took off the mask on his face, felt the raindrops on his head and said to Gwen, you are not a god, Gwen, you can't predict the changes of all things. Gwen turned around, looked at Peter with light blue eyes, and said sadly, I always thought that as long as I was a messenger of justice, I would instinctively know what to do is right. I didn't expect it to be like this. After taking off the mask, I don't know how to face Harry.
Peter comforted Gwen, it's not your fault, Gwen.
I know, but Gwen suddenly thought of the words about death again. She couldn't help but confide her thoughts to Peter, this shouldn't be the case. We are warriors. We should have won, although it might have cost us. She felt as if a stone was blocked in her heart, but the price is too high. Everything is shattered.
Peter looked at the night in the distance, and after a moment of silence, he said to Gwen, you can never measure the price of justice, Gwen, when you stand in front of everyone, the price of justice is pain.
I know, right, how do you know he is Norman Osborn's, Peter? Gwen seemed to understand, but she changed the subject and stopped talking about these heavy things. He sent people to follow us, but I found the guy's men first, and then I thought about the robots I saw in Osborn Manor, so I guessed that the Green Goblin who attacked you was him.
Gwen exhaled, is that the case? I always thought that the traffic accident was an accident.
She said to Peter, now that I think about it, it should be Norman's people, I should have discovered it earlier.
Gwen fell into regret.
Facing Gwen who was in a bad mood, Peter didn't say anything, but just accompanied her quietly.
Gwen sat on the cold ground, and suddenly looked up and asked Peter, Peter, can I have a hug? Peter nodded and squatted down. Gwen hugged him at once.
Although hugging is not the theme of tonight, thank you, Peter.
Gwen felt a little warmer in the drizzle. Her black and white uniform was stained with blood and dirt, but Peter's black uniform was not damaged at all.
She even smelled a faint pleasant smell. She found that she could not get rid of this smell. See 98 Tony Stark's first appearance. Chapter 98 Tony Stark first appears. A fire broke out on the Brooklyn Bridge last night. Part of the bridge was damaged, and cables were broken. About 110 people were trapped on the bridge when the fire broke out, but most of them have been rescued.
There are probably more than 20 people injured. There are currently no the dead appear.
The news anchor's voice came from the radio. The engine of the car driven by Uncle Ben soon stopped due to overflow.
It seems like it was such a bad day that everything went bad.
Uncle Ben got out of the car, glanced at the hazy sky above his head, and said to Peter, who also got off the car,
it should be an engine problem.
Peter just listened to the sound and discovered the problem. The quality of cars nowadays is far inferior to before. I still remember my first car, a 1977 Plymouth. I drove it out of the garage, hit the fender, and then hit it again. When I got to the tree on the roadside, I struggled for a long time without any problem. Uncle Ben mentioned his glorious deeds.
Peter nodded. It seems that you were very rebellious before, Uncle Ben. My era was different from yours.
Rebellion and punk were the themes of that era, and the social atmosphere at that time was a bit weird. Uncle Ben opened the hood of the car and said to Peter.
After Peter briefly repaired the engine, the car started again.
The destination that the two of them are rushing to now is Osborn Manor.
At the same time, Norman Osborn, the chairman of Osborn Industrial Company, was confirmed to have died last night. Although the relevant person in charge of the police station and the spokesperson of Osborn Industrial Company claimed that Norman Osborn's death has nothing to do with last night's Brooklyn Bridge incident, but it's still suspicious.
The host's voice continued on the news. Uncle Ben reached out and turned up the volume, sighed, and said to Peter, Mr. Osborn invited our whole family as guests last time. I didn't expect that such an accident would happen to him.
Uncle Ben felt a little sorry for the death of Norman Osborn.
Little did he know that the culprit who indirectly killed Norman was his nephew sitting next to him.
Peter looked at the scenery passing by outside and said to Uncle Ben calmly, "Norman Osborn has made many enemies. This is not surprising. You and Harry are friends."
Uncle Ben turned to Peter and said, "Harry, this kid must be in a very difficult situation.
Maybe you can help him get out of it."
When Peter heard Uncle Ben mention Harry, he said nothing and just nodded. "I hypnotized Harry last night, so he should have forgotten his father-killing behavior." The announcement on the radio continued, but Peter's brows furrowed as he listened. Official media has been downplaying the existence of the Green Goblin and the two Spider-Men. Even yesterday's fierce battle on the Brooklyn Bridge was visible to all. Moreover, the media did not reveal to the public that Norman Osborn was the Green Goblin. After he and Gwen left last night, the police should have arrived at the death scene of Norman Osborn very quickly. So these police officers should know the identity of the other party's Green Goblin. While he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. She took out her phone and saw that Liz uploaded the battle on the Brooklyn Bridge on her personal channel and liked herself. In the sky full of fire, accompanied by explosions and the screams of the crowd, the Green Goblin was heavily bombarded to the ground. The violent explosions and dull crashing roars made the entire scene feel like a warfield. Putting down his phone, Peter looked at the Osborn Manor, which was getting closer and closer. In today's internet society, even if the authorities want to completely cover up, it is impossible to do so.
Osborn Manor was filled with people coming to mourn. Gwen also followed George Stacy to the scene.
However, she was not in a good mood. She thought that yesterday she was wearing a mask and shouting and killing Norman Osborn, and now she was attending his funeral. This weird feeling was really hard for her to accept. But after she saw Peter, these bad emotions eased a lot. George also noticed the change in his daughter and glared at Peter unkindly.
"Peter." Gwen came up and said hello. Uncle Ben wisely made room to chat with George. "Still not coming out, Gwen?"
Peter asked Gwen, who had her hands in her pockets and looked very sad.
Gwen said hesitantly, "I just don't know how to face Harry."
Peter comforted Gwen and said, just like before, Harry doesn't remember what happened last night and just pretends that nothing happened.
"I know, although, it's a little difficult." Gwen said somewhat depressedly, "If I could, I would pretend that nothing happened. But I can't be so calm."
She was whispering, and Harry, with red eyes, walked towards the two of them.
"Peter, Gwen." Harry greeted the two.
Gwen was a little panicked when she saw Harry, and a hand suddenly grasped her left hand that had no place to rest. The first time the two held hands happened without Gwen expecting it. Gwen's originally flustered mood was immediately relieved after feeling the warmth conveyed by Peter's hand.
"Harry." Gwen looked at Harry with a heavy heart. "Sorry, Harry." Harry was a little confused and didn't know why Gwen apologized to him.
Harry shook his head. "It's none of your business, Gwen, thank you for coming today, and Parker.
So, what are your plans for the future?" Gwen hesitated and asked him.
Harry's eyes showed confusion. "I don't know, maybe I have to think about the rest of my life. I always hope that one day I can break away from my father's shackles, but this day has really come." He didn't say the next words, but both knew what he wanted to say.
Gwen exhaled and said to Harry, "No matter what happens to you, we will help you. Peter and we are best friends."
"I know, thank you, Gwen, you and Peter were everything to me in high school.
For so long, all I've had are you two friends."
Harry wanted to say something else, but the butler walked up to him and said a few words to him.
"Sorry, I have other people to attend to." Harry made a helpless expression towards the two of them and left quickly.
Peter watched the other person's back leave. He always felt that Harry seemed to know something. Unintentionally, the corner of his eye suddenly glanced towards the entrance of the manor.
A guy wearing sunglasses walked in surrounded by bodyguards.
Looking at the opponent's face that needed a beating, Peter frowned.
"That seems to be Tony Stark?"
"Thank you, book friend tale number 4499 for the tip and everyone's votes, thank you. See 99 remarks on the release notice. This book will be available tonight at 7 o'clock.
Thanks for your support along the way. Thanks for your votes and rewards, and thank you to everyone who has supported me.
My ability is limited, and I rack my brains every day. What I fear most is to disappoint the reader's love, so that I am walking on thin ice and trembling with fear. Before I started writing, I had thousands of hills and valleys in my heart, and after I put pen to paper, I couldn't bear to read it. Fortunately, I was not disliked by everyone and I can persist until now. Thank you, readers, thank you my editor Peng Lai, thank you Xiaoming Xin and Li Zi for always giving me confidence.
Without you, this book may not even be born.
After the release, I will try my best to update it.
Tonight I will update 10,000 words.
If there is a better result, referring to the first order contributed by readers exceeds expectations, I will add more every day.
I will control the number of words in each chapter to about 3,000 words, which will cost about points. Readers can support me by watching videos about. Finally, I hope readers are happy, and are happy workers every day. Panglai gets a salary increase at work, happy wedding to the newbie, and Li Zi will find a girlfriend soon. End. C100. Is this acting or a real battle royale? You know him? Gwen followed Peter's gaze and saw Tony Stark. No, I don't know him. Peter shook his head, but playboys like him often appear in newspapers and on TV, so they can be recognized at a glance. Tony Stark didn't know that someone was talking about him, and he was still a little unhappy about coming to attend the funeral of his competitor. Spider-Man? A girl in pajamas who fights criminals, and a green Skyman Keaton flying in the sky. My God, if the city I live in is invaded by aliens tomorrow, I won't be surprised. He complained to the female secretary next to him. Sorry, we'll talk about the signature later. As he spoke, he refused to the people who came up to him and wanted to make acquaintance with him. After Gwen became Spider-Woman, her hearing was abnormal. At this time, she was listening to Tony Stark complaining about her, and her face was very depressed. He's such a nasty guy. Gwen commented on Tony Stark when they met for the first time. The next day, Presbyterian Hospital. Peter and Gwen walked down the corridor and inside. So, since you developed a tumor in your body, you have superpowers? Gwen asked, still in disbelief. Although she had already heard Peter explain it once, she still found it a bit incredible. Yeah, it's just as incredible as Gwen that you got bitten by a spider, Peter said to her with a calm expression. He has told Gwen that his powers come from a tumor in his body. But deeper information about the aliens was not revealed. Well, although both of them sound incredible, your level is higher than mine. Gwen thought for a moment and said, but I still don't quite understand. This has nothing to do with spiders. Peter babbled to her casually, why isn't it a tumor that probably grew after I was bitten by a spider? Although Peter was talking nonsense, Gwen obviously took it seriously. She remembered that night when she was held by Peter, she heard the 2 heartbeats in his body. Maybe it was because of that spider heart that attracted me to fall in love with Peter. After all, he also has the heart of a spider. Gwen was thinking wildly in her mind. As she continued to have random thoughts, she accompanied Peter to the door of Dr. Lane's ward. Although Gwen was very concerned about Peter's illness, she had no intention of prying into Peter's privacy. So she waited outside for Peter. After Peter opened the door and entered the office, Dr. Lane had been waiting for a long time. Good morning, Dr. Lane. Good morning, Peter. Lane, who already knew about Peter's masterpiece on the Brooklyn Bridge, now had a more complicated view of him. A force so powerful that it cannot be restrained. He didn't know if he was right in taking on this patient out of greed for money. After calming down, Ryan began to examine Peter. A few minutes later, he got a CT image of Peter's chest. It doesn't look like there's any big change compared to before. Dr. Lane said, it seems to be still in hibernation, but the top lobe seems to have changed. These folds add a lot, it makes it more complex, he said, pointing to the top of the embryo. Peter nodded. Is it evolution caused by absorbing the genes of vampire creatures? Right. Dr. Lane suddenly remembered something and said to Peter hesitantly, have you heard of the recent Bear Mountain monster? Peter put away the CT images and shook his head. I don't know, what is that? It is said that there are monsters in the vicinity of Bear Mountain, and the deceased was found there. The deceased's way of death was that the chest was broken open, or the neck was torn open. The way the chest was broken reminded me of the symbiotic creature in your chest. As he spoke, he took out a photo and handed it to Peter. The corpse in the photo is shocking, and the chest is a bloody mess. The ribs were turned outwards, blood spurted onto the grass, and a large cavity was left in the chest. Peter frowned as he looked at the miserable state of the corpse in front of him. Is this caused by aliens? But if it was an alien, why didn't I notice it? After Helen was infected, he could feel the presence in her body, but he was not aware of it. Any more? After observing the photo for a long time, Peter asked the other party, or can I see the body? There's only this photo. As for the body, it's not in this hospital. And I heard that the government disposed of the body quickly. You know, the government doesn't want news about wild beasts killing people to spread. Even so, he told Peter the hospital where the body was located. Thank you for the information. Peter put the photo away and thanked the other person. You're welcome, as long as I can help you. After walking out of Dr. Lane's office, Peter saw Christine chatting with Gwen. Hey, Peter. Christine greeted him. Hello, Dr. Palmer. Peter didn't know when Gwen and the rumored girlfriend of Dr. Strange met.
Perhaps sensing Peter's doubts, Gwen took the initiative to explain, I met Dr. Palmer when I was accompanying my father in the hospital, but Dr. Palmer said I met you earlier.
Because I'm familiar with Dr. Lane.
As Kristen spoke, she looked at Peter in front of her with a complicated expression.
She had many questions to ask, such as, do you really have a tumor like that in your body? But she finally endured it. Is there anything I can help with?
Peter. Kristen asked Peter the question with a smile, trying not to look weird.
No, thank you, Dr. Palmer. Peter politely declined. Night.
Peter was in his study reading the news about Bear Mountain Park.
The media did report that wild beasts appeared in Shoang Mountain and injured people.
But the blame has only been placed on large wild animals such as bears. Turning his chair, he faced the dark night sky. In the misty night, there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him. Taking out the bloody photo of the deceased's chest, Peter moved his gaze to it. The ribs were broken and twisted outwards, the muscles were torn in large areas, the pericardium was ruptured, and blood spurted out in a large area. It is indeed similar to the symptoms when the alien breaks out of the body. Putting down the photo, his body was slowly covered with a black exoskeleton. Under the night, the slender body is made more profound by the exoskeleton.
Mount Sinai Hospital?
He whispered the name of the hospital that Ryan told him, and his expression became serious. Whoosh! The curtains beside the window shook slightly, and the next second, his body had disappeared from where it was.
Hey sweetheart, it's me. On the road at night, a car was speeding along the road.
A woman driving the car was applying makeup on her eyebrows and said to the mobile phone on the stand, I may not be able to go back before you wake up. You should be careful when you go to the airport by yourself. The crew should be able to get it done before lunch.
I'll try my best to dress up and go to see your mother and put in a good word for me, okay?
Tell her that I'm participating in a blockbuster and I have lines in it. While tracing her eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil, she said to the person on the phone, our love will not fail this test. When the car passed the Brooklyn Bridge, it was temporarily impassable because it was closed, so she had to drive around.
I may be late.
What happened to Spider-Man and the Green Monster on the bridge a few days ago forced the government to close the bridge in the early morning for repairs. She complained, also, it's really unbelievable. This damn crew asked me to put on makeup and run screaming in the woods early in the morning. It's really torture. After driving the car for a while, she said to the other end of the phone, damn, I'm almost there.
I have to hang up.
Baby, I'll call you later.
Parking the car in the woods, the woman just got out of the car when she heard a voice, extras?
Startled, she turned around and saw an elegant blonde woman wearing a white dress standing behind her. The blonde woman apologized, sorry, I have a bad habit of sneaking up on people.
I'm the casting director. You're here for a show, right?
Oh, yes,
I'm an extra, Nancy. The phone said I'll be here at 12 o'clock, right?
The woman's name is Nancy, and she is a little-known walk-on. Nancy shook hands with the blonde.
The blonde woman nodded and replied, yes, but you have to leave your phone behind. We are filming in a completely closed environment. Nancy expressed understanding, of course, you don't mind the coffee in my hand, right?
I have to stay awake, otherwise I might fall asleep.
The blonde smiled and said, don't worry, we'll keep you awake. After Nancy and the blonde separated, they walked deeper into the woods.
At the same time, she couldn't help complaining, this damn crew actually chose such a remote state park, but she heard that it was not very safe. Deep in the forest, she saw a group of extras just like herself. There are also crew members such as camera operators and lighting technicians. Looking at the strange and bad environment around her, she felt more and more something was wrong. Suspecting that she had been deceived, she just wanted to find out from her colleagues. Unexpectedly, a guy who looked like a stage manager with a loudspeaker shouted at the top of his lungs, Exxon. Before she could react, she was pushed away by a group of people and fled.
What the hell? Although this is an escape scene, doesn't the director tell the actors about the scene? Just run away like this?
A little confused, she ran outside with the crowd. Soon she heard something seemed to be chasing her. And that thing is getting closer and closer to me. A strange and cold aura seemed to wrap around him, making it impossible to breathe.
What is that?
She was so frightened inside that she no longer regarded this place as an act. Filled with fear, she ran forward with all her strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! Running to a place deep in the forest where there was only one person, she stopped, held her knees and gasped for air. The sweat on his face wetted his makeup and dripped down his cheeks. Looking up, she saw a dark shadow flashing through the woods. Then, a scream came from behind the trees. She immediately held her breath nervously, not daring to take a breath.